I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Crazy Cow Viscount kept attacking Little Flower, but despite all its efforts, it could not hit him. All its scary punches ended up flying harmless past or hitting the ground, kicking up a flurry of sand. "Don't run, fight Grandpa Cow," Crazy Cow Viscount shouted as he chased after Little Flower. He had thrown countless punches, but he couldn't even brush Little Flower's clothing. At the same time, Little Flower was completely confused. Crazy Cow was so ferocious and confident, but Little Flower could not wrap his head around why the creature's attacks were so flawed. This must be a trick. Little Flower usually practiced with the elites in Sacred, and even a simple attack from one of those monsters had subtlety and depth. Little Flower had learned that skills that appeared simple were often the most frightening. So, Little Flower thought that Crazy Cow's confidence meant it was a strong enemy. He kept thinking that the cow's awful techniques and misses were some sort of trick. He never once contemplated there might be noobs in the world. But as time went by, Little Flower eventually realized the mistakes were indeed genuine. There was no ulterior motive, and he was not going to be tricked. "Fight me, fight me, fight me." Crazy Cow was getting mad. He was looking murderous, and there was no fear in his rage-filled eyes. He had punched for so long, but he had yet to even damage Little Flower's clothes. He felt so powerless, and that overwhelming sense of failure drove him even crazier. He wanted to fight, not run around trying to catch a mouse. Suddenly, Crazy Cow Viscount saw Little Flower come to a stop. He was so happy. He gathered up all his power and turned it into speed. He raced forward faster than he ever had in his life, preparing to punch Little Flower. He shouted, "Kid, there is nowhere to run." Little Flower was not planning on running, though. He too lifted a fist, aiming it at Crazy Cow. "Good. Come and feel Grandpa Cow's power." Excitement pulsed through Crazy Cow's veins. His big body twisted as he threw all his power into his punch. Pang! Crazy Cow Viscount's giant fist came against Little Flower's own little fist. But Crazy Cow's creepily ecstatic face went blank. He looked shocked at first, and then that shock became horror as his body reversed direction and began to soar backward. With the twinkle of a star, he disappeared somewhere in the distance. Could it really have been that weak? Little Flower froze. He stared up at the sky, not believing what had just happened. Inside another section of the Geno Being Scroll, many fights were raging. People were getting kicked out of the match every second, whittling down the roster to only the 10,000 that were allowed to remain. Han Sen slowly walked across a field, but there were no creatures around. Even if he had been really eager to get into a fight, he wouldn't have been able to. He'd been walking for a while, and he still hadn't seen anyone. Time passed, and many more creatures were kicked out. After 10 days, the initial fights came to an end. Han Sen spent most of that time waiting. After defeating Dragon 39, he hadn't encountered any other creatures. Han Sen was resting on a field when he felt the dimension distort. He eventually found himself back in the Fire Lotus system. The other tier battles ended over the next few days, and when the roster for every tier had been whittled down to 10,000, the painting on the scroll became dust. It started to show the rankings again. Han Sen looked over it, and he found himself in the 9,000 bracket of the Marquise tier. He was practically near the end, but there was the figure 2 listed by his name. Han Sen started reading the other entries, and he saw that every other being had a number beside their name, as well. The higher their rank, the greater their number. Han Sen quickly realized what he was looking at. That was the number of enemies they had defeated. After Han Sen entered the Geno Being Scroll, he killed Black Steel Beast and Dragon 39. He didn't kill any more Marquises, and no one else sought to provoke him. So, his score remained a measly 2. The names up high on the rankings had thousands of wins. But those rankings were just temporary. When the ranked fights began, that was when you fought for first place. Han Sen looked at the first few ranks, and he saw Dragon 8 of the Dragon occupying the number 1 slot. The one that was number 2 was just a paw print. What race that was, Han Sen hadn't a clue. The next few were beings of races Han Sen was unfamiliar with. There was a demon at number 5, however, and its name was Khan. That guy survived and joined the Geno Being Scroll, huh? Han Sen moved on, unconcerned. Han Sen looked further down and saw a few more creatures he did not know. There were too many different races in the Geno universe. Han Sen hadn't expected to recognize many names, but he did see a few sky in lofty places on the leaderboards. When Han Sen looked into the 8,000 ranks, he saw Lone Bamboo's name. It looks like the rankings don't mean much now. Many of the truly scary sorts are probably at the back, like Lone Bamboo, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen looked at the other ranks, but it was like looking at nothing. He didn't know any of them. Han Sen turned to the King class tier rankings and saw Knife Queen there. She was 6,000 places away from the top. Since the Sky Palace leader was deified, he couldn't participate in the Geno Being Scroll. But even if he had been able to, he wouldn't have joined. The first place in the King class rankings was held by Dragon 1. Han Sen did not know if it was the Dragon 1 he encountered in Return Ruin Sea or the Dragon 1 from a century ago. They were two different people. The dragons were ranked like that every generation, so there was always more than one Dragon 1. Han Sen was not interested in the low-level ranks. He only glanced at the first few lackadaisically. When he looked at the Viscount scoring, though, he was given a shock. Little Flower. Han Sen saw the first rank on the Viscount leaderboard read, Sacred, Han Little Flower. That cannot be my Little Flower, can it? Excitement bubbled within Han Sen. If that was really his son, then Han Sen now knew that he was in a place called Sacred. It'd be much easier to find him with that name. For the longest time, he had been unable to find out where Little Flower was being held. It was all because he had no clue where to even begin looking. The universe was far too big. Han Sen wanted the rank fights to start soon, so he could confirm that the Viscount leaderboard was true. He wanted to find out if that Little Flower was indeed his son. Han Sen was not the only one taking notice of Little Flower, though. Not by a long shot. The whole Geno universe had started to pay attention to the previously unknown Viscount named Little Flower. Most people didn't give Han Sen a second thought due to the score he had ended up on, and the title of Sacred was a far more enticing subject to talk about. Sacred was actually a faction, not a race. In fact, it had once conquered all the other races, and its roots reached far back into the history of the universe. Sacred was actually the very first race to light a lantern. Despite their former glory, something awful must have taken place that had sunk the faction into darkness and obscurity. It was commonly believed that all the old Sacred elites had vanished from the universe. But now, someone had used the name Sacred to participate in the Geno Being Scrolls leaderboard. And in addition to that, that contestant had come out on top of the Viscounts. It was drawing quite a bit of attention. Truthfully, only the oldest people really knew about Sacred and the implications of Little Flower's rise. Most people only admired Little Flower's score because of his tender age. In the Geno universe, size did not represent your age. But, to put it simply, Little Flower just looked like a kid. On a primal planet, an old man stood clutching a staff. His head was that of a dog. He looked at the Geno Being Scrolls scoreboard, the Viscount 1, in particular. Seeing the name Sacred made his old eyes shine brightly. Sacred has an heir, he asked. Those *SSHOLES of Sacred aren't dead yet. Deep in a sea, a dragon-like creature stared up through the water at the scoreboard. The word Sacred worried him. In many places across the Geno universe, mysterious people and creatures were observing the Geno Being scoreboard. They all examined the person occupying first place for Viscounts. Sacred and Little Flower's name was suddenly all across the Geno universe. Han Sen's rank, meanwhile, was way too low. No one paid attention to the bottom ranks of the marquises. Deciding to remain in the Fire Lotus system for the time being, Han Sen browsed the web. He soon came to learn that the most popular marquise wasn't Lone Bamboo or Dragon 8, it was a man known as Evil Eye. Many gamblers had put swaths of money on Evil Eye winning. Some websites had surveys on xenogenic rankings. On these, Evil Eye had much support. Dragon 8 was in second place in terms of popularity, but Evil Eye was favored multiple times over. Who is this Evil Eye? He has so much support. Is he stronger than Lone Bamboo? Han Sen couldn't believe this was correct, and so he tried to find more information on Evil Eye. After checking him out, he realized Evil Eye was actually quite famous. The feathers had the pool of rebirth, and it could reset Geno armaments but also level up a person's talents. The Buddha had a technique that could pass all knowledge and skills to a person of the next generation. But those powers weren't real, physical rebirth. Evil Eye, however, was a person that could really be reborn. So far, no one knew what sort of creature Evil Eye was. No one knew his race, and they only knew his name was Evil Eye. He had become famous long ago, because he used to be indestructible in the Geno universe. Even deified elites died of old age, and the same was true for Evil Eye. But not long after Evil Eye died, another Evil Eye would be born. The new Evil Eye was not of the same race as the first one, and neither was he as strong. When he was found, he was just an earl. But as time passed, this Evil Eye became stronger. He even became stronger than the first Evil Eye. He was unstoppable. As millennia passed, this cycle continued. Every time Evil Eye died, a new Evil Eye would rise from a different race and become stronger than the last. Evil Eye had appeared as a dragon, demon, feather, and even as one of the mecha. The only constant thread connecting the Evil Eyes was their possession of 4 Evil Eyes. But Evil Eye himself had said that there had only been one Evil Eye. He said that there was only him and no others. So, people started to believe that Evil Eye could really be reborn. Whenever he died, he was reincarnated in a new form. What method he used to accomplish this was unknown, as was the reason why he always appeared as a member of a different race. This time, when he was reborn, no one knew what race he belonged to. All that could be gleaned was the name he had on the scoreboard. In the initial battle, he hadn't killed a single opponent. He was at the bottom of the marquee's list, but the name Evil Eye instilled a confidence in the people of the Geno universe that he would be the one to become first rank. After so many cycles of rebirth, his mind had become deified. It was just that his body was still tethered to the level of marquees. No one would treat him as an ordinary marquise, though. Even powerful marquises like Lone Bamboo and Dragon 8 would think Evil Eye was better than themselves. Evil Eye was above everyone. I can't believe there's a guy like this out here. It'll be hard to achieve first place, if so. I hope I don't run into him too soon. If I do, all my efforts will go to waste if I end up fighting him here at the beginning. As Han Sen read the legends about Evil Eye, his curiosity grew. There were 10,000 marquises who would be engaged in battle, though. He didn't think he'd be unlucky enough to encounter Evil Eye. On the day that the ranked fights were ready to begin, all the people in the Geno universe watched the leaderboards intently. The strong ones did, especially. They were hoping to fight weak enemies, too. Quickly, though, the leaderboard on the Geno being scroll started to move. When it became legible again, it had split into a schedule of fights. Han Sen glanced at his listed opponent and noticed it wasn't Evil Eye. This made him feel very relieved. He didn't think he was the best marquise anymore, and he thought it'd be best if he started with a less desperate fight. But when Han Sen looked closer, he was given a shock. His first opponent was listed as Khan, demon. It looks like my fate is intertwined with Khan's. Han Sen smiled. After looking at the opponents he would have to go up against, Han Sen glanced over Little Flower's potential foes that were in the Viscount tier. He noticed that in the midst of them all, there was one particular race that he had never heard of before. It was represented by a simple paw print. Whatever, I don't care. I just need to finish this next fight as soon as I am able to, so I can find out if that Viscount is truly my Little Flower, Han Sen thought to himself. The Geno being scroll was special. All the creatures in the galaxy could watch the fights unfold. Even creatures without eyes could feel what was happening in the fights. But no matter what tools or skills you used, nothing could record the fights for later viewing. If you used a machine to try to record any of the matches that were taking place, and you later went to play the files you had created, you would only see footage of a bronze scroll in the sky. The scroll itself would look completely empty. All the tiers started fighting at the same time, so Han Sen would have to finish his fights before Little Flower did. That way, he could race to see Little Flower. The teams were established, and again, the names upon the scroll became dust. A painting then appeared instead. Same as before, Han Sen felt things around him become distorted. He soon entered the scroll again, and the paper with his name written on it appeared next to him. But the arena was different than it had been the last time. This time, he was on the sea. His body hovered above the waves. He looked around and saw a demon man a few thousand meters away. He was looking at Han Sen, too. Khan saw Han Sen and frowned. He couldn't tell what race his opponent was beneath the gold armor he was clad in, but he presumed him to be a demon. Human. Khan looked at Han Sen's paper and mulled the details over to himself. He was the strongest Marquise demon to participate in the Geno being scroll. Even so, Khan was not a reckless man, and he had taken the time to research every Marquise that he might be going against. In regards to the human dollar, Khan knew he had defeated Dragon 39. So, Qin would not underestimate him. Kacha. Qin became a xenogeniac. He grew to 10 meters tall, and a demonic air gathered around his body. When Han Sen saw Qin become a giant, he was surprised. He didn't know how the demon did it. Previously, Han Sen had annihilated his giant body, but he was fine now. He had been fixed, and he was a giant just like before. He seemed to be even stronger than before. His transformation was a little different this time around, though. He was wearing a pair of gloves, which did not break as his body grew larger. They expanded with him. The gloves looked to have been forged from black steel, but they were laden with spikes. One of them in particular was extremely long, and its tip was sharper than a needle. Qin had learned from his mistakes. He had repeatedly practiced with giant techniques, and in doing so, he obtained a treasure he'd be able to use in that form. It was for emergencies, in the event a killing blow missed. The glove was a king-class weapon called Lightning Spike. If Qin hadn't been so special to the demons, he wouldn't have been allowed to use a king-class weapon. Although Qin couldn't access all of its power, he could still use some of it. It was enough to maximize his punching speed for a marquise. With Lightning Spike, his punching speed was as great as the Red Cloud. No one could take advantage of him when it came to speed now. He had the power of a giant, and it was coupled with the speed of the Lightning Spike. Qin didn't know if he could defeat Evil Eye, but he was confident in his ability to compete WKH Lone Bamboo and Dragon 8. He was certain that he could reach the top 10. Qin was not naive enough to think his current position within the top 5 could be maintained. Many elites did not care about the top ranking as they stood, though. Many of the top elites were happy enough to stay at the bottom of the list right now, but he would be satisfied if he could remain within the top 10 when all was said and done. Go to hell, Qin roared. His giant body came running towards Han Sen across the sea. The gloves he wore were like black bolts of lightning. They came before Han Sen in a stunning display of strength. Sky demon powers, when married with the speed of the lightning spikes, was something Qin hoped wouldn't miss. With the addition of his giant powers, few could withstand a devastating blow like that. He just had to ensure his hit landed on the target. It was a fight Han Sen wished to end quickly. Seeing Qin rushing towards him like this was perfect. He cast his Blood Pulse Sutra and Jadeskin and threw a punch towards the giant Qin. The crystallized blood boiled inside Han Sen's body. His flesh became jade, as two separate powers fused inside him. But Han Sen did not release a Jadeskin God Light. He only used the actual strength of his body to combat Qin's incoming fist. Kacha. The lightning spike punched through Han Sen's gold-plated gauntlet. Qin looked murderous, wanting to ram the spike on through Han Sen's body. The next second, Qin looked on in disbelief. The mighty lightning spike had only managed to pierce Han Sen's armor. When it punched through the garb and came into contact with Han Sen's skin, it rang with the sound of rattled metal and could not go any further. When Han Sen's Jadeskin became Marquis level, it was a much stronger change than what had occurred with the Blood Pulse Sutra. Now, his body was as sturdy as a top-tier dragon's. Boom! The two Goliath powers collided. The ripples of the shockwave were so devastating that they created waves that were 100 meters high. Qin's body was sent stumbling backward a few hundred meters, too. Han Sen, on the other hand, only fell back 10 meters. Qin and the other demons that were watching this were in shock. The vitality of Qin's giant body ought to have been unrivaled. Not many could beat him, especially of the Marquis rank. For Dollar to beat Qin's giant power was more than surprising. Wow, I wonder what humans are. How can they be that scary and strong? They are scarier than the dragon, someone exclaimed. Qin snarled. He was officially peeved now, because he could not believe that someone had just bested him with raw strength. He could only assume that it must have been a fluke, and so he gathered up more power to attack Han Sen again. I don't have time to fight you. I need to see Little Flower. Han Sen raised his hand, and then, a gold light appeared between his fingers. It became a coin. Ding! Han Sen moved his fingers, launching the coin out to strike Qin's incoming fist. Chapter 2115 Little Flower gets famous. The coin became stuck to the giant fist that was surging with power. And as soon as it was attached to the hand, Qin's fist was yanked down as if a mountain had just fallen across it. It wasn't just the fist that fell, either. Qin's entire body dropped with his fist, falling into the sea that resided below the two fighters. Pang! Qin couldn't stand atop the water, either. The phantom weight he had been afflicted with had to be far too heavy to allow that. He fell straight into the water, and beneath its waves, he started to sink fast. Han Sen was rather surprised by this himself. This was the first time he had ever used his modified coin powers, and the results had exceeded his expectations. Han Sen had used Turtle, the Sky Palace Force, and Suppress Evil to modify his own skill coin. He couldn't use it in front of others in fear of revealing his identity, so these results were pretty decent for the skill's first use in real combat. After all, it was quite the feat for Coin to have the encumbering strength to make Khan's giant body plunge into the sea. Khan's attempts at resisting the force had been entirely futile. Pang, 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 pang. That coin was like a mountain attached to the giant's right glove. Not even Khan's power could keep him from sinking. The water churned as the giant kept thrashing about in the sea. His power pushed the water away, but it was ultimately pointless. He couldn't swim, and slowly, his body began to sink. The deeper he got, the less his thrashing disturbed the surface of the water. It was difficult to tell how far Khan went down exactly. Now Han Sen almost regretted the decision to make use of the technique, though. He wanted to get through this fight quickly, but Khan was now someplace under the sea. The power of Coin would only suppress Khan, not kill him. To finish his foe off for good, Han Sen would have to do so in the water. Before Han Sen joined Khan in the sea, however, there was a flash of white light. A shattered paper appeared, bearing Khan's name. Han Sen was shocked once more. He had only made Khan fall into the water. Why would Khan give up so swiftly by ripping up his paper? The demon and his frightful body could traverse and survive the expanse of space, after all. The other demons that watched this fight were confused, too. They did not know why Khan conceded the fight after falling into the sea. Han Sen hadn't realized what he had truly done to Khan. Khan was strong, but his giant body was heavy. With the coin, he kept sinking and sinking into the deep sea. But that ocean was bottomless. He had gone down at least 30,000 meters, and there was no end to be found and no sign of a seabed showing up anytime soon, either. What's more, the sheer pressure of the water was becoming unbearably strong. Khan wanted to swim up, out, and away, but there was too much pressure on his fist now. Unless he let go of the lightning spike gloves, he'd sink with them to a dire end. Above all, though, Khan acknowledged he wasn't going to win. And if he gave up his lightning spikes, he'd certainly have no chance of fighting his opponent. Losing that king-class item would be the worst result of all, so he settled for giving up the fight and just forfeiting his participation in the Geno Being Scroll. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance and that it was for the best, but still, it made him very depressed. He had no idea how he had lost the fight so easily. The dimension around Han Sen then became distorted. He came out of the Geno Being Scroll, appearing back on planet Fire Lotus. Han Sen quickly looked at the bronze scroll, but Han Littleflower's fight had already ended. I was too slow, Han Sen sighed, and then, he browsed the web. Many creatures were discussing Littleflower's fight. And then, Han Sen realized it did not matter how fast he was, as he was going to be beaten no matter what. Littleflower's fights in the Viscount tier never seemed to last longer than a measly 3 seconds. According to the description of what happened, Han Sen was able to learn that Littleflower was a boy in white armor. His face couldn't be described due to the aforementioned armor. All in all, though, the descriptions matched Littleflower's age. Han Sen felt depressed. His phone rang then, and he heard Stay Up Late's voice on the other end. Stay Up Late sounded so excited, and he said, "Have you seen Han Littleflower in the Geno Being Scroll? He looks just like Littleflower." I was busy. I couldn't watch it. Han Sen felt depressed. That is a shame. The fight was so fast, I would have liked to see more. But it really did look like Littleflower. It'd be pretty amazing if it was him. Stay Up Late was now in an even greater rush to find him. Although Han Sen had performed well, his fight didn't attract much notice. Aside from some demons and dragons spectating, few others watched him perform. Han Littleflower was the one who became the center of attention. Everyone watched him fight because of his power. And in addition to that, many wished to confirm his identity from the fights and tried to determine if he really was from Sacred. There were many more fights to come, and Han Sen finished each one as fast as he could. But every time, Littleflower was faster than he was. And because of that, he never had the chance to see him. Littleflower was popular all around. He one-hit killed everything. No one had been able to come close to beating him thus far. Too scary. What race is Littleflower? Even demons and dragons are beaten by him. He is too scary. I don't know what kind of monster can be that scary. Sacred is not a race, though. Sacred is a place. He looks like one of the sky. Only the sky can raise someone this sick. The sky are strong, but they're not that strong. Throughout the universe, people tried to guess Little Flower's true identity. But no one was able to deduce who he really was. While Han Sen sat in a restaurant, he heard such discussions. He felt depressed he couldn't see Little Flower's fights. Is that kid really my son? Han Sen wondered. Inside the realm of the dragon, Dragon 9, Dragon 19, and Dragon 39 were waiting for Dragon 8. When he arrived, they got up to welcome him. Brother 9, Sister 19, Brother 39, are you all here to celebrate me? Dragon 8 smiled. Dragon 19 spoke. Brother 8, we saw your schedule. In 2 more rounds, you will face off against some human named Dollar. Does it matter who I fight? Dragon 8 said carelessly. This guy is very strong. He is scary. Brother 39 was unable to withstand his punch. Khan became a giant, but even he was beaten. We watched his fights, and each one was a crushing victory. I don't know where that guy came from, but you can most certainly not underestimate him. He is like our best dragon. Don't be careless against him, Dragon 19 said. To me, every enemy is the same. Even with Evil Eye in front of me, I will win. Dragon 8 spoke calmly, but his eyes sparkled with confidence. I hope that Dollar is as strong as you say. The stronger the better, really. Han Sen didn't get to see Little Flower fight, so he went to watch others fight instead. Of the Marquises, he managed to watch Dragon 8 and Lone Bamboo fight. Han Sen wanted to see Evil Eye fight, but he soon learned that all of Evil Eye's opponents gave up whenever they were pitted against him. No one wished to battle someone that frightening. Han Sen thought he wouldn't get to see Evil Eye fighting that day, but much to his surprise, he did. That day, a creature was brave or foolish enough to stay and fight. That creature had 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked like a demon wearing silver armor. Its 2 lower hands gripped rods, while its other 4 arms wielded a knife, a sword, an axe, and a stick individually. Each of the beast's heads was unique. The middle head was that of a bird, while the other 2 bore demonic faces. The left looked female, whereas the right 2 looked male. The 3 heads looked as if they could talk to each other, as well. The weapons in the creature's 6 hands were shining brilliantly against Evil Eye. The lights were strange, and each sheen was of a different color. It looked like it wielded a variety of different powers. The rod was wood, the knife was gold, the sword was water, the axe was fire, the stick was earth. All 5 weapons were unleashing light together. It looked as if they worked together in a formation, and when the 5 powers gathered up, the attack power was given a boost. Han Sen thought that when the 5 powers combined, they'd be as strong as his body. There are many hidden elites scattered throughout this universe. One elite can combine all these powers. Judging from all of these skills and abilities, there is no doubt he is one of the greatest Marquises out there. That power he has combined is almost as great as my power, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen looked at the 3-headed, 6-armed creature's slip of paper. It said, Destroyed, Rage Man. Han Sen realized Destroyed was one of the top 5 races in the Geno Hall. That was why this being was so strong. Han Sen looked at Rage Man's opponent. He was wearing a purple and white set of armor. The purple bone flowers on the armor were raised from its surface. Han Sen couldn't see his face, but his body was shaped like a human's. After being reborn this time, no one knew what race Evil Eye belonged to. When Rage Man attacked, Evil Eye didn't fight, but he traveled through the bushes around him like the wind. Rage Man made full use of his power, but he still could not touch Evil Eye. Evil Eye, are you merely going to keep dodging? Rage Man suddenly stopped. His 6 eyes stared at Evil Eye with a smile. Evil Eye stood where he was, and when he replied, his voice was toneless. You are the first creature that has dared to fight me. For that, I will spare your life. The others might be scared of you, but I am not. You can say something like this when I let you survive. Rage Man looked very angry, and his weapons rattled in his hands. Around Evil Eye, many lights formed. 5 different colors blended together to become one singular albeit giant light. The light trapped Evil Eye in its beam. Power burst out of Rage Man as he tried to squeeze and condense the light around his opponent. He was trying to kill Evil Eye. Han Sen was surprised. Rage Man's light skill was similar to Han Sen's knife silks. Han Sen's knife silks could be cast whenever, but Rage Man needed 5 elements to create his prison. That meant his skill had a restriction, compared to Han Sen's knife silks that could be used whenever. Seeing Rage Man able to use power like that, Han Sen knew he was a special person. "Where are you going to hide now?" Rage Man shouted. The 5 lights tightened around his enemy, and it looked likely to mince Evil Eye's body into tiny bits. Evil Eye was still in the light. He lifted his right hand to press against the light. The people watching expected an amazing fight to unfold. But when Evil Eye's hand touched the light shattered. The formation of light became a mess of simple beams. It was like a vortex existed on Evil Eye's hand, pulling them in casually. Evil Eye collected all those lights in his hand, until a baseball-sized orb of light gathered on his palm. The light looked scarier than it had earlier, like some sort of bomb. "This, impossible," Rage Man stuttered. His hardest attack with 5 elemental powers had been unable to do a speck of damage to Evil Eye. Evil Eye broke it and confiscated the power for himself. Evil Eye threw the colorful orb of light at Rage Man. It looked like a basic, casual lob, but the light orb warped space as it stormed toward Rage Man. It didn't even leave Rage Man an opening to dodge. Rage Man roared. He used his 5 weapons to gather up another orb of light and fired this newly created orb back at the light orb that was currently on its way to him. Boom! Rage Man had done his absolute best to gather up all his power and strike the other light orb with the new one. The 2 airborne orbs of light exploded as they collided. Arg! The results weren't good for Rage Man, as each of his weapons was immediately destroyed in the chaotic power unleashed against him. Furthermore, his armor shattered, and every single item he was currently carrying was destroyed in the blink of an eye. However, the strangest thing about all of this was that Rage Man was not injured. Even after he screamed for what he thought would be the last time, he turned out to be fine. That scary power had only broken his armor and weapons. Every item he possessed was destroyed, but he himself was not injured. He didn't even have a single singed hair. Rage Man screamed because he thought he was going to die. He was not injured, and so he just stood where he was. With his mouth agape, his face turned green. He looked embarrassed. "I told you I wasn't going to kill you," Evil Eye said. Rage Man's 3 faces turned green and red. He ripped apart his paper and left the Geno being scroll. Evil Eye really is Evil Eye. The elite from Destroyed was like a baby before him. They weren't on the same level. He used Rage Man's power to defeat him, and somehow managed to do it without hurting him. Evil Eye controls his power like a god. He is supposed to be deified. I don't know how many times he has been. It looks like there are no others likely to become number 1 in the Marquis rankings. Rage Man is just as good as Dragon 8 and Lone Bamboo, but if even he was that useless against Evil Eye, no other Marquis stands a chance of beating him. It looks like the occupant for number 1 is settled. Evil Eye, what a scary man. The people that watched the fight were in shock. They greatly admired Evil Eye. He was too good for the others to even be jealous of his talents. After having witnessed Evil Eye and Rage Man's battle, Han Sen was in shock. It was primarily due to the manner in which Evil Eye won the fight. Rage Man's bolt of power had been a combination of 5 different elemental energies, and Evil Eye broke it in a way that was hauntingly reminiscent of Super Spank. The strike had eliminated the sequence structure of the opponent's technique and then gone even further to rebuild it. Evil Eye has a power that is extremely similar to the Dongshuan Sutra. He Ryu will be a difficult foe to deal with. Han Sen frowned. He couldn't learn too much from the fight, though. Someone like Rage Man couldn't push Evil Eye hard enough to show what his true capabilities were. We're going to need someone like Lone Bamboo to go up against Evil Eye. Han Sen perused the list to see if that could happen, but ended up finding an unfortunate factoid. If he and Evil Eye kept winning their fights, Han Sen would encounter Evil Eye before Lone Bamboo would. Han Sen wouldn't be able to watch Lone Bamboo go up against Evil Eye unless he himself lost to Lone Bamboo. And before he encountered Lone Bamboo, he'd have to deal with Dragon 8. He was one of Han Sen's next opponents. This schedule is very bad. Why are all these big baddies being pitted against me? Han Sen felt his depression rise. He was not afraid of his opponents, but he did not want to put too much effort into winning the competition. Han Sen looked at another tiers round of bouts. He saw Xie Qing King doing well with the Earls, but then his heart jumped as he read Xie Qing King's name. Xie Qing King had only put the name Xie Qing down. He hadn't written down his race. Han Sen kept scrolling through the Earl list in worry, but after seeing everyone's name, he was brought a modicum of relief. Ji Yu Qingcheng hadn't written down her name, so perhaps she had not participated. If she had joined, with her race being identified as a human, that would not bode well. There was every chance that the renegade god would want to hunt her down. Han Sen quickly called Zero. He was afraid their communications might be monitored, and that was why he didn't contact Planet Eclipse directly. With so much going on right now, he'd forgotten all about this. Han Sen told Zero about his talk with God's retribution. He then asked Zero to get in touch with Ji Yu Qingcheng and the others, to inform them not to mention anything about humans that hailed from the sanctuaries. Han Sen had said this before, but to be safe, he thought it was best to remind them again. Zero thought that Xie Qing King was their only companion who had joined the fights. Not many people liked to participate in bouts that didn't offer many benefits. Only Xie Qing King, who loved a good fight, had joined. After Han Sen finished a quick fight, he went to watch Xie Qing King's combat. Xie Qing King's Geno armament let him draw his opponent, so he could stand by and watch the enemy fight its own shadow clone. He did this often, and whenever the enemy was winded or tired, he would swoop in to finish them with a punch. It was quite a shocking performance he kept giving, especially for an earl. Han Sen saw Yisha fighting, too. That woman was far too violent, he thought. Her teeth powers were enough to make the mightiest of kings run away. She hadn't yet encountered anyone half-deified, though. But at least ordinary kings wouldn't be able to defeat her. But Han Sen hadn't managed to see Little Flower, and this boy was the one person he wished to watch more than any other. Little Flower's legacy building was an ongoing thing, but perhaps it was because he had yet to fight a strong foe. Perhaps that was the whole reason he had proven unbeatable thus far. My next fight is versus Dragon 8. I hope it won't cause me too much trouble. Han Sen wasn't interested in prolonged fights. He just wanted to get through each engagement as easily as possible. Han Sen's fight with Dragon 8 had drawn quite the crowd, though. Not many people had focused on his last few fights, but this time, he was going up against the infamous Dragon 8. Many races had been investigating Dragon 8, to gain an advantage in the rankings for themselves or their heirs. Their focus was always on Dragon 8, of course. Han Sen drew attention when he entered the fight, and someone realized that he was the same man that had defeated Khan. Who is this human dollar? He sure doesn't look feeble. Anyone who could beat Khan must have some amount of strength. But while that may be true, he cannot be stronger than Dragon 8. Dragon 8 will win this fight. Let's see how much trouble Dollar can cause him first, though. If he can at least injure Dragon 8 or reveal much of his true strength, then Dragon 8 will be in danger when fighting Lone Bamboo next. It does not matter. Regardless of who wins, Evil Eye will be first. Our Evil Eye is so strong. Evil Eye is invincible. Regardless of a conversation's subject matter, it eventually drifted to Evil Eye. In that Geno being scroll, Evil Eye received more attention than any king. When Han Sen re-entered the Geno being scroll, his opponent was Dragon 8. Han Sen looked directly at Dragon 8. He was like all the other dragons Han Sen had witnessed before, in that he was extremely strong and exuded a frightening presence. His life force looked like a volcano that was in the midst of an eruption. The dragons were fearless and confident, and even through their plates of armor, Han Sen could recognize them in an instant. Han Sen had fought many dragons by this point, so he knew much about them. Dragon 8 sure seemed different from Dragon 9, though. He had gold armor that didn't look too different from the four-faced, eight-armed Buddha soul armor. He didn't hold a dragon spear, though. Instead, he just stood before Han Sen with his fists. Both of them wore gold armor. Dragon 8 was 3 meters tall, whereas Han Sen was 2 meters tall. And Han Sen did not have muscle like Dragon 8. His figure was quite slim, by comparison. And Dragon 8 had those intimidating dragon wings. It all made Dragon 8 appear much stronger than Han Sen. They are both wearing gold armor, but why does Dragon 8 look so elegant, whereas Dollar looks practically disheveled? This is Dragon 8 of the Dragon. They naturally possess that elegant presence. Elites from a smaller place cannot exude the presence of such nobility. Yeah, now it looks like only one of them is a noble, and the other is a cheap knockoff. But that Dollar doesn't look weak. Perhaps he will be able to make Dragon 8 sweat and get us more information. I hope he lasts long enough for us to learn something valuable. When our heirs fight Dragon 8, it will be far easier for them to win. The dragons and the demons that watched the fight weren't happy. They had been watching Dollar for some time, and they knew he was a tough foe. Especially Dragon 9 and the others. They really worried about Dragon 8. They weren't worried about Dragon 8 not winning, though. They were merely worried over the mysterious Dollar and his unknown capabilities. They did not want to see Dragon 8 get tricked. On a mountain that was composed of black stones, Dragon 8 calmly looked down upon his opponent Han Sen. He began slowly flapping his wings. Each flap was stronger than the last. He was different from Dragon 9 and the others. Dragon 8 was not fond of the traditional dragon spears that the others favored. He vastly preferred using his own body as a weapon. He was confident in his own abilities as his greatest asset. Dragon 8's body tore through the fabric of space and appeared directly in front of Han Sen. His fist was like a rocket of steel, primed to strike Han Sen's head. Before the fist landed, though, his gold draconic presence was ruptured with lightning. Han Sen did not dodge. Instead, he raised his fist up to meet his opponent's strike. Pang! The fists came at each other, and when they collided, both of their bodies rattled. But even so, neither of them fell back an inch. They only leaned backwards, with their arms still forward. It all transpired within a single second. And before the onlookers could blink, their bodies had straightened out again. They each bounced back with another punch. Their fists came at each other repeatedly, then Dragon 8 and Han Sen were frozen in the skies of battle, with fists hitting fists over and over. That dollar's body is remarkably strong. He can actually fight Dragon 8, right off the bat. Many people and creatures were impressed by the spectacle. Dragons were the bravest across the whole universe. Everyone knew they were strong, and Dragon 8 was the strongest of the current generation. His dragon body was top class, and there was no doubt about that. A marquise of a race that had never been heard of before was now fighting against that dragon body. Dollar's gold figure now seemed a little spooky. Evil Eye had finished his fight around this time. He was spared what little trouble a fight would cost, too, for his opponent had conceded. After looking over the roster of current fights, Evil Eye's first thought was to look for Lone Bamboo. But surprisingly, Lone Bamboo had finished his own fight, as well. So, Evil Eye looked at a few other places. Some others he was interested in were still fighting, but many had finished already. He decided to take a look at Dragon 8 and there, he found Han Sen fighting in a way that shocked him. Evil Eye had only wanted to see Dragon 8, but when he saw the fight, his focus immediately shifted to Han Sen. What are you looking at? A little girl stood next to him. She pulled his hand, raised her head, and stared right at him. She looked so curious. I have seen a guy who quite interests me, Evil Eye said simply. When the little girl heard that, the curious look on her face vanished. She looked disappointed, and she said, he must be a dead man walking, then. Interesting ones always die early. Yes, that is their destiny. The blame cannot be laid on me. Evil Eye smiled. The little girl smiled, too. Why do interesting people always die early? Does God not like them? Evil Eye shook his head. No, God loves them. That is why they get to experience so many interesting things. They are usually dangerous, though, and that is why they die earlier than most. I guess that makes sense. The little girl felt as if something was amiss, but she couldn't quite tell what it was. The little girl then proceeded to ask, is this interesting man you're talking about going to die soon? He won't die all that easily, Evil Eye said, with a slump of his shoulders. What if he ends up meeting you? The little girl asked, blinking. I don't like people who are more interesting than me, Evil Eye said coldly. The two of them walked towards an old city, hand in hand. The little girl repeatedly asked him questions. Pang! A scary power broke across the mountain, cutting a massive crater in its craggy surface. Han Sen and Dragon 8's bodies were sent flying by the impact. They both flew back exactly 50 meters. They looked at each other across the pit. This is a good fight. But I'm afraid we are only just getting started. I hope you can last longer, Dragon 8 said. Then, his body burst at the seams with a massive dragon light. He became taller, and his form rippled with muscles. Ghost dragon scales spread all over him, becoming an armor set. His body looked to have been made of gold. The xenogenic Dragon 8 was even stronger. The gold dragon air became an Avilbreaker Dragonlight. It was different from Dragon 9's Avilbreaker Dragonlight. Dragon 8's Avilbreaker Dragonlight wasn't as concentrated, but it had a mass of power that Dragon 9 had lacked. Dragon 8's xenogenic dragon body was in the air now, and it didn't attack yet. Its gold eyes peered down at Han Sen. My gold dragon body is indestructible. I hope you are prepared. Han Sen looked at Dragon 8 and quietly reprimanded him. You shouldn't reveal your powers to the enemy. The dragon are fearless. Even if the whole world knows my powers, it is fine. I will still win, Dragon 8 said. He then flapped his wings and teleported directly in front of Han Sen. But this time, Dragon 8 didn't just use his fists. When he approached, his whole body became a lethal weapon. It was like a mercury spill that sought to ravage Han Sen's body with a flurry of constant attacks. Finger, palm, fist, elbow, leg, knee, back, wing, horn, leg, shoulder. Even the gold dragon's hair became a lethal weapon. When his body moved, there was power. Dragon 8's entire body became a gold-killing machine. Dragon 8 had completely abandoned defense, as all his skills were based on attacking. After all those unleashed attacks, Dragon 8 became stronger. Like waves, stacking together, the dragonlight grew larger. Han Sen was something of a grandmaster when it came to close-quarter combat. He wasn't outmatched by Dragon 8, and so he could counter every strike, using finger against finger and palm against palm. Han Sen was able to break every attack Dragon 8 attempted. Dragon 8's attacks were strong like a swelling tide, but he lacked defense. If his attacks were flawed, then he would be open to a strike. Han Sen found his opportunity, and his hand became a knife as it swiped across Dragon 8's chest. A firework of sparks erupted as he sliced through the gold dragon's scales to expose his flesh and gold blood. Dragon 8 showed no concern for the wound he had just incurred, though. He continued to attack Han Sen, as if the injured body was not even his. And what's more, the wound healed in a second, anyway. Not even a scar remained. Pang! Because Han Sen had just struck Dragon 8, it was too late for him to dodge the counterstrike. He used his arm to block Dragon 8's fist, but the armor shielding his arm was broken by Dragon 8's blow. Han Sen's body was sent back 50 meters before he was able to come to a stop and stabilize himself. His feet had dug trenches in the ground all the way. Dragon 8 roared and did not relent in his assault. He was too strong to be suppressed now. It is no wonder that the dragon are considered the bravest in the world. With an attack power like this, they do not have to fear anyone on the same level. Han Sen complimented his opponent. His power wasn't as great as Dragon 8's. Jadeskin made his body sturdier, but when it leveled up to Marquise, it gave him some ice powers, too. The evolution wasn't entirely focused on making his body sturdier, so when compared to the gold dragon body, he was in inferior shape. Han Sen could not use Jadeskin god lights in this fight, or people might suspect he was Han Sen. If he had been able to, though, he'd have fared a much better chance. Dragon 8 was continuously growing stronger. Han Sen was at a vast disadvantage right now, and even the spectators were surprised by how things were turning out. Dragon 8 is very powerful. With this much strength, felling dukes must be an easy feat. The race of the dragon is getting stronger. Dragon 8 is only the 8th of this generation, as well. He is so strong. No one, of the same level can ever hope to beat him. Dollar is not bad, I'll give him that. After all, he has pushed Dragon 8 to this point. This was the first time he has had to make use of his gold dragon body in a ranked fight. Dollar is actually quite strong. He must be one of the best marquises in the universe. If he didn't have the misfortune of being pitted against Dragon 8, he could definitely have gone much further. I bet reaching the top 10 would not be all that difficult for him. What a shame. Dragons are still the strongest. With the power that they wield, and with the addition of gold dragon bodies, Dragon 8 can most certainly challenge Evil Eye. I think so. Gold dragon body makes Dragon 8 invincible, but adding to that, his attack power seems to know no bounds. It keeps increasing. If his gold dragon body is strong enough, he could very well engage a king. Fighting a king is a bit of an exaggeration, I think. No matter how strong his gold dragon body is, he cannot withstand the power that a king wields. But if this continues, he could definitely rival a duke without much trouble. Inside Sky Palace, Yun Suyi, Yun Susheng, Thousand Feather Crane, and First Day were watching the fights together. Yun Suyi was shocked. The dragon is so powerful. I think the bodies of the sky might be weaker than theirs. Thousand Feather Crane nodded and said, as one of the 10 higher races, the dragon are indeed stronger than we are. But simple vitality isn't our area of expertise. Battles always boil down to one thing, and that is a fighter's skills in combat. But yes, this Dragon 8 is the most physically powerful. Out of those in Sky Palace, I believe only Lone Bamboo can challenge him. What about Han Sen? Yun Suyi said, Han Sen is strong, but he is not of the sky. I am merely comparing the sky and the dragon. Thousand Feather Crane smiled at Yun Suyi. Yun Suyi blushed. I was just saying, we don't know where Han Sen even is right now, anyway. First Day sighed. After First Day spoke, Young Sui immediately looked depressed. Young Susheng said, "Didn't Mr. Dream say that Han Sen is still alive, though? Mr. Dream isn't one to tell lies. I am sure he will be back here soon enough. I know he will be. It's just a shame he could not participate in the Geno Being Scroll," Young Sui said. Han Sen saw that Dragon 8 was growing stronger and stronger without any sign of stopping. Han Sen had managed to hurt him a few times, but after each wound, Dragon 8's recovery powers proved too much. He was like new moments after every injury. Han Sen couldn't use his teeth powers, and even if he could, it might not have proven able to tear the gold dragon body to shreds. Dragon 8 was correct in what he had spoken. There was no need for him to be afraid of anyone on the same level as him. Even if the opponent knew about his powers beforehand, it was likely that there was nothing they could do to beat him. Han Sen could fight Dragon 8, but he could not use many of his powers now that he was in his dollar persona. So, he gave up fighting with Dragon 8. Giving up did not mean Han Sen was willing to lose, though. He just wanted this to be over. Dragon 8 was like a killing machine as he pursued Han Sen. Han Sen couldn't shake him, so he resolved to do something. Dragon 8's fist appeared in front of him again, and he gathered up something gold to challenge it. It was a coin, and it was aimed at Dragon 8's forehead. It went for him like a bolt of lightning. At such a close distance, Dragon 8 was unable to dodge. He wouldn't have thought of doing that anyway, even if he had enough time. He ignored the coin and continued coming for Han Sen. Han Sen threw a punch at Dragon 8. His fist slipped silently through the air and was immediately repulsed. Han Sen's body floated up like a cloud as he was punched away. Han Sen hung weightlessly in the sky, but he looked down upon Dragon 8 calmly. The coin was fixed to Dragon 8's forehead now. Dragon 8 crouched and then flapped his wings, wanting to close the distance and return to battling Han Sen up in the sky. But when he flapped his dragon wings, he found himself unable to lift off. He was still on the ground. Everyone was shocked, not sure what was going on. It seemed that something was wrong with Dragon 8. It seemed like he was being held back by something, but the dragons of Illbreaker powers should have been able to remove any ailment put upon them. Seal powers would not work on them, and that was half the reason why they were considered invincible. But right now, Dragon 8 was being suppressed by some force. He was unable to fly, which put him in a dire position. "You are too cocky. The dragon body is definitely strong, but it isn't impervious to everything," Han Sen said with certainty as he hung in the air. Dragon 8 roared, and his dragonlight erupted like a volcano. He grabbed the coin on his forehead and tried to rip it off. But no matter how much dragonlight he released, the coin was still stuck to his forehead. It wouldn't come off. Many people saw Dragon 8 trying to remove the coin from his forehead. Instead of attacking, Han Sen just drifted in the sky, watching Dragon 8 struggle with the coin. No matter how much he tried, though, the coin remained fixed to his forehead. Dragon 8 was angry. He did not care about the coin. He wanted to get Han Sen, and so he threw a punch into the dragonlight on his fist blasted out like a volcano, but when Dragon 8 stepped forward, his knees went soft and buckled. He fell to his knees on the ground. When he had tried to attack Han Sen, his body immediately buckled under the pressure. Everyone was shocked to see a coin suppress an elite like Dragon 8 in such a manner. It was a skill that no one had heard of before. 2120 Fearless Dragon Ding. The number displayed upon the coin was 1. When Dragon 8 stepped forward, that figure became 2. Already, the pressure upon him was twice as heavy. That was precisely why Dragon 8 had fallen to his knees with such a force that the earth caved in. What kind of Geno art is this? It can suppress even the dragon. I've never heard of something like this before. He must have a body that is as mighty as the dragon. And with a creepy Geno art like that. Whoa, humans are scary things. I wonder where these humans come from. If we are able to claim this race and fold them into our own, they could prove very useful. The elites, seeing the name dollar and the race name of human, looked strange. Ideas began to hatch inside their heads. Dragon 8 stood up from the ground, swinging a wild punch aimed at Han Sen. His body was still suppressed by the coin, though, so the punch moved slowly. It was also rather weak, for he needed most of his power to hold back the force of the coin upon him. Han Sen remained motionless in the air, not even bothering to dodge. He simply punched Dragon 8's gold dragonlight and shattered it. Ding! The figure on the coin jumped from 2 to 3. The pressure increased even more. Dragon 8 suffered an enhanced amount of force. He had suspected an increase such as this could come about, so he had readied himself to withstand it without falling. Coin, which Han Sen had modified, still had that special connection with him. Just like Han Sen's saving money skill, the coin would increase pressure the more Han Sen imbued it with power. But the only downside to this was that Han Sen had to use his own power to increase the pressure. If he was interrupted during this process, the force of gravity would come to an end. Dragon 8 would not be able to interrupt Han Sen easily, though. He had been too confident in his gold dragon body. If he had used his gold dragon body to try and break the coin before it landed or perhaps even dodge it, he would not have found himself in such a situation. Ding! The number on the coin changed once more. It had now gone from 3 to 4. Dragon 8's body began to tremble beneath the weight, and it was becoming incredibly difficult to move in the slightest. That Geno art is too scary. It's still increasing pressure. Thousand Feather Crane was shocked. It wasn't only Thousand Feather Crane feeling this way, though. All who looked upon this fight were surprised, and chills ran down their spines. Seeing someone like Dragon 8 get suppressed like that made their heads itch. If Dollar attacked Dragon 8 now, it was unlikely that Dragon 8 could repel the attack or fight back. He was going to lose. Han Sen wanted to see how strong Dragon 8 really was, though. He did not attack. Instead, he just increased the amount of power in the coin. Han Sen had a bit of a grudge against the dragon, and dealings with them were likely far from over. Knowing more about what they could withstand might prove beneficial. Killing Dragon 8 here would not affect the dragon, but getting information from him would be a boon. Han Sen would not be silly not to gather. Ding! When the coin reached the number of 7, the rocks beneath Dragon 8's feet were crushed like tofu. His body began to sink lower into the stony ground. Pang! Dragon 8's head leaned forward as his whole body began to sink into the rocks. Pang! No way! Is Dragon 8 really going to lose? How is Dragon 8 being manhandled like this? That Dollar is quite good. We should think of a way to avoid suffering that particular skill. Everyone was so scared as they watched. They had been so sure Dragon 8 would win the battle, but there had been a grand twist. Dragon 8 was the one that was losing. Ha, 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 ha. Suddenly, Dragon 8 started to laugh from his place within the stone. What are you laughing at? Han Sen looked at Dragon 8 with interest. As he cackled like a madman, Dragon 8 said, I am so happy. It has been so long since someone has been able to push me to do this. You and your Geno art are strong. In this. After Dragon 8 said that, he raised his hand and cut through his own head with a knife. Kacha. The gold dragon blood spilled. The scales and the bones broke. He had cut a part of his own head off. The clean cut revealed the brain inside, quivering within his skull. Then, he lopped some of the brain matter off. The part that the coin had been attached to fell to the ground. Dragon 8 was free again, and he pulled himself out of the stone. After standing up, his head swiftly healed itself. It left no mark. I told you, my gold dragon body makes me an immortal. You are strong, I'll give you that, and if you fought someone of another race, they'd definitely lose, but against someone like me, you can't win. I can cut off a part of my own head and be as right as rain. Dragon 8 was simmering with rage. After he spoke, that rage burst forth to consume the Brother 8 is so strong. Haha, it does not matter how strong your Geno art is, Brother 8 can cut his own head off without trouble. Why would he be afraid of your Geno art? Awesome, Brother 8. Dragons are awesome. Dragon 9 and the rest of the dragon audience were in sheer delight. Seeing Dragon 8 stand back up gave them a huge boost of morale. The other elites that had witnessed this scene were all frozen. The gold dragon body is so strong. If this was another person going up against him, he'd definitely lose. The gold dragon body can't be beaten. The dragon must have been blessed by God himself. Such a powerful body existing is a blessing for every race, but the dragon is only number 8. It is no wonder they are considered the bravest of all kinds. Dollar is in trouble now. This fight is certainly quite interesting. Dragon 8 looked at Han Sen, who was up in the sky. He looked as if he wanted to fight so badly, and now, the gold dragon light looked like lava. It made his whole body look like it was burning. Dollar. Use your powers all you like, but the dragon are fearless. Dragon 8 raised his head and pointed at Han Sen, who was aloft in the sky. That presence was everywhere. It felt like even God might have to obey the will of the dragon. It is a shame you have already lost, Han Sen said sadly. What do you mean? Dragon 8 frowned. Han Sen did not answer, and he merely pointed at Dragon 8's forehead. Everyone looked at where Han Sen was pointing. And when they saw what he referenced, their eyes opened wide. The coin that had been cut from Dragon 8's head was now back on this forehead. Pang! That powerful gold dragon body fell back to the ground immediately. A deep dragon-shaped sinkhole formed. 2121. The name of Dragon 8 tried to force himself to get up, but the figure on the coin was displaying a mighty number 8. His hands trembled in exertion as he attempted to rise, but nothing came of it. He couldn't get up. Dragon 8's dragon fire was burning like a bonfire, but try as he might to rise, he just couldn't get back on his feet. Ding! The number on the coin was now an almighty 9. Dragon 8 couldn't hold the force back anymore. His hands were pressed into stones that buckled under the weight and crumbled, leaving him to slowly sink into the earth. Dragon 8 roared and cut off half of his own head again. His body was free for a sparse few moments, but the coin appeared back on his forehead in precisely the same spot in less than a second. Pang! There was a loud noise, and Dragon 8's body slammed back into the ground. All of the people and creatures watching this horrid spectacle were frozen. The elites of the dragon were dismayed at Dollar's chilling performance. When the coin's number ticked over to 10, Dragon 8 could no longer resist. He collapsed and let his body sink into the earth without restraint. Gritting his teeth, Dragon 8 tore up the sheet of paper. With a body contorted under the tremendous pressure, he left the Geno being scroll in defeat. The fight came to an end, but when all was done, no one was sure how to describe what they had just witnessed. No one had ever heard of a human, and what was that Geno art? An unknown name had suddenly shot to stardom faster than the speed of light. Although Han Sen did not tell anyone the Geno art's name, it was commonly referred to as coin. Coin is awesome. It was even able to pin down Dragon 8. Dollar is incredible. His body is as strong as a dragon's. It's rare to see a performance like that even amongst the higher races. Human. What is this race? I've tried to do some research, but I haven't found anything about their origin. I couldn't find anything about them, either. Did he make them up? He might have, but that does not discredit how strong Dollar himself really is. If he keeps winning like this, he is sure to go up against Lone Bamboo of the Sky. Now that will be a show to watch. Everyone in the universe was raving about the human Dollar and his coin. But two women in particular were gritting their teeth. Dollar, you are finally here. Yisha's face turned dark. She had sought Dollar for the longest time, but since their last encounter, she had found no trace of him. Dollar was now participating in the Geno being scroll, but where he was joining from, she hadn't a clue. In that universe, the Geno being scroll could be entered from anywhere. The other person who hated Dollar was called Hire. She wanted her revenge on him. She had used the resources of the pirates to learn of his whereabouts, but she had come up empty. These two women ground their teeth. It was torture to watch Dollar merrily waltz his way through every opponent he encountered in the Geno being scroll. And on top of that, there was nothing they could do about it. Yisha's next opponent was sure to be in bad luck. She was on a king-class battlefield, whereas Dollar was on a marquise battlefield. They couldn't fight no matter how much she wanted to, but all that pent-up rage had to go somewhere. And that meant her next combatant would be the unfortunate recipient. The poor king that went up against Yisha was swiftly wrecked. He couldn't fight back in the least. If he hadn't ripped up the paper quickly, it'd have been a fairly brutal murder. F***CKU. It's just a ranked match. You don't need to hit that hard. The king cradled his battered body and started to fancy some revenge himself. Dollar became incredibly famous. The title of Human Dollar was one of much renown now, and it wasn't just the marquises that were interested in him. Because of how mysterious Dollar was, people became all the more fascinated with his Geno art. The contestants who knew they would have to face Dollar researched his Geno art even more frantically than the rest. If they couldn't find a way to counter coin, they knew that they'd lose in a most spectacular fashion. Every race sent a researcher to watch Dollar's fights. They desperately wanted to discover a way in which they might deal with a hostile Dollar. Every time a new Geno art was discovered, such things would take place. The pursuit of knowledge was always ongoing. But the Geno arts usually researched were king-class or deified Geno arts. Lower-tier Geno arts rarely drew much attention. Coin was cast by a marquise, so it was strange for so many people to invest time in researching it. The reason why every race focused on coin was because coin was able to suppress even the dragons of Illbreaker powers. It also seemed as if it could keep growing in strength. Those 2 points were enough to draw the attention of every race. And this was only a marquise's use of it. They worried about what could be achieved if a king or deified person used it. Just thinking about that was enough to give such dreamers a chill. If they could not find a way to overcome coin, the kings would never feel safe. But after the fight with Dragon 8, no other opponent had been able to get Han Sen to cast coin. Han Sen beat them all with simple strength. It was something that came as a grand disappointment to those who wished to research coin in finer detail. Little Flower came against his next opponent, and it was a white tiger. Little Flower swung his fist, and when the little fist was going to come into contact with the white tiger's face, he disappeared and appeared behind the tiger. The fist was driven in the direction of the tiger's bum. Seeing the fist on its way to smack its butt, the tiger's body blurred. Little Flower punched through the tiger, revealing it to be little more than a shadow. Behind Little Flower, the tiger bared its teeth in a savage grin. Its claws were like lightning, soaring to strike Little Flower's skin. But in the next second, the white tiger's smile froze. When it touched Little Flower, the boy's body was revealed to be a shadow, too. Another Little Flower appeared to the left of the tiger. He kicked the creature in the belly. The white tiger disappeared the moment Little Flower's foot came into contact with its belly. The two of them then flashed between each other around the mountain. They disappeared and reappeared continuously, making spectators dizzy. He really is from Sacred. He can fight the white tiger's teleportation. The dog-faced elder standing in the desert frowned. Han Little Flower and the white tiger were engaged in a lengthy battle, and it was incredibly difficult to determine who the victor would be. But after a while, Han Little Flower suddenly stopped moving. His legs became very still, and he placed his hands against each other. A great opportunity has opened. The white tiger shouted, as it flashed behind Han Little Flower's back. Its claws were raised and ready to fall upon the boy's head, looking like sharp white talons. They were as frightening as any weapon. Han Little Flower did not move, aside from crossing his arms. But as he did so, the environment around them started to twist and distort. The white tiger's attack had almost reached Little Flower, but as it approached, its speed was suddenly slowed. Everything about the scene now seemed to be playing out in slow motion. When Han Little Flower turned around, though, he seemed completely unaffected by the slowing effect. He threw a lightning-fast punch into the white tiger's belly. The slowed white tiger was unable to react, and he most certainly couldn't teleport away in time. All he could do was watch as his opponent's fist came driving into his stomach. Pang! The white tiger's face was brutally disfigured as the force caused his eyes to burst from their sockets. He immediately heaved up a bucket of blood, and his entire form started to fly backwards. All this occurred in slow motion, of course. Every spectator was able to finally inspect the tiger's every distraught emotion. It was weird and almost creepy. Little Flower moved to catch up with the still slow white tiger. He threw more punches without hesitation. They came thick and fast, morphing the white tiger's face into pitiable mush. The changes still occurred in slow motion, however, and while it was creepy, it was also mildly humorous to see. Sacred power. He has a holy body. How? Sacred has a real air. The old man with the head of a dog stared in disbelief. His shock was so great that he almost dropped his staff. Powerful elites all across the universe found themselves trembling in their boots. They shivered in pangs of fear at what they had just witnessed. Sacred? Really sacred? How? A holy body cannot be passed on. Why? One particularly frightened elite found himself screaming aloud. Although Little Flower's power was nothing to them right now, it was all about the long-term development of those powers. It was the future prospect that had them quivering in fear. Sacred has an air. Someone can actually make use of Sacred's powers. Wow, this is so very interesting. Those old guys better go put their diapers on, because they must be peeing themselves right now. Sacred being here, though, I wonder if that means they are finally able to pay their debt. At the end of the world, a man watched Little Flower fighting and laughed. He laughed so hard, he almost found himself crying. Pang! The white tiger was lying on the ground now, his face swollen beyond recognition. Stop it, I concede, the white tiger exclaimed. He wished to rip up the paper of his registration, but unfortunately, he was way too slow to do it in time. It was likely he was going to die before he had the chance to tear it up. Han Little Flower, hearing the white tiger's plea, halted his fist in midair. He relented, and simply looked upon the white tiger. The dimension around the white tiger untwisted. The flow of time returned to normal for the white tiger, and the physics of Little Flower's last blow took over, carrying the tiger back with the speed of an arrow. Boom! The tiger's body punched a hole into a big mountain behind it. The white tiger came crawling out of the pit. It had the audacity to look at Little Flower and growl at him. Do not even think about being so cocky. I'm only 10 years old. When I grow up, I'll bang your mom so hard, she won't even recognize you. 10. Wow, you're so much older than me. Did you know that I am only 6 years old? Little Flower blinked at the creature. Patong. The white tiger almost hit the ground after hearing that. Everyone else heard it, too, and onlookers across the universe stared with open mouths. If what he had just said was true, then that was terrifying. It was wild enough that he had become a viscount at the age of 6, but to then go on and defeat all the powerful and more renowned viscounts occupying the same league as him was something incredibly grave. The old elites, hearing what he had to say for himself, almost wet themselves. Inside the land of the pirates, Hire visited a strange castle. She knocked at its stone gate and said, "Sister Kun, are you here?" "Miss Hire, why have you come here? I thought you hated this place, and complained that it was too dirty and too ugly for your liking." The stone gate opened, and when it did, a woman came walking out. That woman looked fairly strange. She looked like a human wearing armor at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was obvious that the garb wasn't actually clothing. It was a part of her. Of her face, only her jaw and mouth were human-like. The rest of her face and body were shelled in a carapace. And very much like an insect, her eyes were insectoid, too. Behind her, a set of insect wings spread and vibrated strangely. Hire lifted her lips and said, "I have a problem, of course. Why else would I ever want to visit this dump?" "Okay, so what do you need me for, miss?" Sister Kun asked with a warm smile. "Your next opponent is Dollar, isn't it?" Hire said with a squint in her eyes. "Yes, that is correct." Sister Kun also nodded in confirmation. "Good, you have to beat him, no matter what. Do you think you stand a chance of killing him?" Bayer asked roughly. Sister Kun smiled. "That Dollar is strong. Coin is strong. Even Dragon ain't lost to him. You know that, don't you? But even so, well, I suppose his power is nothing compared to mine. My power will beat him easily." Sister Kun then changed her tone of voice and asked, "But why do you want me to kill him so badly?" "That is none of your business. Just get this done and I'll see that you are handsomely rewarded," Hire said. "As you command, my lady." "This so-called Dollar is a dead man." Sister Kun looked confident. "Good," Hire nodded, as her teeth itched in remembrance of what Dollar had done to her. When Han Sen looked at his next opponent, he thought it was strange. His opponent's name was simply listed as Kun. The list also said she was of the pirate, and that was one thing Han Sen was familiar with. Not many pirates joined the Geno-ranked fights. I wonder what Kun's power is like, though. Han Sen went on the internet to learn more about her, but he couldn't find much of anything that was helpful. Aside from a few famous pirates, little was known about most of their members. And this lack of fame applied to Kun, too. It is a shame that Hire did not think to join. If she did, I could surely benefit from her involvement. She sure likes to dish out treasures. Seeing the name pirate, Han Sen thought back to Hire and the treasures she frequently possessed. Hachu. Hire was going home, but all of a sudden, she sneezed. "Ugh, why am I getting ill? Have I been staying up too late recently?" Hire said, while rubbing her nose. The next set of bouts in the Geno being scroll was underway. When Han Sen was transported into his next battleground, he found himself standing in a forest that was tangled with a copious number of trees. Across the entire universe, many different races tuned it to spectate Han Sen's fight. Han Sen's contest was now receiving more attention than the fight of any king. It appears that Dollar's next opponent is Kun of the pirate. The pirates are fairly mysterious, aren't they? They have many elites and their powers are, for lack of a better word, strange. I am really hoping Kun is going to cause him trouble. She needs to put him in a sticky spot that will prompt him to use coin again, so that we can get a better look at it. Clear Sea King was currently speaking with King Rosa. Clear Sea King and King Rosa had been sent there to investigate the enigmatic Dollar's ability, widely dubbed coin. Even though they weren't very interested in watching Marquise's fight, they were looking forward to seeing Han Sen's performance. King Rosa nodded and said, "Dollar is indeed strong, but pirates don't put up with weak, middle-of-the-road characters amongst their ranks, either. Perhaps we will be able to find out something through this fight. Even if we are unable to, later, when Dollar faces off against Lone Bamboo, we are guaranteed to see it again. It's all just a matter of time. Clear Sea King and King Rosa weren't the only ones trying to research Han Sen. Even Sky Path Garden of Sky Palace had tasked a whole bunch of researchers to observe Han Sen's fight in the hope of seeing coin again. Han Sen looked around, but all he could see amidst that forest was trees. He couldn't see his enemy lurking anywhere nearby. Han Sen frowned and took off into the air. He wanted to fly above the trees of the forest and see if he could spot his enemy from the air. But when his body lifted off of the ground, he saw a swarm of bugs begin filtering down from the top of the trees. They were all very small like flies, and they flew quickly. Like a black cloud, they came forward to try to cloak Han Sen. Han Sen swiftly tapped into his Dongshuan Sutra's simulation abilities and attuned his powers to fire. He threw a punch towards the bugs once he was set, which sent a comet of fire soaring through the swarm. The cloud of insects was charred into ash, and not a single one of the critters was left alive. You are good. Realizing that bugs are afraid of fire means you are smart, and on top of that, you have the ability to wield fire, too. A woman's voice sounded from someplace amidst the forest, but Han Sen still couldn't see her. It was as if her voice was coming from all directions at once. Why are you hiding? Come on out and fight me. These petty little tricks won't work on me, Han Sen said calmly. The woman's voice sounded once more, but this time, it was mocking. Tricks? Well, you might like this next trick. Let's give it a try, shall we? As soon as she stopped speaking, another swarm of bugs came crawling out of a tree. So thick were their numbers, it was like a black fog headed right for Han Sen. Han Sen wreathed himself in fire. As the flames torched every bug in his proximity, Han Sen moved to one of the trees and punched it with all his might. That tree was hollow on the inside. Something had been hiding within, but whatever it was gone now. Oh, were you looking for me? Finding me won't be that easy. If you want to find me, you'll have to try harder than that. Ha, ha, the woman's laugh echoed all across the boughs of that infinite forest. The bugs kept coming to attack Han Sen, but the fire that enveloped him was enough to incinerate any that came too close. Fortunately, none were actually able to do anything to him. Ugh, your bugs are useless. Why are you wasting my time? Han Sen stood in the middle of the bug fog, while the flames around him raged even hotter. All the bugs that came close were burned to a crisp, and a pungent smell of charred corpses began to fill the forest. You are right, the woman's voice sounded once again, and the bugs ran off. In an instant, they scurried out of sight. Han Sen could see far through the forest, and as he peered down a long stretch, he saw a woman appear from behind a tree. She seemed to be clad in armor. I have heard that your coin is powerful. It will interest me to see how good it really is. Kun stood at a great distance away from Han Sen, but her voice still reached him without trouble. Han Sen put away his fire powers. He wished to say something, but all of a sudden, a frown crossed his face. He used his fingers to pick up a tiny bug. It was so small that it was barely visible to the naked eye. It was practically invisible. That small bug almost landed in the space between the joints of his armor. Even though Han Sen had managed to capture and hold it between his fingers, he did not crush it. The fiend even squirmed in his grip, trying to return to what it had been doing. Pat. Han Sen used his fingers to crush the bug. A smile spread over Kun's face. She clapped and said, "Powerful eyesight. It impresses me that you can see the products of my small bug power. I'd like to know just how much you can see. So, tell me, can you see this?" After that, Kun disappeared from sight. And in that instant, Han Sen heard bugs coming at him from every direction. They appeared from every piece of bark and every leaf, and they even crawled out of the ground. These bugs were even ugly for your liking. The stone gate opened, and when it did, a woman came walking out. The audience could hear the noise of the bugs, but only the kings could actually discern where the bugs were. Not even the dukes were able to do that. Clear Sea King's eyes turned bright, and he smiled. Kun's power is quite interesting. She turns her power into a vessel that is smaller than the size of bacteria. Even Dollar's full set of armor will have gaps and seams that the insects can take advantage of. Those bugs can probably fit into his face or even the pores of his skin. No matter how strong Dollar is, I believe avoiding something that small is out of the question for him. As Clear Sea King spoke, Han Sen wreathed himself in fire again. He was completely set ablaze. Although he could not see the small bugs coming for him, he could hear the sound of them dying whenever they came close to the heat that shielded him. "Dollar, how long can you keep yourself on fire like that?" A woman's voice sounded through the forest again, dripping with mockery. Han Sen did not speak. All he did was look around, hoping to catch sight of Kun. King Rosa nodded. Kun is rather smart. Her bugs of that microscopic size are way too small. Han Sen won't have a clue if he has any around him or not. He'll just have to keep burning to keep them from getting close. He doesn't know when or where those powers will come at him from. But if he keeps burning like this, it's only a matter of time before he runs out of energy. When he uses all that energy up, the small bug powers will finally get a chance to drill into his body and ravage him. Kun is most certainly the one in control of this fight. And while this fight may lack the excitement we all crave, the stakes for Dollar are continually increasing. We would all do well to learn from this, and understand that should never underestimate the pirate. All the audience members could tell Dollar was being toyed with. No matter how strong he was facing an invincible enemy. There was nothing he could do. I didn't know fights could go on like this. This woman is keeping Dollar from being able to make use of his powers like coin. She's suppressing him, well and truly. Kun of the pirate is a most fearsome being. Yeah, her powers are small like bacteria. We'd never know her critters were in our bodies until it was too late. Not knowing how you might die is quite a scary thought. If Kun was a hitman, I'm sure her targets would be incredibly nervous. The thieves are killers. Dollar, you can still tear up your paper and forfeit. It'd be a crying shame if you were to be suddenly killed, don't you think? Kun's sarcastic tone echoed beneath the boughs of the forest ceiling. Yeah, but I can end this fight by simply killing you. That works, too, Han Sen replied calmly. Haha, that depends on whether or not you are able to find me first. Can you? Kun laughed once again. Han Sen tried to listen carefully to her voice, but try as he might, he could not pinpoint the source. Han Sen quietly used his Dongshuan aura to scan the vicinity, but there was no sign of Kun anywhere. It actually made him frown. His Dongshuan aura could scan an entire kilometer radius, but he wasn't picking up a trace of Kun. That had to mean Kun was a kilometer away from him, at the very least. She's not here, and yet she seems to be able to see everything, Han Sen thought to himself. He looked around at the small bugs and said, "Your real body isn't here, is it? You're probably watching me out of the eyes of these bugs. Is that right? So what if I am?" Kun didn't sound happy about Han Sen's deduction. "It looks like I'm going to have to destroy your eyes," Han Sen said. "Destroy my eyes?" Kun sounded as if she had heard something amusing. She laughed and said, "Every one of these bugs is a set of eyes for me. You can't even see them, so how do you expect to be able to destroy them all?" The audience was in agreement with Kun. The bugs were all far too small to be seen, and exhausting more power in killing them would only drain Dollar's energy even faster. That course of action didn't seem likely to help. These bugs are really quite scary. I am afraid she might be thousands of kilometers away. Those bugs have totally got Dollar in their grasp. A power that can shrink mighty things into a reduced size is often overlooked. It really can be a difficult power to deal with, and it makes Kun a fearsome woman. I bet Kun will become famous after this. I cannot believe a power like this can be as effective as what we are seeing. Compared to the fight between Dragon 8 and Dollar, Kun is on another level of extremity. Perhaps her body isn't as strong as Dragon 8 and Dollar's, but she could render either of them powerless. Of course, any marquis participating in the Geno rank fights is powerful. The audience were all of a similar mindset right now, and they were all thinking the same thing. They envisioned themselves as Dollar and tried to imagine how they might make it out of the predicament he was currently in. That being said, no one thought that they had a sound solution. Kun had vacated the immediate battleground, leaving Han Sen under the forest canopy with the bugs. Of course, Han Sen couldn't see those small bugs, and he had no clue when they might try to attack him. So, all he could do was keep the high-temperature fires going. But doing so was a constant drain on his power, and he knew that he couldn't last forever like that. And without being able to spot Kun, there was no chance of him actually winning. Even Clear Sea King and King Rosa couldn't think of a way in which he might turn the tables. It would have been brilliant if Dollar had king powers. The powers of a king could annihilate an entire forest, with all the bugs being incinerated in the process. They'd no longer be a threat. But Han Sen was just a marquise. He didn't have the energy to perform grand area of effect spells. Even if the fire could stretch to encompass the entire forest, it wouldn't be strong enough to eliminate the bugs within. The bugs were very small, but that did not mean they were very weak. After all, the bugs were the creation of another marquise. Killing them would require the powers of a marquise. While everyone wondered how Dollar might sort out this situation, the fires that enveloped him were suddenly extinguished. Streams of smoke curled around him, leaving him exposed to the insect masses without any protection. Haha, giving up already? If you're throwing in the towel, then I'll do you a favor and give you a second to tear up the paper for a proper forfeit. Kun's derisive cackle echoed throughout the entire forest. Didn't I tell you I was going to destroy all of your eyes? Han Sen asked in feigned confusion. Huh, even facing the prospect of death, you're stubborn enough to spew so much crap. Kun summoned a horde of small bugs and sent them towards Han Sen. Those bugs were extremely small, and what's more, they were completely silent. Not even a duke could detect them. Han Sen had saved a lot of energy when he gave up the protection of the fire, but it also put him in a lot of danger. Young Sui frowned and said, "What does Dollar want to do this time? Is he going to use his armor to block the bugs? No matter how fine its crafting is, there will always be a seam. Those bugs will wiggle their way in an attack through any joint or crevice." "He is not planning to block the bugs with the armor he wears," said a voice behind them. It belonged to Lone Bamboo. Brother Lone Bamboo. The young sisters and Thousand Feather Crane stood up and bowed to him. Lone Bamboo just gestured for them to sit, and he joined them as they did. "Brother Lone Bamboo, you said Dollar isn't planning on using his armor to keep the bugs away. But he cannot see the bugs, so how will he know when they're near him? How do you keep out something like that?" Young Sui asked with much curiosity. "Who said he cannot see the bugs?" Lone Bamboo asked simply. Young Sui and the others all fell silent. Before they could react, Dollar stood up. Pat. Han Sen raised his hand and flicked his finger while he was still airborne. A number of coins appeared, scattershotting the area like rain. When every coin fell, there was a pat noise to accompany it. It sounded as if each and every one of them had crushed something. After a minute, the observers recognized the noise. It sounded like the exoskeletons of tiny insects being crunched. "Impossible. How can you see?" Before Kun could finish her question, her voice cut off. Her real body was not there, and she had been speaking through the bugs the entire time. The rain of coins had destroyed every bug, so she could no longer speak. The audience was stunned. It wasn't just because Han Sen could see and kill those bugs. What surprised them the most was the simple fact he could use that many coins at once. That meant coin doubled as an area of effect attack. It was a scary thing to consider. How is he able to see those small bugs? Even ordinary dukes cannot see them without eyesight talent. They would most certainly need to practice eye skills and techniques. Has he focused on developing his eyes? Hire had been watching the fight, full of cocky confidence the entire time. Her smugness was quickly brought to an end by this revelation. Han Sen's Dongshuan aura could trace the presence of any nearby substance. While the bugs might have been too small to see with the naked eye, the Dongshuan aura made their presence obvious. They could not escape Han Sen's notice. Chapter 2125. Coming for you. Kun was not in the present battleground, and when the small bugs were crushed, so too was her vision. She had now lost all sight of Han Sen. Kun was taken aback by this, needless to say. The first thing she did, though, was spawn another swarm of small bugs with her small bug powers. They took off in flight, fanning across the area and rapidly searching for Han Sen. But before the bugs could find Han Sen, the place was doused in a golden light. Countless coins came raining down from the sky, crushing every single one of the bugs Kun had spawned. Kun was shocked. She spawned another host of small bugs as she moved away from the vicinity. Kun regretted the fact she hadn't put more distance between herself and Han Sen earlier. Doubly so, after running a short while and seeing a gold shadow appear above her. Kun screamed and flapped her wings in panic. Bugs came out of her in a swarm that was as thick as a fog. They went racing towards Han Sen, seeking to distract him while she made a desperate escape to save herself. Han Sen blasted the incoming swarm with a geyser of fire. His body was like a human flamethrower, and he scorched through the bug fog and appeared directly before Kun. Kun wished to turn an attack, but when she tried to do so, she lost control of her vision. Things began to spin. The world was swirling around her, and she could not reorient herself. Shortly after, she hit the ground and saw her own headless body drop to the forest floor. Seeing Han Sen cut Kun's head off, Hire became incredibly angry. After Kun was decapitated, though, the paper of her registration did not get torn up. The reason why was soon revealed, as a bigger bug emerged from the brain inside her lopped-off head. The bug flew up and then shredded the paper itself. After that, the bug vanished from sight. It looks like not even Kun has what it takes to overcome the power of coin. We need someone who has real power to face Dollar and emerge victorious in a one-to-one bout. I am afraid only Lone Bamboo might have what it takes. Kun is very strong, but Dollar is no average opponent. He was able to exploit her weakness. The audience was eager for more. Although Kun had used a strange power to bring Dollar some trouble, fights like that were not exciting enough. It didn't quench their thirst. So, most people immediately moved on to anticipating the fight between Dollar and Lone Bamboo. The genius of Sky Palace versus the mysterious Dollar. Before the fight was even to begin, people were talking about it everywhere. Many people believed Dollar would be the one to win, but many others thought Lone Bamboo could actually beat him. Both sides were adamant about their beliefs, and convincing the opposition seemed to be an impossible task. Many gambling organizations had placed the odds at a very even sum, suggesting not even those experts could determine who might be the winner. Han Sen knew that he was going to fight Lone Bamboo next, and although he really wanted to win, even he wasn't sure if he could defeat the powerful Sky. He had battled Lone Bamboo once before, and neither of them bested the other. Their last bout ended in a draw. Lone Bamboo had suffered a terrible swelling of emotions, and he eventually put his knife away. I wonder how much Lone Bamboo has grown since then. Will he still lose control to a flare-up of bad emotions? Han Sen did not want to encounter Lone Bamboo, but he did have a simmering excitement for it that he could not deny. He wanted to fight him as much as he didn't. Dragon 8 was physically more powerful than Lone Bamboo, but while Dragon 8 was like a perfect killing machine, Lone Bamboo was as refined as art. Killing machines were perfect in the way they were big and scary. Their greatest weakness, however, was in the flexibility of their talents. They often lacked diversity and breadth in their skills, and so they could not adapt to changing situations. On the other hand, Lone Bamboo's capabilities were always stunning, even to elites. His strength was nowhere near perfect, but it was beautiful, and that often took people by surprise. If Han Sen had to select an opponent for life, it would be Lone Bamboo. Dragon 8 was a dangerous opponent, but Han Sen already understood him. He could calculate what a person like Dragon 8 would do, winning or losing. But Lone Bamboo always had something up his sleeve, and he could always do things that his opponents would never expect. Han Sen had joined the Geno Being Scroll to gain fame and draw the attention of that so-called god. He had achieved his goal by now. He had established his name, and it no longer mattered if he won or lost. But even so, Han Sen wanted to win the fight against Lone Bamboo. In Sky Palace, Lone Bamboo sat inside a stone pavilion. There was a teacup beside him, but he did not move it. He simply looked up at the moon in space. What do you think of Dollar? The Sky Palace leader suddenly appeared in the stone pavilion. He is a very strong individual, Lone Bamboo answered. How so? When the Sky Palace leader asked this, he did so with a smile. Feeling, Lone Bamboo quietly answered. Feeling. The Sky Palace leader raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lone Bamboo dipped into serious thought for a moment. His body is strong like an elite dragon's. His coin can suppress someone like Dragon 8, and if he summons it in large quantities, it can annihilate a swarm of insects. But to me, that is not the scariest thing. What scares me is what I feel when I watch him fight. What feelings does he stir within you? The Sky Palace leader asked. He makes me think he is indestructible, Lone Bamboo said with a tone of gravitas. The Sky Palace leader nodded and asked him, what are you planning to do? Lone Bamboo stood up and seriously told him, I plan to win. Good. The Sky Palace leader patted him on the shoulder and said nothing more. After Lone Bamboo left the pavilion, a woman with a black mask appeared by the side of the Sky Palace leader. She quietly said, do you think Lone Bamboo has what it takes to win? You don't have to doubt the abilities of Lone Bamboo, the Sky Palace leader said. You shouldn't say that, and that isn't what I asked. I am asking you if you think he will win. The black masked woman stared at him. The Sky Palace leader opened his hands and said, you saw the powers possessed by Dollar. We don't know him enough yet, but I must say he is a scary guy. We can only wait and see if Lone Bamboo will triumph, but he has never disappointed me before. Lone Bamboo returned from Sky Palace and went to his own private isle. Before he entered his bamboo house, he stopped for a moment and looked at it. The bamboo door was pushed open slightly, and a little girl leapt through the opening. Behind her, however, was a black-haired young man. "Who are you?" Lone Bamboo asked the young man. He could tell that the man was one of the sky, but he had never met a young sky that strong before. The man's presence was akin to that of a terrifying beast or even the darkest reaches of the abyss itself. Even though the man was standing right there, Lone Bamboo's senses couldn't tell him anything about the man. Evil Eye. The man smiled. Lone Bamboo frowned. He knew that name, but he had never expected Evil Eye to have been reborn as one of the sky. And on top of that, he had brought a little girl into Sky Palace in secret. "What are you doing here?" Lone Bamboo asked. Evil Eye rolled his shoulders in a shrug. "I came here for you. You and Dollar are interesting. I want to fight you both, but you two will be meeting first. To make sure that I don't miss out, I have come to see you first. Actually, we are looking for Dollar. We do not know where to find him, though, so we came for you first." The little girl spoke with a surprising amount of seriousness. Lone Bamboo did not say a word. Silently, he reached for his jade sword. No one would have expected Evil Eye to have been reborn as one of the sky, and no one would have expected him to don a disguise in order to infiltrate Sky Palace. Lone Bamboo would never have expected an encounter with Evil Eye at his home, of all places they could meet. He didn't have a single security camera installed in his home, and that was because there was usually no need. He couldn't think of a single person daring enough to sneak into Sky Palace other than the man who now stood before him, Evil Eye himself. Even a deified elite shouldn't have been able to force his way into Sky Palace. When the bamboo door opened, Lone Bamboo felt as if his options had suddenly vanished. He felt as if he had nowhere else to go, and the only way forward would be to fight the man that had approached him. Given what Lone Bamboo was sensing from Evil Eye, it probably wouldn't have mattered if he had security cameras. Even if some had been installed, he doubted that they would have been able to pick up Evil Eye. But this was Sky Palace. If they fought, regardless of whether Lone Bamboo won or lost, the authorities of Sky Palace would be alerted to the commotion. How Evil Eye expected to escape from Sky Palace after a fight was beyond Lone Bamboo's imagination. Evil Eye was just a marquise now. Even if his mind was deified, it'd be impossible for him to escape Sky Palace without being noticed. This was especially true when considering that he had a little girl with him. Lone Bamboo could barely believe that Evil Eye was this tenacious. This was too much. There was no way he would come into Sky Palace simply to duel Lone Bamboo, without thinking of the consequences. Of course, Lone Bamboo had no way of knowing for sure what Evil Eye wanted. That was okay, though. If he could defeat Evil Eye in battle, then whatever he wished to understand would be elucidated. Lone Bamboo did not use the jade sword for practice. It gave off no shiny lights or sword airs, but the pressure it released was enough to bring a calm energy to Evil Eye. Evil Eye simply stood where he was, unmoving. He looked into Lone Bamboo's eyes and did not spare his sword a glance. They didn't move, and there was no visible battle between them. The two just looked at each other, with no further exchange. Time went by, and the entire bamboo forest looked to have been frozen in time. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo stood silently, as stoic as a pair of mountains. Not even the largest of storms would prompt them to move. They studied each other keenly, waiting for the slightest opening. But despite that, they each felt that neither of them could be defeated by the other. It felt as if once they unleashed their first strike, it would be their last. There'd be no opportunity for a second chance. So, neither of them moved. Neither of them found the opportunity they were looking for. Evil Eye, I am hungry. I wish to eat some food. The little girl next to Evil Eye rubbed her belly. Her pink face looked directly into Evil Eye's face as she tugged at his arm. After that tug, though, the frozen situation changed. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo's fight would be so close, and any mistake that either of them made would lead to a guaranteed defeat. The little girl pulled on Evil Eye, but Evil Eye made sure not to allow himself to be disturbed. But unfortunately for him, it created a minuscule fluctuation in his life force. Lone Bamboo lifted his jade sword and teleported in front of Evil Eye. It was a sword that left no trace. Evil Eye had made a mistake, and he knew he couldn't avoid the incoming strike. Doing that would have been impossible, so he was going to lose and there was nothing he could do to avoid that dismaying result. But in the next second, Evil Eye moved his hand. He pulled the little girl in front of Lone Bamboo's sword. It was a pointless gesture. Lone Bamboo's sword could slice through the little girl without even slowing down before it cut into Evil Eye. The little girl's body could not block the strike for Evil Eye. But even so, Lone Bamboo's sword froze. He did not use the sword to cut through the little girl. He merely pulled it back and grabbed the little girl. At that moment, Evil Eye rushed directly toward Lone Bamboo to grab his heart. Lone Bamboo had made a mistake by holding back, just as Evil Eye had done. With their places reversed, there was an incoming strike he could not deflect. He was now the one on the losing end of the stick. Lone Bamboo didn't move, though. His eyes merely cleared, the sky eye on his forehead opened, and it glowed red. Lone Bamboo's strength surged, and his power climbed to an unbearable level. Have you forgotten that I am one of the sky, too? Evil Eye smiled with a demented smile. His third eye opened, too, but inside his sky eye there were 4 purple pupils. They were like little flowers, but they were as creepy as they were beautiful. When Evil Eye became stronger, Lone Bamboo did not move. All he did was lift his jade sword. But at that moment, the little girl Lone Bamboo had raised her arms. Her hands turned red, and she threw her open palm against Lone Bamboo's chest. At the same time this was occurring, Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes shone purple. Lone Bamboo threw the little girl away and used his jade sword to block Evil Eye's hand. But Evil Eye's other hand had already come up to touch Lone Bamboo on the head. That power surged into Lone Bamboo's brain like thunder. Lone Bamboo's turned his chilling gaze on his opponent. But Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes pressed back against Lone Bamboo's stare. The 4 flower-looking purple eyes started to spin. The purple evil eye powers were demonic, and they drilled right into Lone Bamboo's sky eye. Even after experiencing the nightmares, you still never learned to be cruel. You are begging to be beaten. Evil Eye smiled evilly, as Lone Bamboo's red eye began to swell. But under the purple light, it was turning purple. The red eye became 4 purple eyes. Patong! Evil Eye's body dropped to the ground, squelching like mud. Only Lone Bamboo remained standing, but his sky eye now possessed those 4 flower-looking purple pupils. Lone Bamboo closed his sky eyes and looked at Evil Eye's body. Evil Eye's chest had a sword mark. He coldly said, "It is a shame. He is so strong, and yet despite that, he was tricked by something as simple as emotion. He could have killed me. Why did he just toss me aside instead of killing me?" The little girl looked at Lone Bamboo with confusion. "That is just one of the reasons why he is stupid," Evil Eye said coldly. A few hours later, lights came down from the skies above. A Sky Palace King-class elite had come to the island, bringing a few other King-class elites with him. Lone Bamboo, what happened here? The king looked at the body before turning to Lone Bamboo. "A man came here and tried to assassinate me," Lone Bamboo said coldly. Not long after, the king and his people took Evil Eye's body. And the next day, Lone Bamboo, who was now Evil Eye, took the little girl and left Sky Palace. Chapter 2127 Abandoning the fight. On the day Dollar and Lone Bamboo were supposed to fight, a great number of elites turned their attention to the match. They focused on it more than they did any of the king fights. Who do you think will win? I think Lone Bamboo will be the one to win. Sky Palace is not just any faction, you know. And Lone Bamboo is the absolute best marquise they have. Ordinary marquises cannot hope to compete against the likes of him. And while Dollar is indeed quite strong, his talents are too simple. Aside from his sturdy body and his coin, there does not appear to be anything else too significant about him. Yeah, with the few techniques that Dollar possesses, it is highly unlikely he'll be able to reign supreme. An elite like Lone Bamboo cannot find themselves defeated by just one measly Geno art. He's just too strong. How do you know that Dollar isn't hiding extra Geno arts that we have yet to see? The bout was hotly debated, and before long, the Geno being scroll shone in the sky. As soon as it did, contestants were teleported into it. Lone Bamboo, let's have a real fight. Han Sen appeared in the middle of the desert. He looked ahead of him, trying to spy his opponent, but he could not see Lone Bamboo. Han Sen frowned. He had come to know Lone Bamboo well, and he was most certainly not the type of person that would hide. If he had a fight to attend, he would ensure that he was there promptly to engage his opponent. He looked around but could see no sign of Lone Bamboo. The viewers were confused by this. They keenly examined the environment, but they couldn't see any sign of Lone Bamboo either. Suddenly, the space around Han Sen distorted, sending him back out of the Geno being scroll with his sheet of paper still intact. Han Sen quickly realized what had transpired. Lone Bamboo had decided not to attend the battle, and so Han Sen had been automatically declared the victor. Everyone was extremely shocked by this unexpected turn of events. This bout had been highly anticipated by all, and it never came about. Instead, Lone Bamboo had decided to throw in the towel without even trying. Rumors started to spread like wildfire throughout the universe. There were whispers that Dollar himself was one of the sky, and that was why his peer Lone Bamboo had decided against fighting him. There were a bunch of other rumors, too, stating that Dollar had struck a political deal with the head honchos of the sky. Because of these deals, the conspiracy theorists claimed, Lone Bamboo had stayed away from the contest. Even wilder were the numerous theories on how Dollar was in a romantic relationship with Lone Bamboo, and that Lone Bamboo forfeited so their love could go on. Han Sen did not pay heed to any of these rumors, but he found himself in quite worried. It wasn't like Lone Bamboo to abandon a fight. He had never done this before. Something must have happened to stop him from attending the fight. Han Sen decided to call Yisha and let her know that he was safe. After doing that, he contacted Sky Palace to let them know the same thing. He also asked about Lone Bamboo. What he heard made him frown, though. He was told that Sky Palace itself had no clue why Lone Bamboo hadn't participated in the bout. They said that he had been away for a few days and had yet to return. Sky Palace had lost all contact with him. The strangest thing, however, was that a spy had been discovered at Lone Bamboo's house. The spy was a Sky, but there was no record of him in Sky Palace's records. It was as if he had come out of nowhere. What happened, I wonder? Han Sen frowned. He knew something bad must have happened to Lone Bamboo. And it was dire to learn that Sky Palace could not find him or pick up the slightest trail that might lead to his whereabouts. After Han Sen's discussion with the Sky Palace leader, Han Sen told him his own story. He said that he would return to Sky Palace by himself, and that there was no need for a pickup to be arranged on his behalf. On a primal planet, Evil Eye was sitting on a rock. He was fishing on the banks of a gentle stream. The little girl was sitting next to him, cradling her jaw and watching the water of the river. There was a tug on the line, and Evil Eye pulled the fishing rod back and yanked the fish out of the water. Lunch. Evil Eye smiled at the little girl. The little girl smiled at Evil Eye, but after she glanced up at him, she looked startled. She pointed at him and said, "Blood." Evil Eye frowned and wiped his forehead. His third eye, which was currently closed, had started to bleed. This guy doesn't know how to quit. Evil Eye wiped the blood from his brow and sneered. Did you completely absorb his body and power? The little girl asked, still reeling from the shock. I did combine myself with his body and power, but, Evil Eye trailed off. But what? The little girl asked. His will is too strong. There is nothing I can do to dampen it. I suppose it will just take some time. Evil Eye shrugged his shoulders, and then went on to say, but that's fine. His body and power belong to me, and that's the bottom line. The struggling of his willpower is pointless. It'll be crushed eventually. Really, that's a shame. The little girl went back to watching the stream with her jaw cradled in her hands. Everyone thought Lone Bamboo's decision to quit was strange, but the Geno being Scroll's ranking went on without pause. Every tier had now been whittled down to the top 16 fighters. Han Sen, Yisha, Little Flower, and Xie Qing King had reached that last stage. They all just occupied different tiers. Han Sen's last couple fights wouldn't be too difficult. He had a strong body and coin. He beat one of the destroyed and leapt straight to number 8. It wasn't too difficult for Little Flower or Yisha, either. Neither of them had any trouble to contend with, and it was all smooth sailing. But Xie Qi King did not fare as well. He found himself in a lot of trouble. His opponent was also one of the destroyed, and that Earl Destroyed had a reputation that was not far off Lone Bamboo's. Destroyed and the Sky were amongst the top 10 higher races, so even their Earl class members were incredibly strong. Xie Qing King used his silver book to replicate the shape and form of the destroyed Earl, but try as he might, he could not block the monster's attacks. And any additional xenogenics he spawned were swiftly annihilated by the destroyed Earl. The destroyed Earl had 3 heads and 6 arms. He wielded light, dark, and chaos powers. His body was about the same strength that Han Sen's had been when he was an Earl. His Geno arts were quite scary, too. Xie Qing King's drawing powers were useless against him. That Xie Qing King is not too shabby. He is much inferior to Earl Odaga, though. His Geno armament is a strange one, that's for sure. And it seems as if it's not enough to defeat Odaga. It looks like Odaga will top the Earl class rankings. The people that watched the Earl fights could tell that Xie Qing King was in a dire situation. Pang! A powerful punch from Odaga destroyed Xie Qing King's latest drawing, then continued on towards his face. When the punch landed, Xie Qing's king and the silver book were sent soaring into a mountainside. The resulting avalanche brought half of the mountain down. That's it, Xie Qing King pulled himself out of the rubble. A grin split his bloody mouth. He stopped drawing and threw the book away, then plated his body in a set of armor. You want to keep this fight up? Odaga looked at him like a disappointed instructor. This fight has only just begun. Xie Qing King bared his teeth, and a silver light came beaming out of him like a volcano. When Xie Qing King put down his book, he revealed just how cruel he could be. Chapter 2128 I am invincible, alu alu alu. The insane storm of punches was difficult to comprehend. Xie Qing King's eyes gleamed with a fiery silver. The silver punches he threw were indestructible. Odaga had a snowflake's chance in trying to repel those wild hits headed his way. Odaga waved his 6 arms to protect himself as light, dark, and chaos powers worked together in an attempt to devastate Xie Qing King. But the raging Xie Qing King cared little for what his opponent was attempting to do. His fists were the ones in control now, and there was only one thing they wanted to do: attack. He wanted to pulverize Odaga, to pound him so hard that he'd be indistinguishable from the mud of the ground. Ignoring Odaga's attack, he went forward and allowed himself to be hit. Xie Qing King and Odaga were both fully committed to the assault, though. The cruelest and bloodiest fight of the Geno being scroll was only just beginning. Odaga's 6 fists, with scary powers, came raging at Xie Qing King. And as this occurred, Xie Qing King used his own power to repeatedly pummel Odaga. Armor was broken, flesh was torn, blood was spraying. The two of them were using the most primal and primitive methods to fight with each other. Odaga's 6 fists had the advantage, unfortunately. But this did not at all mean that Xie Qing King, who only had a natural pair of fists, was weak. And the more damage he incurred, the stronger he became. His fists moved like lightning, and the shadows they cast were of spilling blood and breaking bone. Odaga raged and screamed at his unrelenting opponent. His body was severely wounded by the wrath of his nemesis, and he couldn't help but let out a shout due to the insufferable pain. Both of them were accumulating wounds. Blood sprayed through the air like flower petals, but neither showed a sign of backing off. Their repeated strikes only looked to be getting crazier and crazier. Oh God, this is no longer a competition. This is a bloodbath. This is far too cruel. This is far too violent. Ha, ha, this is what a real fight should be like. Oh, I love this. This is rather interesting, I must confess. It's more satisfying to watch such a raw fight. F***ck yeah. Kill him, go on. The audience was ravenous for more. The violence of the fight drew an insatiable bloodlust from them, driving their excitement. The adrenaline levels of the audience were through the roof. Pang! Odaga and Xie Qing King flew away from each other. One of them crashed into a mountainside, whereas the other dropped into an open field. They were both severely injured. Odaga's 6 arms had all been broken. Some of them had been torn off completely, whereas others hung on by the thread of their tendons. Only 2 were still completely attached, but even they were sorely injured. The 3 faces were swollen and distended, and one eye had been squelched. Blood was soaking the Earl's entire form. Xie Qing King was not faring much better than his foe. His legs had been broken, his right shoulder had been dislocated, both of his eyes had been shattered, and all of his ribs had been snapped or cracked. With the amount of blood soaking him, there was only one thing you could call him: a blood man. But Xie Qing King's life force, despite all that, was none the weaker. In fact, its glow had increased. He picked himself up from the soil pit and shone with a silver light. That light enveloped his entire body like a hungry fire. Odaga looked gloomy, by comparison. After lifting himself up on the field, he generated a power. Light and dark energies gathered at the knuckles of his fists, giving each of them a swirling mixture of black and white lights. As Odaga's power increased, the black and white powers were like Tai Chi. A strange power was keeping them both in perfect balance. Seeing Odaga and Xie Qing King collecting their strength, the audience knew that whatever was next would be it. Their final strikes were coming. With the condition the two of them were in, generating that much power meant that it had to be the final attack. You are strong, but you are still weaker than me. You may concede now, if you want to live. Odaga's fist, channeling all that energy, was reaching max capacity as he spoke. The scary powers made everything around him vibrate. The dimension of the space he occupied seemed to distort and twist under the black and white powers he carried. I am sorry, but I am afraid that I do not know what you are getting at. My vocabulary seems to be lacking a few words, and I think what you've just said may be among the missing ones. Blood streamed from Xie King's eyes. He had a strange smile, and a silver flame propelled him forward. Light, dark, and chaos. Together, they are the most stable elements one could ever hope to possess. They combine together to create the destroyed light. It is the most powerful god light in the entire Geno universe. When this strike falls upon you, you will be nothing more than a memory. I like you, truth be told, and I would favor the prospect of allowing you to live and not killing you. Furthermore, if you pledge to join the destroyed, I will allow you to win, Odaga slowly said. The only way I can allow myself to win is if I annihilate every enemy that stands in my way. Show me everything you've got. Don't hold back, and come and fight me, Xie King said. His silver flame was like the final swell of a volcano ready to erupt. If you want to die, then so be it. Odaga's power exploded. The attack his fist unleashed came soaring over to Xie King. Black and white powers blended together. It looked as if it could obliterate anything in its path as it headed toward Xie King. Everything that came into contact with that swirling power would likely be destroyed. Just the shockwave of that power was enough to tear up the land for miles around and sunder the skies into ruin. The last Xie cannon. The armor on Xie King's body shattered under the swelling of his own power. He stood upon the battlefield with his upper body naked, bearing an evil grin. His eyes were bleeding, and while he could not see, he could still sense the location of his opponent. His punch was unleashed, headed for the god light possessed by the destroyed man. The silver fist became an orb of light. It came forward to strike the black and white powers simultaneously. Boom! The two scary powers collided with each other, and what resulted was akin to the detonation of a hydrogen bomb. The giant explosion looked like a sun-going supernova, consuming everything in its proximity. It was too bright for anyone to actually see anything inside it, though. When the lights finally dimmed, a giant chasm was all that remained. Inside that deep crater, one person was left standing. The other person writhed around on the ground, struggling to get up. Xie King looked at Odaga trying to get up off of the ground. Slicking back his silver hair, he coldly said, "You are strong, but you are weaker than I. And since you now seem to understand my power, I will spare your life. Go back, practice for a few hundred years, and then get back to me. Perhaps by then you will stand a 0.0001% chance of defeating me. I'll be back." Odaga could not get up. He ripped up his paper and disappeared from the field of battle. I am invincible, no matter where I go. Xie King ran his fingers through his hair and disappeared. From that corner of the dimension. Pang! As soon as Xie King was teleported back out of the Geno being scroll, his injured body collapsed. The will to win and the accompanying adrenaline were the only things that had kept him going. 2129 Final Fight. Xie King was too severely injured and too exhausted to continue in the Geno rank fights, so he ended up placing in the top 8. The people that watched him and Odaga fight, however, were of the firm belief that one of those two should have taken first place. Unfortunately, the two powerhouses had ended up against each other far too soon. One was defeated and beaten into a sorry state, and the other was victorious but also beaten into a sorry state. The ranked fights continued with some surprising results. On the 4th match of the King tier, Yisha actually ended up losing, which surprised her many fans. Her final position rested at rank number 4. Han Sen wasn't there to watch the fight, so he was unsure what had led to her defeat. That being said, according to what he had heard, something strange occurred during the bout. Han Littleflower got to his final fight easily. His sacred powers allowed him to manipulate space and time, and no Viscount was able to challenge that technique in the field of battle. No one was stronger than Han Littleflower, so it was highly likely that he would gain the number 1 position after completing his final fight. If not for Evil Eye, Han Sen would have been a shoo-in for winning the entire Marquise tier bracket. But alas, it was not so. With Evil Eye being there was no guarantee that Han Sen would be victorious. Han Sen had watched Evil Eye's fights with intense focus. The man looked frightening, but Han Sen thought there was something off about him. What that was precisely, Han Sen could not put his finger on. Han Sen called Yisha to highlight his concern. He wanted to comfort her after her loss, too. "My queen, I will come to Narrow Moon and visit you in just a few short days." Yisha sat on her throne with her long white legs crossed comfortably before her. She looked at Han Sen through the video feed, smiled, and said, "You are coming back to comfort me?" "No, you are the strongest woman of all. You simply missed and that's it." Han Sen's comforting skills already seemed to be lacking. Yisha still smiled, and she looked at Han Sen. The mecha made a generous offer in exchange for their win. "We have what we need now. Did you honestly believe I would lose?" Han Sen was surprised by this revelation. That was not what he had expected from Yisha at all. Yisha continued to smile and said, "The rebate are a high race, but we are not like Sky Palace. We don't have anyone deified. We need to grow a great deal to remain competitive. So, we had to give up something. That was just how it had to be." Han Sen understood that she had allowed herself to lose despite her ardent desire to win. She had not lost to a genuine enemy in battle, she had lost to politics. "Go back to Sky Palace. These matters aren't your concern. You need to level up and become a king. Only then can you play these games. Right now, you aren't even a spare piece on the table of play," Yisha said, then abruptly hung up the phone. Han Sen knew that his level was still too low. The story of genes was too difficult, and he repeatedly mulled the idea of just giving it up. He could level up his other 3 Geno arts to the rank of king instead. The final fight for the Marquise tier was about to start, and Dollar and Evil Eye's names were on the tip of every tongue. It was the hottest topic of the day. Although Han Sen had shown powerful attacks, Dragon 8 was the only opponent that he had defeated with true raw power. Lone Bamboo's non-fight had also disappointed a great many people. Evil Eye's track record over multiple lives was too impressive, so most people thought that Evil Eye would be the one to win the fight. After all, Evil Eye had been deified many times before, and so he was the sort to see things differently. This point alone made him the likeliest candidate for victory. Still, it was not all doom and gloom in Dollar's corner. Many nobles still placed their faith in him becoming victorious. They loved Coin. Up until now, at least, Dollar had proved that Coin could defeat anything. Many people loved it. At a gambling station located on a certain planet, a dirt bike pulled up. The man who rode it came inside and dropped a heavy bag on the table. When the workers opened the bag, their eyebrows rose and wide smiles spread across their faces. One of them quickly said, "Dear customer, who are you placing your money and faith in? What's the winning forecast look like for Dollar?" The man asked. 1.84, the worker answered. Then, he looked at the man with the dirt bike strangely. Most people believed Evil Eye would win, so there was no way he'd be forecasted to lose. Nobody put their bets on Dollar. "I bet that Dollar will win," the man said as he straightened his sunglasses. If the man was willing to give away a sack of free money, then none of the workers would turn him down. The worker cashed it in and gave the man a receipt. Dumb *SS, he put all of his money on Dollar winning. "The whole universe knows Evil Eye won't lose," the worker said, upon seeing the man with a motorbike take his leave. Wang Yuhang safely pocketed the receipt and went on his merry way to a xenogenic hunting zone. When the final fight began, everyone was able to watch it. Only 2 other creatures were still engaged in fights of their own. In the past, the most famous and well-attended fights would always take place in the king tier. But this year, things were different. Marquises and Viscounts had received a lot of attention this time around, particularly the Marquises. Because of Dollar and Evil Eye, that tier of fights received more attention than king-class fights. The Viscount tier received the focus it did because of Little Flower and Little Else. But even then, there was nothing much to watch in his fights. It wasn't as if people believed any other Viscount could defeat Little Flower, who wielded those sacred powers. "It's going to start. I wonder how long Dollar will be able to last against Evil Eye." Dragon 8 and Dragon 9 were keenly watching the Geno being scroll flash. Their attention was focused on the Marquis' final fight's battleground. If Brother Bamboo had not gone missing, it would be him battling Evil Eye. In Sky Palace, Thousand Feather Crane could not help but sigh. Everyone was focusing on that fight now, and that was especially true of the research organizations. They were extremely interested in Coin and Evil Eye. Not even deified elites could live forever, but Evil Eye had been reborn repeatedly. Everyone wished to know his secret to immortality. "I hope Dollar lasts as long as possible to draw out the secrets that enshroud Evil Eye." Skypath Garden's leader was keenly watching the Geno being scroll. Between Coin and Evil Eye's secrets, we're bound to learn something today, a researcher said. I want to see Evil Eye's secret of rebirth, the Skypath Garden leader coldly repeated. Like my comment first, hate these prelude chapters. Sigh, guess I gotta wait till tonight. Thanks for the chapter. Looks like I'm first. Apparently the surface of the bronze scroll flashed, showing two fighters who appeared amidst the dunes of a desert. One was clad in a suit of gold armor, whereas the other was garbed in white and purple armor. Their body shapes were remarkably similar. This is it, it's going to start. Everyone felt a great deal of relief in their hearts. After what happened with the no-show lone bamboo, many nobles feared the same issue might plague the anticipated finale. Evil Eye looked at Han Sen with a great deal of interest, and he asked, "What race do you actually belong to?" "Human," Han Sen answered calmly. He peered right back at Evil Eye. That man was shrouded by darkness as deep as the abyss itself, but somehow, Han Sen was struck with a strange pang of familiarity as he looked at the man. And when he looked closer, the sensation grew even stronger. "You really are a human. That is a good name, I suppose." Evil Eye mumbled something to himself beneath his breath. Han Sen heard what he said, but he wasn't quite sure what he meant by that. Evil Eye wasn't planning on explaining it, either. He looked back at Han Sen, smiled, and said, "Your coin is pretty funny. Would you mind if I had a look at it?" "As you wish." Han Sen lifted his right hand and put two of his fingers together. Then, he flicked in the direction of Evil Eye. A coin appeared, and it teleported towards Evil Eye with the speed of lightning. Evil Eye made no effort to dodge the incoming coin or knock it away with a god light. Instead, he caught the incoming coin with the palm of his right hand. Pat! The coin stuck to Evil Eye's hand. His body began to sink, his feet lowering into the sand a little. What a powerful coin! It not only has the ability to suppress a foe, but it can seal. This could very well become a deified class Geno art. I cannot believe a Geno art like this has been around, unknown to me over the centuries of my existence. Evil Eye brought his hand closer to get a better look at the coin. He looked genuinely interested in the item. Evil Eye knew that coin's suppression and sealing powers were strong, as did everyone else. But he had to let the coin land on him so that he could research it properly. If anyone else had done something like this, they would have seemed incredibly reckless. But to the people watching the bout, it seemed the most natural thing in the world for Evil Eye to do. What a weird Geno art. It is heavy, it forbids air, it suppresses, and some weird power, Evil Eye mumbled to himself. Then he placed another of his fingers on the coin. He tightened his grip, and the coin was crushed within his fist. The viewers looked on in shock. The coin that was believed to be indestructible, that had suppressed and defeated Dragon 8, had been shattered by Evil Eye. It appeared not to work on him at all. Evil Eye really is untouchable. Coin doesn't even work on him. This really is too frightening to watch. He has lived for so long, too. This man is a god. Coin is useless, after all. With that out of the way, it appears to me that Dollar has lost all chance of winning this fight. It looks like there is nothing more to see. That strongest skill known as Coin was broken by Evil Eye's hands. How can anyone expect this supposed fight to continue? Evil Eye really is too scary. Amidst everyone's shock at Evil Eye's lackadaisical breaking of the coin, Evil Eye suddenly moved. He did not move to attack Han Sen, though. He threw the pieces of the coin into the air and made them hover before him. Evil Eye then wiggled his fingers. The pieces were covered in a purple light, then they began to break down into smaller and smaller chunks. Bathed in the glow of that purple light, the coin was ground into gold dust. The gold motes floated in front of Evil Eye. "Your coin is not perfect. I was one of the dragon, at one point, and in my time with them, I was able to learn their dragon seal. I was one of the empty, as well. With them, I learned vacuum. And at another place in time, I belonged to the destroyed. It was with them that I learned how to perform taboo. That's not forgetting my time as a Buddha." Evil Eye appeared to be talking to himself, as he moved his fingers. The gold dust gathered around those fingers, though, recomposing the original shape. A new coin had been created, but this one was slightly different from the one Han Sen had produced. In addition to the coin and the number count, there were purple engravings on it. They were reminiscent of flowers. Evil Eye held up that new coin he had produced. It was like a work of art. He smiled at it. "Dollar, what do you think of this, Evil Eye said, right before flicking his finger. He propelled the modified coin straight towards Han Sen with the speed of a laser beam. All the audience was in shock. To dismantle an enemy's Geno art and then go on to modify it in the middle of a fight was something only a god could do. There was, of course, the possibility that Evil Eye wasn't even treating this fight as actual combat. He might have just been curious about coin. Sick. A guy like Evil Eye should be forbidden from even joining the Geno being scroll. Other races can't do anything remotely comparable to this. How could something like this even happen? There should be rules, and this should be against them. F***CK. Before Evil Eye, no Geno art can remain shrouded in secrecy. That guy has been reborn as so many races over the years, so there's no telling just how many Geno arts he has actually learned. He is a god. While everyone was reeling from the shock of this, Han Sen reacted much like Evil Eye had. He made no move to block or deflect the coin. All he did was use his right hand to grab it. Boom. When Han Sen grabbed the coin, the sand in a radius of 1 kilometer shook. That area sank half a meter. Evil Eye smiled at Han Sen. This may very well be your coin, but you shouldn't think about grabbing it so merrily. It's mine now. Dollar is too emotional. He shouldn't have tried to take it back. Oh, no. Dollar is being suppressed by coin. Does all the excitement we anticipated come to an end here? It looks like the suppression power of coin has been amplified to a sickening level, after Evil Eye's modifications. It is way too strong. There is no hope of victory against that. Everyone was in shock. Even Skypath Garden's leader looked bitter, and he said, "We cannot see anything like this. Guys like Evil Eye shouldn't ever be seen in a Marquise battleground." Evil Eye continued smiling at Han Sen. The expression had grown a little rigid, but he kept it in place. Evil Eye wasn't the only one who was surprised, though. The audience watched as Dollar used his other hand to crush the coin that had been manufactured, modified, and fired by Evil Eye. Interesting modification, but it is too stiff to combine the powers you proposed. While it may indeed look stronger, it lacks the meaning and feel of the original, Han Sen said coolly, while he squeezed the coin. Oh, so you don't think it is any good? Then show me how I can avoid making it stiff. Evil Eye's eyebrow was raised. Han Sen didn't respond, though. He threw his coin into the air while everyone was watching, and then he moved his finger to imbue it with a golden light. The finger was like a meteor, shooting across the space before the coin. Just as Evil Eye had done previously, Han Sen was dismantling the coin and reassembling it as something new. Evil Eye was surprised to see that Han Sen had managed to reduce his modified version of coin to dust, and the shock of the scene had frozen the spectators. No way. Dollar has that sort of power. Really, Evil Eye does something unbelievable, and now Dollar can match him. This bout just got interesting again. Things were happening too quickly for the audience to keep up with. They stared in disbelief as Han Sen dismantled the Geno art in moments, then began repurposing it to better fit his needs. All of Han Sen's fingers moved quickly, and the bits of shattered coin slowed smoothly back together. It became a new coin. But the coin Han Sen was putting together looked different from the one that Evil Eye had assembled. It looked like gold, and all traces of the purple engravings that decorated the coin before were gone. And furthermore, the number displayed atop the surface was 3 instead of 1. Dong. Han Sen finished the coin and fired it at Evil Eye with a fierce flick of his fingers. A gold light shot towards Evil Eye at an incredible speed. Evil Eye frowned and moved to grab the coin, but when he touched the coin this time, his body was pushed back. And then, every step he took left behind a deep, cratered footstep. The sand all around him was sinking. Evil Eye grabbed the coin, stumbling back 4 steps. 4 steps and he came to a stop. Holy sh**t. Dollar actually did it. The coin has gotten stronger. It's now clear that this is precisely how the two will fight. I have learned so much today already. Wow, those two can play like this. This Geno being scroll fight might very well be the most famous in all of Marquise history. Ah, but what Geno art are they practicing? I am afraid this is something only a deified elite could do. And it would still depend on whether or not the deified elite had the natural talent to use this particular art. If they didn't, not even those sorts could play as those two are right now. Why is the way that they fight so different from the way we do? This is a fight between true elites. These don't dictate superiority through the simple swinging of fists. Evil Eye caught the coin in his hand. His gauntlet was dented heavily by the impact, and holding the coin was not as easy as it had been. Evil Eye did not speak flippantly anymore, either. He made the coin hover over his fingers and imbued it with an abundance of purple light. Eventually, the coin broke. After the coin was dismantled and rebuilt, the number upon the surface of the coin had increased to the level of 4. Pang! Evil Eye threw the coin at Han Sen, and Han Sen immediately grabbed it when it came within range. He didn't fall back like his opponent had, though. He snatched the coin out of the air as if there was nothing damaging about it at all. Han Sen was using his ability to see sequence structures to dismantle the coin, but Evil Eye was using a very different method. Evil Eye relied on his ability to feel and control powers with extreme precision. Han Sen was able to see right into Evil Eye's nature, and he realized that the two of them were actually completely different from each other. Evil Eye was able to break down coin's power by dismantling the coin with amazing, albeit primal practicality. That was also how he was able to reconstruct the coin. Evil Eye had been reborn as many different races. In his times occupying the bodies of the different races, he had frequently become deified. The power he had learned, and what he now employed, was quite scary. That was why he was able to use his own knowledge to dismantle, recreate, and modify coin. His power was entirely dependent on a deified's knowledge, though. Marquises should not have been able to understand things on such a deep level. This was all due to Evil Eye's continual cycle of rebirth. His mind-blowing abilities all boiled down to that. While that cycle of reincarnation had given Evil Eye incredible power, Han Sen saw the downside that everyone was ignoring. After all, Evil Eye could not see into the sequence structure properly. He only used his knowledge and his feelings to rebuild coin. While Evil Eye could still blindly assemble sequence structures that were mostly functional, his creations lacked detail and finesse. If Han Sen's technique of rebuilding Geno arts was 100% accurate, then Evil Eye was only 99.99%. While the difference might have been small and difficult to recognize, it was definitely there. And that meant Evil Eye was not perfect. Evil Eye would soon find it impossible to beat Han Sen in this way, but Han Sen didn't mind engaging him in this sort of battle. As a matter of fact, it made him happy. Evil Eye was unable to beat Han Sen without a genuine ability to read sequence structures. So, to compensate, he found himself having to add his own power into the coin every time he rebuilt it. He used his deified power to increase the coin's potential. That meant there was a deified elite modifying coin for Han Sen. It made him even happier to go along with it. The two of them kept throwing the coin back and forth. With each throw, the number displayed by the coin increased. And every time the figure increased, the power of each throw visibly increased as well. Every time Evil Eye caught the coin, the ground beneath his feet would shake. Han Sen, on the other hand, could catch the coin with alarming ease. He was not being affected by the coin at all. That was why Han Sen said that Evil Eye had missed the purpose of coin. Although his opponent had managed to rebuild coin, it lacked a manifestation of coin's true heart. Evil Eye could use coin to throw attacks, yes, but he could not use the coins as well as he might have liked. Even though he had produced a coin that suppressed powers, it wasn't coin. It was not like the real coin that Han Sen wielded, in which power could be stacked. Boom! When Evil Eye caught the coin next, the number on its surface was 10. The purple color on his armor deepened, but it looked as if the color itself was struggling against the weight. It seemed as if it had been suppressed by coin too much, and it could no longer hold on. The audience was frozen. Right now, Evil Eye was at a disadvantage, and he was being suppressed by dollar. No matter how many times you attempt to replicate my work, you need to know that coin is still mine, Han Sen said, staring at his opponent with hard eyes. Evil Eye looked at Han Sen, and the purple bone flowers on his armor started to open like real flowers. A deeper, more disturbing power began to rise from his body. Interesting. Evil Eye suddenly smiled creepily. His hand released the coin, and within that purple light, the coin was reduced to dust. The gold dust drifted up from his fingers. It seems that I have underestimated you. Evil Eye looked right at Han Sen. The bone flowers across his armor continued to bloom. Each one of them made Evil Eye stronger. When the flowers on Evil Eye's armor opened in bloom, the mass of his power reached a truly frightening level. He was much scarier than even Dragon 8's a gold dragon body. Your knowledge and control are better than mine, it would appear. But so what? Before a sufficient amount of raw, physical power, you have no hope of triumphing. You will ultimately lose. Evil Eye looked at Han Sen coldly. What? You lack skill, so you want to start brawling? Han Sen laughed. Power and skill are never distinguishable as two separate things. Your knowledge and your ability to control the fluctuations of power is impressive, but can you apply that talent in actual combat? Mere talk is useless, Evil Eye said, his power continuing to burgeon. Then come and give it a try, Han Sen said. Ha, this is precisely how I wanted it. Evil Eye's body shot toward Han Sen like a purple shadow. His skills were no better than Dragon Eiza, but his entire body had been transformed into a killing machine. Purple flowers began to appear across his limbs. They swayed as if they were alive, and their sole purpose was to pursue Han Sen. For Han Sen, Evil Eye was the rare sort of enemy that required his full effort and attention. He was not the type of foe Han Sen could afford to underestimate, so he focused his powers and prepared the Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go to engage Evil Eye properly. He also planned to make use of Super Spank. Evil Eye's use of skills was fluid, though. They kept on changing. He had a roster of techniques, after all. He had the skills of the dragon, the Buddha, the destroyed, and so on. But what's more, it felt as if every skill was mastered. While they might have all had different purposes and meanings, he was able to combine them all seamlessly. Every technique was stunningly employed, and every blow was followed by an unexpected change of style. The elites were all confused by what they saw. Many of their faces changed, especially when they realized that they were seeing glimpses of the legendary techniques of the race they belonged to. Han Sen, on the other hand, fought in a totally different manner. His skills were very clear. They appeared simple, but they still had a depth to them that the onlookers couldn't quite understand. After watching many of his moves, the audience was able to understand how he was using his kicks and punches. No matter how much Evil Eye was able to alter his attacks, wherever Han Sen touched, Evil Eye's power would be reduced to dust. Super Spank was able to break and disintegrate every sequence structure it came into contact with. Evil Eye's body split into two, and both bodies attacked Han Sen. There was no illusion, and the two forms really did comprise Evil Eye's actual body. And they were both equally powerful. Destroyed's doppelganger. Isn't that a technique that only one of the destroyed is able to learn? Everyone was shocked by this reveal. In the next second, that shock turned into awe. The two Evil Eyes split again, and now there were 4 Evil Eyes on the battleground. Destroyed's doppelganger technique was only able to split a person into 3 due to the origin race having 3 heads and 6 arms. Evil Eye was not one of the destroyed. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so he was able to split into 4. That was rather scary. Han Sen made no move yet, though. Heavenly Go was still pumping in his heart. Fighting 4 people was an insane thing to attempt, but even when faced with that, he was able to keep his calm. The 4 Evil Eyes piled on the pressure by surrounding Han Sen on all sides with different techniques. The nobles that watched were all confused by what they saw, but they were able to understand that despite all that, Evil Eye hadn't exactly gained the upper hand. Powerful Evil Eye, scary Dollar. Dollar is the one that is able to break down any skill he sees. The Avilbreaker powers of the dragon were weak to him, don't you remember? Arg, he is so strong. Where did these humans come from? Aren't they so scary? Are all humans like this? No way. If all humans were this strong, wouldn't they be famous? They surely wouldn't be nameless and shrouded in mystery as this fellow is. I think Dollar must be the first elite humans have had in millions of years. What ability is Dollar using? Fighters are always weak against particular elements, but no matter what Geno art is used against him, he is able to break it in a flash. This is terrifying me. In Sky Palace, Thousand Feather Crane and the others were all frozen. Yun Sui pulled Yun Changkong and asked, "Father, what is Dollar using? How can he break every skill and render all of Evil Eye's Geno arts useless?" Because Yun Changkong had business with the feather, he hadn't returned to Sky Palace with Han Sen. If he had been with Han Sen, then Han Sen wouldn't have vanished in the attack. I am afraid that I do not understand, either. Yun Changkong shook his head. Hearing that, the Yun sisters and Thousand Feather Crane felt their eyes widen. Dollar was just a marquise, despite how strong he was. But he did things that not even a king-class person like Yun Changkong could understand. It was a very strange scenario, for sure. Evil Eye looked very glum, as all this transpired. He felt as if the breadth of his power was actually much stronger than Han Sen's, but every time he came against the human, his powers were shattered. All in all, it made him realize something. He can use that dismantling power in combat like this. Evil Eye was starting to think that Dollar was some sort of old monster from ages past, and that he had lived through time by being reborn in the same manner Evil Eye had. To him, there was no other explanation for Han Sen's performance. Although he was able to dismantle powers, it wasn't something he was fast enough to do in a real fight. He could only see the weaknesses if he had time to examine them. Pang! Han Sen punched an evil eye, and that body degraded swiftly into nothing. The Dongshuan Sutra's judgment and the formation employed by Heavenly Go were starting to come together. Han Sen was now the one controlling the fight. Evil Eye suddenly stumbled back and left the immediate battlefield. The two doppelgangers still functioning returned to the primary host and melded back into him. Just as everyone was guessing what Evil Eye would do next, his forehead cracked open. The third eye that had 4 purple pupils appeared on his forehead. Yun Changkong and the sky screamed. Sky. Evil Eye became one of the sky. That explains why I was unable to see Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes. They resided inside his third sky eye. **T. He is one of the sky. That means Evil Eye has not been fighting with power. For the sky, opening their third eye means things are just getting started. Evil Eye looks pretty **SSED. I wonder if Dollar will be able to compete against Evil Eye with his sky eye open. Han Sen looked at Evil Eye's third eye. The pupils looked familiar, for some reason. And now that he realized that Evil Eye was one of the sky, that sense of familiarity heightened. In front of this monstrous power, your skills will matter very little. Evil Eye opened his sky eye. His power had increased by a vast amount, and the purple light of his sky eye flared the purple flowers across his armor. A fire kicked up, and it enveloped Evil Eye's entire body. Seeing Evil Eye covered in purple fire, Han Sen frowned. When a sky opened their sky eye, their general strength would leap by about 1 whole tier. Evil Eye's power was already above what could be expected of a marquise, but now with the sky eye had opened, his power was comparable to the strongest of dukes. It was quite difficult to fathom how a marquise could possess such grand strength. BZZT. The audience did not see Evil Eye move. All they heard was a sound, and Evil Eye's body started to appear faded. Before his body had completely vanished from that location, he appeared directly in front of Han Sen. He had moved far more quickly than should have been possible for any marquise. It was way too fast for anyone to properly track. Han Sen moved when Evil Eye did, though. He swung his fist, and when Evil Eye appeared in front of him, Han Sen's fist collided with the power his nemesis had prepared to unleash. Han Sen's fist hit the purple lotus flower, reducing it to nothing but dust. Han Sen's gauntlet shattered, and blood leaked from his skin. Evil Eye frowned. All the same, he was surprised that Han Sen had been able to shatter his power, even with the strength he now held. Evil Eye's power far exceeded what Han Sen was capable of right now, but Super Spank only had to collide with one small spot to set off a chain reaction that would wipe out a sequence structure. The collapse would build in strength as it went. Unless Han Sen's power was insufficient to exploit a specific structure's weaknesses, there was no proper reason for Super Spank to fail to break anything. For now, at least, Han Sen was able to break the sequence structures. And that meant Evil Eye wasn't quite an overwhelming threat just yet. What threatened Han Sen the most, though, was Evil Eye's speed after opening his sky eye. Not even he was able to follow Evil Eye's movement. He had to use his Dongshuan Sutra to predict where Evil Eye would appear in Heavenly Go's formation to counter his attacks. If he waited for Evil Eye to make a move before reacting, it'd be too late for Han Sen to block his strikes. Evil Eye appeared erratically, like a ghost that was coming at Han Sen from every which way. The purple flowers kept flashing near him. Every time Han Sen punched, a purple flower would vanish. But while many flowers were wilting, the elites that spectated the fight were having a difficult time grasping what exactly was going on. Many people had noticed that Evil Eye was moving more quickly than should have been possible, of course. But aside from that, they couldn't really tell what was special about the fight between Dollar and Evil Eye. Father, is there a point in them fighting this fast? Yun Suyi, who was lost in confusion, felt compelled to ask Yun Changkong. Yun Changkong sighed and said, if Lone Bamboo had shown up for his fight, he might not have been able to beat Dollar, either. The Yun sisters and the others were all shocked. Lone Bamboo was like a god to them. Not looking away from the fight, Yun Changkong said, his speed and power are definitely not up to the standard set by Evil Eye, but he is still holding his own. It's not as if he's being crushed. This fact alone makes him most excellent. His speed and power are inferior to Evil Eye's. I couldn't tell. I assumed they were both even, Yun Sui said in confusion. That's what it looks like on the surface, but yes, Dollar is unable to match his opponent's speed. Even worse, he has less power than his rival, as well, Yun Chengkong said. Why does it look like they are even, then? Yun Suyi asked. That is what makes Dollar so impressive. Yun Chengkong paused for a moment. Although you guys can't see this because of the speed of the fight, Dollar is moving before Evil Eye strikes. He's practically clairvoyant. It looks like he knows what Evil Eye will do before he even makes a move. He attacks where Evil Eye is going to be, rather than where he is. That is how this fight remains balanced. The Yun sisters and the others turned their attention back to the fight, trying to make sense of it. Thousand Feather Crane, as flabbergasted as the rest, had to ask, isn't that what you find in the textless book? Is Dollar one of the sky that has practiced textless book? No, he is not using textless book. While I can see some similarities, they are not the same. Yun Chengkong shook his head. Even though he is able to predict Evil Eye's movements, how is he able to keep things in balance if his power is still inferior? Yun Susheng did not understand this bit. I'll admit, I don't understand that either. Dollar must have a very powerful skill to fight someone much stronger than him, though, Yun Chengkong said. Every race was doing their best to analyze the fight taking place between Dollar and Evil Eye. They had all wanted to research Coin, but Dollar's entire performance was a far better subject for study than they had initially thought possible. And the deified members of the audience were most fascinated by the fight. A pure physical fight was nothing to such spectators, but using such refined techniques over an extended conflict. That was something that deified elites very much wanted to see. The four pupils in Evil Eye's sky eye were bright, and his speed and power continued to increase. Han Sen was having a hard time keeping up with the fight. Super Spank was strong, and so was the Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go. But when the opponent gained too much strength, their effectiveness was reduced. Han Sen maintained his calm, however, despite the wounds that his fists were collecting. The injuries were so profuse that his blood-soaked bones were becoming visible through his tom flesh. They were the damage he had to suffer to keep breaking the sequence structures of his enemy. It was like pulling fishing strings. It was impossible to keep something that fine and tough from hurting you. But Han Sen's will was unwavering. Without a moment of pause, his excitement remained steady. Han Sen cast the Dongshuan Sutra and destroyed the next sequence structure. He was able to predict Evil Eye's attacks, and the whole world through Han Sen's eyes was turning into a series of threads he could follow. Under the increasing threat from Evil Eye, Han Sen running the Dongshuan Sutra in overdrive. And this pressure was going to result in his Dongshuan Sutra reaching Marquise. When the Dongshuan aura changed, time itself became visible. For the first time in his life, Han Sen could see time, not just feel it. Earlier, Han Sen could see movement. Now, he was seeing actual timelines. In normal people's eyes, one person walking was just one person. In Han Sen's eyes, while that one person walked, the image of that person spread out like shadows all around them. Time. A second before, 2 seconds before, 3 seconds before, the timeline spread in 3 dimensions, allowing Han Sen to see options he had never previously considered. When the Dongshuan powers changed, the feelings became stronger, too. And the timelines he could see extended in all directions. He gasped, seeing more than he ever thought possible. As his sky eye grew stronger, Evil Eye put Han Sen under even greater duress. While Han Sen was able to endure it for the moment, he wouldn't forever. It was only a matter of time before his hands snapped. They had now been shredded down to the bone, after all. Evil Eye looked excited. The purple light of his 4 evil eyes was shining, and his speed and power at greater and greater outputs. He was dying to bring an end to the man that had the audacity to fight him so successfully. The audience could tell Dollar was not faring too well. His power and speed were low. Even if his abilities could miraculously catch up to Evil Eye's, there was every chance that his body had already taken too much damage. It is time for a winner to be declared. One of the spectating elites sighed and looked disheartened. Dollar's performance had not been any inferior to Evil Eye's. He was just an ordinary marquise, while Evil Eye was an old monster that by all rights should not have been allowed to compete with the others. They shouldn't have bracketed him in with the other marquises. It wasn't fair. Dollar should have been extremely proud that he'd fought as well as he had. The nobles and the kings thought it was a great shame, and many people naturally sympathized with the underdog. In the match between Dollar and Evil Eye, they were rooting for Dollar. He was the weaker of the two, yet he fought with endearing courage. And so, the hearts of many kings and dukes went out in support of Dollar. But now, the situation was obvious. Although Dollar was a genius, his body was still far weaker than the monster he had been pitted against, Evil Eye. In this battle of bodies, he had lost. As everyone sighed glumly, Evil Eye felt a sudden pang of worry. There was something off about Han Sen. That worry made him want to kill Han Sen even more. He wanted Han Sen dead, so he could get this fear over with. Han Sen was suppressed and his fists were bleeding. The bones of his hands looked ready to give up. But on the inside, Han Sen was feeling quite different. He was actually rather excited. The Dongshuan aura was undergoing its final changes. The process of leveling up to Marquise would be complete any second now. Weird. In Sky Palace, the leader watched Han Sen fight with a strange expression. What is weird? Asked the woman with a black mask. Dollar is going to breakthrough, the Sky Palace leader said. Breakthrough? I don't think it's possible to level up inside the Geno being scroll. Even if he did become a duke, he would still be suppressed by the rules that bind him there. He would only complete an ascension after having departed the Geno being scroll. This has happened before, so why are you suddenly acting so surprised? The black-masked woman frowned. The Sky Palace leader shook his head. The strange thing is that I don't think he's leveling up to become a duke. The masked woman looked shocked. She said, you mean Dollar has 2 talents? He has 2 Geno armaments. And you mean to suggest that the other one is becoming a marquise from the rank of Earl? The Sky Palace leader nodded and said, it certainly looks that way. The masked woman was dumbfounded. Double talents, and one of his skills can fight Evil Eye in this manner. Is he also a reborn monster? The Sky Palace leader did not say anything more. Silently, he watched the fight continue. Most nobles hadn't caught on to what was happening, only elites like the Sky Palace leader had a grasp of the situation. Interesting. He has 2 talents. Yisha sat on her throne, drinking wine as she watched Dollar fight. She looked angry. Burning Lamp Alpha frowned and spoke to himself. Double talents, and one of his skills is so strong already. Who is this human? It cannot be a race that has just entered, can it? Everyone was focusing on this fight now. Most of the nobles thought the battle had already been settled, and only a few elites could see the simmering change going on beneath the surface. Evil Eye was starting to look ill. He could see what was happening to Han Sen, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. Boom. In the middle of that crazy fight, Han Sen's body beamed with sudden power. The audience couldn't see that power with their eyes, but they could see the changes happening in Han Sen's body. After that, Han Sen's face filled with relief, as though he had set aside some mountainous burden that he had been forced to shoulder. His entire body glowed, as if he had been reborn. Evil Eye's attacks suddenly seemed weaker. It felt as if the storm upon Han Sen had been reduced to a few water drops. He could no longer stop Han Sen, who stood absolutely still. Han Sen's presence had been suppressed, but now it was unleashed in full. It made Evil Eye squirm, and all of his instincts screamed that he was in danger. What is this? Dollar had a breakthrough. I thought you weren't able to level up in the Geno being scroll. It can't be a new level. The Geno being scroll denies the ability to level up. No, he is definitely leveling up. Is Dollar cheating? How can he level up in the Geno being scroll? D*MN. Does this guy have the Geno being scroll's favor? Has he been given the exclusive permission to level up here? Even if he wins, he'll win as a duke. He won't win the Marquis' crown. That's cheating. The whole world was shocked by what they saw. They weren't quite sure what to think about this, as it all looked too fake. He had leveled up inside the Geno being scroll. No, he's not a duke. It's a double talent. He has a double talent, and his other talent has become Marquis. *T, this can't happen, F*CK. Really, Dollar has 2 talents, and he's only been using one to fight Evil Eye all day. Crazy, crazy. This world is crazy, F*CK, another monster, and I was just feeling bad for him. The revelation that Dollar had 2 talents swept through the audience like a tidal wave. His other talent was only just leveling up now. Many of the nobles weren't quite sure what to say. Boom. The Dongshuan aura suddenly grew small. The world looked weird through Han Sen's eyes. In the next second, he lifted his finger. Evil Eye roared and rushed forward. His purple flame was burning like mad, and he was gathering as much power as he possibly could to go against Han Sen. But as the two closed on each other, Han Sen suddenly disappeared. In that moment when Han Sen went past Evil Eye, he appeared behind him and without injury. Evil Eye was standing with his back to Han Sen, and he didn't have enough time to turn. His eyes widened. Gotcha. The white and purple armor shattered. In the space of a second, it was all reduced to dust. And as Evil Eye's helmet vanished, the world saw his real face. Lone Bamboo. The Sky Palace leader's face suddenly went ashen. And it wasn't only the Sky Palace leader feeling this way. Everyone watching the fight was in shock. Behind the veil of that white and purple armor, the combatant was revealed to be none other than Lone Bamboo of Sky Palace. One person was not allowed to enter the Geno Being Scroll under two different identities. Lone Bamboo had already been seen competing, so he could not have been Evil Eye in disguise. After a moment or two elapsed, the realization of what had actually occurred began to settle in. Sky Palace's leader had the quickest reaction of them all. He slammed the table in front of him, with a force that reduced it to dust. His voice filled with rage, he exclaimed, "Evil Eye, I do not care what you are, for this transgression, I will make you suffer." Very few things could make the Sky Palace leader behave like that, but Lone Bamboo was one of them. Han Sen now knew why looking at Evil Eye had filled him with a disconcerting sense of familiarity. It was because his opponent, in some capacity, was Lone Bamboo. No, it was just Lone Bamboo's body. No wonder Lone Bamboo did not show up to fight. Han Sen stared at Evil Eye, who was wearing the guise of someone so familiar. Evil Eye stared at Han Sen, his eyes radiating evil. A cruel purple flame began to blaze out of him. "Good. Very good. You have pushed me this far. You are the only one to have done this in over 1,000,000 years." Evil Eye's voice hissed through a gap in his clenched jaw. The way he spoke made the audience shiver. It had been 1,000,000 years since Evil Eye had felt the possibility of death. If he hadn't used a forbidden power to evade that last strike, he would have been turned into dust along with his armor under the force of Super Spank. But he used the forbidden power, and that meant he had entered a mode that was rather passive. In Evil Eye's sky eye, the flower-looking pupils started to wilt. Something was seeping out, swimming around the eye as it came. Because of that change, his body began to leak purple smoke. Someone was bound to put you in your place eventually. It's going to happen a second and third time, too. Just settle down and get used to it, Han Sen said, his voice grim. Earlier, he felt ashamed that he hadn't managed to kill Evil Eye. Right now, he was very glad that he hadn't. If his strike had been successful, Lone Bamboo's body would have been destroyed. Han Sen didn't know exactly what was going on, but he had the feeling that the body really did belong to Lone Bamboo. "You are right, it was bound to happen once, but you and I are different. You won't have a chance at a second or third time, because you can only die once," Evil Eye said. And then, all four of his purple eyes shattered. 4 powers beamed out of his eyes, which then turned into purple crystals. They were like shiny purple gems. A number of purple markings scrawled their way across Evil Eye's body, and then flames shot out of them. The purple flowers across him also started to become real, turning from bone into real plants. The petals spread across his body, linking together to form a new set of armor. Evil Eye roared to the skies above. The purple lights then drew together to create 2 purple butterfly wings. The wings each had the symbol of an eye on them, and they glowed purple. When the flower armor and the butterfly wings appeared, Evil Eye's powers started to increase in volume. It was truly difficult to fathom just how strong he was becoming. Purple Eye Butterfly. Many of the old people that were watching this fight couldn't help but balk at the name. Evil Eye is actually Purple Eye Butterfly. He's that *SSHOLE. In the dark land of Sacred, Old Eagle looked at Evil Eye and clenched his jaws. "He's not dead," Auntie May frowned profusely. In Sky Palace, the masked woman also found herself screaming. One of the 10 generals of Sacred. Purple Eye Butterfly. He is Evil Eye. Now it finally makes sense that he has been reborn countless times through the ages. The Sky Palace leader was still angry, and he snarled, "Even if he's Sacred's leader reborn, he laid his grubby mitts on my student. For that crime, I will kill him myself." On Buddha Planet, Burning Lamp Alpha found himself in a state of shock, too. Sacred's General Purple Eye Butterfly is not dead. This is interesting. Purple Eye Butterfly settled into a cocoon, only to become a butterfly. It is because of this he is practically immortal. But every time he is reborn, he can never finish the last step. Each and every time, he can go no further than becoming deified. In a black hole, Demon Alpha laughed coldly to himself. He looked at the person with disdain. All the elites of the universe looked at the Evil Eye's true form in a number of different ways. They all thought different things about him. Evil Eye's body kept changing. He looked at his enemy, Han Sen, and said angrily, I wanted to find a stronger body before becoming a butterfly. I wanted it to combine with the host, but because of you, I have to waste my butterfly form on this petty vessel. And what's more, I cannot find myself another host now. That's fine, though, I suppose. I guess this body is enough, once I combine and properly assimilate with it. With that combination of power, I should be able to kill you. As Evil Eye was talking, the purple symbols that decorated his butterfly wings became extremely bright. A strange, voluminous swirl started to appear. A light was dousing the entire area in a number of its beams. That light seemed impossible to avoid, but Han Sen gathered up a bunch of power to try to repel its assault anyway. But nothing he did worked, for he felt the light penetrate his body. Han Sen felt as if he had been chained up. He no longer had any control, and he could not even close his eyelids. Han Sen had always been surprised that his body was no weaker than an Evilbreaker dragon body, but seal powers did not work on him. Despite that, the light that came from those eye patterns were enough to shoot through his defenses and seal him. That light was too strong to appropriately describe. Han Sen wished to use his own power to escape the speed of that light, but doing so was useless. He could not break Evil Eye's eyelights, either. Purple eyelight isn't an ordinary sealing technique. Even if a deified elite was snared by it, nothing they could do would allow them to break free. Dollar is just a marquise, and now he cannot even hope to tear up his own paper to escape. Purple Eye Butterfly can do anything he wishes now. The Sky Palace leader looked grim. He stared at Purple Eye Butterfly, thinking of ways in which he might be able to kill Purple Eye Butterfly for good. Evil Eye coldly looked at Han Sen and flapped his purple wings. He flew over to Han Sen, gritted his teeth, and said, I will make you regret ever having come into existence. Evil Eye flew directly before him, and Han Sen still couldn't break out of the force that bound him. He sighed and thought to himself, it looks like my only option is to use Super God Spirit Body to get out of this, but even if I do that, I can't think of a way in which I might save Lone Bamboo. It's not like I can kill him. But right then, Han Sen had no choice. Just as he was about to use his Super God Spirit mode, he suddenly saw Evil Eye stop in front of him. The purple crystal eye on his forehead began to bleed. D*MN it. At a time like this? Evil Eye asked, his face twisting. His body came to a complete stop, and he hovered in the air above Han Sen. He brought his hand up to touch the third eye, but as hard as he pressed against it, the eye refused to stop bleeding. The red color spread across the eye, fighting the signature purple that tried to maintain control. Pang! Evil Eye fell from the sky. When he hit the ground, his knees thudded hard into the sand. The light that was shooting out of his wings released their grip on Han Sen, freeing him. That's Lone Bamboo. His will hasn't been destroyed by Purple Eye Butterfly, the masked woman hollered. Ha ha ha, nice. That's my student, for you. The Sky Palace leader let out an out-of-character laugh. Lone Bamboo's fierce will is still there. Even an old monster like Purple Eye Butterfly can't suppress his own will to go on. Burning Lamp Alpha looked on, utterly flabbergasted. Oh, no. As other people of Sky Palace were beaming with joy, young Susheng let out a sudden cry of terror. What's up, sis? Brother Bamboo's will is still present. Isn't that a good thing? Young Suyi looked at young Susheng with a hefty dollop of confusion. Young Susheng's eyebrows knitted with worry. Yes, it is good that Lone Bamboo's will is still there, but he is in the midst of a fight. And that means he has stopped doing combat with his opponent. And with Dollar now being free, there has been no greater chance for him to kill Evil Eye. But if he destroys Evil Eye, he will be destroying Lone Bamboo in the process. Before she finished speaking, everyone suddenly understood what she was getting at. That turned their excitement into fear. The two opposing forces had been using all the powers they could muster. Dollar had only just been pinned by Evil Eye, and if Lone Bamboo's will had not shown up when it did, Evil Eye would have surely annihilated him. Now that Dollar was free and Evil Eye had lost control, this was his best chance to eliminate Evil Eye, once and for all. Dollar had just narrowly escaped death himself, so why would he hesitate to bring this fight to a decisive end? Everyone in Sky Palace was worried. They were afraid that if Dollar killed Evil Eye, then Lone Bamboo would be lost with him. And the people of Sky Palace weren't the only onlookers feeling this way. The audience understood what was going on, and they acknowledged the stakes. If Dollar struck, the entire event would be brought to an end. Evil Eye had been disturbed by the thrashing of Lone Bamboo's will. He was too distracted to counter Dollar right now, so it was best for Dollar to kill him immediately while he had the chance. Dollar and Evil Eye were mere feet apart, but no one could guess what would happen next. They only knew that Dollar would make the decision, for the ball was well and truly in his court. Dollar did not move, though. He just looked at Evil Eye, who was kneeling before him. It didn't Gunty look as if he had any intention of attacking. Struggling is useless. Give it up, Evil Eye barked, his sky eye shining with purple light. The next second, however, Evil Eye's sky eye turned red. Then, Lone Bamboo's voice sounded through his mouth. I have waited so long, and you have finally decided to combine fully with my body. There is nowhere to run now, even if you wish to. You think you can fight me? The sky eye turned purple, and when it did, Evil Eye's voice spoke. The sky eye kept flashing between the colors purple and red. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo's wills kept fighting against each other. It looked like a pretty intense battle, as the controls for their shared vessel kept switching between the pair. The people in Sky Palace were happy that Dollar had not made a move to kill Evil Eye or Lone Bamboo. That Dollar is not a bad man, the Sky Palace leader said. Is Dollar crazy? Why doesn't he move to smite Evil Eye now while he can? Someone frowned. Maybe he is worried that Sky Palace would go after him if he did that. True, there is no need for him to offend Sky Palace for the sake of his reputation. While everyone was talking, Lone Bamboo and Evil Eye's fight continued. Of course I can fight you. I am fighting with you now. Lone Bamboo's voice sounded once more. I have lived for millions of years, and in each lifetime, I became deified. My will is strong, and you have only lived for a few meager decades. It is pointless trying to fight me. Evil Eye shouted. The red took over the sky eye again, and then, Lone Bamboo spoke calmly. He said, you are strong, and you keep becoming deified. But you always win, don't you? You have never experienced what it's like to be crushed. You don't know defeat, and you don't know what it is like to lose all hope. I don't need to know, and that's because I will keep winning, Evil Eye hissed. Why don't you try to submit to defeat? Feel the bitter pangs of disappointment. The sky eye had turned red again. When Lone Bamboo regained control of the body, his fingers turned into a sword. Then he brought it up to his forehead. Bzzzt. The swordman touched his forehead and went into his own body. Spirit Sword. Han Sen, upon seeing Lone Bamboo's fingers, looked utterly shocked. He knew exactly what Lone Bamboo was doing. His will was not enough to triumph over Evil Eyes, but Lone Bamboo had suffered the sadness of a multitude of nightmare lifetimes. Now, Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo were together. When their combined emotions were unleashed, Evil Eye would have to suffer the plague of depression, as well. Lone Bamboo had suffered through a lot that Evil Eye never had. He was strong like a deified being, but with those emotional terrors, it was difficult for him to maintain control and stay conscious. This was what Lone Bamboo had been waiting for. He hadn't fought Evil Eye yet because the monster still hadn't fully combined with Lone Bamboo's body. If Lone Bamboo had used the bad emotions earlier, then Evil Eye could have escaped them. Lone Bamboo finally had the chance he had been waiting for. Now was his opportunity to exact revenge. The spirit sword unleashed the bottled emotions of sadness, and the flood drowned the opposing force of willpower. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo sank under the overwhelming sadness. And right then, Lone Bamboo became the boss. Enjoy what it is like to experience failure and hopelessness. Lone Bamboo exclaimed. Impossible. How? Arg. Evil Eye let out a scream. The grueling emotions were ravaging his willpower. They were washing away all he thought true into the oceans of misery. Han Sen had experienced the nightmares once before, and after his brief time, he already lost himself to them. But now, Evil Eye had taken over Lone Bamboo's body. That meant he was Lone Bamboo, and that also meant he had accepted all the emotions that burdened the man. All of a sudden, countless varieties of hopelessness were being forced onto his shoulders. Even a deified elite would be crippled by all that. Lone Bamboo's third eye continued to bleed blood. His expression held shock and sadness, but most of all, it was filled with despair. No wonder I haven't seen Evil Eye use textless book to try to free himself. Han Sen let out a sigh. When he saw Spirit Sword trigger all those ghastly emotions, he knew things were practically over. Lone Bamboo could keep himself calm and controlled beneath the pressure of all that sadness, but Evil Eye couldn't. That meant Evil Eye was trying to fight two forms of willpower at once. And just as Lone Bamboo had said earlier, Evil Eye had never once experienced the depression that accompanies failure and loss of hope. Now that Evil Eye had to fight against the emotions crushing him, he had little strength left to resist Lone Bamboo. He couldn't fight back, and he was done for. How could it all end like this? This is impossible, Evil Eye screamed. The purple light in his eyes began to thin and flicker. It was being consumed by blood. He would have already escaped if he could have, but his body was completely assimilated with Lone Bamboo, and there was nowhere he could run. If he left Lone Bamboo's body, his will would be the only thing he could take with him. All the Geno teachings he had gathered across the millennia would be left behind. No, no, Evil Eye sounded hopeless, and for the first time, he sounded downright scared. The purple lights of his life began to dim. The purple butterfly wings behind Lone Bamboo also began to fade away. The flower armor started to wilt, die, and fall. As the flowers and wings disappeared, Lone Bamboo's real form became more and more visible. Suddenly, Lone Bamboo's third eye flashed with purple. A light emerged in the form of a butterfly, and it flapped its wings and tried to fly away. Gotcha! Han Sen threw a punch. His power couldn't touch the purple butterfly, as its form was like a non-physical shadow. You guys better not bump into me again. If you do, I'll torture you to death. The purple butterfly spoke with Evil Eye's voice, and it sounded horribly bitter and angry. It flapped its wings and headed for the paper. Pang! Seeing that the purple butterfly had almost reached the paper, Han Sen used Super Spank from his hand. The blow turned the butterfly into dust. Xenogenic deified being hunted. Purple Eye Butterfly. Obtained Purple Eye Butterfly Beast Soul. Han Sen hadn't expected to get a kill announcement when the butterfly was destroyed, since what he had killed was the final, fleeting bit of Purple Eye Butterfly's willpower. It made sense that he hadn't gotten a xenogenic gene, though, since Purple Eye Butterfly's decision to combine with Lone Bamboo's body had probably negated the gene's existence. But Han Sen was more than surprised that he had managed to obtain a deified beast soul. Purple Eye Butterfly had become deified many times, despite having only reached the level of a Marquise during this cycle. Han Sen thought he'd get a Marquise beast soul if he got one at all, and he never dreamed of snagging a deified item. But Han Sen had missed one crucial fact: whenever Purple Eye Butterfly took a new host, it brought a seed of power with it. Using his deified will and his seed of power, Evil Eye would strengthen his host as much as he could, eventually becoming deified. Once he became deified, power would feed back into his will and his seed, strengthening them even more to prepare for the next cycle. Evil Eye Butterfly was reborn again and again, and each time, he sought to make his seed stronger. He did this over and over to achieve the final step of ascension. But so far, he had not managed to reach the final step. He had only gone far enough to become deified. Lone Bamboo's flower armor was now all dead, and the color of his eye turned a permanent shade of red. And then, a white and purple armor began to clothe Lone Bamboo. Purple butterfly wings also began to spread from his back. This looked quite different from his old Geno armor, and it must have been the result of him combining with Purple Eye Butterfly. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lone Bamboo said calmly as he looked up at Dollar. The paper for Evil Eye disappeared, and in its stead, a new one manifested. It read, Sky, Lone Bamboo. *T. Sacred's General Purple Eye Butterfly has been killed. It is a shame a deified elite is now gone for good. No one told him to become deified. It was not difficult to kill him. Purple Eye Butterfly was murdered. Those two Marquises killed him. Ha, he should have died a long time ago, anyway. Dollar behaved honorably, though. He didn't sneak in a quick victory. He could have Lone Bamboo and Evil Eye at the same time, but he didn't. It looks like this fight is set to continue. Dollar looks strong, but Lone Bamboo is certainly stronger. He broke Purple Eye Butterfly's will, so he must have a deified will himself. I wonder who will win now. Han Sen looked at the restored Lone Bamboo and felt a jolt of happiness run through him. But he kept his calm and said, That's okay. I can wait a while longer, if that's what you need. You can start. I don't need to rest. Lone Bamboo shook his head. The fight hadn't even started yet. It was like everything had been reset. Lone Bamboo flapped his butterfly wings and said, It seems I have combined with Purple Eye Butterfly, and in addition to the wings, I have his purple godlight. That's okay. Feel free to use it, Han Sen said. Okay. Lone Bamboo nodded. Then, the symbols of eyes began to light up across the wings. The light spread until it burst out and flew toward Han Sen. Lone Bamboo is very strong, and now he has Purple Eye Butterfly's godlight. I am afraid Dollar won't stand a chance. He is too arrogant. He deserves what's coming to him. You don't know anything. That was a fine display of chivalry. Only winning can make someone an elite. Losers are pigs and nothing more. But Lone Bamboo's being an *SSHOLE. Dollar just let him go instead of killing him. It's not very nice that he now wants to fight him. Winning is all that matters. Dollar is stupid for not finishing him off, so you can't really fault Lone Bamboo for behaving this way. No matter what, if Dollar is unable to break the Purple Eye God Light, he will lose. Dollar is a really strong individual. I don't think he is stupid enough to make a mistake like this. Someone as strong as he is should not make such a stupid move. He must have a way in which to deal with the Purple Eye God Light. Otherwise, why would he not strike when he had the chance? If he could defend himself against it, why would he have stayed under Evil Eye's control for so long earlier? He's taken this bluff too far. I bet he thought that after their tussle, Lone Bamboo or Evil Eye would be extremely injured when they emerged. But nope, Lone Bamboo wasn't injured, and on top of that, he has walked away with the benefits of Purple Eye Butterfly. Han Sen felt the Purple Eye Light wrap around him. He was restricted, and, just like before, he was unable to move a muscle. Since Lone Bamboo was using the God Light as a marquise, Han Sen doubted that he would be able to last very long. But if Lone Bamboo could keep it up for even just a second, that would be enough time for him to defeat Han Sen with a single attack. Han Sen tried to struggle out of the light's grasp or break it, but all his attempts failed. I need to research the Purple Eye Butterfly's sealing light. I can't depend on Super God Body to bail me out all the time. Han Sen thought about Purple Eye Butterfly, and then his mind raced back to the beast soul he had received. He decided to give it a look. Deified beast soul, Purple Eye Butterfly, spectacles type, spectacles. Is this some kind of lenses? Like an ordinary pair of glasses that you can wear when you go out? Han Sen thought, as he prepared to summon the beast soul. It was the only deified beast soul that he had. If he used it as Dollar, and other people saw it, he'd be unable to use it as his real self, Han Sen. If he didn't absolutely have to use it, Han Sen did not want to expose it to the public now and risk identifying himself. Purple Eye Butterfly's God Light is rather strong. I can't maintain it very long as a marquise. Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sen, but he did not make a move. Then don't waste time, Han Sen responded suddenly. A gold light enveloped Han Sen and turned his gold armor translucent, and he stepped through the purple God Light like it wasn't even there. The Purple Eye God Light didn't work. The audience gaped. Purple Eye Butterfly was one of Sacred's 10 generals. His power placed him among the greatest elites, and that was especially true of his Purple Eye God Light. It might have been the best sealing power in the entire universe. If the deified elites did not have a way of blocking or avoiding that light, they'd be restricted from making a single move, rendered helpless. Lone Bamboo was only marquise, though, so the Purple Eye God Light wasn't very strong. But against someone of the same level, there shouldn't have been a problem at all. But Han Sen had easily broken the Purple Eye God Light. Witnessing something like that was incredibly scary. That is the power. That is Dollar. Yisha, seeing Han Sen make use of Super God Spirit, became infuriated. When Han Sen entered Super God Spirit mode, his body exuded a most terrifying presence. Beneath the Purple Eye God Light, Han Sen pointed at Lone Bamboo with his finger. A power gathered upon his fingertip. It looked as if they were both partners in a dance, as Lone Bamboo opened his sky eye at the same moment. Then, blood washed over his body like an ocean wave. It painted his entire form, drenching him. It also combined with his purple armor and wings. His entire body was purple and red now, as if he was standing in a bloodlight. Lone Bamboo lifted his finger as well, pointing it at Han Sen like a sword. His body was red and purple, but the sword air was devoid of color. It was invisible. If his sword air hadn't been under the red and purple light, the crystal-looking sword would have been completely invisible to people, as well. Endless Sky Path from Textless Book. The Sky Palace leader noticed the sword air amassing on Lone Bamboo's finger and gasped. With eyes wide open, he stared at his fingers. No way, how long has he been practicing? He has learned Endless Sky Path. Are you sure? The woman with a black mask looked at the leader with an expression of utter disbelief. The Sky Palace leader laughed. It sounded like nonsense, but he said, haha. Of course I'm sure. He is my student. He's been studying the core of Endless Sky Path from the Textless Book ever since becoming a marquise. He is a good student, and I'm telling you, there is no one stronger than him in this universe. He learned Endless Sky Path at this age, Sky Palace is that fortunate, mumbled Burning Lamp Alpha. He was not looking good at all. Sky Palace has a bullshit amount of luck. Many of the older people that watched, when seeing this, became seething mad with jealousy. Textless book was difficult to learn. By only learning 20% of its contents, a student could rule the world. But learning the core of Endless Sky Path was even more difficult. Not many of the Sky had learned the textless book, and even fewer knew much about Endless Sky Path. The handful of people who had learned it were king class. The Sky Palace leader learned Endless Sky Path when he was a duke, and people believed he was the most impressive genius in existence for having done so. But now that Lone Bamboo had Endless Sky Path as a marquise, it was a bit of an understatement to say that people were shocked. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were both building power. The red and white powers were like two gods, burning with rage for one another. Even looking at them was terrifying. Both of their powers peaked, and then they moved. Han Sen looked like a god with his finger raised. It wasn't a beautiful technique to witness being performed, but it was incredibly fast. It was as simple as it was violent. Lone Bamboo thrust his finger forward, too. The sword air headed towards Han Sen with all the power of a runaway locomotive. Kacha. The powers both went right by each other, and when they did, the audience heard a sound like an egg cracking. Lone Bamboo's armor of red light shattered into dust, but Dollar was totally fine. I lost. Thanks. Lone Bamboo nodded to Han Sen seriously, then tore up his paper. He vanished from the stage of the Geno being scroll. Impossible. How could Endless Sky Path lose? That was the essence of Sky Path. You can time travel with it. How could anyone lose with it? The Sky Path leader stared at the Geno being scroll, at a complete loss. He could not believe what he had just witnessed. He knew precisely how powerful Endless Sky Path was, and that was why he was so shocked. Endless Sky Path lost. Many of the old elites were shocked by this, too. They looked upon the gold body inside the Geno being scroll with trepidation. Human, dollar, countless eyes stared at those two words, transfixed. The audience was a huge wash of emotion, including everything from jealousy to admiration to fear. Boom. The Geno being scroll's river broke. And then, Dollar disappeared from sight. After that, a video played across the bronze scroll. The video replayed Dollar's fights. Every elite stared at Dollar's Geno being fights intently, as each one was being replayed consecutively, until the final one where he reached first place. No one had thought the final victor of the Marquise tier would be a human named Dollar. Every noble looked at the final result, unsure how they should respond. Chapter 2139 First place Marquise Dollar's fights were in full display across the breadth of the bronze scroll, and the sight of his gold body now elicited a very different reaction than it had before. He had reached the first place of the Marquise tier, proving himself to be the strongest in existence. The video stopped at the precise moment Dollar and Lone Bamboo moved to engage each other with their fingers. And then, before the eyes of all, the video shattered. The view zoomed closer on the gold body until his image was the only thing seen across the entire bronze scroll. It shone so brightly, anyone from any corner of the universe could see it clearly. 10 minutes later, the gold body was removed from sight, and Dollar's name appeared atop the Geno being scroll scoreboard. First place Marquise. Human, Dollar. Out of all the tiers, that had been the longest fight. Other tiers had already crowned their first places. The being to claim first place in the Viscount tier was Han Littleflower. This was the first time that Han Sen had gotten to lay eye on Han Littleflower. Lone Bamboo sat beside a rolling stream. The little girl gazed at Lone Bamboo with a conflicted look in her evil eyes. Who are you? Lone Bamboo asked the little girl. I am the flower, the little girl answered. What flower? Lone Bamboo asked. Butterflies can't live without flowers. If they tried to, they'd die. I am that flower, the little girl answered. Lone Bamboo nodded, and he seemed to understand her. He looked at the little girl briefly, before rising to take his leave. Why don't you just kill me? Shouldn't you hate me? The little girl asked Lone Bamboo's shrinking shadow. Ever since a little girl left me, I have vowed to never take the blood of another young girl, Lone Bamboo said coldly. Without looking back, he kept walking away. If you do not kill me, then I will surely be the one to kill you. The little girl's body flashed. Her hands turned red, and she came soaring over to Lone Bamboo's back. Pang! When her hands came into contact with Lone Bamboo's back, her fists left behind 2 red marks. But even so, Lone Bamboo seemed as if he had barely noticed her. The little girl's shock gave way to rage, and she screamed at Lone Bamboo's back. You are stupid not to kill me, you know that. I will avenge Evil Eye's death one of these days. You will come to regret this. The only regrets I have are the times when I was stupidly not myself. Lone Bamboo waved his hand at her, as if he was saying goodbye. If killing me in revenge is what you seek, then I earnestly advise you to get stronger. For as long as I live, the opportunity for you to claim the vengeance you desire will be available to you. The little girl stared at Lone Bamboo's back until he faded from view completely. The Geno being scroll fights came to an end, at long last. Han Sen took a detour and arrived at Sky Palace. The Sky Palace leader was happy to have Han Sen return in good health, and during their meeting, Han Sen took the opportunity to ask about Sacred. Leader, I have heard that the purple-eye butterfly hails from Sacred. Can you tell me a little about what Sacred is like? Han Sen did his best to make it sound like he asked the question out of simple curiosity. He didn't want to risk the leader looking into his mind and reading his true thoughts. The Sky Palace leader retreated into thought for a moment, and then went on to say, Sacred was once a grand, powerful faction. They held the very top spot in the Geno Hall, but they fell into disarray and collapse a long time ago. Many races don't know a thing about the ancient Sacred, and I must confess that not even I suspected one of their generals was still alive. Were the 10 generals of Sacred deified? Han Sen pretended as if this surprised him. They were, indeed, and there were more than merely 10 of them. The 10 generals were simply the strongest of their ranks, the Sky Palace leader said. Han Sen was quite surprised by this, and so he said, to have such power, and yet they still fell, who could have done that to them? Nobody knows. The answer to that question is something many of the elders have sought to learn. And scour the universe as they might, nothing has been explained. If they had learned the truth, perhaps there wouldn't be such a barren system. The Sky Palace leader let out a long sigh. Sacred is in the barrens. Han Sen was shocked. He forced himself to stop thinking. All of the barrens is territory that once belonged to Sacred, the Sky Palace leader said with a nod. That Viscount in first place could be a genuine heir of Sacred. If you ever encounter him, be careful. He may not yet be a marquise, but we do not know if they have any more such people in the ranks of Sacred. We are all going to have to be careful. Han Sen took his leave and started mulling things over. The barrens used to belong to Sacred. That means Little Flower must be there. The entrance to the sanctuaries is there, as well. Nine Life Cat is associated with Sacred, and on top of that, he can enter the sanctuaries. Does Sacred have something to do with the existence of the sanctuaries? Han Sen spent a lot of time thinking those questions over, but he couldn't discern much. He couldn't confirm any of the guesses he managed to come up with. The only lead he had at the moment was the location, but getting through the barrens might very well be impossible if you weren't deified. The entrance to the sanctuaries was in the barrens someplace, and so Han Sen collected as much information about the region as he could. All the races said the same thing, though. If he wasn't a deified elite, then it was best not to even think about venturing there. Even king-class elites might meet a swift death by traversing such a place. If the place hadn't been so terrifying, then the crystallizers would have made it back into the Gene universe ago. They wouldn't have died as soon as they made the journey. Han Sen gave up on thinking about forging a path to the sanctuaries, but he hadn't expected Sacred and Little Flower to be in such a dangerous area. F***CK. So what if it's in the barren systems? No one should be able to stop me from searching for my own son. Han Sen growled angrily as he went to the White Jade Jing. He needed to be king class before he could even think about going to the barrens. If he didn't at least reach that height, death would surely find him there. So, his priority for the time being was to get better. Coming into the White Jade Jing, he entered the second White Jade building. When he reached the 7th floor, he saw Lone Bamboo. He smiled and said, "It's a shame that you fell short of first place." Lone Bamboo responded resolutely, "It is. But what happened is simply driving me to become even stronger for the next time. You are boring. Can you not make a more exciting promise, like saying you'll beat Dollar?" Han Sen smiled. "I think beating you first might be useful. After the White Jade Jing shuts down, how about you and I go spar?" Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sen. I have important things to do. Perhaps next time." Han Sen was not interested in fighting Lone Bamboo. This was especially true since the man now possessed the purple eye god lights. Without making use of super god spirit, it was unlikely Han Sen would actually be able to defeat Lone Bamboo. Chapter 2140 Training Ground. Han Sen finished absorbing the jade spirits, and the white jade jing closed. So, Han Sen quickly abandoned the white jade building and went to Dream Island to pick up Bauer. Before Han Sen went to Holy Heaven, he sent Bauer to Dream Island. Under the ardent protection of the Dream Beast, no one would even think about bothering her. Dad. Upon seeing Han Sen, Bauer leapt into his arms. After thanking Dream Beast for keeping her safe, Han Sen took Bauer to Jade Island. Yisha used to say Sky Palace would help me reach Marquise. But it is so difficult to get the story of genes to Marquise tier. After I do become Marquise, how am I supposed to find the necessary resources to reach Duke, and then King? The story of genes was really starting to give Han Sen a headache these days. It took far too much work and resources to keep upgrading the story of genes, and on top of that, he had yet to see what power it actually provided. Han Sen was in the midst of plotting out his future course when he heard someone shouting his name from just beyond the borders of his little island. The young sisters and Thousand Feather Crane had come to see him. Han Sen welcomed them over to a table that was sitting next to an old tree. There, he told them all to sit down. I was going to visit you guys, as a matter of fact. But look, you guys came to see me, instead, Han Sen said, as he started to serve each of them some tea. Young Sui smiled and said, we didn't come here of our own volition. We are here delivering word from my father. You do not have much time left. Not much time left with what? Han Sen was surprised to hear this. It is time that you have to teach in the training ground, young Sushang smiled. I see. I would have forgotten if you did not come to tell me. I will go first thing in the morning. Han Sen now remembered that he had intended to teach a while ago, but events beyond his control had taken him away from Sky Palace. He had put this off for an entire year, and he still owed the 10 days of teaching. Brother Han, what are you going to teach? Thousand Feather Crane asked. I was thinking about suppress evil, Han Sen said. If he was able to teach suppress evil, that would probably be the best option. You are going to talk about suppress evil? Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked to hear this. Is that a bad idea? Am I not allowed to talk about it or something? Han Sen asked, with a visible look of confusion. Of course you are allowed to talk about it, but, Thousand Feather Crane did not continue. It seemed as if he wanted to avoid saying something hurtful. Instead, young Sui continued on his behalf, saying, but suppress evil is very difficult to teach. And there is already a teacher that speaks about suppress evil. On top of that, he is very good with it, as well. Is he a king class elite? Han Sen asked. No, he is a duke from Rui Beast. His talent lies in suppress evil powers, so his suppress evil is quite naturally greater than that of others. There aren't many people that are as good as him when it comes to that skill. As a result, the elders generally allow him to lead discussions on suppress evil, Thousand Feather Crane said. In that case, I will talk about something else. Han Sen was troubled now. He did not have an alternative he could think of teaching. Han Sen had many Geno arts, but they were all secret. He shouldn't really be teaching those to others, and without them, he hadn't a clue of what he should lecture on. Brother Han, we will attend your lessons tomorrow. Before Thousand Feather Crane and the others left, they made plans to meet up with Han Sen at the training grounds the next day. Han Sen still didn't know what he should teach, though. He was planning to ask the Sky Palace people what they wished to hear about. When the students of Sky Palace heard that Han Sen was finally going to fulfill his teaching requirement, many people who weren't planning on going changed their minds. Even the feathers such as Angia came to listen. They wanted to see what Han Sen could teach them. Han Sen brought Bauer onto the stage alongside him. He saw many students down in front. There was quite the audience, and there weren't enough seats to house them all. Many people were relegated to standing. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were referred to as the knife and sword masters, and the residents of Sky Palace were very interested in Han Sen's Geno arts. It wasn't just the lower-level sorts that had come to listen to Han Sen that day either, as many marquises attended as well. Thousand Feather Crane and the young sisters had managed to claim some front-row seats for themselves. Han Sen nodded at them, as if he was saying hello. Since he was a teacher on stage, and it was a little inappropriate for him to greet others in such a fashion. Brother Han, what are you teaching? Yu Jing shouted boisterously from the front row. What would you like to hear about? If there is anything in particular, I will consider your requests, Han Sen asked. He hoped someone in the audience would have a good idea. Sword skills. We want to hear about sword skills. Why sword skills? Knife skills for sure. Brother Han has been taught by 2 legends. Why don't you teach us both, since you are called the knife and sword master? Many of the students started to fight amongst themselves. There were too many differing opinions, which wasn't helping Han Sen make a decision at all. I have a suggestion. If it is possible, do you think you could teach us suppress evil? Yu Jing's voice was so loud, his call managed to drown out all the others. What is the point of listening to that? We have heard about it too many times, and it is simply way too hard to practice. Many more students fought to have their say once again. Many students wished to practice suppress evil, but the technique really was notoriously difficult to become proficient with. It was a Geno art that took a very long time to learn. Studying it was almost too difficult. Suppress evil is a nice suggestion. As everyone was in the middle of arguing with each other, a cold voice resonated through the air. It wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. And to top it off, it was familiar. Everyone looked toward the voice, and the speaker was revealed to be none other than Lone Bamboo. He was standing at the edge of the hall. Yu Jing had looked rather embarrassed when everyone shouted down his suggestion, but now he was very excited and he said, "Look. Even Brother Lone Bamboo wants to hear about suppress evil. I would like to let Brother Han teach us about suppress evil, too." Yep, suppress evil sounds good. I have heard many lectures concerning suppress evil. If it is coming from Brother Han, however, it must be unique. Let us all now listen to suppress evil. Even Brother Lone Bamboo wishes to hear about Han Sen's suppress evil. It must be very different. Let's do it. The students that were all arguing now suddenly agreed with each other. They wished to hear about Han Sen's suppress evil. After the nightmares, Lone Bamboo never came to the training grounds to listen to the lectures. Now that Lone Bamboo was there to listen to Han Sen's suppress evil, everyone thought that Han Sen's suppress evil had to be something special. They really wanted to hear about it now. Seeing everyone clamoring to hear about suppress evil, Han Sen found himself quietly saying, "Okay, I will teach suppress evil. But my proficiency with it is nothing special. Just listen and do not take it too seriously. What I'm about to say is just some advice." Chapter 2141 Suppress Evil Punch, Suppress Evil. This is both the best and worst Geno art to consider teaching. Skypath Garden's leader squinted his eyes and looked over the training ground. "Leader, why do you say that?" White Reel asked. The leader smiled and said, "Suppress evil is difficult. There are many meanings to glean from the 30 million words contained in its text. It could easily take an entire year to explain a single paragraph. Many people that have practiced it can teach it, but it's hard because of the sheer breadth of the technique. Talking about one paragraph hardly helps anyone, so the students aren't likely to learn much." After pausing, he went on to say, "The same is true with 4-season Duke from Rui Beast. He teaches suppress evil, and he has been learning it for centuries. And even with all that talent, he has only managed to reach its 8th tier. The Sky Palace leader has managed to fulfill all 11 tiers, but he is the only one that has. Only he has been able to do that. There has never been another." White Reel asked. "Others have done it, but they are few. Aside from the leader, there is one other who occupied the first elder seat. He has been gone for a long time, though. No one knows whether or not he still lives," the leader said. Thousand Feather Crane and the young sisters, upon hearing that Han Sen had been forced to teach suppress evil, looked worried. They had just reminded Han Sen not to do this, since 4-season Duke usually taught it. He lectured on suppress evil every month, and according to his timetable, he would be there teaching again the next day. If Han Sen's speech on suppress evil was terrible, then the next day, when 4-season Duke taught it, people were going to openly proclaim the Duke to be superior. It wouldn't do much damage to Han Sen's reputation in the long run, but it'd still look bad. But if Han Sen did well enough to embarrass 4-season Duke, that wouldn't be great either. It was bad to offend a Duke. So, it did not matter if he taught suppress evil with a high proficiency or a low proficiency. He was doomed, either way. That was why they had explicitly told Han Sen to avoid teaching suppress evil. Now that Yu Jing and Lone Bamboo had come forward to request it in particular, Han Sen had no choice but to comply, though. Han Sen didn't bother worrying about it. He didn't know what else he could teach, and he had at least prepared a little with suppress evil. So, lackadaisically, he was just going to go forward with that. The suppress evil Han Sen had learned was different from the teachings the average student received with it, however. Ordinary students were required to reach King class before being given access to Hidden Path Cave and observing the 72 gene kill spells. Before that, their teachings were relegated to the pages of books. But Han Sen had already observed the 72 gene skill spells, and by following those, he learned it with a great deal of proficiency. So, Han Sen had already established the basics and continued on. Because his audience had studied the skill in such a radically different way, their opinions on the teachings could be wildly different. Han Sen wasn't planning on teaching in a conventional method, however. He had another way to go about this. If everyone wishes to hear about suppress evil, I will discuss it and recount my own experiences. Today, I will talk to you all about the Gold Star Punch, one of the 72 suppress evil punches, Han Sen said. Brother Han, what is a suppress evil punch? We haven't encountered anything like that in our learnings of suppress evil, Yu Jing asked. Han Sen's first sentence made many people very curious. Suppress evil was a very complex Geno art, and its power was very unique. The power that fueled it came from within, but it did not correlate with the physical capabilities of your actual body. Basically, suppress evil was similar in some ways to the purple eye god lights. It was a special power that was used independently, rather than being combined with some sort of physical strike. But because Han Sen had studied the original gene kill spells, he knew a lot about how the skill could actually be used. Rather than spending forever talking about the individual elements of the skill, Han Sen was going to start with the finished product, in this case, a punch. Then, the students could reverse engineer their understanding of the skill from the feelings that the finished product gave them. Other teachers could take the time to teach about the nitty-gritty details, Han Sen figured. He wasn't going to do that. He was going to talk about a basic punch that stemmed from the original gene kill spells. And through that punch, the students would learn about the technique at large. Normal people wouldn't understand this, but if they practiced the skill and could get to grips with the sensation of the punch, they would understand the meaning of the original gene kill spells. Practice makes perfect. Do something over and over, and you're bound to get better. Han Sen was well acquainted with this basic method, but being basic didn't mean that it was a bad method. Ordinary students weren't like Four-Season Duke, who had all the time in the world to learn about suppress evil. If they wanted to learn it properly, Four-Season Duke's method might take their entire lifetime. So, Han Sen's basic method was for the students that did not have as much time to learn suppress evil. If the students wished to learn suppress evil, learning a suppress evil punch would be good. None of them had seen an original gene kill spell before, but if they practiced and researched it like this, then the entire process was sure to be faster. The only bad thing about a suppress evil punch was the limit that Han Sen himself imposed. Even if the students learned the skills as well as Han Sen, they could only be as good as Han Sen. They couldn't go any further. But for most ordinary people, that was enough. Han Sen's suppress evil was at tier 8. If they mastered the punch, they would be equal to the 8th tier of suppress evil, as well. Four-Season Duke had practiced suppress evil for centuries, and he hadn't gone any farther than 8 tiers either. A suppress evil punch is a fist technique that I learned from suppress evil. Suppress evil is too big to teach in its entirety, so I will teach you all about a specific technique. I hope this can help everyone further their practices with suppress evil, Han Sen said as an introduction. Everyone was interested. They had never heard suppress evil being spoken of in such a way. It was like they were having a chemistry lesson, and the topic of the day was punches. The two things didn't really make much sense when combined. There didn't seem to be a relation between the two, but it still sparked much curiosity. If there are no questions, I will teach you all the first technique. It is named Gold Star Punch, and it stems from the 72 suppress evil punches. Han Sen taught them his fist skill. This skill was not particularly difficult. It was just like any fist skill. It took the shape of the original gene kill spells and that was that. However, it had a great deal of depth. In order to master it, a student would have to understand the original gene kill spells inside and out. Han Sen wanted to teach sword skills, but so many Sky Palace students used swords that there was already a flood of sword skills. He settled on punches instead. 2142 Four-Season Duke went to the training ground as he usually did. And there, he prepared to start teaching suppress evil. But after waiting a while to begin, he noticed there were only a few people in attendance. This made him frown. Although the training ground wasn't usually packed, the seats in his lectures were usually around 90% filled. After all, quite a few students had learned suppress evil in Sky Palace. And when they had trouble improving their proficiency with it, many would come to hear what Four-Seasoned Duke had to say. This was the first time the place had ever been so empty. "Luan, why have only a few of you come? Where is Ku Hao?" Four-Seasoned Duke asked, as he looked over the handful of students. Luan and Ku Hao focused on suppress evil more than any others. They always appeared in the lessons given by Four-Seasoned Duke. There, attending another teacher's lesson, Luan spoke with nervousness and guilty reluctance. "I see. And which teacher are they studying under?" Four-Seasoned Duke focused on suppress evil. He didn't care about anything else, so he didn't pay much attention to the other instructors. "They have gone to listen to Han Sen," Luan answered. "Han Sen, what does he teach?" Four-Seasoned Duke asked with much curiosity. Even he had heard Han Sen's name before. "He teaches," Luan was struggling to spit out the words. "What's wrong with your mouth? Why do you keep stumbling? What does he teach?" Four-Seasoned Duke frowned. "He is teaching suppress evil," Luan finally stated. "Suppress evil?" Four-Seasoned Duke's frown was a deep one. But after a moment, his expression relaxed again. Han Sen hadn't been in Sky Palace for very long. Even if he had started learning suppress evil the day he arrived, there was no way he could have achieved much with it. If the students were listening to Han Sen, Four-Seasoned Duke concluded that it was just because of Han Sen's celebrity status. He was the freshest kid on the block. After the students heard a lecture or two from Han Sen, they would quickly recognize which of the two teachers were better at suppress evil, and they'd be eager to return. "All right, let's start. Today, we are going to talk about the theory of suppress evil." Four-Seasoned Duke started his lesson. Four-Seasoned Duke thought that, after a couple of days, that freshness would wear off and his old students would start flocking back to him. But a few more days after that, the students hadn't come back. Even more had chosen to abandon him, as a matter of fact. Aside from a few students that he had personally trained, all the others were gone. Now Four-Seasoned Duke started to feel upset. There were only a few students in front of the stage now, and so he couldn't help but frown and say, "I am not teaching today. Let's go listen to Han Sen and see what is attracting everyone to his lectures." Four-Seasoned Duke left the stage and headed toward Han Sen's lecture. Luan and the others followed. Not long after, Four-Seasoned Duke arrived at Han Sen's training ground. When he walked inside, Four-Seasoned Duke turned to ask Luan, "Luan, is he really talking about suppress evil?" It was not surprising that Four-Seasoned Duke had to ask this. In the training grounds, everyone had their sleeves rolled up. They appeared to be practicing punches. To Four-Seasoned Duke, it looked like Han Sen was teaching a simple punching skill. He found it hard to believe what was being taught was actually suppress evil. He is teaching suppress evil. Han Sen said that this is a suppress evil punch. You will learn the skill if you learn the punch, Luan explained. What a load of nonsense. What does a firm punch have to do with suppress evil? Four-Seasoned Duke frowned. He wasn't a rash person, though, so he didn't do anything. He planned to listen to Han Sen and figure out a smarter way in which he could fight back. Four-Seasoned Duke had researched and studied suppress evil for a number of centuries. He was a very patient man, so he wouldn't do anything impulsive or stupid. He found a place to sit down, and he waited there to listen to Han Sen. The students that practiced suppress evil all knew who Four-Seasoned Duke was. Seeing him there, sitting and listening quietly, they all knew things were about to get interesting. Four-Seasoned Duke is here. Oh, Han Sen is in trouble now. Will something happen? Perhaps not. They might bicker, but that's about it. To be honest, Four-Seasoned Duke is a very high-level person. But if I am going to learn, following Han Sen would be the easier route. Yeah, Han Sen's method of teaching is such a breath of fresh air. It is easy to learn and use. You are right. After learning suppress evil punch from him, I can see things clearly that I used to have no hope of understanding. The students spoke quietly amongst themselves, but, with the power Four-Seasoned Duke possessed, he could hear them as clear as a bell. He frowned even harder than he had been, and he wondered to himself, can the practice of a punch really connect with suppress evil? A few minutes later, Han Sen arrived and started his lesson. Han Sen was not aware that Four-Seasoned Duke was there. He had grown comfortable with the lessons and with the crowds that attended, so he didn't keep an eye on each and every person who came to listen. He did allow them to ask questions once the lesson was over, however. Today, we talk about the Shang Star punch from the 72 suppress evil punches. Han Sen started the lesson by talking rather than demonstrating. That wasn't because it was a secret, though, it was just pointless to demonstrate this early. The students had to work out the execution for themselves. Han Sen would show them only if they ran into trouble. That was how it worked. Showing people a fist skill, when they had never learned it before, was pointless. It would be like they were watching a show. Four-seasoned Duke wanted to argue with Han Sen as soon as he began lecturing, but after the Duke listened for a while, his jaw went slack. Han Sen's fist skill was simple, but it had the meaning of suppress evil within it. It all sounded as if it made perfect sense. Four-seasoned Duke was not reckless. Before he figured out anything more, he decided to just listen. Over the next few days, Four-seasoned Duke attended each of Han Sen's lessons. When the lecture ended, Four-seasoned Duke left without saying anything. That was, until the last day of Han Sen's lessons. All Han Sen did was walk on stage, and before he could do anything, Four-seasoned Duke stood up. All the students were surprised, knowing something was finally about to go down. Chapter 2143 Teacher Han. Over the course of the past few days, in which Four-seasoned Duke attended the lectures given by Han Sen, he had selected a seat closer and closer to the stage each time. And on this day, he had snagged himself a front row seat. When he stood up, everyone turned to look at him. Thousand Feather Crane and the young sisters were profusely worried, hoping nothing awful was going to happen. Han Sen had noticed Four-seasoned Duke's presence 2 days prior to this confrontation, but he hadn't paid the man a second's heed. Now that Four-seasoned Duke was standing up, though, Han Sen gave the man his full attention. Teacher Han, I have listened to your lessons on suppress evil punches over the past few days. And I must confess, I have learned a lot. That being said, I have questions concerning your techniques. Perhaps you can perform a punch for me, and then answer a few questions I have. Four-seasoned Duke spoke with a guise of complete sincerity. After that, many students seemed to freeze in place. Thousand Feather Crane and the young sisters stared at Four-seasoned Duke as if they had just seen a ghost. Four-seasoned Duke wasn't mocking him, though. Based on the way he referred to Han Sen as Teacher Han, he wasn't pretending to be in awe of Han Sen. He was speaking as a teacher to appear. Because of Four-seasoned Duke's rank, the fact that he referred to Han Sen as a teacher was a seal of his approval. It was to show that he actually had some respect for Han Sen. Since he was a duke while Han Sen was still a marquise, he could have just referred to Han Sen by his full name and not by the title. Many of the Sky Palace students, seeing Four-seasoned Duke ask so sincerely, thought they were dreaming. With Four-seasoned Duke's rank and fame, it was impressive for him to make a request of Han Sen. After Four-seasoned Duke left Han Sen's lectures every day, he had started practicing when he went home. He was a professional with suppress evil, and he knew more about the skill than ordinary people. Because of that, he could see deeper into the essence of the suppress evil punches. After a few days of avid research, Four-seasoned Duke learned many things he had not noticed before. And that had brought him to actually admire Han Sen. Since this was the final day of Han Sen's lessons, he couldn't stop himself from requesting that Han Sen perform the punch himself. He wanted to know the feelings that could be elicited from Han Sen's performance of a suppress evil punch. People couldn't blame him for wanting to know this, of course. He was a duke. He could not go to the Hidden Path cave himself to look at the 72 original Gene kill spells. If he was able to understand the feelings of the kill spells from a suppress evil punch, it'd be great for his own practice and further advancement. Ah, you are too polite. If you are interested in my lame talents, then I will perform them for you. If I can improve, please advise me on what I could do to better myself. Han Sen had planned to show off the punch on the last day, anyway. This way, he could do Four-seasoned Duke a favor as well. Four-seasoned Duke was happy to hear this, and so he said, "No. I only want to learn from you. I have no ulterior motive." Han Sen said no more. He simply nodded. He went on stage and said, "In 10 days, I have taught 6 punches. Today, I will demonstrate them for you. Please observe. Perhaps they can be of assistance to you." After that, Han Sen began casting Ghost Star Punch. Then, he performed the skills one after another. Han Sen had learned 72 suppress evil punches following the 72 original Gene kill spells. Every punch carried the meaning of a kill spell. As Han Sen performed the 6 that he had promised, it felt as if the kill spell had come alive. The kill air gave people a frightful chill. That feeling disturbed their minds, even. Whenever Han Sen launched a punch, he was like a beast breaking a river. One skill had one meaning. Han Sen showed 6 punching skills to them. It was like 6 scary beasts trying to suppress the earth itself. In people's eyes, Han Sen was no longer a human. He was 6 wild beasts. The Sky Palace students were jittery with excitement by the time he finished. Four-seasoned Duke looked as if he was drunk, for when Han Sen finished his performance, the Duke was totally frozen in place. It was like he had been drowned in the feelings of the fist techniques. So that was Teacher Han's 6-fist technique. That must have saved me 60 years of practice. I am lucky. Four-seasoned Duke bowed before Han Sen. Four-seasoned Duke, you are too kind. Han Sen bowed back. After that, the Suppress Evil Punch became famous across all of Sky Palace. It was taken to the Sky Path Garden, and it was modified. It swiftly became one of the must-have skills of Sky Palace. Han Sen's reputation was glowing even brighter than before, and because he had created the Suppress Evil Punch, he was handsomely rewarded. After that, Four-seasoned Duke regularly visited Jade Island to practice Suppress Evil alongside Han Sen. Han Sen taught him the 72 Suppress Evil Punches, and Han Sen was able to learn much about Suppress Evil from Four-seasoned Duke, as well. Han Sen's Suppress Evil Punch was a very efficient method. It allowed students to learn Suppress Evil fast, but if someone wanted to master the skill, they would need the experience someone like Four-seasoned Duke had. Han Sen learned a great deal from Four-seasoned Duke, and he grew to really admire the man. This was a teacher that did true research the hard way. He was genuinely worthy of all that respect. Four-seasoned Duke admired Han Sen's Suppress Evil Punch, too. Whenever he taught Suppress Evil, he began using Suppress Evil Punches to allow his students to understand things easier. Does Han Sen ever do things that are boring or mundane? He is a wonder with everything he does. When the Sky Palace leader said this, he smiled. Only kings can go into Hidden Path Cave. When visiting the 72 original Gene Kill spells, they can become half-deified. No one is interested in it after this, and if they fail, they cannot perform the 72 punching skills as well as Han Sen, either. Only Han Sen can do what he does. He made Suppress Evil easier to learn, though. The students don't need to spend as much time studying it. While it may be considered as corner-cutting, it's undeniably a good method. The black-masked woman went on to say, and I heard that when Lone Bamboo saw Han Sen's Suppress Evil Punch, he requested his own visit to Hidden Path Cave. That is surprising. Sky Palace leader nodded, and he said, Lone Bamboo has been there for half a month. He won't be back for another year, I suspect. But there is trouble on Metal World. The masked woman had a wry smile. If we knew that we were on the cusp of discovering Metal World, we wouldn't have allowed Lone Bamboo to enter just yet. Now that he is focusing on the cave, it is not suitable to disrupt him and send him to Metal World. I can't think of a marquise aside from Lone Bamboo that can do this task for us, Sky Palace leader said. The masked woman laughed and said, if Han Sen is the reason Lone Bamboo went into the Hidden Path Cave, then Han Sen should be the one to do what Lone Bamboo was supposed to. We should have him go to Metal World. That's not a good idea. He isn't a marquise yet, the Sky Palace leader said with a shake of his head. And yet he even killed Dragon 9. You can use him as a marquise. And he needs the resources. This is a perfectly viable opportunity. The masked woman laughed again. Han Sen thought he would have a few days free to himself, but soon after he finished his lectures, he was summoned by the elders. There, he was tasked with leading a team to a newly discovered xenogenic space. He was instructed to explore the space, and if possible, return with resources and materials. Because the xenogenic space only allowed marquises to enter, Lone Bamboo had been intended to lead the task force there. But right now, he was training inside Hidden Path Cave. As a result, the elders saw fit to pass the job on to Han Sen. Han Sen was given a basic description of the xenogenic space, which was called Metal World. This was, however, only a temporary name for the location. He did learn that more than one faction had already discovered it, though. Other teams were already there, researching the place. Sky Palace was a step behind. Based on what he was told, there were groups from the Dragon, Demon, Destroyed, and even the Buddha there. They were all in the Metal World, and now that Sky Palace had joined the exploration, the situation was sure to become quite complex. Han Sen did not have much time to prepare before being shipped off, as he was led by a Sky Palace elder. He was accompanied by 100 Sky Palace Marquis students, as well. The trip to Metal World had been organized by the elders. The marquises had been instructed to follow Han Sen's commands after they entered Metal World, so their lives were pretty much in his hands. Although Han Sen was just an earl, Sky Palace's authority was well respected among its members. And Han Sen's own reputation was mighty. No one objected to Han Sen's position as their leader. Before entering Metal World, the elder provided Han Sen with a bounty of information about the Marquis students he was set to lead. A few of them had been marked, as they had unique powers that would be crucial for the trip ahead. Han Sen led the 100 Sky Palace Marquises to Metal World. That xenogenic space was a planet, and a strange power radiated from it. That power forbade the entry of any creature or being that was above the Marquis level. The scariest thing about all this was that the planet had a very special magnetic property. Metal objects would be sucked into the planet, so tools made of metal were unusable in the planet's vicinity. Due to this, airships could not come close to the planet. When the planet was viewed from the exterior, it seemed to be entirely shrouded in wild magnetic storms. The whole planet was cloaked in a swirl of thunderclouds. When Han Sen and the others pierced through the clouds, a most colorful planet came into sight. When they got close enough to see it all, however, they swiftly understood why the place had been given the title of Metal World. The mountains and plains there were all metal. Seeing topographical features made of metal was a little odd, but the really strange thing was the metallic nature of all the animals and plants. Everything on the planet's surface was metal, and it was a very surreal thing to lay eyes on. "Brother Yuya, where are we to begin our search?" Han Sen asked politely, looking at the Marquis student. Yuya was a highly regarded Marquis of Sky Palace. Second only to Lone Bamboo, he was certainly the strongest of Han Sen's companions. He was always at the forefront of exploring new xenogenic spaces for Sky Palace, as well. He had a lot of experience with these sorts of endeavors. Yuya looked over the planet's surface, then spoke to Han Sen. "We don't know where the other races have set up operations, but they are sure to have seen us as we came in. So, exploring the planet is not our primary objective. Finding those other races or finding a safe zone to establish a place of respite should be our first priority." "Brother Yuya, you are correct. I was being reckless. Where should we camp? What do you think would be the safest place for us?" Han Sen asked. Seeing that Han Sen was really interested in the opinions of others, Yuya pointed out a marquee to Han Sen. "You might want to ask Brother Yunyi. He is good at this sort of thing." "Brother Yunyi, please." Han Sen knew these matters should be handled by the professionals. Sky Palace might have sent him there to lead, but leading meant using his forces effectively, not doing everything himself like some kind of hero. It was his job to learn his team's strengths and put them to good use. There were so many unknown factors about Metal World. He'd be able to escape if he ran into trouble, but he couldn't go back with 100 Marquises dead. And the other factions would be dangerous. They could have certainly established traps and ambushes. The enemy had been there for a while, and they had been given the opportunity to learn about the xenogenic space. They might use their head start to trick Han Sen's party. As Han Sen's team set to work, he quickly learned that there were many geniuses in Sky Palace. They were so good at everything, and they were quick to establish a camp on Metal World and start exploring the surrounding area. They also built an alarm system and emergency contingencies for all sorts of situations. But what surprised Han Sen the most was his team's dedication. They researched and cataloged everything within 100 miles. Aside from a few metal animals and plants, however, there was no sign of xenogenics. They didn't see any of the marquises sent by the other races, either. There was no day and night cycle on the planet, and the environment wasn't very friendly to life. But the Sky Palace team were all marquises, so a poor environment would not bring them down. The magnetic storms in the sky continued to rage. Blue lightning flashed through the sky continuously, lighting up the planet's surface better than a normal sun. Han Sen, Yuya, and the other marquises were talking about expanding their exploration when the magnetic storm suddenly changed color. The blue magnetic storm turned a beautiful shade of pink. Dong, 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 dong. Suddenly, a loud noise began to ring in their ears. The metal forest nearby began to shake like it was suffering an earthquake. Not long after, a 10-meter-tall metal rhino appeared out of the metal forest, and it was not alone. Many more followed after, and before long, 1,000 of them had come storming out of the trees. They were headed to a nearby river that looked like Mercury. Han Sen was happy he had listened to Yunyi and avoided setting up camp near the river. If they had, the rhinos could have stampeded right over them. Those metal rhinos looked powerful. The team couldn't determine how strong the creatures were, but in that unknown land, fighting them did not seem like a bright idea. Yunyi was looking at the metal rhinos when he said, "They are like living hunks of metal. Judging by their life force, I can estimate that they are at least marquis in strength. I don't know if they are xenogeniacs, but they don't seem to be too smart. Weird. We didn't catch sight of them in any of our explorations. Where did they come from?" White Real, who had also come on the trip, frowned in confusion. The host of metal rhinos moved down to the riverbank. They eventually walked into the stream and began playing in the water that looked a lot like mercury. They had great, hulking metal bodies. They looked like they were made from rough, dull steel, and their bodies were a stark contrast to the glimmering silver river. Han Sen didn't know what the silver liquid in the river was, but it was most certainly not water. The metal rhinos drank the silver liquid freely, though, so there was a small chance that the liquid was harmless. While the rhinos drank and played, a rumbling noise began to come from the forest. Many more metal creatures came down from the mountains and emerged from the forests. They all went straight for the river, and when they reached it, they began to drink from it. There were metal snakes that had to have been at least 100 meters long. There were silver-colored lions and centipedes with a seemingly infinite number of legs. There was a great variety of metallic creatures, all headed for the river with an insatiable thirst. The metal creatures looked very scary. At first glance, they appeared to be Duke or even King-class monsters. For some reason, though, there didn't seem to be any hostility between the various creatures. Many low-level metal creatures came forward to drink the silver liquid alongside the more powerful ones. "The metal creatures sure seem very friendly," White Real said with curiosity. "Perhaps not." Yuya summoned a pigeon-like xenogeniac. It came out of his sleeve and flew towards the river. The bird xenogeniac obviously wasn't a creature that was native to Metal World. A bronze body suddenly soared through the sky. The creature was shaped something like a dragonfly, but it was made completely of bronze. Its body was at least 5 meters long, and its bulging eyes and mandibles made it look monstrous. The bronze body flew past the river, and it snapped up the bird xenogeniac that Yuya had released. It gobbled up the bird with just a few seconds of chewing, feathers and all. Everyone was frozen, and Yuya felt compelled to say, "It looks like they are only friendly to other creatures that are native to Metal World. Outsiders don't receive the same treatment." Han Sen nodded. Now, he really admired Yunyi. The creatures had crossed over mountains and traversed forests to get there from all around, but the minor place Yunyi had selected for camp was absent of creatures. Even if creatures did come close to their safe zone, they could fall back into their cave and remain hidden. No one would be able to find them there. It was a solid spot to establish camp. Because there were too many powerful metal creatures nearby, Han Sen set up a rota of shifts for the men to keep an eye on those creatures. For now, no one was to travel. 10 hours later, some of the metal creatures were still occupying the river. The beasts kept coming and going. It seemed as if it might have been the only river on the planet, and as a result, everyone would eventually swing by to drink from it. "Captain Han, come and take a look at this." Han Sen was resting when Yuya suddenly called him. Han Sen got up and followed Yuya to the mouth of the cave and peered cautiously outside. The metal creatures that were near the river were starting to look nervous. They began staying out of the liquid, visibly fearful of something. Han Sen waited and watched a while, until eventually, a white metal beast approached the river. Whenever the other creatures saw it draw near, they avoided it. None were keen to step in its way. Han Sen observed the white metal beast. It did not look very big, probably about 2 meters long. But it was white and looked like a mammoth. That metal mammoth went right into the river and began sucking up the silvery liquid with its snout. The other metal creatures made sure to stay far away from the mammoth, all of them keeping a vigilant eye on the beast. It looked as if they didn't dare drink the liquid while the mammoth did. They waited until the mammoth was satisfied and left the area. When it was gone, the average metal creatures returned to the river and resumed drinking. Seeing that mammoth walk back into the metal forest, Han Sen and Yuya looked at each other and sighed. When the mammoth appeared, they did not dare to even breathe. The last thing they wanted was for that thing to find them. The mammoth was very powerful. A marquis wouldn't be able to deal with such a fiend. "It looks like our situation is not very favorable. Only marquises can enter this place, and yet some of the creatures here are king class. One mistake could leave all of us dead," Yuya said. Yunyi nodded and said, "Those of the other races might be in hiding, as well. We can wait for now, but it does seem as if the metal creatures only emerge when the sky turns pink." Perhaps when the magnetic storm returns to blue, the creatures will all disappear again. Han Sen and the others thought that made perfect sense. There was no need to rush their operation, either. They had to take their time and figure things out, first and foremost. They set up a series of shifts for watching the river. Over the course of time, many different types of metal creatures came to drink from the river. There were other scary things like the mammoth, as well, which was quite worrying for Han Sen's team. After 80 hours, the stream of metal creatures visiting the river began to slow. And before long, the pink magnetic storm began to change. An hour later, the lightning flashing across the sky returned to blue. Things looked normal again. Finally, the Marquises concluded that there were no more metal creatures coming to the river. Han Sen sent out a few trackers to explore the area. The results were as expected, but it surprised them all the same. The metal creatures that had appeared near the river were now all gone. It was as if they had just vanished. Oh no, have they turned invisible, or are they just hiding away someplace underground? White Reel asked with a strange look. Yuya did not speak. They were all deep in thought. The metal world was strange, and they couldn't come to much of a conclusion until they learned a lot more. While Han Sen and the others were thinking, someone approached them from the direction of the mountain. When he reached the perimeter they had established, he called out to them. I am Khan of the Demon. Is your group from Sky Palace? Han Sen looked around carefully, but the only person he could see was Khan. He went forward to speak to the felon, taking Yuya with him. Khan, what are you doing here? You are the leader of this team, Han Sen. Great, since we're already friends, we can cooperate. Khan laughed. I don't recall us ever having much in the way of cooperation, Han Sen responded coldly. To be honest, I don't recall being chummy with you, either. But right now, the dragon, Buddha, and Destroyed are all working together. If we don't form some sort of alliance, they might come after us in this dangerous place. As he spoke, Khan's shoulders slumped. Why should I believe you? Han Sen did not move. We arrived here long before you did. I think you'll be interested in the information I possess. Khan smiled. Han Sen let Khan into the camp so they could continue their discussion. Khan spoke without preamble. You might not believe me when I tell you this, but we are all trapped on this world. What do you mean? Han Sen asked with a frown. Well, since you've entered Metal World, have you tried contacting anyone outside it? Khan said. Han Sen and Yuya looked at each other. Then, they looked back at Khan without responding. Khan sighed and said, It is good that you haven't. I advise that you don't try it. 2 demon marquises tried to leave, but they died doing so. The same thing happened to some of the Buddha, dragon, and Destroyed. No one can leave this planet. If you do not believe me, you can go ahead and try to leave. But don't blame me for not warning you. How are those that leave killed? Yuni asked. They fell to their deaths, Khan said, his voice clipped. Fell to their deaths. Han Sen and the others frowned. Have you ever played with a rubber band? The further you pull, the harder it hits when released. When you enter this planet, your body becomes bound by the rules of it. If you fly above the surface, you will feel a power trying to drag you back down. The higher you fly, though, the stronger it gets. Eventually, even the strongest are thrown back to their doom, Khan said. Isn't what you're describing just gravity? Why must you make it sound so complicated? White Reel said. Khan shook his head. It is not gravity. Gravity gets weaker the farther you get from a planet, but this force grows stronger with distance. And when the planet finally overcomes your resistance and drags you back, you end up hitting the ground at mind-blowing velocities. No Marquis body can withstand it. How high can you fly before this power appears? Han Sen asked. 10,000 meters, Khan answered quickly. Aid. Yuya looked over to a strong beast Marquis. That lion-like Marquis answered by leaping with its powerful legs and taking off into the sky. He reached a height of 10,000 meters in a short amount of time. When it passed 10,000 meters, the lion Marquis slowed to a crawl. It continued flying higher, but its pace was excruciatingly slow. It struggled for some time, and when it reached a height of 13,000 meters, it stopped completely. Aid, come back, Yuya shouted. Aid started to follow the command, but before he could turn around, a scary power launched him back down to the ground. Pang! Aid's body was like a meteor descending. He struck the metal surface at a frightening speed, and a massive crater was formed upon the crash. Han Sen and the others immediately ran over to him. Aid's body was completely broken, like a mashed cake. Aid roared. Holy light covered his body, and then he was back to normal. Now we can talk about this properly, right? Khan smiled. They returned to camp and began discussing the terms of cooperation. They struck a deal. In the meantime, Khan explained more of how the planet had been found. The demon and the Buddha were the first ones to discover Metal World. A battle had drawn them into that rarely traveled region of space, and as they fought, they stumbled across the hidden planet. The two races sent people to explore Metal World, but somehow, news of the planet was leaked to the airwaves. The Dragon, the Destroyed, and Sky Palace received word of their discovery. It was only after the Marquises landed on the planet that they realized how dangerous the place was. And it was also then that they discovered they were unable to leave. The Dragon, the Destroyed, and the Buddha quickly formed an alliance. They killed almost all of the demons that Khan had brought to the planet, so when Khan caught sight of the Sky Palace people arriving, he came to them in the hope of receiving their help. Yuya looked at Khan and coldly said, "The news about this place was released because you found out something was wrong, right? You lured other races here. That is why the Dragon and the Destroyed grouped up with the Buddha to fight you, wasn't it?" Khan sighed and said, "I have been here this entire time, haven't I? I haven't been able to contact the outside world. I don't know if it was a demon that leaked the news." After that, Khan laughed and said, "Even if we were the ones who leaked the news, it shouldn't have any impact on our cooperation. Why would we join you, anyway?" "The Dragon would be a much better choice," Han Sen asked calmly. Khan seemed ready for Han Sen to say this, and so he smiled. When they formed their alliance, it gave them an advantage. But they won't share anything with you. They'll want to keep the benefits for themselves. "What benefits?" Han Sen asked, zeroing in on the key point of what Khan had said. If the other races were trapped, their best choice should have been to coordinate their efforts to search for an exit. But instead, they had attacked the demon. It seems as if there was something more going on that Khan wasn't quite willing to reveal. The first two teams to arrive found some old ruins on the planet. The ruins might have been left by a deified elite. Now, those three races are guarding it. If we work together, we might be able to beat them and nab the loot for ourselves. Sky Palace is strong, but you cannot fight all three by yourselves, Khan said with certainty. Khan provided them with more intel on the location and disposition of the ruins, and Han Sen sent someone to verify Khan's story. Khan wasn't willing to give out too much information, though. He smiled and said, "We demon and the Buddha discovered the ruin at the same time. We know as much as they do. There is no harm in us forming an alliance with you, is there?" Han Sen and Yuya held a brief discussion. They both agreed that an alliance was a good idea, so Han Sen left the details of the operation to Yuni and Yuya. They were better than Han Sen at that sort of thing. "We have to move while the blue storm is raging and the metal creatures are hidden. Once we are in the ruins, we will be safe. We won't get attacked by the creatures," Khan explained, clearly wanting them to move quickly. And on the way, they'd meet up with the rest of the demon. Khan had many secrets he could not reveal, but most of his information was legit and it saved Han Sen a whole bunch of time. And if the dragon attacked them while they were in the ruins, teaming up with the demon could save their lives. They confirmed the blue storm's duration and the ruins' location, and then they set out. They met up with the other demons and continued on. The demons were in terrible shape. They were wearier than Han Sen had imagined. Aside from Khan, there were only 20 Marquises remaining, and all of them were injured. A giant city was nestled into the slopes of a metal mountain. The city was made of the same black metal as the mountain, and it looked like it had been carved from the mountain rather than built. When viewed from afar, the city and mountain blended together until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Two metal peaks that were 1,000 meters tall formed the gateposts of that massive city. The two enormous doors made those that passed between them feel like ants. From far away, Han Sen could see that the title on the gate read, Metal Giant God City. It was written in a language Han Sen had seen in the Geno universe before, but the words themselves looked so powerful that it was easy to imagine them leaping to life and sundering the skies of the world. Seeing that giant city, crouching on the mountain like a beast, Han Sen frowned and said, "This city is so big. Not even the largest races I have seen would require the sort of space this place provides." Khan spoke in a hushed tone. Long ago, the giants were one of the 10 higher races. They were part of a group called the Breekskis. The Breekskis had difficulty breeding, and their population gradually decreased until they became extinct, aside from a few who interbred with other races. We believe that this city is a deified location that once belonged to the Breekskis. After a pause, Qin resumed his dialogue. After entering the city, we unearthed some text that made mention of the Breekskis. The carvings revealed that this place was a Breekski city, but at some point, there was a battle that brought the city to ruin. Oddly, while we were in the city, we discovered no remains or corpses. Since the main gate was shut and no one had been able to open it, Qin led them to the left side of the city where there was a broken wall. Without that broken wall, it seemed unlikely that anyone would have made it inside. Entering from above would doubtlessly have its own challenges. The creatures that had built this city would have safeguarded against that. When they crossed over the wall, Han Sen noticed a few camps on the other side. The camps looked as if they belonged to other races, and indeed they did. Quite obviously, they belonged to the Buddha, dragon, and destroyed. It was odd that the other races hadn't placed any guards at the city's broken wall. There was no sign of anyone being around, actually. That's weird, it looks like they're not here anymore. Or is this some kind of trap? White Real looked at the camp with concern. Odds and ends were strewn about the camp. It didn't seem like there had been a fight, but it looked as if people had made a quick getaway. This is not a trap. There really is no one here, Yuya said. Han Sen took his team into the camp to have a look around. When they determined that the other teams really were gone, they began gathering up the numerous supplies and resources that the others had left behind. The unhappy campers had left quite the store of Geno fluid in their camp. It looks like they really did leave in a rush. They did not take the Geno fluid with them. Han Sen looked at Qin. Qin understood Han Sen, and he quietly said, "When the demon first came here under the blue storm, we saw the dragon. They had vanished by the time the red storm ended, though. Perhaps they found something big, and they were too excited to pack up and head for the deeper recesses of the ruins. I wonder what could have made them break camp so quickly. Perhaps it wasn't that they discovered something. Perhaps something went awry, and whatever happened forced them to flee," Yuya said. "It is possible, but we haven't seen signs of fighting," Qin mumbled, deep in thought. Then, he suddenly stopped. It wasn't just Qin, either. Everyone in the group grew pale as they looked back outside the city. A multitude of red eyes hovered in the skies outside the city. The eyes grew closer as they watched, revealing the bronze, dragonfly-like bodies of the creatures soaring through the air. They were 5 meters long, and a buzzing sound accompanied their flight that set Han Sen's teeth on edge. There were so many of them that the swarm seemed endless. And they were now headed for the broken wall. What is going on? This is the time of the blue storms. Why would metal xenogenic creatures appear at a time like this? Yuya looked at Qin. I don't know. We have never seen metal xenogenics under a blue storm before. And even during a red storm, they never approached the city. This isn't good, let's run. Qin cried. Then, he led the demon further into the ruins. Han Sen and Yuya looked at each other. They took the Sky Palace people into the ruins, as well. Those dragonflies were as strong as marquises, and their numbers were legion. They could be fought off, possibly, but not without a price being paid. It'd get dirty. Sky Palace and the demon marquises headed for the shelter of the ruins together. Qin was leading, and he shouted as he ran, "There is a palace up ahead. We can hide there." Han Sen had already seen the building he was referring to. The palace was like a mountain itself. It was so large that Han Sen figured even the blind could probably see it. But the palace's gates were shut, and he didn't know if they could open them. "I have been here before. There is a gap in the palace wall. We can slide through, get inside, and barricade the entrance. A bottleneck like that will be much easier to defend," Qin said, and then ran for the other side of the palace. Han Sen was emotionless throughout all this, but he led the Sky Palace students after Qin. Up ahead, he saw a giant cave. It was shaped like a fist, and it seemed that it had been punched into the metal wall. The metal xenogenics were coming fast, though. The teams had no time to hesitate as they slid through the wall. Han Sen and Yuya jerked the last of their people into the palace just as the dragonfly metal xenogenics buzzed toward them. The marquises that guarded the cave entrance released their god lights, killing the 2 nearest metal xenogenics. Then a demon marquise summoned a giant shield to barricade the entrance. The metal xenogenics slammed into the shield repeatedly, but try as they might, it wasn't going to let them through. Han Sen quickly looked around the palace they had stumbled into. It appeared to be some sort of side room, but before he could examine it further, his attention was drawn to the bodies lying on the floor. The corpses were both dragons and Buddhas, and it looked as if they had died gruesome deaths. Their scales and skin had been stripped from their bodies, but strangely, their flesh was left whole. There was blood everywhere, though. The sight washed over the teams in a horrible chill. Even Han Sen, who saw blood often, felt sick. 2148 Guardian Spider. Do you recognize these people of the Buddha and Dragon? Han Sen asked Khan. The two had instructed their teams to stay away from the bodies. Khan examined the corpses, and after a while, he said, I think this Buddha is Marquis Grass. He's always had a pronounced limp, because his left leg is a little shorter than his right leg. Look, that has to be him. As for this dragon fellow, I believe he must be Dragon 123. His wings aren't as broad as the wings of the average dragon. These two were fine, the last time I saw them, so whatever happened to them must have been rather recent. Han Sen looked at Yuya. Yuya was also looking at the bodies, and he said, aside from their skin and their scales being stripped, there doesn't appear to be any other forms of injuries. Their muscles and skeletons are all intact, so it doesn't appear as if they were hit. At the same time, Yuya tapped his chin in thought. These guys were too strong to have been killed by being skinned. They must have taken internal injuries or something. Are you saying this was caused by some sort of power that can bypass the body's protection and deal damage within? I know yin-yang punch and pierce body can do what you have described, but from the way these bodies look, I don't think they were slain by either of those powers. Their bones would have incurred much damage and their muscles would have torn and bled, if they were victims of those techniques, White Real said, stepping carefully around the bodies. Yuya considered that, if it was not a Geno art such as pierce body, it had to be something else that is just as invasive. Perhaps a small bug of some kind. That could very well be it, yes. White Real nodded. In that case, we'll have to take a look inside their bodies and see. Khan signaled for one of his demon marquises to approach. His subordinate drew a knife and approached a Buddha corpse. Yuya stopped the demon marquise firmly, though. I think it would be unwise for us to meddle with their bodies. What if there is something in there? We might fall into the same predicament that these two did. Khan said, if something is inside them, then it doesn't seem to be dangerous as long as it remains inside the corpses. If we cut a body open and let it loose, things could go badly for us. I think we should just seal the bodies and ignore them, Yuya said. That's a bad idea. Khan shook his head. What do you think, Han Sen? Do as Yuya has instructed, Han Sen said. Fine, if that is your decision, then we will do things your way. But my people are not good at using sealing powers, Khan said, while opening his arms. Han Sen nodded. Yuya found a marquise that was good with sealing powers and had him create a bisema to encircle it. They very carefully avoided moving the body as the sphere of protection went up around it. Han Sen kept eyeing the plain room that they had entered. There was a door on one wall that opened into a hallway, but no one knew where it led. Yunyi, can you determine anything about the layout of the palace? Han Sen looked at Yunyi. I can try, but all I have is a hall to go on. It isn't very much. I need to get a better look at the place before I map it out, Yunyi said. Yuya, you and some of the others should guard this place. I will go have a look around with Yunyi, Han Sen told Yuya. That is far too dangerous. I should be the one to go, with a few others, Yuya said. Han Sen refused to let Yuya come, but he did allow a few marquises that were decent at scouting to accompany them and map the trail. Han Sen was confident in his demon bug bisema. Even if they encountered a king-class foe, they'd be fine. I will come along with you guys, Khan said. Sure. Han Sen gave him a nod. But before they could enter the hallway, the demon marquises that were barricading the room's entrance started to shout. There are xenogenics higher than marquises attacking our shields. I cannot hold them off. Head for the hallway and block off the door of this room instead, Khan ordered quickly. They now had no choice but to move forward. Han Sen, Yunyi, and Yuya were up front. They moved towards the hallway alongside the rest of their Sky Palace teammates. Once everyone had entered the hallway, they slammed the door shut. It wasn't very well fortified, so they used sealing powers to reinforce the door and bolster its strength. As they did, a strange hissing sound came from within the room. It was fortunate that they had reinforced the door in time. The hallway led outside, where several paths wandered deeper into the city. Each path led to a palace. They took the right path, which seemed to head to the closest palace. The giant palace was very clean, and there was a giant metal statue standing in front of it. It seemed to depict an actual giant, but it somehow looked a bit different. When they reached the interior of the construct, they found the corpses of a vast number of dragons and Buddhas. This is weird. I thought there was an alliance between the three races here. Why have we only seen the corpses of the dragon and the Buddha? Where might the bodies of the destroyed be? Surely, they could not have all escaped successfully, Yunyi said with visible confusion. It is strange. Khan nodded in agreement. He walked around the building before coming to a stop near a statue. Han Sen looked at the statue and felt a sense of foreboding. Kacha. As Han Sen observed the statue, he heard a crunching noise. The mouth of the statue suddenly opened, and when it did, red lantern eyes shone from deep within it. Formation. Han Sen commanded. Yuya released his powers, and light swords flew out of his body. Each blade flew to hover over a Sky Palace member's head. Everyone stood motionlessly, allowing the light swords to touch their heads. Markings appeared on their foreheads, allowing Yuya's thoughts to be channeled into everyone through the sword marks. When they had just established their formation at Yuya's direction, the thing inside the statue decided to emerge. It was a metal spider. Its colors were black and white, and its eyes were like chunks of copper. The metal spider did not wait around, it immediately charged at the assembly. Behind it, an endless stream of spiders continued to skitter out of the statue. The whole hall was thrown into disarray. Khan commanded his demons to fight, but without Yuya's flawless coordination, they had no hope of being as effective as the Sky Palace team. Both sides were intently focused on protecting their own, as well. Han Sen and the others listened to Yuya's commands. They maintained a tight formation as they fought the spiders, and before long, they were killing the spiders in droves. When Han Sen saw Yuya's power in action, he thought about Ning Yu. Ning Yu was an exceptional commander, and his will had always been strong. With someone like that among Han Sen's forces, the entire team would be far more powerful. Xenogenic Marquis Guardian Spider hunted. Xenogenic Gene found. After Han Sen killed one of the metal spiders, a scream erupted from inside the statue. A red spider began scrambling out of the statue's mouth. 2149 metal statue. The guardian spiders did not look as if they could spin silk, but the claws on the ends of their legs were sharper than any knife. Not even the armor of a Marquis fighter could withstand blows from those. When the red spider emerged from the statue's mouth, it flew towards the battlers in an instant. 6 of its blade-like appendages came swiping down towards the intruders. Yuya commanded the fighters to split up and scatter a little, and once clear of the spider's attack, they closed back in to surround the arachnid. They lifted their swords and struck the spider in perfect sync, but it was to no avail, as their swords simply bounced off with a loud clanging noise. They couldn't even scratch its body. That big guy has to be a duke. Yunyi shouted. Yuya nodded in agreement, then drew his own sword. Yunyi then ordered all of the Sky Palace students to strike a single spot on the spider. All their powers came against the creature like a rapid river. The target they had selected was its mouth. They managed to break its jaw, and when that occurred, the spider fell to the ground. After a few more attacks, Han Sen and the others managed to bring an end to the wicked fiend. Because of their formation, however, Han Sen was unable to get in the last hit. After the red spider died, no more guardian spiders emerged to attack them. They quickly mopped up the last of the guardian spiders on the field. No one from Sky Palace was injured, but a few more of the demon had gotten torn up. Furthermore, it was Sky Palace that took care of the red spider. It looks like I need to hurry up and bring Ning Yu here. I hope that he can develop here, Han Sen thought to himself. Weird. With the power of the three races working together to kill the spiders, this should not have been that hard. Why are there loads of dead Buddhas and dragons here, and why wasn't there a single dead spider amongst them upon our entry? Yunyi looked over one of the spider bodies and frowned. It's because we didn't touch the spiders. A voice resonated across the path from someplace at the back of the palace. Dragon 8 appeared with a few of the dragon and Buddha in tow. There was no sign of the destroyed, however. Things suddenly became very tense. The Sky Palace students readied themselves for a fight, but the Buddha and the dragons all seemed injured. There had been some serious fighting, from the looks of things. Do not worry, we are not your enemies now, Dragon 9 said from behind Dragon 8. Dragon 8, what do you mean? Khan couldn't see Dragon 9, and so he asked Dragon 8. Dragon 8 CDMLY said, the destroyed tricked us. They were familiar with this place already, and they knew some of its secrets. They lured us to dangerous parts of the city and got many of us killed. The destroyed then went deeper into the palace, and we have no idea what they are trying to accomplish. Amitabha, and whatever it is they are planning, it doesn't look good to us. The destroyed don't seem to want us to get out of here alive and let others know what transpired here, a Buddha Marquise said. Are you saying the giant city is in some way related to the destroyed? I thought the Breekskis were the original inhabitants, Khan said skeptically. When we reached the back of the palace, we came across a statue with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was the exact depiction of the destroyed. If our assumptions are correct, the destroyed might once have been part of the Breekskis, Dragon 8 said. If that's true, then we're in serious trouble. We cannot leave the planet, and the destroyed will try to kill us all in order to keep their secrets. They aren't going to let us leave, Uni said. Suddenly, a strange voice boomed through the hall. You guys are right, don't even think about getting out alive. Since you're here, why not die here? The voice startled everyone. They looked around for a minute before they realized that it was actually the statue that was talking. As the metal statue spoke, its body began to move. The statue was previously in a sitting position, but when it stood up, its head broke through the ceiling. It swung a fist and cleared away half of the roof. Seeing the giant fist continuing down towards them, everyone moved to evade it. But the fist wasn't the real threat. When the roof above them was broken open, the dragonfly-looking xenogeniacs swarmed down through the opening. The entire place fell into chaos. The metal statue punched a few more times, and the palace was almost entirely demolished. Han Sen and the others tried slashing the metal statue, but the attacks barely scratched it. They decided to fall back from the palace, through the cracks that had formed. But there were many dragonfly xenogeniacs buzzing through the air now, and that made their escape more difficult. While they were sprinting away, more explosions came from the ruins. Many giant metal statues rose out of the destruction and turned in their direction. Han Sen noticed that one of the metal statues was at least 1,000 meters tall. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it looked exactly like a destroyed. The 4 races were all in extreme danger. The metal xenogeniacs hounded them relentlessly. The metal statues were scary, too, as their strength was equivalent to a king. The metal statue that chased Han Sen opened its mouth wide and spat out fire like a geyser of hell's flames. Not too far away, there was an extra evil-looking blue giant. A god light shone from its chest, casting a 50-meter-long beam that destroyed everything that it touched. The other giants released their own powers. Their eyes were shining red, and they were all headed for Han Sen and the others. The teams all started to feel their hope dwindle. Although there were many strong marquises around them, at the end of the day, they were just marquises. They could not fight the giant metal statues. Plus, there were metal dragonfly xenogeniacs all about. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Come over here. Han Sen realized that fighting would be useless, so he quickly gathered all the Sky Palace people to him. Yuya echoed Han Sen's command to all the members through the sword mark, in case they did not hear Han Sen's voice amidst the chaos. Many of the Sky Palace students came to Han Sen. When Khan saw this, he brought his few remaining demons over as well. Dragon 8 and the Buddha followed, too. They tightened their formation and annihilated the nearby dragonfly xenogeniacs, but that hellfire-like power was on its way, and many other powers were coming for them, too. Escaping seemed impossible. Boom! The metal statue's fire engulfed them, but it did not incinerate them. Instead, a blue Bysema suddenly appeared. Han Sen and his people were inside it, shielded from the scary fires. When the fire touched the blue Bysema, the fire shattered. And then, the power of the other statues hit the Bysema. They exerted all their strength, but it was for naught. They could not break the Bysema. A dozen scary metal statues surrounded them. They loomed over the Bysema like hungry demons, staring at Han Sen and the other marquises inside. 2150. The power that comes from the plane. Han Sen, I have heard your name before, but I certainly did not expect to see you here. The 3-headed, 6-armed statue stepped in front of the Bysema. The bird head in its center peered directly at Han Sen. It looked how a demon might, when staring at a defenseless baby in an abandoned stroller. To Han Sen and the others, the strength of the metal statues was awe-inspiring. They were completely surrounded, and of course, the dragonfly-like xenogeniacs were still flying about. There were too many of the insects to count, which made the situation of Han Sen's team completely depressing. Who are you? Han Sen asked, looking up at the giant 3-headed, 6-armed statue. My name is Klinsman of the Destroyed, the statue replied. As it spoke, the other statues stopped trying to attack. They merely stood where they were. I did not expect the Destroyed to be part of the Breekskis, Han Sen said coldly. Klinsman laughed and said, You are incorrect. The destroyed are not a part of the Breekskies, as you suggest. We are the royalty of the Breekskies. Those stupid giants were just slaves with a few drops of our blood in their systems. We are the real Breekskies. So, this is the home of a deified Breekski? Han Sen asked, curiously. Klinsmann laughed. I know you are merely stalling for time, but that is fine. The destroyed control everything here. You cannot hope to run. After a brief pause, Klinsmann continued on to say, this is the house of a deified Breekski, and yes, it has been abandoned. The deified elite it once belonged to has long been missing. But the Breekski dolls he left behind are enough for us to claim the entire metal world for ourselves. Those who are above the rank of marquis are not permitted entry, so our grip as rulers of this place is not challenged. This place will become the primary xenogenic space of the destroyed, and as for your place here, Klinsmann turned his metal bird head to stare at each of them. If you people are willing to concede, the destroyed will welcome you as members of Metal World Society. Klinsmann, I'm afraid I don't quite share your optimism, Han Sen said thoughtfully. What do you mean? The woman's face, the face to the right of the bird head, turned toward him. Han Sen looked around and said, I have heard that before you came to this city, this place was already the site of a battle. So what? Of course there was once a fight. Otherwise, why would it be a ruin? The woman said. Han Sen laughed and said, Metal World's power is strong enough that outsiders cannot break through, and only marquises can be sent in to do research. That means the powers from the outside are unable to affect this place. But if that is so, why was there a fight dangerous enough to force a deified elite to abandon this place? Klinsmann frowned. The man's face of the statue then spoke instead. Perhaps the attacker broke through the power of Metal World and forced himself in. The same power that prohibited 5 of our elites from breaking through. If that deified elite did force his way through, do you really think the Breekskis could have escaped a being like that? And even if they ran, why would that elite take over Metal World and not lay a lasting claim on the place? Han Sen went on to say. What do you mean? The woman asked again. If my assumptions are correct, the Breekskis didn't abandon this place because of enemies from beyond. Their greatest threat must have come from the planet itself. What are you trying to say? The statue next to Klinsmann looked annoyed. Han Sen laughed and said, the power that threatened the Breekskis, if it came from the planet, focused only on you. I doubt that it threatened anyone other than the Breekskis. If I were you, I wouldn't be so cocky. I might be thinking about running as far away as possible, actually. There is a high chance that you'll be killed well before us. Nonsense. If there was a power like that, it would be long gone. If it exists, then why hasn't it shown up? Han Sen, I admire your intelligence. I do not want to kill you. I am throwing you one last lifeline here. Concede, and I will stay my cruelty. The bird head smiled grimly. Han Sen did not speak again. He merely focused on how he might get out of the situation they were in. The things he was telling Klinsmann weren't all a bluff. If the power that wiped out of the Breekskis truly did come from the planet, it wouldn't be extinguished so easily. After all the years that had passed, that power might still exist somewhere. If you truly seek death, then I will grant your wish. Klinsmann commanded a dozen Breekski statues to attack the Bicerna. The Breekski dolls launched a variety of terrifying powers which converged on the demon bug Bicema. The blue Bicema trembled, and it looked ready to buckle and break. Han Sen thought things were pretty dire. Each Breekski doll had king-class power. If Han Sen shrank the demon bug Bicema to shield just himself, its strength would be concentrated. Enough to withstand the force of his aggressors. Even if 10 kings attacked him, they'd be unable to penetrate its defense. But now, Han Sen had his demon bug Bicema stretched to shield 100 Sky Palace students, and the demon, Buddha, and dragon as well. The defense was stretched thin, and thus, it was weakened. It couldn't protect them from a constant stream of attacks from a dozen dolls. Seeing the Bicema quiver, they all knew it was going to break soon. And Han Sen also knew they'd have to run. They couldn't stay where they were. Even if he kicked out the demon, Buddha, and dragon, the demon bug Bicema likely wouldn't be enough to keep the 100 marquises safe, either. Han Sen, let us out. Perhaps some can survive that way, Dragon 8 shouted, knowing that the Bicema was about to break. Amitabha, we have to fight, a Buddha marquis said. Khan frowned. His face kept flickering through a cycle of different emotions. He knew their situation was dire. Han Sen wished to say something, but just as he was about to speak, the earth began to shake like a huge earthquake was underway. And then, an enormous sinkhole opened in the city. The metal surface caved in, falling into the seemingly bottomless hole. The sound of explosions echoed up out of the hole, signaling that something big was coming. All of the Breaksky dolls stopped attacking Han Sen and turned their attention to the bottomless pit. The dragonfly xenogeniacs all buzzed away. They flew straight out of the city, jostling each other in their panic. If there was a power that was able to force the deified Breaksky to abandon the planet, it would probably kill anything in its path. No way, I was right, Han Sen smiled wryly. The Breaksky dolls that were commanded by Klinsmann all took a step back. They peered at the giant hole. They waited a while, but nothing rushed out of the pit. And gradually, the sounds of explosions became less and less frequent. As everyone was still staring in confusion, their eyes drifted to the side of the pit. A small white paw with metal claws had risen just over the edge. The claws looked ferociously sharp, but the paw was only the size of a baby's hand, though. The small paw felt around for a grip on some surface. When it grasped the ground and started hauling itself up, a white metal face became visible. Its eyes were circular, and the skin looked like the skin of a lotus. When it emerged fully from the pit, everyone was able to get a good look at it. The little white beast looked sort of similar to a pangolin. With the tail included, it probably wasn't more than a meter long. Compared to the metal statues around it, the white metal beast looked like an ant. After the little beast pulled itself onto the surface, its chubby body waddled toward them. It was not fast, though, and its tail and its butt shook like a baby's bottom. Han Sen looked at the beast with visible confusion. It might have looked like a pangolin, but it wasn't exactly like a pangolin. Han Sen thought of a creature that looked even more similar to it. Metal Eater. Han Sen remembered the Metal Eater he once adopted. This creature was a little smaller than the Metal Eater he had befriended, but other than that, it looked incredibly similar. Considering that this planet is formed wholly of metal, this might indeed be a Metal Eater. But that being said, its size suggests that it is a baby. Perhaps there is an adult one hiding in the cave, Han Sen thought with worry. Although this creature might not have been the exact same species as the one Han Sen had encountered in the sanctuaries, it was definitely the same type. The metal critter seemed quite confident as it waddled its way toward the feet of one of the metal statues. Grab it, Klinsmann barked to his fellow metal statues. He was thinking similar thoughts to Han Sen. If the beast was the child of something far more dangerous lurking elsewhere, he wanted to capture it immediately. Doing so might prove useful. The destroyed that controlled the nearest metal statue heard Klinsmann's order. He immediately moved the statue to pick up the little beast. That beast was small and slow. The giant statue looked like it would have difficulty picking up the little creature without pulverizing it. As the enormous hand came down to grab the creature, it stared up at the hand helplessly. But before the big hand landed, the critter opened its mouth. At that moment, everyone's eyes opened wide. Even Han Sen's. He had seen many scary creatures in his lifetime, and he had seen many animals devour others, but he had never seen a creature behave like this. The little thing was so small, but when it opened its mouth, the head became extremely large. The entire creature turned into a gigantic metal mouth. Its throat looked like a dark abyss. The statue was a few hundred meters tall, but the tiny creature ate the statue in a single bite. The sight was incredibly disturbing. It was more shocking than an ant eating an elephant. But it happened, with no applause or fanfare. That metal statue vanished into the mouth, taking its destroyed pilot along with it. One bite. It was just one bite. The little metal fiend swallowed and burped happily, and nasty chills started to run down the spines of everyone assembled there. Even the destroyed that were controlling the metal statues for Klinsmann were rattled. The little beast licked its lips with a long tongue, then looked at another of the metal statues that were near it. It jumped forward. Kill it, Klinsmann shouted. He controlled a statue with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he used it to unleash 3 different lights to attack the metal fiend. The other metal statues also moved to attack the creature. Waves of fire and ice came shooting out of the metal statues to repel the beast. The little creature's body was suddenly wrapped up in a transparent shield. The shield intercepted the oncoming attacks and completely nullified them. They didn't even rattle the transparent shield. In a flurry of sparks, their attempted attacks fizzled away. Metal Eater, it is a Metal Eater. When Han Sen saw that shield, he received the final confirmation he needed that this creature was a Metal Eater. The powers they possessed were way too similar. The Metal Eaters from the sanctuary could produce shields just like that. While the shield of Han Sen's Metal Eater had been much weaker, the similarities between the two were obvious. Gotcha. The little beast ran toward the nearest metal statue, and its originally amusing waddle had now become quite sinister. Again, it opened its mouth and swallowed the entire metal statue before the destroyed inside had a chance to flee. It was difficult to imagine how a beast so small could swallow a metal statue that was the size of a mountain. All the marquises watched in terror. The metal statues had king-class strength, but they were getting swallowed one at a time. Despite the critter's small stature, it had to be deified. Run! Han Sen shouted as he switched off his Bai-Sima. All the marquises rushed to escape the city. In front of a creature like that, the marquises didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell. Their only option was to run. Few humans would pay enough attention to kill an ant deliberately. Hopefully, the beast was only interested in the Breaksky doll, not smaller creatures. It was the marquises' only chance of getting away. Han Sen kept running, looking over his shoulder as he went. The little beast's body was protected by its shield again. It was traveling between the metal statues. The statues disappeared one after another. It made Han Sen think, one bite, one child. Although those metal statues were as big as mountains, before the metallic creature, they were like children. One bite really was enough to end any of them. Han Sen was merely hoping that the metal beast was not interested in beings as small and weak as the members of his team. If it did have a taste for them, it was game over. Their only hope was that the metal eater would stay occupied with the statues. Klinsmann and the others were in shock. They had now realized that what Han Sen had said was true. The deified Breaksky might really have been afraid of this being. If it was able to scare off a deified elite, who knew what abilities the little creature truly held. Without hesitation, Klinsmann turned around and started to run away. He also called on the destroyed to do the same. But it was too late. The little critter one bite, one child didn't take long to finish up the rest of the statues. Klinsmann was very smart. He hastily removed himself from the Breaksky doll to ensure his own survival when the construct was swallowed. But when Klinsmann was still in the air, the little beast's tongue flew out and snared Klinsmann, then jerked him back into its mouth. Klinsmann didn't even have a chance to scream. Han Sen had thought the Breaksky dolls would stall the metal beast, buying the marquises enough time to escape from the metal city. When he looked back, though, he saw that all of them had already been destroyed. Han Sen became particularly glum when he noticed that the metal beast was now coming after them. The body of the critter was quite chubby, and it had originally looked like some sort of modern art sculpture forged of metal. Not now, though. Now, it looked like a demon that wanted their blood. Seeing it head their way, everyone felt a huge chill run down their spines. Spread out and scatter, Khan shouted, before turning to flee in a different direction. The other races also realized that splitting up was their best option. They had to escape, but if they all ran together, the beast could swallow all of them in a single bite. By spreading out, there was a chance some of them could survive. Yuya used his sword marks to inform all the Sky Palace students of the directive to scatter. The crew split up into 10 different teams. Han Sen's team had 9 people. He glanced over his shoulder again, and his face turned black. The little beast was wiggling its bum after his team. F***ck, I can't be this unlucky. There are so many marquises here, so why is it choosing us? Han Sen felt as if his luck was worse than it had ever been. That thing that could eat the Breaksky dolls as if they were a light snack, so Han Sen's demon bug Bai-Sima probably wouldn't do much to stop it. He would die no matter what. Spread out. Han Sen had no choice but to dissolve his team. He wanted to ensure the survival of as many of his people as he could. The metal beast seemed to be toying with them, though. It wasn't coming at them at its full speed. If it had, it would have caught them already. The Sky Palace students received the command and scattered, splitting up to go in different directions. Han Sen turned his head to look at the metal eater once again, and his face grew bleak. The fiend was still chasing after him and him alone. Next time, I'm not cooperating with anyone. This is some really disastrous luck. There are a few hundred people here from various races. I'm neither the biggest nor the prettiest. So, what did I do wrong to draw so much of this creature's ire? Han Sen summoned the red cloud and held Bauer tight. He jumped onto the mount and ordered it to flee. The red cloud's tail was like an exhaust plume of red mist. It moved like red light, and its speed was much greater than that of most dukes. But the little beast was able to catch up easily, and it was getting very close. Why don't you go for the slower ones? Why me? Han Sen felt very depressed right about now. As the creature approached, Han Sen actually had no idea what to do. Luckily, the beast didn't seem to be in a hurry to eat him. It was more like a cat trying to catch a mouse. It allowed him to stay ahead as it chased him. Seeing that Han Sen was getting close to escaping the giant metal god city, though, the creature decided to speed up. It opened its devilish mouth. It didn't need to get close to swallow Han Sen, as its tongue could capture him with ease. Dong. In a last-ditch effort, Han Sen summoned his demon bug Bai Sima to block the critter's tongue attack. Fortunately, the beast had only used its tongue to strike, as the Bai Sima shook and made a creaking sound. It sounded as if it was on the verge of breaking. Han Sen felt a chill. Since the beast hadn't been able to catch Han Sen with its tongue, it opened its big mouth. Han Sen felt as if the sky was covered by that mouth. He wiped his sword mark away and fired up his blood pulse sutra. Then, Bauer sucked the red cloud back into the gourd, and they traveled back to the sanctuaries. He appeared back in his home in the Alliance. He patted Bauer on the shoulder and sighed. It is very lucky I was able to survive. But if I cannot exit the metal world, I will be unable to return to the Geno universe proper. Should I go back there from a gate in the sanctuaries? If I do, I will end up in the barren system. Han Sen knew this would be a worse choice than returning straight to the metal world. The metal world had only one scary enemy, but there would be far more than just one in the barren system. We will have to wait. Hopefully, when we get back, the monster will have lost interest in me and returned to the pit it emerged from. Then, I will leave the giant metal god city and escape metal world. Han Sen tried to comfort himself. But Han Sen then thought, that beast should be the same type of creature as my own Metal Eater. I wonder if their language is the same. Maybe I can take Metal Eater there to negotiate with the metal beast. Perhaps we can work something out, so I will be able to leave. After thinking of this, Han Sen took Bauer with him to see Metal Eater. Metal Eater lived in an abandoned warehouse. Han Sen would have liked the Metal Eater to stay with him, but the little guy was stubborn to remain with metal. Han Sen frequently filled the warehouse up with steel, and out of all that steel, the Metal Eater had made a home. He also ate an abundance of it. Luckily, Han Sen was ridiculously rich. One of the Metal Eater's bites could bankrupt an ordinary family forever. Metal Eater had been practicing the ability Consume, which Han Sen had brought back to the sanctuaries with him. Its metallic body was becoming black. Right now, Metal Eater was sleeping on a bed of raw steel. It was like a dragon sleeping atop its trove of treasure. It wasn't too big, only about 2 meters long in total. Perhaps it was because it had practiced Consume, but it looked smaller than it used to. When Han Sen entered the warehouse, Metal Eater got up from its slumber. It ran over to Han Sen's legs and used its tongue to lick them. Han Sen stroked Metal Eater's head but felt an uncomfortable pang of guilt. After Han Sen kidnapped the creature, it had lost all contact with others of its same kind. And then, after he brought it to the Alliance, he knew Metal Eater would never see its old friends again. And Han Sen didn't even bother spending time with it. It could only look for the creatures around the warehouse when it needed someone to talk to. But its personality was very quiet. It liked to spend much of its time asleep atop plates of steel. It didn't talk much. Metal Eater looked like the metal beast, though. Aside from its color and size, they were a 90% match. If I really cannot escape Metal World, I can take Metal Eater to speak with the metal beast. It won't be a noble, so I can always bring it back to the sanctuary. There is no need for me to worry about its safety there, Han Sen thought to himself. He was going to take Metal Eater for a walk first, but it didn't like the prospect. It returned to sleep upon the steel. Han Sen stopped in on the other creatures around the warehouse, then took some time to look over the collection that he kept there. He saw he had collected many things in recent years. One of the most important items of his collection was the body of the gold raven baby, but when he looked for it, he found that it had disappeared. 2153 being eaten. How could it have vanished? Han Sen mumbled in confusion. The sun raven was a baby, but it was a deified creature from the Geno universe. Its deified genes were so stable that Han Sen was unable to absorb them. It would be pointless for a creature in the Alliance to steal it. On top of that, that entire place belonged to Han Sen. Many scary creatures lived there, and they could take over the entire Alliance if he wanted them to. Who would dare to steal anything from him? Han Sen wouldn't make the mistake of forgetting where he had put the body, but he didn't think it had been stolen, either. It was too large to move easily anyway. When Han Sen first got the Sun Raven body, he had been unable to absorb it. So, he had kept it inside the warehouse for safekeeping. Over the past 2 years, he hadn't looked at it once. With so much time having gone by, he didn't even know when it had gone missing. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan the area, but there was no trace of the bird's body. Its body was very solid, and by all accounts, it should have left behind some sort of sign. Fortunately, the warehouse was equipped with cameras. Han Sen headed for a control room where he could view the camera feeds, but suddenly, Bauer leapt off of Han Sen's shoulders and ran to a specific corner of the warehouse. Han Sen quickly understood that Bauer had found something, and so he followed after her. Bauer had gone to a wooden crate. She climbed atop it and looked inside. Han Sen recalled that the crate had been used to store barrels of wine that Ji Yanran had bought. They had been produced on a famous vineyard planet, but since the wine required a rare ingredient that the makers could no longer obtain, the wine's production had ceased. Ji Yanran had taken the crates there to collect what she could. They did not drink together very often, and so they were just kept in storage when not needed. The open crate was evidence that someone had been there. And on top of that, a few other crates were open as well. There really has been a theft. Han Sen moved over to Bauer and inspected the crates. Han Sen saw a tall black barrel that had also been opened. It had been drained of the wine it previously contained, but when Han Sen looked inside, he saw the last thing he expected to see. There was not a single drop of alcohol remaining, but at the bottom of the container was a fist-sized egg. Its shell was red, and it looked very beautiful. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan the item, and from the red egg, he could discern something that felt very familiar. He could tell that it belonged to the little red bird that used to follow Bauer around. After thinking about this, Han Sen realized he hadn't seen or heard much about the little bird over the past couple of years. He had been too busy, and the bird tended to follow Bauer. Anyway, so he hadn't spared it much attention. Han Sen picked up the egg from the empty keg, and after a keener inspection, he was able to tell that it did indeed contain a presence that belonged to the little red bird. Weird, why would it be here? And why would it become an egg? Han Sen wondered about this, and then he looked at Bauer. Bauer shook her head, indicating that she had no clue, either. The little red bird had a strange history. When they first found it, it was in the Phoenix Nirvana. It had been in its sunfish form at the time, but when it left the water of the pool, it transformed into a little red bird. It was certainly a strange creature. Because the little red bird did not have attacking power, Han Sen quickly stopped paying attention to it. He allowed Bauer to keep the thing as a pet. Now that the little red bird had come to the warehouse, and it had apparently drained an entire barrel of wine and turned into an egg, it all seemed rather strange. Han Sen brought the egg that the little red bird had become to the security room. He had 3 years of footage to peruse, and so he started watching them on fast forward. After a while, Han Sen saw motion on the monitor. Around 2 years ago, not long after he brought the Sun Raven's body to the warehouse, the little red bird flew in and began eating it. Although Han Sen had been unable to refine the Sun Raven's body, the little red bird munched on it with no problem. But it had only been able to eat a small amount of it each time. The little bird was like a woodpecker, and after a whole year of nibbling, the entire body was consumed. As it ate the Sun Raven's body, the little red bird underwent a metamorphosis that changed its body continually over the course of the year. Eventually, its body became a red crystal that burned with a constant flame. After the little red bird ate the entire Sun Raven's body, it flew towards one of the crates and opened it, then pulled the top off a barrel. The little guy splashed down into the alcohol and became a little red fish. The fire that enveloped it was extinguished, but the heat must have vaporized the alcohol inside. Within a few minutes, the barrel was as dry as a bone. And then, the little red bird came out of the egg. It went into each and every barrel and did the same, ruining the whole supply of alcohol. After the little red bird reached the final barrel, it hadn't emerged again until Han Sen came along and took it. D*MN. What is this thing? It ate the Sun Raven and evolved. Han Sen looked at the egg in his hand in shock. Han Sen was unable to refine the deified body, so it was difficult to imagine how the little red bird had done so. Whatever, I couldn't refine the body, anyway. I just hope that whatever it becomes will be something of moderate usefulness. Ultimately, Han Sen decided to put the red egg back. Han Sen did not know what it might take for the creature to successfully incubate, but if it had selected that place by its own volition, then that was probably the best bet. Han Sen rested at home for the next few days. He didn't return to the metal world just yet. He did, However, worry about Yuya. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about that right now. He only hoped that the others had found safety after escaping the giant metal city. Han Sen held Han Ling while Bauer sat next to him. The three of them watched movies and ate snacks. Han Ling was holding a milk bottle which she drank from, just like Bauer used to do when she was younger. Ji Yanran returned from the company and its business, and there, she saw Han Sen and Bauer asleep on the couch. Han Ling was asleep atop Han Sen with a pacifier in her mouth. There were snacks and toys everywhere. Seriously, this is how you choose to be a father, Ji Yanran complained, but she did so with a light-hearted smile. She didn't wake them up, either. She draped a blanket across them and tidied up. 4 days later, Han Sen went back to the warehouse where Metal Eater resided. He planned on taking Metal Eater with him now, in the hopes that he could negotiate with the metal beast if he encountered it again. Just in case, Han Sen summoned the dragon wings on his back and the dragon wings attached to his ears. If something went wrong, he could teleport away with Metal Eater and gain enough space to escape back to the sanctuaries again. Being alive was more important than anything else. 2154 The meeting of two metal beasts. After completing his preparations, Han Sen brought Bauer and Metal Eater to the metal world. After they arrived, Han Sen didn't waste time looking around for a threat. He grabbed Bauer and Metal Eater in a hurry and teleported away from the area. Fortunately, his greatest worries were unfounded. The little metal beast wasn't waiting to attack him on his return. But when Han Sen had a look around, depression sank into him. The worst scenario might not have transpired, but that didn't mean his arrival had gone unnoticed. Rather than returning to the pit it had emerged from, as Han Sen wished, the metal beast was sleeping atop a ruin constructed of rubble as if it were a mountain. Han Sen's teleportation had roused the metal beast. It got up and looked at Han Sen. D*MN it. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have teleported. I should have snuck away. Han Sen groused. Upon seeing Han Sen, the metal beast stood up. But then, when it noticed Metal Eater, its eyes widened. Han Sen's Metal Eater looked at the metal beast with equal amounts of curiosity. The black and white metal beast stared at each other. It worked. Han Sen was happy. The white metal beast stared at the other for a while. It squealed at Metal Eater. It seemed to be saying something, but Han Sen had no clue what. At the very least, it didn't sound threatening. Metal Eater wriggled out of Han Sen's arms and dropped onto the ground. Then, it made some noise at the white metal beast in return. The white metal beast made another sound and ran towards Metal Eater. This made Han Sen nervous, of course. He wanted to grab Metal Eater and run for it, but Metal Eater was actually running at the white metal beast instead. Han Sen knew that Metal Eater wasn't a terribly smart creature, but it could sense danger. It wouldn't allow itself to fall into harm. So, Han Sen shelved his plan to teleport away and watched the pair keenly. The black and white metal beasts came together. They looked at each other. Metal Eater was much larger than the white metal beast, but its power was much weaker. That was an aspect of their meeting that worried Han Sen. BZZT. The two metal beasts both cast their shields. The white metal beast's shield was transparent, but Metal Eater's shield was infused with the power of Consume. Because of this, it was a bit darker. The white metal beast circled Metal Eater and gave it a sniff. Are they talking in code? Han Sen was very worried. He was worried that the white metal beast might discover that Metal Eater wasn't the same kind. Or maybe it would attack Metal Eater because the sanctuary creature was too weak to compare. The white metal beast circled around Metal Eater some more, and eventually, it jumped. Han Sen's heart almost froze. And just as he was about to move and save Metal Eater, he realized that the white metal beast was actually jumping towards the pit it had initially emerged from. Metal Eater didn't move. It looked in the direction that the white metal beast had disappeared. A cold sweat had gathered on Han Sen's forehead. If the white metal beast wished to kill Metal Eater, he didn't know if he had what it took to save his companion. Good, but what exactly happened? Did they recognize each other? Or did they just need to talk some more? Han Sen's heart was oscillating at a number of different speeds. Sometimes faster, sometimes slower. While Han Sen was still deep in thought, the white metal beast returned from its hole. Its fat body came waddling over to Metal Eater. Han Sen saw that the white metal beast was holding a metal branch about the length of a man's arm. The branch contained a few metallic fruits. The white metal beast moved over to Metal Eater and placed the branch directly in front of him. Metal Eater showed no reaction to it, so the white metal beast walked closer to its alternate self and made some loud sniffing noises. Metal Eater lowered its head, rolled its tongue out, and gobbled up one of the fruits. When the white metal beast saw Metal Eater consume one of the fruits, it merrily ran around it. It stood next to Metal Eater and used its body to rub against the larger creature. It looked very happy. Metal Eater ate a few more of those metallic fruits, and its body began to shine. Then, Metal Eater released a strange substance. It became a geno-armament to envelope its body, then melted back inside the creature. Is it going to become a baron? Han Sen was as surprised as he was delighted. Han Sen was happy that the white metal beast had given Metal Eater a metallic fruit that was obviously some good stuff, but he was surprised that Metal Eater was becoming a baron. Now it couldn't return to the sanctuary without being harmed. But a metal world like this is far more suitable for it. It won't have to stay in the warehouse all alone, Han Sen thought to himself. The white metal beast appeared to guard Metal Eater while it made the change to become a baron. It stared at Han Sen and Bauer as if they were thieves. You are the outsider here, it seemed to be saying. Han Sen felt awkward. Metal Eater's evolution appeared to go well. Its form grew darker and smaller, but its body looked more metallic than ever. Seeing Metal Eater's successful evolution, the white metal beast happily licked Metal Eater's cheek. It was definitely a sign of affection. Han Sen became concerned, though. If he wasn't certain Metal Eater was a male, he would think that the white metal beast was looking for someone to mate with. Metal Eater is male. If the white metal beast is female, then they can mate. But the white metal beast is so strong, God knows how long it's been alive for. Isn't it a bit too old for my Metal Eater? Han Sen looked at them strangely. The very lovely scene, in Han Sen's eyes, became vaguely ominous. Metal Eater was very quiet, unlike the white metal beast that was so active. The white metal beast had spoken a few times, but it had received a response only once. But even so, the white metal beast was very happy. It returned to the hole and provided Metal Eater with even more of its metallic fruits. *T. Is that thing hitting on my Metal Eater? If that is the case, a sacrifice might have to be made. Whether or not we can escape Metal World depends on you, Metal Eater. Work your charms. Han Sen encouraged Metal Eater. But quite clearly, Metal Eater did not understand what it was being told. All it did was munch on the fruit the white metal beast had brought it. It was so lazy that it didn't even speak. Yuya watched the developing red storm, his frown sinking deep into the lines of his face. 4 days ago, they had managed to escape from the metal city because that horrifying metal beast had gone after Han Sen. The creature had followed Han Sen long enough for the rest of them to clear the city. They continued fleeing frantically across the land, but they eventually realized that the metal beast had no interest in leaving the city to capture them. They had, however, lost all contact with Han Sen. And Han Sen was their leader. The elders had instructed them to look after Han Sen and ensure no harm befell him. But now, it was game over. That monster had managed to eat king-class elites for a light snack, so there was a very high probability that Han Sen was a dead man. There is no point in worrying about this now. Unless we find a way to escape this place ourselves, we are all going to die here. In that case, we wouldn't even be able to report what happened here. Yuya ended with a sigh. The Buddha, dragon, and demon had stayed together. After the fighting, those three races put together still had fewer people than the Sky Palace team. So, there was a big power gap between them, but they were all in the same boat now, and they all had to find a way to leave. The more people that could leave, the better. Yuya had no interest in bullying anyone anymore. Khan and the others weren't dumb. They knew Sky Palace was in control of the situation now, and Yuya was the leader for the time being. They had no plans to stir up trouble, but they couldn't figure out a way to escape from the metal world. They were well and truly trapped. The environment of the metal world was awful. All the creatures were made of metal, so there was no local source of food for them. Although they still had some supplies, it'd only be a matter of time before they died. Han Sen's Metal Eater was definitely playing hard to get. The white metal beast kept trying to please it by being as friendly as possible. Metal Eater didn't respond much, but Han Sen could still tell that it was happy to have found a partner. Han Sen and Bauer were given some goodies, too. Han Sen and Bauer could not eat the metallic fruits, but the white metal beast did give them something to drink. It probably did that on behalf of Metal Eater. Han Sen drank some of that fluid, and he noticed that it seemed to resonate with a sort of power. It immediately began to improve his genes. The white metal beast stayed close to Metal Eater, and it kept rubbing Metal Eater with its head. It confused Han Sen a great deal. The creatures in the sanctuaries had the genes of the Geno universe. Han Sen knew that the crystallizers had brought many of the Geno universe's creatures to the sanctuaries for research. That was how many of the creatures in the sanctuaries had been created. But Stay Up Late also told him that the crystallizers only did all that to improve the blood of the crystallizers themselves. All the genes that they researched they intended to combine with their own race in one way or another. The crystallizers had the same power as a high race in the Geno universe, but they had to rely on their technology for that power. Eventually, they challenged another high race and were destroyed. At that point, would they have possessed enough power to take the genes of all those creatures to the sanctuaries? Especially in their weakened state, the crystallizers shouldn't have been able to beat the genes of creatures like the Little Red Bird, Golden Growler, and Metal Eater. And there were many creatures with such blood in the sanctuaries. Han Sen could not imagine how the crystallizers might have accomplished all of this. Stay Up Late said that the crystallizers did not build the sanctuaries. Apparently, they already existed before the crystallizers stumbled across them. Since the entrance to the sanctuaries lies with Sacred, is Sacred responsible for creating the sanctuaries? Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen thought that had to be correct. From the stories he had heard, only Sacred had once possessed the sort of power necessary to collect the genes of so many powerful creatures. The crystallizers couldn't have done it. Plus, Sacred existed before the crystallizers, which fit with what Stay Up Late had told him. The crystallizers must have found the sanctuaries at a later date and modified them. So maybe the sanctuaries were built by Sacred, but why? Why were they throwing powerful genes into the sanctuaries? What creatures were born in the sanctuaries? What was sent there? The Nine-Life Cat was linked to Sacred somehow, and he was able to go in and out of the sanctuaries as he pleased. It looked like Nine-Life Cat himself was researching the people of the sanctuaries. And at some point in the past, an event transpired that resulted in the ruin and dissolution of Sacred. A strong faction was suddenly reduced to dust and echoes. Sacred became a barren system, and somehow, the crystallizers stumbled onto another way to enter the sanctuaries, claim them, and modify them. When their race was almost destroyed, the remaining crystallizers sought refuge in the sanctuaries and continued their research on genes. What Han Sen couldn't determine was whether the crystallizers conducted all their research by themselves, or if they carried on with the research left behind by Sacred. But all of this was just theory devised by Han Sen. Nothing could be taken as fact. Only that old cat can answer the questions I have, Han Sen thought with frustration. Everything hinged on Sacred and that hated cat. Han Sen lacked the power to get in and explore the barren system, so for now, he couldn't learn the truth. As Han Sen was lost in thought, Metal Eater approached. It warbled at Han Sen and then looked towards the hole. The white metal beast stood beside the pit and seemed to be indicating that they should enter. Metal Eater went first, and Han Sen followed with Bauer. He wanted to see what the nest of a deified creature might look like. The entrance to the hole was massive, but its walls sloped down like a huge funnel, becoming narrower as it went. At the bottom was another cave that was about 1 meter wide. The white metal beast and Metal Eater entered it, with Han Sen and Bauer following. Han Sen thought it was a cave, but when he looked down, he froze. How can this be here? Han Sen stared, having a difficult time believing his eyes. Beneath the pit, there was a space that was reminiscent of a warehouse. Inside that space, Han Sen saw many giant metal cubes sitting in lines. They looked like storage containers, but they were bigger than the sort of boxes you'd expect to find in a warehouse. When Han Sen got closer, he realized that each cube was covered in giant handprints. He had seen one of these metallic cubes before in Narrow Moon. The blue metal cube the rebate had retrieved from the Lagu ruins looked just like the boxes he was seeing now. When that blue metallic cube was opened, it released a collection of blue-gold demon bugs. They assaulted Narrow Moon, dealing great damage to the system. And while that was bad, Han Sen had managed to obtain his demon bug by Sima through the ordeal, which had saved his life numerous times already. That entire scenario, and the subsequent results, were an affair Han Sen would never forget. Han Sen counted 24 cubes sitting in front of him. The cube he had seen before was entirely blue, but 12 of these were gold and 12 of them were green. And while the symbols upon the two types were similar to each other, they were different from engravings on the blue cube. Also, each cube seemed to have its own unique set of handprints. If the handprints were passwords, then each cube had a special password. Are the Lagu ruins connected to the Breekskis? If so, then the Breekskis have many bloodlines, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen wasn't worried about the demon bug cubes opening, though. They wouldn't unfurl unless the password was punched in, and even if they did open up, the demon bugs wouldn't stand a chance against the white metal beast that had led them there. Speaking of the white metal beast, it moved between two cubes. Han Sen followed, with Bauer held tightly in his arms. As they traveled by the giant cubes, Han Sen stumbled across many dead metallic xenogenics, metallic fruits, and metallic plants. It really did seem to be the home of the white metal beast. Not too far away was a number of transparent tanks that were each as big as an oil truck. Some of the tanks were empty, whereas 5 of them were full to the brim with a transparent liquid. Han Sen took a look and quickly concluded that it was the very same liquid he and Bauer had been gifted by the white metal beast earlier on. The transparent tanks all had a name written on them, spelled out in the common language of the Geno universe. They each read, Metal Xenogenic Fluid. The text also went on to explain the effects that the liquid would have after consumption. If metallic creatures drank that liquid, they would turn into xenogenics immediately. If a metal xenogenic drank it, the liquid would make them stronger. There were a few hundred of those canisters, but the white metal beast appeared to have already drunk most of them. There were only 5 left, and one of them was not as full as it could have been. The critter must have been actively drinking from that one. The white metal beast directed Metal Eater to eat more of its metallic fruit. The creature also encouraged Metal Eater to drink the metal xenogenic fluid. As the Metal Eater ambled over, Han Sen brought out 2 cups. He dipped the cups into the metal xenogenic fluid and filled them up, with one for Bauer and one for himself. The cells inside him underwent strange changes when he drank the liquid. Han Sen quickly fired up the story of genes to refine the metal xenogenic fluid. The story of genes was finally growing, and this made him incredibly happy. Han Sen walked around the warehouse and came across something strange. It must have been something left behind by the Breekskis, but Han Sen couldn't quite tell what it was. Neither could he tell how to make use of it. He could see bite marks on it where the white metal beast had bitten off chunks. He supposed it could have been a food of sorts. The warehouse was mostly composed of metal, and it appeared that the metal cubes were the only things that the white metal beast hadn't been gnawing on. Han Sen felt unnerved by this fact, though. He curiously pondered why the white metal beast had decided not to eat the demon bug cubes. Han Sen got close to the metal cubes and realized that the outside of each cube was covered by a layer of something. It looked almost like a sheet of rubber or wax, but it was transparent and very thin. Han Sen had to use the Dongshuan Sutra to see it properly. I wonder if I can talk to the white metal beast. After opening the metal cube, he might be able to eat the bugs inside, and leave me a half-dead demon bug king. Perhaps I could even snag myself another demon bug king beast soul. Han Sen pondered this. Han Sen tried to think of a way that he could communicate with the white metal beast. They did not speak the same language, so it wasn't as if they could really speak to each other. So, he ended up settling for exaggerated gestures. He came to learn that the white metal beast was not fond of the metal cubes because of their smell, and it really wasn't fond of that outer layer. The creature wouldn't dare bite the cubes with that layer still on. And furthermore, Han Sen's power wouldn't be enough to remove the layer by brute force. If he wanted to open the metal cube, he would have to activate the password by palming the prince in the correct order. Figuring out the password won't be difficult, but I will have to talk to the white metal beast first, Han Sen thought. Han Sen wasn't in a rush, though. He walked around the warehouse, and on its other side, he actually found something that was not metallic. There were books that had been stored inside a metal box. The white metal beast had chewed up the metal box, leaving the books spread across the area. The books seemed to be made of plastic rather than paper or cloth, but the material was much stronger than actual plastic. Han Sen tried burning them, but they appeared to have no reaction to the touch of flame. The box had originally contained 6 books, but each of the books was the size of a small house. They must have belonged to the original inhabitants, the Breekskis. Han Sen had to fly up to see what was written on them. The 6 books were named Break 6 Skies. It was a Geno art belonging to the Breekskis. Han Sen was interested in a Breekski's Geno art. He started reading over it, and he was able to determine that it was a fairly violent technique. It employed an impact upon a gene substance to create an explosion. Every hit was able to create an explosion that was stronger than the initial impact. From what he could tell, Though, the Geno art was way too dangerous. The explosions would harm everyone, even the user, so you could blow yourself up if you weren't careful. That was 2F*C King Cruel. It is very violent, but I must admit I do like the concept. Han Sen quickly memorized all the content of the Break 6 Skies he had just read, and he made plans to learn and practice it when he found the time. It was such a violent Geno art that it could easily be used to challenge enemies that were a higher level than he was. Still, it did seem particularly difficult to learn. It was a very rough and visceral Geno art, but wielding it required a lot of precise skill. The difficulty level was definitely up there with Sky Palace's Suppress Evil. As an analogy, the Geno art was like a human nuke. Even if the user understood the principles of how it worked, trying to make use of it without blowing yourself up was a difficult feat to achieve. Han Sen was not worried about the level of precision required, of course. And he had his Dongshuan Sutra. With that, he could control any substance. That made it far easier for him to practice other skills than it would be for any other person or creature. Even so, training this skill would require a lot of time. He currently had a lot of other skills to practice, and he wasn't even in the mood to start, so he wasn't going to do anything with it just yet. Han Sen looked around the warehouse some more, but he didn't find anything else that was half as interesting. He eventually returned his focus to the metal cubes. He started talking with the white metal beast, despite the fact that there was a rather severe language barrier. Han Sen put in a lot of effort to overcome it, and he used Metal Eater as bait to entice the metal beast to cooperate with him. Han Sen was eventually able to confirm that the white metal beast would leave him the half-dead, half-deified demon bug king. Upon settling on that, Han Sen went over to one of the metal cubes. The white metal beast had eaten the demon bugs before. The only thing it didn't like was the layer atop the cubes. When Han Sen asked the white metal beast to leave an ordinary demon bug xenogenic gene for him, he was met with a stern refusal. That wouldn't be allowed, and even making Metal Eater seduce the white metal beast did not change its mind. So, Han Sen gave up on that prospect. 24 demon bug kings. I should be able to get a demon bug king beast soul, for sure. Just one is all I need. Han Sen thought to himself as he stood before a gold metal cube. The handprint pattern passwords of the Breekski's gold metal cubes were all different from each other. And figuring out each combination was a headache. Getting the right code by chance was less likely than winning the lottery. The chances were as slim as a supernova creating humans. But Han Sen did not need to rely on luck. As he examined the gold metal cube, a purple color flowed into his right eye. The black pupil became entirely purple, then split into 4. It became a purple pupil composed of 4 petals. That was the spectacle beast soul Han Sen had received from killing Evil Eye. It was called Purple Eye Butterfly, and it was a deified beast soul. Although that was not a beast soul used for fighting, Han Sen still treasured it. He considered it more of an asset than any fighting-type beast soul. Even a deified weapon beast soul was just a weapon with deified powers. Although possessing it would make Han Sen more powerful, it'd still be useless against an actual deified enemy. The Purple Eye Butterfly spectacles were different, though. Even against a deified enemy, they would be very useful. Han Sen stared at the gold cube with his right eye, and the 4 petals in his eye began to spin. It looked very weird. As the petals spun, Han Sen's right eye could see something he would not have been able to see otherwise. It was different from the Purple Eye God lights. The spectacle couldn't restrain an enemy, but it could allow Han Sen to analyze a substance's structure and thereby research it more effectively. When Han Sen looked at it with his purple eye, it was like he was playing back the entire sequence of the gold cube's creation. He saw its components stripped away one by one until it was only a pile of raw material. Han Sen was able to see every step of how the thing was made. If he had his own materials, he figured he could create one himself. With the whole process unfolding before him, Han Sen looked for the password that had been input into the gold cube. Han Sen didn't actually plan on making a cube of his own, though, so the only thing he decided to memorize was the password. After doing that, he put away the spectacles. He gathered up power in his hands and started smacking the prints. When Han Sen's last strike landed on a print, he retreated without a moment of hesitation. He pulled Bauer and Metal Eater close, then summoned his demon bug Baisima. They all hugged each other tight so that Han Sen could make the Baisima as strong as possible. That way, even if a half-deified demon bug king came to strike them, the shield wouldn't break under the force of a single blow. Kacha. The gold cube started to split open, and before long, it wholly shattered. The metal cube became a rapidly unfurling swarm of gold demon bugs. They were each half as big as a fully grown human, and in a few seconds, gold demon bugs were frantically flying everywhere. Han Sen looked at the gold demon bugs, and he noticed that they looked almost exactly like the blue demon bugs. It was obvious that they were the same species. Upon seeing all those demon bugs, the white metal beast looked extremely happy. It only disliked the layer that coated the cubes. He found the bugs themselves quite tasty. Before the gold demon bugs could spread out, the white metal beast opened its mouth and swallowed the entire swarm of them. Hey, you said you'd leave the gold demon bug king for me. But you went and ate them all. Han Sen shouted in frustration. The gluttonous creature had eaten every single bug. Han Sen had put in a lot of effort to open that cube, but despite that, he had gotten nothing for all his work. While Han Sen sulked, the white metal beast opened its mouth and spat out a few things. There were many gold bug crystals. They all glowed with golden light, looking like the rarest of gems. There was one amongst them that must have been the king-class xenogenic gene. Aside from those gold bug crystals, a gold demon bug was spat out, too. Its body was half melted, and its organs were even oozing out in places. It struggled on the ground, writhing around. It looked as if it would give up the ghost at any second. Thanks. Han Sen was absolutely thrilled. He used his ghost teeth knife to slash the gold demon bug king. He mumbled to himself, "Give me a beast soul. Give me a beast soul. Even if your demon bug king beast soul is the same, it'd still be the best beast soul to have. I can give one to my wife and kids. I could hand them out, one each. And then, they could survive anything. Only a deified elite might pose a threat." Han Sen slashed the dying demon bug king's wounds. With the cut, the demon bug king moaned, but it didn't die. He gathered more power and used tusk alongside his ghost teeth knife. He had to strike the bug 14 times before hearing the familiar sound he enjoyed oh so much. Mutant Xenogeniac King hunted. Gold Demon Bug King. Xenogeniac gene found. Han Sen was disappointed by this result. That mutant Gold Demon Bug King hadn't given him a beast soul. Well, there are still 23 more of these F***CKERS to kill. There's no need to panic just yet, Han Sen thought to himself. He turned back to the white metal beast. The white metal beast swallowed the mutant Gold Demon Bug King's body. And like it had with the lesser variants, it spat out the mutant Gold Demon Bug King crystal. That crystal was even prettier than an ordinary king class. The white metal beast pushed the mutant king class and a few of the king class crystals towards Metal Eater. It seemed like Metal Beast intended them as a gift. Han Sen felt depressed about this. He had never encountered anyone kind enough to gift him such a bounty of worthwhile gifts. Metal Eater did not seem to be able to digest those king-class bug crystals, though. It tried to bite down on the crystals, but despite the effort, they did not break. If he cannot eat them now, why not let me keep them? Han Sen asked with a smile. The white metal beast ignored him, though. It merely took the bug crystals and stored them elsewhere. It wasn't planning on Han Sen walking away with them. Han Sen could do nothing except shake his head in dismay. The white metal beast then walked over to another gold cube. It made some noises at Han Sen, as if telling him to do his thing and open that one next. Han Sen wanted to do this anyway, so he hastily ran over to the gold cube and put his deified spectacle back on. With it, he swiftly unlocked the password of the gold cube and opened it. BZZT. The gold demon bug swarmed out of the cube again. Just like before, the white metal beast was able to swallow them all. But this time, it did not spit out the bug crystals. After a while, though, it did spit out a mutant gold demon bug king. And just like before, the poor bug was on the precipice of giving up the ghost. Han Sen slashed it. The strike felt incredibly satisfying. Killing a king-class Xenogeniac wasn't a thing many Marquises could ever hope to accomplish. And on top of that, this wasn't just an ordinary king-class creature, it was a mutant king-class creature. Han Sen was very weak right now, in the grand scheme of things. Ghost Teeth Knife slashed the Demon Bug King's wounds, and after a few good swings, he finally slew the thing. Mutant Xenogeniac King hunted. Gold Demon Bug King. Xenogeniac gene found. Han Sen sighed. Again, there was no beast soul for him. He would need to open the next cube to get what he sought. One after another, they went through the cubes. After the 7th Gold Demon Bug King was slain, Han Sen was delighted to hear the announcement that informed him of his acquisition of a beast soul. Mutant Xenogeniac King hunted. Gold Demon Bug King. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained mutant gold demon bug beast soul. Filled with excitement, Han Sen hurriedly checked out the mutant gold demon bug beast soul he had just managed to snag. Mutant gold demon bug king beast soul. Bai Sima type. Upon seeing it, Han Sen laughed. Ha, ha, I really do get whatever I want. My luck is back. Now, Han Sen couldn't wait to open the rest of the metal cubes. The white metal beast was having a good time, too, so it merrily followed along to eat its fill of the bugs that Han Sen was providing. The next few mutant gold demon bug kings did not provide him with any more beast souls, but just as he was resigning himself to the fact that he might not receive another mutant gold demon bug king beast soul, the last mutant gold demon bug king gave him another. Han Sen was grinning ear to ear. He then went on to open the green cubes. He released the green demon bugs so that the white metal beast could eat them. Mutant Xenogeniac King hunted. Green demon bug king. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained mutant green demon bug beast soul. Lady Luck is head over heels for me, isn't she? Han Sen was ecstatic. He had received a beast soul from the very first mutant green demon bug king. That was quite a mood booster. Seeing that the green demon bug king's beast soul was also a Bai Sima, he was incredibly joyful. But then, something changed. Han Sen kept killing the rest of the creatures that the white metal beast left for him, but he didn't receive any more beast souls. Every time Han Sen believed he would get another beast soul, he didn't. Their progress quickly devolved into a mutant demon bug king murderfest. I am still quite happy to have gotten 3 mutant king beast souls. That haul is pretty impressive. Han Sen didn't complain about it too much, as he really was quite pleased to receive the 3 he had. Complain about it too much, as he really was quite pleased to receive the 3 he had. The white metal beast scoffed down every demon bug it could, but it kept spitting out the king-class bug crystals for Metal Eater. He didn't take them back, either. They were like toys for Metal Eater. Han Sen had concluded that the white metal beast could access another dimension. He was only storing the bug crystals, not eating them himself. Ultimately, however, that did not matter to Han Sen. Having 3 demon bug king beast souls made him a very happy man already. Let's see if the gold Bai Sima and the green Bai Sima are as strong as the blue one. Han Sen summoned the gold demon bug king's beast soul. Han Sen saw a gold light appear around him. Aside from the color being different, there did not seem to be anything separating it from the blue demon bug king's Bai Sima. After checking out the green Bai Sima, he noticed that it was exactly the same, as well. All that was different was the color. The defensive properties were identical. Can I use these Bai Simas together? Han Sen thought to himself. Then, he summoned all of the demon bug king Bai Simas. Han Sen summoned all 4 demon bug king Bai Simas, but one of them did not work. The 3 Bai Simas he successfully summoned combined to become a blue, gold, and green Bai Sima. The one that he couldn't summon for use was the second gold Bai Sima. I can't use the same color Bai Sima beast souls together, but those of different colors can be combined. Han Sen was surprised. He tried out the tricolor demon bug king Bai Sima, and noticed that it was far stronger than any single color. Bai Sima. This discovery was as surprising as it was exciting. These Bai Sima beast souls can be combined. I wonder how many demon bugs the Breekskis created. If there are more colors, perhaps I can stack those together too. It might give me the defense of a deified being. Han Sen knew the chances of that were extremely low, though. Even if there were other colors out there, he might not be lucky enough to get their beast souls. In addition to that, finding the demon bugs would be a task and a half. The tricolor demon bug king Bai Sima is strong enough for now. It will certainly withstand a half-deified elite. Han Sen felt so happy. All the races that sent Marquise teams to Metal World were growing worried. Their elites had been waiting outside the planet, but after half a month went by, not a single Marquise had returned. They sent a few more Marquises to find out what might have transpired there, but none of them came back either. All of the elders were growing angry at the threat to their people. The first scouts that they sent to Metal World had gone in and then come back out without issue, but now, not a single Marquise seemed able to return. It confused them a great deal. They were very disturbed. Although 100 Marquises was nothing to those higher races, they were fighting for territory. They had sent out their best elites of Marquise rank. Having their fighters trapped inside dealt a lot of damage to those races. The white metal beast told Han Sen how he could leave Metal World. The storm that plagued Metal World cycled between blue and red, and most of the time, leaving was impossible. Every 10th swap of color, however, there would be a brief pause in the storm. It was only during that time that the planet could be escaped. When the demons and the Buddhas first traveled there, it was during that small window. That was how they were able to enter and leave. Now, they needed to wait for 10 red and blue storms to pass before trying to leave the surface. In total, that would be a month and a half. There was still a while until the window opened again, so Han Sen wasn't in a rush to move just yet. Han Sen was enjoying the benefits of being friends with Metal Eater, and he was able to consume the metal xenogenic fluid each and every day. He actually didn't want to leave the cave for the time being. He wanted to drink as much as he could so he could level up the story of genes. Han Sen went to search for Yuya and the others. They were staying with the remainder of the dragon, Buddha, and demon. They were surviving under the protection of a secluded cave. They weren't really in any danger, but their supplies were swiftly dwindling. Thus, they were becoming desperate to find a way out. Unfortunately for them, they'd yet done so. Han Sen didn't meet with them, though. He stayed close to the white metal beast and kept drinking its metal xenogenic fluid. As he waited for the 10th cycle of the storms, he spent most of his time practicing the story of genes. For some reason, the white metal beast had no interest in leaving the metal city. Han Sen couldn't lure or take it away from there, either. Han Sen kept refining the metal xenogenic fluid, and after a whole month, the story of genes finally began to change. It was becoming Marquise. Is it finally happening? Han Sen was excited. He had used so many resources to level it up, and he had always wondered what new powers he might achieve upon leveling it up to Marquise. I wonder if it will develop a new shape. Of course, if the power doesn't increase proportionately, then this Geno art wouldn't be very well balanced. The resources consumed thus far would be a waste, and I'm not even sure if there would be any point carrying on with its practice. The spell armor began to glow with holy light. Spell was now shining as brightly as a sun. Boom! Han Sen's body shook, and then the armor disappeared. It took on the shape of a lady standing directly in front of Han Sen. The lady was covered in a holy light, and her hair waved like sunbeams. The two pistols Spell wielded became bright, too. They gave off so much light that Han Sen couldn't look directly at them. Han Sen's body felt like a fast-flowing waterfall was rushing through it. His body connected with Spell's energy and began glowing extremely strongly. Boom! Finally, Spell's light started to explode like a volcano, and a holy light fired into the sky. Spell's body floated in the midst of that holy geyser of light, and a strange spell symbol appeared on her forehead. Han Sen did not know what changes the flower-like spell was experiencing. She was shining, but not very brightly. But she was inside the stream of light, and the shadow of her form was clearly visible. The holy light focused on her forehead, and it gathered up the powers of Spell. All of that light was beaming down into Spell's flower. The flower had not changed, and Spell looked just like she always did. Spell's battle body has increased to Marquise class. Han Sen heard this announcement in his head. His body had also gotten a whole bunch stronger. His physical form now made him invincible amongst all the other Marquises. Even a top-class dragon Marquise wouldn't have a body that was remotely comparable to Han Sen's. What confused Han Sen was that Spell did not gain a new form, her forehead was just imbued with a strange spell symbol. He had no idea what the symbol even meant. Yuya, Khan, and the others all looked glum. They had been looking for a way to leave Metal World for the longest time, but their efforts had all failed. They were on the verge of running out of supplies. It was usually safe when they left the cave during a blue storm, but this time, they met a few metal dragonflies. They killed the insects, but more appeared and chased them back to their camp. They relied on the constricted entrance of the cave to fight off their enemies, and at first, it worked. But there were some dukes among their attackers, and as a result, they were unable to hold the enemy off. D*MN. We are losing men. Should we retreat? A dragonfly sank its teeth into a Buddha, and a whole chunk of his arm's flesh was torn out. He let out a blood-curdling scream. All of our resources are here. If we lose those, we won't survive long no matter what we do. Plus, there are too many xenogenics for us to risk splitting up. That would just get us all killed, Uni coldly said. If we don't run now, we will surely die here, the Buddha Marquise shouted back. There are too many xenogenics in the blue storm this time, and there are dukes amongst them. We cannot fend them off forever. Dragon 8 and Yuya remained silent as the others argued. At this stage, there could be no falling back. They would settle for either getting out of Metal World or dying. The group kept killing what they could, but some marquises fled the cave. They wanted to take their chances outside the cave. But the dragonflies, upon spotting the deserters, came from everywhere. There was nowhere they could run that the dragonflies wouldn't follow. They would have to fight until exhaustion claimed them, and when that happened, their bodies would be devoured. Dragon 8 roared, and the rest of his dragon followed him to abandon their camp. When he saw what was outside, however, he felt hopeless. Not even his gold dragon body could keep up this fight forever. Yuya brought the Sky Palace students out with him, too. All those dragonflies swarmed them, and they had nowhere to flee. As despair came to claim their hearts, something weird appeared inside the swarm of xenogeniacs. Boom! Yuya and the others were fighting hard when they heard an explosion echo from afar. There was a light blooming among all those xenogeniacs. The swarm of xenogeniacs all started to churn, as if they were super nervous. Boom! There was another explosion, and its sound made the marquises' ears hurt. A mushroom cloud rose visibly over the landscape this time. The shockwave spread, and swaths of the dragonflies were blown into nothing but bits. Boom! 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 Many more mushroom clouds exploded amidst the army of xenogeniacs that had descended upon them. Great numbers of the dragonflies were destroyed, and the ensuing vacuum sucked living dragonflies back into the wreckage. A red shadow emerged from the dust and haze. It looked like a man holding a rocket launcher, and again, rockets leapt out of the cylindrical launcher. Everything in sight was being blown to pieces. Rockets exploded continually, creating mushroom clouds. The metal ground and the dragonflies were being sundered in equal measure, as bodies and metallic chunks were strewn across the region in a mind-blowing display of carnage. Over the wreckage and corpses drifted fire, smoke, and dust. The red shadow was like a crazy killer. It moved forward steadily as it fired rockets, reducing the whole place to ruin and rubble. On the shoulders of that crazy red shadow was what looked like a 6-year-old girl. She seemed curious, and she kept looking around. Her calm expression was a ridiculously stark contrast to the insanity of the explosions destroying everything around them. Han Sen, Yuya and the Sky Palace students, upon seeing the shape of the body more clearly, began to cheer. They thought Han Sen had been murdered by the white metal beast, which had appeared to single him out. But instead of being killed, he showed up when they needed help the most. Seeing that Han Sen's rockets could blow up both Marquis and Duke xenogeniacs, it was obvious that his power had increased in the time they had spent apart. It appeared to them as if he must have reached Marquis' class. Otherwise, there was no way he could have brought harm to those beings. Han Sen had intended to rejoin the Sky Palace team when the storm ceased, as he wanted to remain in the cave and drink as much of that metal xenogeniac fluid as he could. But the Sky Palace students were in danger, and so he decided he had no choice but to leave the metal city. This guy, did he just become a Marquis? When Dragon 9 saw the strength of those rockets, he froze up stiff. He could not believe a Marquis could possess such power. Dragon 8 was shocked, as well. He wouldn't even dare to try to withstand one of those rockets, even with his gold dragon body active. It was really difficult to believe that a Marquis possessed such power. And on top of all that, the attacks were long-range and area of effect. They weren't single-target attacks only. Seeing the dukes that Han Sen was knocking out of the sky, Khan's face looked ashen. What frightening power! And it's coming from the body of someone that is only a Marquis. If he had become a Marquis sooner, perhaps he could have fought against Dollar and Lone Bamboo. What is his Geno art? What makes him so powerful and scary? Across the whole universe, I am afraid that Mr. Han has to have the most impressive Geno art by a wide margin. Not even Dollar or Lone Bamboo would be able to fight him, a Buddha Marquis whispered in awe. Everyone listening actually agreed with what the Buddha Marquis had said. That power was something they had never expected to see from a Marquis. Even if Dragon 8 used his Evilbreaker dragon powers to summon his maximum strength, it wouldn't compare to the power of each of those rockets. The scariest thing about this, though, was the attack being an area of effect. The power was so strong, it was difficult to believe it all came from a Marquis. Under Han Sen's attacks, the fearless xenogeniacs started to shake and shiver. Han Sen was like a walking cannon, merrily killing each and every xenogeniac he could see. Even dukes were being blown up with ease, all by the might of those explosions. Boom, boom, the whole ground trembled. The xenogeniacs were squealing. The explosions were sounding from everywhere across the land. If there was ever a matter a rocket could not solve, he'd just use another. Boom! Han Sen held his rocket launcher like a minigun. He kept firing at the swarm, and the shockwaves and clouds melted the xenogeniacs in the throttling haze. Marquis Xenogeniac hunted. The killing announcements kept overlapping. It was all mixed up, and Han Sen couldn't properly discern what was being said. This wasn't just the power he had gained when Spell became a Marquis. This was Han Sen's power combined with the Break 6 Skies art he had just learned. Han Sen's power was scary, there was no doubt. He was definitely the best out of all the Marquises now, and the impacts he could deliver via Break 6 Skies could enable him to kill everything that was coming at him. He felt as if he could destroy a galactic warship. When Spell became a Marquis, Han Sen had nothing to do. So, he spent the remainder of his free time researching Break 6 Skies. His Dongshuan Sutra and deified spectacles made Break 6 Skies incredibly simple for him to learn. Han Sen used a couple of tricks of his own, too. Not even he could handle the full extent of Break 6 Skies at close range, so he infused their powers with Spell's projectiles. Firing them from a distance would not hurt him. So, this was the perfect marriage. The rockets and the bullets had the power of Break 6 Skies. Although Han Sen had only learned the first tier, his rocket launcher was already very strong. Not even a duke could withstand it. The rocket's power suppressed the whole Xenogeniac army. Dragon 8 and Yuya moved to help Han Sen, but they soon stopped. They just stood back and admired Han Sen's handiwork. Ruins, bodies, and smoke were all that was left in his wake. The whole Xenogeniac host had been blown to pieces by Han Sen. He gave an evil chuckle. Everything around Han Sen was exploding. Everyone was thinking, this guy has destroyed more than those F*C King destroyed did. It's like he is one of the destroyed. The Xenogeniacs were running now. The whole place was like a graveyard in the middle of hell itself. Han Sen held his rocket launcher casually, the little girl still perched upon his shoulder. He approached the Marquises from the ruins. Dragon 8 and the others felt a large chill strike them. They couldn't help but stumble backward. Yuya, are you okay? Han Sen asked, looking over the fighters assembled before him. No, yes, I mean, we are okay. Yuya was too shocked to answer him appropriately. His brain had lagged for a moment, but it slowly started to function again, now that he had been asked a question. Teacher Han, your Geno art is too cool. White Real blurted out without any self-consciousness. That was awesome. This skill is invincible. He blew up dukes. This is crazy. If Teacher Han is a Marquis, Dollar won't be considered the number 1 Marquis anymore. That's for sure. All the students spoke about this happily. They all referred to Han Sen with the teacher title, as all the explosions had been incredibly impressive. They admired him too much to speak as if they were on the same level. The elites of Sky Palace, the Dragon, the Destroyed, the Buddha, and the Demon were still waiting outside of Metal World. 2 months had elapsed by now, and they had yet to see any of their Marquises return. As each new day passed without any sign of their students, their moods became darker and darker. They were finally beginning to settle on the painful acceptance that their people might never come back. Something is coming out of Metal World, murmured a dragon that had been keenly watching Metal World. As he spoke, everyone else began to react, as well. The elites that were waiting outside of the planet inched closer, staring intently at the magnetic storms that shrouded the surface of Metal World. Someone emerged from the clouds. 1, 2, and then there were more. The dots emerging from the clouds continued to grow until they resolved into familiar faces. Dragon 8, it's Dragon 8. A Dragon King screamed. The elites of the other races reacted the same way when their people emerged from the storm. But as the last of them came through the clouds, the Sky Palace elders looked more ecstatic than ever, while a gradual glumness crept into the hearts of the others. This was because there were more Sky Palace students than the students of all the other races combined. The Sky Palace team was entirely intact, but the same couldn't be said of the others. The other groups were in a sorry state, and even the survivors had sustained grievous injuries. Han Sen took Yuya with him to debrief the Sky Palace elders on what had transpired. The elders were delighted to see 100 students all accounted for, only a little worse for wear. One elder was so exuberantly happy with the results, he said, "Good. Well done, you guys. There is no need for you to say anything more. You should go home and take a well-earned rest." Yes, Han Sen, Yuya, and the others were ready to leave alongside the elders. But suddenly, They found themselves surrounded on all sides by the dragon, the destroyed, the Buddha, and the demon. They positioned themselves threateningly around the Sky Palace group, clearly not intending to let them leave. What is this? The leader of the Sky Palace elites, Green Crane Elder, looked at them darkly. The Sky Palace members prepared to fight. A king of the destroyed looked at Han Sen and all the others and said angrily, all these races entered Metal World, and they were obliterated. But you haven't lost a single soul. Have you performed a trick to harm our marquises? It was understandable why the destroyed king was so angry. Every race except the destroyed had a few marquises return. They had lost their entire team. They were confused and angry, and they desperately wanted to know more about what had transpired on Metal World. The other races weren't filled with the same rage as the destroyed, but they had still lost a great many people. They were still feeling that loss, and they didn't want Han Sen and the others to leave so casually. With everyone there to stop Sky Palace from leaving, this was the perfect opportunity to find out what had happened. Once the Sky made it back to their home, negotiating with them would become much more difficult. So, right then and there, all the elites were going to demand some answers. If this was going to happen, it had to happen now. Green Crane Elder chuckled after hearing the destroyed king. Your people are weak. How is the demise of your people our business? The destroyed king laughed grimly and asked, are you saying all these races are not as strong as you? Even if that were true, there is no way all our own died of mere circumstance, whereas not a single one of yours was brought grievous harm. If you do not explain the reasons for this, we destroyed and the others will not be allowing you to walk away from here. They were obviously hoping for the dragon to support them. The destroyed couldn't stop Green Crane Elder on their own. Explanation. Sky Palace doesn't owe an explanation to anyone for anything, Green Crane Elder grunted. He had already instructed Han Sen and the others not to speak because he had suspected something like this might happen. Green Crane Elder actually thought the same thing that the other elites did, the Sky Palace marquises must have done something to the other teams. Otherwise, how could they have returned without losing a single member, while the other teams were in such disarray? Destroyed King bared his teeth and growled, don't use the influence of Sky Palace to scare us. The Sky are strong, yes, but none of us here are weak. If you do not give me an explanation, none of you will be permitted to leave. Mr. Green Crane, why do you not clarify this situation before you leave? One of the Buddha kings asked tonelessly. The Dragon King spoke as well. If the Sky Palace students weren't responsible for any of this, what harm can there be in staying for a little while and providing us with an explanation? Green Crane Elder frowned, and he started to say something. But before he could speak, Dragon 8, Khan, and the others that had still been making their way up from Metal World arrived. They all moved to their respective kings and spoke quietly with them. Aside from the destroyed, when the other races heard of what happened, their expressions grew even darker. Moments ago, they all had their weapons raised at Sky Palace, but now, their hostility had turned to the destroyed. Destroyed, it looks like you all are the ones who need to explaining yourselves. A Dragon King looked at the destroyed with icy eyes. The other races were giving them severely unfriendly looks. The destroyed were confused, as they suddenly had no idea what was going on. Green Crane Elder asked Han Sen and Yuya to explain what had happened. After he heard it all, he was left in shock. His mouth hung wide. He was not shocked that the destroyed had betrayed and ambushed the other races, but he was shocked to hear that Han Sen had fought off all those xenogenics alone and saved everyone in the process. Every marquise that had gone there was supposed to be an elite, especially the likes of Dragon 8, Dragon 9, and Khan. Despite their impressive powers, they were unable to fend off the xenogenics. Han Sen, on the other hand, had beaten those same xenogenics by himself. It was a very scary thing to think about. Invincible was the perfect term for someone like Han Sen. Although the dragon and the others couldn't believe Han Sen was that strong, there were many marquises there to verify the story. Their own people had no reason to exaggerate Han Sen's power in the tale, so they had no choice but to believe the story. After this, Han Sen was being talked about everywhere. Whoever heard the story knew now that Sky Palace was the home of two very prestigious individuals. One was Lone Bamboo, and the other was Han Sen. Because the deified metal beast still lived on the planet, everyone gave up on the idea of claiming Metal World for themselves. And as for how they all planned on dealing with the destroyed, Han Sen did not know. Because Han Sen brought all of the Sky Palace members back alive, he was rewarded by Sky Palace. But none of that actually mattered to Han Sen. The deal between Yisha and Sky Palace was for Han Sen to reach Marquis status. Now that Han Sen was a Marquis, his studies with them were over. He now had to return to Narrow Moon. After all, he was not a true heir of Sky Palace. Sky Palace could not offer the resources he needed to get him up to Duke. Before Han Sen went back to Narrow Moon, he had some things to wrap up in Sky Palace. Half a month after his returning from Metal World, Han Sen finished all his outstanding business issues and went to meet with the Sky Palace leader. Go, leave your name upon the ocean monument. Wherever you go, remember you have Sky Palace to call a home, said the Sky Palace leader. The ocean monument was very large, so it had room for many names. Sky Palace had many famous members that were recorded there. When their practice ended in Sky Palace, they were permitted to leave their names upon the ocean monument. That way, people would forever know that they had been members of Sky Palace, and they had lived in that amazing place. Yisha had left her name on the ocean monument, and now it was time for Han Sen to add his. This was always the last act a person would perform as a student of Sky Palace. When Han Sen went to the ocean monument, many Sky also went to watch. The people of Sky Palace had a lot of mixed emotions upon seeing Han Sen journey to the monument to leave his name behind. Han Sen was a very smart and unique person. Sky Palace was home to many geniuses, but he was the only one that could equal Lone Bamboo. Not everyone had that level of honor or talent. A lot of people thought it was regrettable that Han Sen was so good. He had so much more difficulty gaining rank than others did, and everyone could see that. With his difficulty in leveling up, it was hard to say if he would ever reach King class. It would be a shame if he never made it that far. Others, however, found that thought pleasant. They were happy that Han Sen had great difficulty when it came to leveling up, and they hoped that becoming a duke took him as long as possible. The ocean monument was a floating island that hung amidst the clouds of Sky Palace. The entire island was a single mountain. Standing 10,000 meters tall, the Black Mountain was an intimidating sight. It hung in the air like a sword perforating the sky. The mountain was a piece of history, as its entire surface was scrawled with a great many markings. People had left their names, sword marks, carvings, and even paintings on its rocky slopes. Sky Palace did not restrict what a departing student could leave behind on the monument. Before they left, they could draw or leave anything they wished as a lasting testament to their legacy in Sky Palace. It was something for people to remember them by. But leaving behind a name on the ocean monument was a very hard thing to do. The mountain's name came from the material it was made from, ocean stone. Like a vast ocean that hid a little of everything within its depths, ocean stone could absorb the properties of many elements. Using power upon an ocean stone didn't have much effect, because the stone quickly grew a natural resistance to whatever power was used against it. Leaving their name behind would be a headache for an ordinary marquis. Many travelers had left sword marks on the mountain's surface because they lacked the power to leave their whole name upon it. So, a mark would be left instead of their name. There were many elites that were able to leave their entire name upon the ocean stone, of course. Some of the greatest were even able to carve a poem into the stone. There were some even greater exceptions, too. The peak of the mountain was once as sharp as a needle, but 4 meters of the peak had been sliced off. It was Yisha who had done that, when the time came for her own departure. It was proof she had been a student of Sky Palace, at one point in time. That part of the stone was later brought to Narrow Moon by Yisha herself. On Planet Blade, she placed the thick stump of mountain carefully in her garden. She called it, My Little Ocean Mountain. Han Sen observed the ocean monument before him, and he thought he should bring a souvenir home for himself, since Yisha had done the same. Should I take the peak back with me? Han Sen stroked his jaw as he eyed the peak. Yisha had already cut off the sharpest point of the peak. The base of her cut was now a flat top that was around 8 meters wide. With the toughness of the ocean stone, cutting it would be a difficult task. When Yisha left, she left as a duke. But right now, Han Sen was only a marquis. He was very weak compared to Yisha, and even if he used 6 break skies, he'd only be able to remove a little. The thought crossed his mind that taking more would make him look bad. He was there to leave behind a memory. He was there to give, and not to steal something like a thief. Han Sen thought of himself as a civilized man, so he wasn't going to do something so crude. But also, he felt as if it would be wrong to leave without really using his talents. Even if he was unable to remove the peak like Yisha had, he thought he should at least return with a small stone. Ocean stones were very expensive, and they made for sturdy construction materials in high-end houses. The rooms that were built from ocean stone could not be penetrated by a thief. Even a king-class burglar would also need to exert all their strength to open one. And surely they could be used in other ways as well. A training room and punching bag made from ocean stone would be absolutely perfect for him, he figured. Han Sen's mind circled the idea of a training room again and again. With some memory foam, it would be perfect. When he needed to train Geno arts or practice with his friends, he would not have to be afraid of destroying his base. It is just a shame I'm only a lowly marquise. I'm too weak. If I was a king, I could cut the mountain in half and take it back with me. Sky Palace has a lot of resources, and even this mountain is just a monument. I'm sure they'd be okay with me taking half of it, but it is a shame I am too weak for that. I'll probably only end up with a piece large enough to replace one of the tiles on my bathroom floor, Han Sen thought. Whatever, I guess I'll just have to take one piece as a souvenir. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Han Sen went on to think, and even if I do only end up getting a piece, I should at least try and get as much as I am able to. I only have one chance at this, after all. Han Sen fell deep into thought, and his eyes suddenly squinted. The black pupils of his eyes became purple, before segmenting into four. Four different petals manifested, blooming to cover his irises. Han Sen was looking at the ocean mountain, wondering where it would be best for him to strike. The Sky Palace leader watched Han Sen, and as he did, his throat constricted. When Yisha left, she had stared at the mountain with the same intensity that Han Sen was currently using. Fortunately he is going as a marquise. If he left as a duke like Yisha, I am afraid a big chunk of the ocean mountain would be gone. This way it will only be a small piece, so that's okay, it'll be fine, the Sky Palace leader reassured himself. Chapter 2163 The Secret of the Ocean Stones. Han Sen looked at the ocean mountain with his right eye. Under the effects of the purple eye butterfly beast soul, the history of the ocean mountain played across his right eye like a movie. Deified beast souls were truly wondrous. It was impossible to fully imagine what using one was like if you never had. In the flashback Han Sen was watching, he saw a 10,000-meter tall chunk of rock forming from a smaller rock. The stone was divided into skin-like layers, which were peeled away one by one. Han Sen did not know much about geography, but he knew that stones were not usually formed that way. But the purple eye butterfly beast soul could not have been giving him incorrect information. Whatever the eye showed him was the truth. Weird. Are ocean stones not really stones? Are they actually plants, perhaps? Han Sen wondered, but he didn't think that could be right, either. They looked nothing like any plants that Han Sen had ever seen. Ocean stones were obviously rock, and if they were alive, then they had to be some kind of living stone. Han Sen's mind flicked back to the theory of living stones that Left Crazy had given him a long time ago, but he thought the situation he was dealing with right now was different. Because ocean stones took forever to form, it took a long time for the video to play all the way back to the stone's origin. In the center of the ocean stone, there was a very, very small stone bug that looked rather like a silkworm. That stone bug was living inside a sea of lava as if it was a calm ocean. Its body rolled slowly through the lava until it decided to emerge. The lava on its body slowly hardened to become a shell of stone. Then, that stony shell would mix with the discharge of the bug's body. Slowly, over time, the stone began to transform. It became black and shiny like a piece of black jade. When the stone was completely black, the stone bug leapt back into the lava, then rolled and swam through it again. The stone bug kept repeating this process over and over, as more and more stone began to build atop it. As time passed, the rock grew bigger and bigger. The body was initially only the size of a finger, and after a great many years, it became a big stone. The stone shell eventually became too heavy for the stone bug to move by itself. It didn't have the strength to climb out of the lava, and its body just sank inside it. As time passed, the seas of lava kept creating stone layers over it. The stone bug didn't stop releasing its substance, mixing with every new layer of stone it was crusted in. And after billions of years went by, it became an ocean stone the size of a mountain. The whole flashback shocked Han Sen. He couldn't have imagined a little life like that could literally make mountains. It shone a new light of appreciation upon the miracle of life. Life really was truly amazing. This discovery also made Han Sen a lot more curious. He did not know what the creature was, but that stone bug had the power to turn molten lava into an ocean stone. I wonder if that bug is still living inside the ocean stone. If it is living, I wonder what it eats to survive. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen had no way of determining this, though. The mountain was too thick, and he couldn't sense a life force in the center of the mountain. The chunk of ocean stone would be flawless. It wouldn't have stress cracks like an ordinary mountain. Even if the outside was cracked, though, the creature inside wouldn't care. Unless an attacker was stronger than the ocean stone, they wouldn't be able to cut it open. Luckily, the analysis provided by the purple-eye butterfly had given Han Sen an abundance of useful information. While Han Sen watched the flashback that showed the creation of the stone, he noticed something rather interesting. Although the stone that the little stone bug created looked flawless, Han Sen noticed a small hole approximately where the forehead of the stone bug should have been. The hole was so small that Han Sen barely noticed it. Han Sen ran the flashback in reverse and found a small pore on the stone bug's forehead. Do stone bugs need to breathe? If so, what is it breathing in? Oxygen or something, like a normal creature? Han Sen thought. He didn't understand, but he was pretty sure that no matter how many layers were added to the stone, that little hole would run through every one of them. But through all the ages the mountain had existed, no one else had noticed that microscopic hole. If Han Sen hadn't used his purple-eye butterfly to look into the past, even with his Dongshuan aura, he wouldn't have paid any attention to the hole even if he did manage to spot it. But now that Han Sen had found it, he wanted to know more. He thought about it, and then he walked towards the ocean mountain. Finally, he's moving. I wonder what Han Sen is going to leave upon the ocean monument. Just his name, I wonder. I don't think he will leave behind just his name. For someone like him, leaving his name would be practically lazy. Perhaps he will leave behind a poem or a drawing. Something like that would be more fitting of his identity. Yeah, but what sort of poem or drawing? Have you forgotten that Han Sen uses weapons? I think he is going to leave behind a knife mark. Think about it. If teacher Han Sen left behind a deep knife mark with the sensations of his skills, then we could study it, and our students might become better at knife skills. Wouldn't that be a nice thing? You are right, but if that is the case, then leaving behind a swordman might be even better. Thousand Feather Crane, the young sisters, and first day Buddha watched Han Sen silently approach the ocean mountain. What will Han Sen leave behind? Young Sui asked under her breath. She knew nothing would ever happen between her and Han Sen, but seeing Han Sen leaving, she still felt profoundly upset. Han Sen has never seemed to seek fame. He will probably just leave his name or a simple knife mark behind, Thousand Feather Crane said. That is possible. Han Sen is good at everything, so why is he always so withdrawn and lonely? Young Sushang said while nodding. As everyone discussed this matter, Han Sen used his red cloud to head to the top of the mountain. Not long after, he reached its peak. The move surprised a lot of Sky Palace's elders because when Yisha left, she had done the exact same thing. Chapter 2164 Knife Spikes the Ocean. He isn't going to copy Knife Queen and remove a part of the peak for himself, is he? Asked the black masked woman. She stood next to the Sky Palace leader, her head tilted slightly to the side. I bet both of them will do the same thing, the Sky Palace leader grumbled, thinking that was exactly what Han Sen was going to do. The masked woman laughed and said, Han Sen is strong, but he has only just become a marquise. Knife Queen was a duke when she left, so his attempt will be considerably weaker. And even Knife Queen was only able to cut off a small part of the peak. Now that the peak is 7 or 8 meters thick, even if Han Sen strikes with all of his strength, he will only be able to knock off a small chunk of the stone. Don't worry so much, Sky Palace has much of this resource. Even if I gave him as much as he could take, how much would that really be? This is like an ant taking a swing at a tree. Let him, the Sky Palace leader asserted confidently. The Sky Palace leader couldn't do anything to stop Han Sen from taking whatever he wished to, because it was a tradition for departing students to leave their name on the ocean mountain or take a chunk of the ocean stone as a souvenir. Han Sen wasn't the only student who sought to do such a thing. And Sky Palace had no shortage of ocean stones, anyway. If they did not have so much of the resource, they wouldn't have used one as their ocean monument. And most students, even the best of elites, could only take the tiny bits of stone that crumbled from their carvings on the wall. Yisha was the only one who had ever managed to slice off the entire peak. No one else had ever been able to do as she had. Everyone was now looking at Han Sen, as Han Sen remained standing on his red cloud before the peak. He looked down on the mountaintop, but he didn't step down onto it. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura, and the ocean stone became a sequence structure in the eye of his mind. He found that small hole. It's here. Han Sen's heart jumped. He landed atop the peak and brought out his ghost teeth knife. Han Sen smiled. Since taking a small piece of the ocean stone would be pointless, let's see if the bug within is still alive. Han Sen was interested in learning more about the creature that had made the ocean stone, so he had given up on the idea of cutting the ocean stone itself. He drew his ghost teeth knife and channeled power into its tip. Bauer was still sitting atop Han Sen's shoulder, and she observed his knife curiously. Then, she looked at the ocean stone. She seemed to understand something. But no one else understood what Han Sen intended to do when he drew his knife like that. Is Teacher Han going to carve some words into the mountain's peak? The peak is good, yes, but no one will be able to see it up there. It cannot simply be writing, surely. People leave words on the wall, but they never do it on the flat surface up top. If he writes his name up there, anyone ventures up top will end up stepping on his name. Han Sen is so smart, so I'm sure he wouldn't be that stupid. If he isn't going to write something, then what is the point going up there? Everyone was confused, unable to guess what Han Sen was planning. Even the masked woman next to the Sky Palace leader frowned. What is he doing? If he wants to cut the ocean stone, that isn't good a position to do it from. The angle is all wrong for cutting. The Sky Palace leader frowned as he looked at Han Sen. Something seemed amiss. Han Sen was just a marquise, so there was no way he could make a cut all the way down into the stone from that angle. Young Sui and the others looked at Han Sen with curiosity. They didn't know what he was going to do, either. Han Sen gripped his ghost teeth knife tighter and tighter. Han Sen had learned to gather up power from the dragon, and he had honed his ability to make very small knife silks. So, he prepared to fire them. He directed the knife silks to shoot down into that incredibly small hole. If that stone bug was still alive, it'd react if the knife silks came into contact with it. Of course, Han Sen did not plan on killing it. He was just trying to get a sense of where the stone bug was. If the silks touched the bug, it was sure to move. It wouldn't be killed. Han Sen was confident in his control of the knife silks. But the ocean mountain was 10,000 meters tall. Even if the stone bug was dead in the center, it would be thousands of meters away. Not just any marquise could send a knife silk that far. Han Sen was skilled with both moon and yin-yang blast. If he hadn't been, sending it that far would have been impossible. But Han Sen wasn't extremely confident, so he sent all his focus into his work. He threw ghost teeth knife into the ocean stone to leave his mark. That was to be his memory. Everyone watched as Han Sen stood atop the peak, both of his hands gripping ghost teeth knife tightly. The knife was pointed down, and a strange black and purple knife light was glowing across its blade. It was like there was a demon roaring from the knife. Han Sen's power was raging through him. He used all his strength, channeling everything he had into his hands as the tip of the knife rammed down into the small hole. Kacha, power surged down, and ghost teeth knife slid into the stone, sinking up to the hilt. Han Sen kneeled there, with his hands still gripping the handle. He maintained his position and did not pull out. He was still. Everyone was shocked. The knife remained handle deep in the stone. A normal marquise would have no chance of stabbing a knife into that stone. Even getting the knife a few inches deep would have been impossible. That knife was fiercely strong, but given Han Sen's reputation, it was still less than what the observers had expected of him. The Sky Palace students thought Han Sen would do something impressive with the knife in his hand. They thought he would draw or write something, but Han Sen did not move. Normal people couldn't see what was actually happening, though. Han Sen's strike sent the knife silks down into the hole, and they were traveling deep into the mountain now. This was a unique technique, and making the silks smaller than that hole was a very demanding task. As the knife silks continued down into the hole, he knew he couldn't risk allowing them to touch the stone. If that happened, the power would come to an immediate standstill. Directing the silks flawlessly down thousands of meters of narrow tube was something very few in the entire universe could do. Plus, the hole had formed naturally, not cut with a laser. It wasn't perfectly straight. If the knife silks touched the crooks in the hole, it'd be game over. Without Han Sen's ability to sense things and his amazing control on the silks, he'd never have been able to send them where he wanted to. Chapter 2165 Knife Cuts. Han Sen continued to grip the handle of the knife as he knelt, motionless. He was frozen. Controlling the knife silk took every ounce of his concentration. If he did not focus on the knife silks, they would hit the mountain instead of traveling the thousands of meters he needed them to. Han Sen's refusal to move made people rather confused, though. The Sky Palace leader eventually seemed to notice something, and his eyes went a little wide. What is that kid doing? Many of the Sky Palace students wanted to know the same thing. They fervently discussed his behavior between themselves. This cannot be over, surely. He only left one mark. I thought this would be exciting, but he just left behind a single mark. What profound meaning will that have? Why didn't he choose to draw something instead? Yeah, I've been waiting for this for so long. All the students were disappointed. After all, the Ocean Mountain was a way for departing students to show off their power. The students thought they would see something truly remarkable, but it appeared to be over after a single hit. Gotcha. As the Sky Palace students continued to talk with each other, a crisp noise sounded from that mountain. It was as if a stone had cracked. Everyone immediately went quiet. They looked towards the Ocean Mountain, where they saw Han Sen in that same position. He was kneeling and holding the knife handle, and he didn't appear to have moved at all. The Ocean Mountain seemed to be fine, too, which rather disappointed the students. They had initially believed the noise to be the sound of Han Sen's knife moving. Gotcha. Another noise came, and again it sounded like stone being broken. This time, everyone heard the sound, and they were able to tell that it was coming from the point Han Sen had plunged his knife into. Everyone looked over there, but most of the observers didn't have good enough eyesight. Han Sen was a great distance away, so it was difficult for them to discern much. But the Sky Palace leader, the masked woman, and Yun Changkong saw there were two small cracks near where the mountain and the handle of the blade were now connected. That crack extended from the point in which the knife had been driven through the stone. It was as thin as a single strand of hair, and it couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters long. It wasn't particularly eye-catching, but its presence made their faces grow pale. In a jade city, Yu Shengtsen suddenly stood up from feeding his dog Old Wang. He walked over to the city's tower, and, from its top, he stared at the Ocean Mountain's peak strangely. On Dream Island, the dream beast had been sleeping. But now, from the bushes, he opened his dreamy eyes and looked over to Ocean Mountain's peak, as well. What is it? Why is there the sound of a rock cracking? I think Han Sen must have cracked a little of the rock around him. That should be expected, given that this is Han Sen. Of course he can crack the ocean stone with his level of power. Gotcha, gotcha. As everyone resumed their discussion, the breaking noise returned. It grew louder and louder each time it was heard, and the frequency of the booms increased. It made everyone stop breathing. They all looked towards the peak, keenly curious about whatever was happening. Gotcha, gotcha. That breaking noise was getting louder and louder. Some of the students with strong eyesight could now see the crack that extended from his knife. It was spreading. It is no wonder. This is Teacher Han. He has very strong teeth powers. He can even break ocean stones. Yes, that is a powerful ability. I knew Han Sen wouldn't just do one simple strike. He is going to leave a visible crack across the mountain. It is such an incredible ripping power. There will surely be a teeth knife mind left behind, and we can go see it when Han Sen is done. The people that practice with knives are certainly in luck. Gotcha. The breaking noises were getting stronger, and it was as if the mountain was being repeatedly rocked by thunder. The noises were so loud that they made people's ears hurt, but it was more of a shock to their hearts than their ears. Everyone stared at the peak of Ocean Mountain in awe. From where Han Sen had inserted his ghost teeth knife, the crack had spread 10 meters down either side of the mountain, dividing it in two. The scariest thing was that the crack was now extending all the way down the mountain, accelerating as it went. Even Han Sen was sliding down with it. Gotcha. With a sound like cannons going off, the giant mountain was split in half. The crack had been devastating. Everyone was frozen by what they saw. The sight of Han Sen hanging in the air, still clutching his ghost teeth knife, was mesmerizing. The giant mountain was cut in half beneath his knife, while he slid down effortlessly with it. The Sky Palace leader, the masked woman, and all the elders were frozen. They stared blankly as the Ocean Mountain crumbled. Holy shit, are my eyes working correctly? Han Sen cut down Ocean Mountain. A student thought his eyes were going to pop out of their sockets. It was a struggle to even speak. I must be sleeping. This has to be a dream. This could never happen to Ocean Mountain. I must be dreaming, I must be dreaming, old Wu, slap me, wake me up, pow. Ouch, you really F***C King hit me. All of the elders came forward, racing to the sides of the broken mountain. They used their scary powers to grab hold of the mountain that was now in free fall. Ocean Mountain had always floated in the air because it was perfectly balanced. Now that it had been cut in half, it had lost that balance. And so, it slipped and fell. The elders reached out with their powers to grab the mountain, but because of the qualities of ocean stone, they couldn't get a good grip on it. The crippled mountain continued falling with a crescendo of noise, and there was little that the kings could do to stop it. There was no way they could hold even half of it. Han Sen did not expect one strike would have such dramatic effects. He swore he had only sent his knife silks down that little hole. When they came into contact with the bug, Han Sen realized the bug was still alive, and so he pulled back. He had no clue this was going to transpire. Boom! The two ocean mountains fell, and as they toppled through the clouds rose and spilled everywhere like a tsunami. The rush of clouds washed over many floating islands. Animals were scattering everywhere in fear, while items were blown about everywhere. Sky Palace had been swiftly thrust into chaos. Fortunately, the clouds were not harmful. They tossed around light items, but they didn't injure anyone. This is cheating. Many students awoke from their daze, and they all stared at Han Sen in bewilderment. The Sky Palace leader actually looked furious. That B** starred, toss him out of Sky Palace. I never want to see him ever again. Chapter 2166. Returning to Narrow Moon. Han Sen sat on a ship departing Sky Palace, bound for Narrow Moon. He hadn't been allowed to take half of the ocean mountain with him, but the Sky Palace leader permitted him to keep a bunch of ocean stones. Han Sen would usually take a public passenger ship, but on this day, he was riding a cargo ship. Loading it with ocean stones took a while, and the people of Sky Palace who passed by couldn't help but stare at the bounty. Students usually took items and gear with them when they left Sky Palace, but they had never before seen a student embark on a cargo ship fully stocked with ocean stones. The stones weren't close to half of the mountain Han Sen had sundered, but it was more than enough masonry to build an entirely new base. Because of that, Han Sen was quite satisfied. The story of Han Sen destroying the ocean mountain quickly spread to each and every corner of Sky Palace. The Sky Palace leader and the elders quickly came to investigate what had happened, and they supposedly learned that the ocean mountain already had a crack. The incredible results weren't because of Han Sen's raw strength. Instead, Han Sen had taken advantage of an existing fault. Even so, the tale of Han Sen sundering the entirety of Ocean Mountain was a popular one. It was a frequently discussed topic, and it would soon become a legend. Many years later, when students departed Sky Palace, they would leave their names or a mark of their presence by scrawling them onto half of a floating mountain. It was easy to imagine them asking what had happened to make it like so. The Sky Palace people would sound very proud when answering, telling the newbies how someone had once managed to cut the ocean mountain in half. Han Sen and that half of an ocean mountain became something for the history books of Sky Palace. Han Sen knew Ocean Mountain hadn't been previously cracked, though. It split open because of the stone bug residing within. But when Han Sen was breaking the Ocean Mountain, the situation had been too messy for him to get a look at it, and as a result, he hadn't actually seen the stone bug with his own eyes. And although he tried to use his Dongshuan aura to find where it had gotten to, it had vanished. It was nowhere to be found. I wonder what the level of that strange creature was. Perhaps it was deified. As Han Sen thought about this, Bauer suddenly summoned her little gourd. Han Sen thought that was odd. Bauer rarely summoned her gourd willy-nilly, and he hadn't a clue why she had summoned it now, all of a sudden. Amidst Han Sen's confusion, Bauer shook her gourd. She slapped its bottom, and when she did, something fell out of it and landed on the table. Han Sen saw it, and when he did, he was both surprised and happy. A stone bug that looked an awful lot like a silkworm flopped out of the gourd. It was the one that had resided inside Ocean Mountain. No wonder I was unable to see the stone bug. Bauer had taken it. Han Sen watched Bauer curiously poke the body of the stone bug. The stone bug raised its body, but it did not have any limbs, and Bauer's fingers kept it constantly moving. It couldn't resist the push of her fingers. That was unexpected. That stone bug had produced the stone mountain, but despite that, it did not seem to be all that powerful. By the looks of things, it did not even have the strength of a baron. Planet Eclipse has an active volcano. Maybe I can throw this thing into it, and see if it can generate more ocean stones, Han Sen thought to himself. Bauer was still playing with the stone bug. While she did, Han Sen went to find more information on ocean stones and the stone bugs that produced them. The biggest place that stored ocean stones was Purgatory Rock Sea. It was a strange xenogenic space that was composed almost entirely of lava. Sometimes islands would appear in the midst of the lava, and those islands were composed of ocean stones. But Purgatory Rock Sea had many fire xenogenics to contend with, too. Many of the xenogenics were king class, and some were even deified. Going there in pursuit of ocean stones was a dangerous job. The death rate for those that went there was very high. Ordinary people would only be able to find bits of pre-shattered ocean stones. Only deified elites could bring back a whole mountain's worth, like the one Sky Palace had possessed. Han Sen was able to learn much about the ocean stones, but surprisingly, he was unable to learn anything about the stone bugs. It seemed as if no one knew how ocean stones were created. No one had seen one of those stone bugs before. Han Sen had a look at the ocean stone bug. After Bauer annoyed it for a while, it stopped moving and played dead. It realized that the more it resisted, the happier Bauer would become. After it decided to stop moving, Bauer's interest in the creature quickly disappeared. Han Sen observed the stone bug closely. Its body was like gray rock. It felt warm to the touch, and that was it. Its life force was not very strong, so Han Sen was unsure how it had managed to break the ocean mountain as it had. Han Sen let Bauer put the stone bug back in the gourd. He was going to experiment more with it once he visited the volcano. If he took the critter to an environment like that, something might happen. The ship was guarded by a number of Sky Palace's elites. Han Sen was delivered back to Narrow Moon safely, with the ship packed to the gills with ocean stones. On a primal planet covered with many cruel creatures, a man stood holding a knife. All the creatures that went by him were killed. No bones were left after their death, as the knife consumed them whole. That knife was strange. It was made from bone and shaped like some creature's spine. The knife was serrated like teeth, and it was around 2 meters long. But when the man swung it, it killed any cruel creature that it came against, and all of the beast's flesh would be absorbed into that bone knife. The blade appeared more and more bloody as the creatures died. The man that gripped that bone knife looked a little strange, as well. His head had 3 faces like a destroyed, but he only had 1 pair of arms, and those 3 faces looked very different from a destroyed. The average destroyed had 1 bird head in the center, with the faces of a man and woman on either side. But this man's 3 faces all looked like men. The center face was emotionless. The left one looked like a ghost, and the right one looked handsome. The man kept killing, his expressions never looking bored or annoyed. Countless lives were harvested by his bone knife, but his emotions did not change once. While the man was killing, his beautiful face looked up to the sky. A ship breached the atmosphere and came down to land near him. A robot departed the ship and walked in front of the man. "Bar, someone is willing to offer you a high sum to kill Knife Queen's student. Will you accept this contract?" The robot made some electronic noises. "You know the rules." The man named Bar continued to kill as he spoke. He cut a creature in half with his bone knife right then and there. The teeth-life blade went on to munch on the body, and eventually the knife swallowed it up. The bone knife looked even stronger after that. Its red color had grown even darker. "This video should be sufficient. I assure you that this target is worth your time." The robot proceeded to display a video of Han Sen. Bar watched it, and he was attracted by what he saw. A short time later, his eyes flashed and he said, "I will accept this task." Chapter 2167 Rebate Alpha. Han Sen returned to Narrow Moon, where he was kept busy for the next few days. When all that was sorted out, he went back to Planet Eclipse. The base was as he had left it, with Zero, Hanling Little Angel, and Yisha looking after the place. Consequently, Planet Eclipse was doing fine on the whole, as well. While Han Sen had been gone, Zero, Little Angel, and Hanling were able to level up to Marquise. That was largely due to the abundance of rich resources Planet Eclipse offered. There were many xenogenics on Planet Eclipse, but the highest rank were only dukes. And there weren't many of those around. It'd be difficult for them to become dukes themselves with so few xenogenics to hunt. I only have Planet Eclipse. It has proven more than enough for early development, but if I want to go any further, this planet isn't going to be enough. Han Sen was troubled, thinking of the limitations posed by the finite resources. It wasn't just Han Sen that needed resources. Everyone else did, too. And if there weren't any more resources available, he couldn't bring anyone else from the sanctuary. But most of the planets in the Geno universe were taken by someone or other, and the relationships between the factions were very complex. When someone claimed a territory, they could draw the attention of many factions. Going to the Baron system wouldn't be easy, either. Anyone who wasn't escorted by powerful elites could be attacked by the scary creatures of such a place. Even if he successfully claimed a place there, it could be taken away by force if he didn't have the protection of a big faction. Han Sen was in an awkward position, right about now. He couldn't get a hold of any more resources, and the resources available to him on planet Eclipse were not enough. Han Sen mulled over this for a while, but he failed to come up with a viable solution. Han Sen leaned back from his computer and rubbed his head. Seeing the ocean stone bug playing with Bauer, Han Sen suddenly remembered that he had wanted to experiment with it. He took the stone bug and Bauer to a nearby volcano. The ocean stone bug's attack power was practically non-existent. Keeping it with him would be pointless, so when Han Sen entered the volcanic zone, he set the bug down near the lava. The stone bug saw the lava, and when it did, its eyes brightened as it immediately rolled forward. Splash! The stone bug fell into the lava, and not long after, it was covered in a layer of lava. After a while, the lava cooled and turned into stone. When the stone turned black, the stone bug rolled into the lava again. It kept repeating this until it was a plump ball that was around the size of a hand. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to watch much longer, though. At that speed, God knew how long it might take the bug to create another ocean mountain. I'll wait until it grows bigger before taking the ocean stone. Han Sen left the stone bug there and returned to the base with Bauer. When he arrived at the base, Han Sen was shocked to find Yisha sitting in the plaza. All the creatures were there waiting on either side of the plaza as if a queen was visiting. My queen. Han Sen bowed. His mind raced through possible explanations for why she had come to visit him on planet Eclipse. Yisha looked at Bauer, who was holding Han Sen's hand, and stood up. Take a walk with me. I want to see how much you have learned over the past few years. Han Sen thought to himself, I haven't been around here for the past 2 years. You know planet Eclipse better than I do, so it's not like you need to inspect what I've done with the place. Han Sen might have thought those things, but he would never dare to speak them out loud. He led her on a short tour of the base and its surroundings. They approached Mirror Lake, and while Han Sen was describing that place to her, Yisha suddenly interrupted him. Han Sen, have you heard stories of the rebate Alpha? I have only heard a little, Han Sen answered after a brief moment of thought. He wasn't interested in the rebate, and so he hadn't spent much time exploring their history. But during his time in Narrow Moon, he had indeed heard some stories about the rebate Alpha. After all, an Alpha was the pride and identity of any race. Yisha kept walking, and she said, the rebate are a higher race, but compared to the long stretch of history, we are also a fairly new race. We cannot compete with the older high races. It was incredible luck that we gained an Alpha such as that, who was able to lead us to where we are today. Do you not know about her history? I have heard she possessed the blood of an even more ancient race, Han Sen answered. Yisha laughed. That's just the story that other races tell. Over time, we have come to start believing it ourselves. After a pause, Yisha went on to say, our Alpha was a slave. Our race used to be a primal society, and we couldn't even get off a single planet. We didn't know anything about fighting or practicing Geno arts. Then, a higher race descended on our planet and took us away to be slaves. Sometime after, our Alpha started to travel around the galaxy, collecting skills and strength. After many great trials and difficulties, we were able to light the lantern and become one of the higher races that many cannot help but envy. But do you know what she did, then? She must have been really talented. And she accomplished all that through her own efforts. Han Sen thought a little boot-licking on his part would be appropriate here. Yisha smiled and said, back then, the rebate were just another race. And our Alpha was just an ordinary being, as well. When she started practicing, she only had Geno armor. And then, she managed to claim a xenogenic fruit that let her ascend and become a Baron. This kind of talent is very common in the universe. There are probably millions of people like this out there. If that is the case, then your Alpha must have been a very patient person. She had more intelligence and patience than ordinary people, Han Sen told her. Yisha shook her head. She might have been smart, but she was not fond of suffering. She liked to sleep, and she liked long baths. She created teeth power because she was lazy. She liked to finish things with one hit, without needing to attack again. Han Sen did not know what to say, because the rebate alpha was now being portrayed as a very normal woman. But for a normal woman like that to have escaped a slave planet and led her race to light a lantern, that was incredible. Are you curious why our alpha gained such talent with that personality? How such a lazy person managed to raise her race up to loftier heights and bring the rebate into the Geno Hall? Yisha smiled at Han Sen. I am curious, Han Sen answered honestly. Yisha's expression looked conflicted. My alpha didn't get that far on her methods and talents alone. She depended on the Extreme King. Chapter 2168 Cold Palace Guardian, Extreme King. One of the top 3 lanterns in the Geno Hall. That Extreme King. When Han Sen heard the name, he was surprised. He thought Narrow Moon depended on Sky Palace for protection, but hearing her say this, that didn't seem quite so likely. Yisha nodded and said, it was the Extreme King that first landed on planet Rebate and took us as slaves. Our alpha was raised by a famous member of the Extreme King, and so that is how she garnered so many resources and achieved what she did. Han Sen's face kept changing. Sky Palace, Dragon, and the Destroyed were in the top 10. The Demon and the Buddha were in the top 100. But the truly powerful races were the top 3 of the Geno Hall. The top 3 were stronger than any other race. Not even Sky Palace, in all their might, could challenge them. In the Geno universe, most of everything was split between those top 3 races. All of the factions were sub-factions of the 3 of them, in some capacity. Extreme King was the 3rd, but right now, they were the best-known race in the entire universe. The first 2 races were quite mysterious. They were almost never seen, and no one knew where they lived. One of them was a complete loner race that never allied with anyone else and kept to themselves. They never allowed outsiders into their midst, and they never accepted new members. Someone might occasionally be allowed to work with them, but that was exceedingly rare. Big factions like Sky Palace were connected with the first race. It was called Very High, but Very High was also very mysterious. It was rare to see their people, and very few could actually interact with them. There were rumors about the Buddha having an association of some kind with the Very High, but so far, that was just a myth. No one knew any of the specifics. The likes of the Dragon and the Destroyed were more connected to the second race. They were called Ancient God. Yisha and Sky Palace's relationship was a close one. Han Sen had thought the rebate belonged to Sky Palace, so it was odd to find that they were connected to Extreme King. Yisha nodded and said, right now, the rebate are considered one of the higher races. We have many things, but we still need the support that a race like Extreme King can provide. After pausing, Yisha went on to say, I wanted to tell you this because I need you to know how important resources are. Especially since you are practicing the story of genes. For someone like you, resources are more important than ever. Thank you for telling me this. Han Sen gave Yisha a slight bow to show his respect. He knew Yisha wouldn't randomly tell him all this. She must have had some plan that involved acquiring resources. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here. It wasn't as if he needed any bedtime stories, after all. In about a month, I will be going to the Extreme King, Yisha coldly said. Han Sen was shocked. Seriously, when will you get back? Yisha did not answer. She just looked over the glittering surface of Mirror Lake and said, everything I have achieved will be for naught if I do not become deified. If I don't ascend, it won't matter if I come back at all. I'll be there for as long as it takes, and I will do whatever I can. As long as the road remains open for you, you may continue on your way. After that, Yisha turned around and left. She ignored Han Sen, and after taking a few steps, she disappeared from Planet Eclipse. Han Sen frowned. Yisha hadn't actually told him all that much, but Han Sen got the gist of what she meant. Her trip would be very dangerous, and there was every chance she could die whilst on the way. It was a risk she would take for the chance to become deified. Yisha's presence had made Han Sen feel very secure during his stay in Narrow Moon. While she was around, nobody would dare to lay a finger on him. The stuff that belonged to him remained with him, and he frequently had the opportunity to take the things of others. But it was difficult to determine how things would go for him with Yisha being absent. If Yisha achieved the breakthrough she needed with the Extreme King, that would be wonderful. If she couldn't, and the news found Han Sen, things would take a turn for the worse with him, as well. Yisha had come to Planet Eclipse to tell him all this because there was a choice he would have to make. He needed to let go. If he didn't, he'd die. You need to lose something to gain something. That is what she meant. Is she leaving me with everything of hers in Narrow Moon? Han Sen was suddenly overjoyed. With Yisha's reputation, she was sure to have an abundance of wealth in Narrow Moon. If he was able to take over all of her things, leveling up to king would not be all that difficult. But Han Sen was Yisha's student. According to the rules of the rebate, he wasn't qualified to take over her legacy and wealth. And most of Yisha's resources belonged to the rebate. If she died, those resources would be taken back by the rebate and redistributed. Not many things there actually belonged to her. He might have been the next best thing to an heir that she had, but that would matter little. Han Sen didn't even know if he could take control of her personal resources. After all, if she died, the rebate would not want her legacy to fall into the hands of an outsider. Things were never that simple, of course. And before Yisha went to the Extreme King, she established plans for Narrow Moon in her absence. But Han Sen was not given any of her resources, so he had little say in what happened to them. It wasn't as if Yisha left him with nothing, however. What Yisha had given him actually left Han Sen somewhat confused. Cold Palace Guardian, Han Sen mumbled, staring at the white jade tablet in his hands, and he looked confused. The white jade tablet was about the size of a man's hand, and it seemed to have been sculpted from ice. The words, Cold Palace Guardian, were written across it in red letters. Han Sen knew it had to be an identity card of sorts. Yisha had also left him a note explaining the item. It was something he would need to access someplace called Cold Palace. Cold Palace, is that a place for used boy toys? Han Sen considered that possibility, while his mind brought up images of men dressed in skimpy clothes with faces full of makeup. He thought of them sitting around the house, wiping away their tears. Han Sen started to feel uncomfortable. Ahem, that cannot be it, surely. I have never heard of Yisha playing with men before. I will have to go and take a look at Cold Palace for myself. Han Sen shook his head, trying to shake off the strange scenes he had just envisioned. Cold Palace was on Yisha's planet, so Han Sen packed up his things and went to Planet Blade. Han Sen would have liked to bring Bauer, but Yisha's note stated that only the person holding the tablet would be permitted access. Any other creature would be killed on sight. That made Han Sen very curious about what Cold Palace actually was. Why would Yisha want him to become a Cold Palace Guardian? Chapter 2169 Cold Palace, Knife Queen is allowing Han Sen to become a Cold Palace Guardian. That will obviously help him gain the profits he wants. Night River King's icy voice filled an office in full moon. Knife Queen is the Cold Palace Guardian. She has been summoned to the Extreme King. It is only expected that her student should take her place, Black Moon King responded evenly. Only the best of the rebate has been given the mantle of a Cold Palace Guardian. If Knife Queen is no longer able to do it, another king should be selected to replace her. A marquise like Han Sen should be out of the question. Night River King looked at their boss, Moonwheel King. Mr. Moonwheel, do you think we should select a king to replace Han Sen in Cold Palace? Moonwheel King quietly said, right now, Knife is still in charge of its guardianship. It would be poor form to overrule her decision now. Why shouldn't we? The guardian should be a king. Han Sen is just a marquise. What if something happens? To safeguard the future of our entire race, no one of low rank should take that responsibility, Night River King said. That does make sense, Shadow King said. Flower King did not say anything. He had receded into thought, and that was where he remained. Black Moon King laughed coldly. Night River, you are in too much of a rush. Han Sen is temporarily filling in for Knife Queen. If you force a change now, and she returns, how will you explain the switch? I am Night River. I am not scared of anyone. I only focus on what's best for the rebate. Even if Knife was here right now, I'd be trumpeting the same thing. Night River King boasted. Really? Then why did you not object when Knife first made the suggestion? Black Moon King bared his teeth in a grin. You really think Knife will never return from those chaotic systems? Is that why you are talking so boldly right now? Do not forget that there is every chance she will not be killed. If she returns, she will return deified. And if she returns deified and sees that you have again mistreated her student, you know what her fiery personality will spur her to do. You will be well and truly doomed. I only care about the matters themselves, not the people involved. Black Moon King, do not speak to me so condescendingly. Night River King continued to argue, but he sounded a lot weaker now. If Han Sen is Knife's replacement, the least we can do is let him try. If he does a bad job, then one of you can swap with him. What do you think? Moonwheel King looked at Flower King and the others. Flower King smiled and said, I don't have an opinion. If Han Sen fails as a guardian, I'm not letting it be my fault. Good, Shadow King said. Black Moon King did not have an opinion, either. Night River King looked gloomy, but he didn't say anything. 2 days after Yisha left, Han Sen arrived on Planet Blade. Snowbird Duke was in charge of the place with Yisha absent, and she had been instructed to serve him. When Han Sen saw Snowbird Duke, he was shocked. Snowbird Duke looked almost exactly like Icebird Duke, right down to her cold expression. Icebird Duke was still locked up in Purgatory Heaven where Han Sen had left her. He kept her there to prevent his identity from being leaked and to stop the secrets surrounding Purgatory Heaven from getting out. So, he had no choice but to leave her imprisoned. Seeing Snowbird Duke standing before him now was very strange. Snowbird Duke was very sensitive to such emotions, and she immediately noticed Han Sen's discomfiture. But she misunderstood what was making him uncomfortable. Stop wondering. Icebird Duke is my little sister. I see. That is why you two look so similar. Han Sen then went on to ask, how come I've never seen you before? Before Knife Queen accepted you as a student, I was sent away for work. I returned only a little while ago, so of course we haven't met. Snowbird Duke didn't seem too interested in talking with Han Sen. She simply stood up and said, follow me. Queen told me to escort you to Cold Palace. Han Sen, noticing her brusqueness, did not respond. He simply followed Snowbird Duke to the back door of Cold Palace. Cold Palace is not in the palace? Han Sen asked. No, Snowbird Duke answered emotionlessly. The question had been rhetorical. Han Sen sighed and continued following Snowbird Duke until they reached a mountain behind the palace. Han Sen was wondering where Cold Palace was when Snowbird Duke stopped just short of the mountain slopes. That is where you need to go. I do not have permission, so my guidance must stop here. Snowbird Duke pointed up the mountain to a waterfall. Nestled beside it was a small stone house. It looked to have been built from rocks, and it was surprisingly short, probably 2 meters tall at its highest point. Looking at the stone door, it seemed that Han Sen would have to bend double just to avoid bumping his head. The old stone house made Han Sen confused, though. Is that Cold Palace? Han Sen thought that this little shack surely couldn't be the palace he was supposed to guard, but there was a sign over the door frame that read Cold Palace. Queen said that you must come here on the 1st and 15th of the month to guard the entrance of Cold Palace. You must protect it for a whole 24 hours. Aside from those times, you may do whatever you please. But do not be tardy when you are expected to guard here. After that, Snowbird Duke turned and left. Han Sen had no choice but to hike up to the waterfall alone. The waterfall was pretty, and it was very wide. It felt as if an entire galaxy was descending from the space high above. The sound of surging water was deafeningly loud, but despite that, it carried the wonderful fragrance of trimmed grass. When he neared the stone house, however, Han Sen noticed the temperature drop. It didn't affect him, but it did seem fitting for the title of Cold Palace. It was a sharp contrast to the humidity and heat of the rest of Planet Blade. Han Sen looked at the stone house, but he did not see anything too strange about it. Aside from the lower temperature, it looked like a fairly ordinary house. It looked old and rarely visited, but other than that, it was unremarkable. Why was a stone house like this built here with not even a fence around it? What could it contain that's actually worth protecting? Han Sen wondered. But today was neither the first day nor the 15th, so there was no point in him being there. He looked back over the way he had come to memorize it, then turned to leave. But just as Han Sen was about to walk back down the mountain, his heart jumped. His body tensed as he looked down the mountain path. Someone was coming up that path, and while he seemed to be meandering along, the power he carried was like a tsunami. Every step he took felt intimidating. It felt like the ground was rumbling beneath him. Chapter 2170. You passed. Han Sen squinted his eyes. That scary presence carried enough overwhelming force to sunder the sturdiest stone. It rolled over the region like a wave. The man was approaching, and he was terrifying. Han Sen felt as if the sky itself had changed color. The man's presence battered him over and over, like a ceaseless tide. Who are you? Han Sen stood and squinted, peering at the oncoming form. The wind was tugging his clothes back, making them ripple in the gusts. But Han Sen stood strong. He held his position as if that power did not exist, at all. The person walked onwards without saying a word, and with every step the form took, it sounded like rocks were being broken underfoot. Dong! A very light footstep then took its place, reverberating through Han Sen's ear. But it had the impact of an explosion inside Han Sen's head. It made Han Sen squint his eyes even harder. Dong! 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 The shadow approached, closer and closer. The footsteps were like a chain of explosions, going off inside Han Sen's head, one after the next. And along with all that, the person's presence was becoming scarier was every step. Han Sen looked at the body, and he noticed that they were both of a similar height. But in Han Sen's eyes, the person seemed greater than him. He got the sense that the other person was a god that towered over him, making him feel small and insignificant in comparison. Han Sen knew that this had to be an illusion. But even so, if this person could use their powers to such a degree, it was unlikely that an ordinary person could fight against it. Since when does an elite like this exist within the race of the rebate? Han Sen was confused by this presence. The body and its presence were scary, to say the least. But its life force certainly wasn't king class. It was a duke, at the most. Still, Han Sen couldn't think of anyone else across the entirety of Narrow Moon that carried an aura such as that, especially as a duke. The person continued approaching, but try as they might to subdue Han Sen with fear, the attempt failed. Han Sen did not move. The person eventually stopped walking at a distance of 10 steps away from Han Sen. She stood where she was and just looked at him. Now Han Sen could tell that the person was actually a woman. She was clad in black armor and also a helmet. Her face would have been revealed, had it not been for the face mask she wore. The features of her face were covered, save for the beautiful golden eyes that gleamed from her mask. But it was evident how fit the woman was based on the curves that the armor revealed. She was as tall as Han Sen, and so her longs were very attractive. But Han Sen's gaze wasn't drawn to her eyes or her legs. He was actually looking at her left hand. Her right hand was covered in a black gauntlet, revealing only the length of her fingers. Her left hand, however, was bare. The skin of her hands was pure white, her fingers were slender, and her delicate nails were like crystal gemstones. But Han Sen was not merely admiring the prettiness of it. He looked there because of the power that swirled in her palm. It was a power he could not accurately describe. With no shocking godlight or scary flames, the hand suddenly closed into an elegant fist and shot toward Han Sen. Han Sen's eyes locked onto the fist that was headed his way. And as the fist traveled to Han Sen, he quivered. He did not shudder in fear, though. His twitch was him activating all the power inside him. Han Sen's body gave that single shiver, and all of his power surged up, ready to be unleashed. The pressure he felt from that incoming punch prompted Han Sen to gather up all the power he could. Standing before the black-armored woman, he felt a grave sense of danger. Han Sen had no intention of dodging, though. When the punch was swung, it felt as if the entirety of that pocket of space was filled up by it. That fist was everywhere, and it seemed as if there was no place for him to run to, even if he wanted to do so. Naturally, Han Sen was not actually planning to hide. He clenched his right hand into a fist, filled it with the gathered power of his trembling body, then sent a return punch at the woman. The fires that carried the fist were very demonic. They were tinged with scary teeth powers, and they came right at the woman's fist. The fists came against each other, and the power inside Han Sen's fist shattered. The jade fist had collided with Han Sen's own with tremendous force. Boom! Han Sen felt the unstoppable powers coming from that jade fist. It was like a supernova, and the unleashed force hurled Han Sen away. Han Sen used his legs to cleave a trench through the stones and the earth, trying to stabilize himself. But the power that sent him flying was too great. He tore through the ground for a few hundred meters before crashing into a stone wall that exploded on impact. And while the wall might have been destroyed, Han Sen was still standing. His right hand was injured, and his bones were cracked, though. "Who are you?" Han Sen asked the woman again. The woman's fist was so strange. It felt like something entirely indestructible. Even someone as strong as Han Sen could not withstand the force it unleashed. And after Han Sen had taken that punch, he knew for certain that the frightening, black-armored woman was actually a marquise just like he was. That surprised Han Sen more than anything. With this power she wielded, there was every possibility that she was even stronger than Lone Bamboo. That scary punching power was a testament to that. Han Sen thought he might have to retaliate with Break Six Skies. That could be the only way to combat her fist effectively. You can withstand my extreme king final punch. It is no wonder you are regarded as being as good as lone bamboo. You have passed. The woman's golden eyes peered at Han Sen. Her voice was icy, but also very seductive. I will give you a chance to join the knights. You are of the extreme king. Han Sen looked at the woman while he spoke. Yes, the woman answered. Did you come all the way over here just to cause me trouble? Han Sen asked. The woman replied in a toneless voice, I was here to deliver a recruitment paper for Yisha. I was going to leave, but I heard that you were in the vicinity. So, I came to take a look at the individual who is said to be as strong as Lone Bamboo himself. You have most certainly passed, and so, I extend you an invitation to join the knights. I'm sorry, but I've made no plans to abandon Narrow Moon. Han Sen was on high alert as he spoke. He was prepared for the possibility that the woman might attack again. But the woman wasn't planning to. When Han Sen declined, she turned around and left. Han Sen watched her fit body as she walked away, her long blonde hair rippling behind her. But the sight was tinged with sorrow, as if to tell Han Sen that he had no idea what he had just missed out on. What an arrogant woman, Han Sen thought to himself. Chapter 2171. Guarding the door. After leaving Planet Blade, Han Sen did not see the woman again. He asked Black Steel about her, and he was told that Extreme King had indeed sent someone there. But aside from Moonwheel King and the other kings, no one had been granted an audience with her. Her identity was still a bit of a mystery to them. Han Sen had a bit of an interest in the entities of Extreme King now, especially after witnessing the punching skill employed by that woman. Their levels and bodies were of a similar capacity, but that punch she unleashed was truly frightening. Han Sen had many Geno arts, but he believed the only one that could effectively combat her was Break Six Skies. And in regards to using his super spank powers, Han Sen could only use that while he was Dollar. If he used it as Han Sen, he might be recognized. After all, that was like a signature power of Dollar. It wasn't something Han Sen would use on a whim. But ever since that first encounter with the Extreme King woman, Han Sen hadn't seen her again. It was likely she might have left Narrow Moon. Han Sen went to Cold Palace just before the first day of the month, planning to wait there until the next day rolled around. If Yisha had asked him to handle this matter, he knew it had to be something special. Due to that, he did not want to risk running late or being careless. Han Sen settled himself on the porch in front of the stone house. The porch was clean, as if it had been frequently visited and used. It was far cleaner than the stone house, and it looked as if Yisha sat in the same place he was right now when she kept watch over the construct. Han Sen sat on the porch and observed the stone door, waiting for 12 o'clock to come. He didn't see anything inside the house. Time passed, and eventually, the clock struck 12. At that moment, Han Sen felt the temperature drop. Han Sen looked at the stone house, and he immediately noticed that the chill air was coming out of the house itself. The stone building was releasing a cold air that was actually quite overbearing. No matter how cold it became, though, no frost appeared on the walls. The stone house looked like it always did. The only difference was the coldness it was exuding. As Han Sen observed with curiosity, the stone building's door began to open soundlessly back into the house. It revealed a cave-like entrance that was completely dark. When Han Sen looked closer, he realized that it really was a cave. There was a cave inside the stone house, and the chill was creeping out of that black space. The chill now swept out in full force, gushing through the open doorway like a tide. It froze the nearby rivers and even the waterfall. The ice crept up the grand waterfall, turning the entire river into a solid chunk. That's a very strong frost air, Han Sen thought in shock. The Cold Palace Guardian tablet, which was attached to his waist, had also started to glow. It protected Han Sen from the chill draft, separating him from it. Han Sen wished to use the cold air to practice Jideskin, but the tablet was keeping the chill air from touching him. He wanted to put the tablet away, but all of a sudden, noise sounded from the stone cave. Han Sen looked towards the stone cave. It was obscenely dark. Even Han Sen's vision could not pierce that impenetrable veil of darkness. But he was still able to hear something moving around in there. Not long after, a body emerged from the dark. It was half a meter tall. Han Sen stood there stiffly, trying to guess what it was. Weirdly, the thing looked like a toad made of green jade. A series of red symbols were inscribed across its green back. Its body was very cold, and when it appeared, the temperature fell so fast that it was difficult to imagine. Everything around the beast was immediately covered in ice. The mountains, the rivers, the plants, the trees, and all the animals were frozen. It seemed like space and time had frozen, as well. The world became so quiet when the toad appeared that even the wind stopped. Only the cold palace guardian tablet on Han Sen's waist was shielding him from that cold power. It allowed Han Sen to move as he wanted to. Han Sen was shocked, though. Is it a deified creature? I didn't know Narrow Moon had a deified creature. Does something this powerful actually serve Narrow Moon? As Han Sen pondered its presence, the green toad fully removed itself from the stone house. It looked like a slippery thing as it slid out of the doorway and turned to look at Han Sen. It noticed the cold palace guardian's tablet, then ignored him. It ventured over to the frozen waterfall. Han Sen felt as if he was in a lot of danger. It is fortunate I didn't put the tablet away. I do not know if my Jadeskin can resist this much cold power. And this thing only seems to recognize the tablet. The fiend would probably kill anyone who wasn't wearing it. That must be why everyone needs a tablet to come here. The jade toad hopped its way beneath the waterfall, and the ice around it began to melt. In the blink of an eye, a small pool of water formed beside the toad. The waterfall remained frozen, so there was no more water coming down to fill the basin. The green toad then dove into the water and quickly disappeared from sight. Han Sen did not know how deep that water was. He could only see the first 100 meters, and he had no idea what lay at the bottom. After the toad sank into the water, no further sign of the creature emerged. Han Sen was supposed to be on guard, and he did not know when he could expect the toad to reappear. Yisha wanted me to guard this place, but why? So I could watch a toad go for a dip. Han Sen pondered this entire scenario, but he couldn't come to any satisfying conclusions. I don't care. I don't know when the deified toad will come back out, so I'll make the most of this and use the cold air to try to refine my Jadeskin. Han Sen cast Jadeskin, and his entire body became an icy figure. He then set the tablet down beside him. As soon as the tablet left Han Sen's body, he felt the true power of the cold air suddenly pound into him. In no time at all, he knew it would freeze his body and solidify his blood. Han Sen was shocked by the power. His Marquis Jadeskin granted him the ability to freeze others, so his resistance to the cold should have been extremely high. But now, he could hardly withstand a single ounce of the chilling power that the toad had unleashed. It was difficult to comprehend. A very powerful deified creature. Before Han Sen became completely frozen, he grabbed the guardian tablet and put it back on his belt. A cold light gleamed across his body and separated him from the cold air. Some of that cold air remained in Han Sen's body, though. The guardian tablet's power was like a shield. It was unable to clear out the cold air that was already within him. Han Sen felt very cold, and numbness began to creep through his limbs and into his chest. He quickly used Jadeskin again, refining the cold air that had invaded his body. Chapter 2172 Frozen Power. The deified toad's freezing powers were unusual. Even Han Sen, with his Jadeskin, was still being frozen by the ice inside him. Try as he might, he could not remove the frosting from his skin. Without Jadeskin's cold elemental abilities and great resistance to ice, any ordinary Marquis would have been frozen stiff long before this. Even so, Han Sen felt as if he was going to lose consciousness. He kept casting Jadeskin as powerfully as possible in a bid to refine the cold air that was afflicting his body. Han Sen cast Jadeskin again and again, doing his best to refine the cold air invading his flesh. His bones and muscles became transparent, looking very much like jade. While Han Sen was refining the toad's cold power, he realized just how scary the deified toad really was. This was more than the simple cold elements Han Sen was used to dealing with. There was an inclusion of space and time in the mix. This power could actually freeze places in time. Although this was Han Sen's first time seeing something like, he immediately knew how frightening the beast was. Han Sen spent the next 10 hours trying to eliminate the deified toad's cold air, but he was unable to completely remove it. Normal dukes would have died merely attempting to hold off such potent power. After 20 hours, though, Han Sen was finally able to fully remove the cold air. And over the course of that time, he learned a whole lot more about what he had been dealing with. The final realm of ice powers isn't how cold they can be. I used to use Jadeskin to summon the ice jade skeleton. Now that I think about it, that is the true path of Jadeskin. Its practice in the sanctuaries is just a smidgen of what it is capable of in the Geno universe. It is like, by making preparations ahead of time, things become easier to accomplish in the future. It is easier to complete the path, and it will be easier to go further. I don't know who built the sanctuaries. To enable this amazing effect, there was still too much mystery surrounding the sanctuaries. Like creatures in the sanctuary could max out their super genes and gain a super god body. Han Sen's super god body was titled Super King Spirit. Everyone's super body was different, but each one of them was quite spectacular. Any creature that left the sanctuaries with maxed out super genes would have talents that could equal a higher race in the Geno universe. Or even better, in some aspects. Even though there are no humans, the creatures and spirits that leave sanctuary are sure to be similar to the higher races of seen populating the Geno Hall. It's scary to think about. Whoever created the sanctuaries must have been quite terrifying. That deified toad had not yet re-emerged from the water. So, Han Sen used his deified spectacles to have a look at the cold powers and see what he could analyze. It was quite difficult to analyze the powers of a deified being. The analysis didn't go quickly, but it was progressing. When Han Sen finally got a proper look at them, he understood the ice powers a lot better. On the 24th hour of the first day, ripples and waves began to appear on the surface of the pool. The deified toad came out of the water and headed for the banks of the river. Han Sen watched the deified toad, and when it entered the stone cave, Han Sen turned his attention to the pool itself. Han Sen used his right purple eye to examine the pool. There, Han Sen saw some jade tadpoles swimming around the basin. They were around the size of a fist, and they swam around the water like emeralds. The heirs of a deified creature. Han Sen was quite shocked by what he was seeing. There had to be 30 or 40 of the tadpoles, far more than Han Sen would have expected. If they all grew up, then they'd probably all become deified creatures. It was a prospect that was rather scary to think about. But the Geno universe was different from the sanctuaries. The heirs of a deified creature here would have better blood, but if they wanted to be deified themselves, they'd still need to level up slowly. Becoming deified was not a birthright, as it still required a lot of effort and luck. The deified toad crawled into the stone house, and when it did, the door closed behind it. Meanwhile, the green tadpoles were still flitting madly around the pool. They could not see the deified toad anymore, but even so, they seemed to swim around happily. The frozen river and the waterfall began to melt, and shortly after, they returned to running as they used to. Han Sen finally realized that the task of the guardian was not to safeguard the toad, but to protect the toad's tadpoles. They needed to remain undisturbed while they were floating around in the water. Seeing those tadpoles swimming up the waterfall, Han Sen used his Danshuan aura to watch and observe. He was not going to allow any strong creature to appear and eat them. Han Sen was overthinking things, though. The rebate had already slain all the powerful creatures that had once existed in the area. No other creature would appear and threaten those tadpoles. Standing guard there, all alone, was just to ensure the safety of the place. In addition to that, there were benefits to claim. After a short time of playing on the surface, the tadpoles sank further down into the pool until they could no longer be monitored. Is that cold power the benefit that the guardian may take? That doesn't make sense, though. Ordinary marquises most certainly couldn't absorb it, and it isn't as if all nobles practice with cold powers, either. The true reward cannot be as little as that. There must be something else that I haven't yet found. Han Sen examined the area for a while longer, but he could not discover any further benefits to claim. He eventually left Cold Palace, still suspicious about what he was supposed to claim. Half a month later, Han Sen returned to Cold Palace. The deified toad appeared through the doorway again. This time, when it entered the pool, a group of tadpoles came up to the surface. They traveled up the frozen waterfall to reach the top. The tadpoles wriggled their tails to swim up, and they reached the top alongside the deified toad. They surrounded it, and together, the group observed the countless moons that populated the skies of Narrow Moon. Suddenly, Han Sen saw the deified toad open its mouth. A bunch of full moons came out of its mouth and drifted up into the skies to be with the others. The moons seemed to have symbols that changed. Everything was shining under the strong glow of the moonlight, and eventually, they stopped their drift. The birds in the sky stopped moving, too, but they did not fall. It was like they had been frozen in the air. Han Sen had the guardian tablet to protect him. He was not frozen, and he just watched as the moon changed its symbol. Then, the energy inside his body began to shift. When Han Sen's energy started to show movement, a beam of moonlight pierced through the shroud of light that protected him. It went straight into his body like spring water, rinsing all of his cells gently. Chapter 2173 Traitor of the Destroyed. The tadpoles bathed in the glow of the moonlight, happily absorbing every ounce of the light they were receiving from the moon. Now, Han Sen understood how the Guardian benefited. When the deified toad spat out moons, everything would freeze. Even the light stilled. The creatures and people around would not know what was occurring, save for the Guardian with the tablet for protection. Only the Guardian would witness the moons and share the moonlight. The moonlight was very useful for one's body. That was because the moonlight enhanced genes and increased fitness. That sort of growth was very rare but widely beneficial. Even kings had to level up their fitness, after all. There was one more benefit that was even better for Han Sen, who was now the Guardian. Since he had practiced with ice powers, he could absorb the deified toad's cold air. By doing that, his Jadeskin would level up far faster. He could use the first day of the month to absorb cold powers, while on day 15, he could bask in the glow of the moonlight. Han Sen's only disappointment was in the fact that the 2 days went far too quickly, and he could only enjoy each of these opportunities once a month. Han Sen wanted to hunt dukes in his free time, but in Narrow Moon, duke xenogenics were very rare. And furthermore, they were mostly under the control of someone or something king class. He couldn't go around killing dukes as he pleased. So, Han Sen planned to embark on some missions. By completing the missions, he could kill dukes on the way and collect the duke genes he wanted. Han Sen thought that those genes, aside from leveling up the body's fitness, would also have another use. He just hadn't yet found out what that was. Before Han Sen took the next mission, however, he received some fairly shocking news. A traitor of the Destroyed had fled into the area and gone to hide somewhere in the 6-star xenogenic space. The 6-star xenogenic space was a xenogenic space that belonged to the rebate. The Destroyed was requesting that the rebate seal up the 6-star xenogenic space to keep him there. But for some reason, many other races had sent some of their people to the 6-star xenogenic space. They proclaimed they had sent teams to protect their members who had already entered that xenogenic space. But it seemed as if they were more interested in the traitor of the Destroyed. The teams entered, but they never left. According to outside sources, it was whispered that the traitor of the Destroyed had stolen one of their treasures. That was why there was a big fuss about all this. Because the 6-star xenogenic space was an open business place of the rebate, many of the races went there. But even though so many teams had entered, quite strangely, the Destroyed traitor had yet to be located. Where he might have been hiding, no one seemed to know. Han Sen was interested in this little affair. He perused what information he was allowed to view, and he came to learn that the 6-star xenogenic space was quite popular right now. Many elites were headed there, and many teams comprised of marquises and dukes went there in an effort to find the traitor. Many king-class elites were sitting outside the place. That was one of the conditions of locking down the 6-star xenogenic space. The rebate didn't want too many elites poking about the xenogenic space, as they didn't want the news to become too big. That was a xenogenic space belonging to the rebate, and so if something was to happen, it would be on them. There weren't that many kings anyway, so there weren't many participating in the teams that went into search. Right now, the 6-star xenogenic space would only allow entry and not exit. The Destroyed really wanted to find the traitor, and they didn't care what it took. Other races tried to search for the traitor, too, or find the treasure he had stolen from the Destroyed. What did he steal from the Destroyed, to bring the attention of so many different factions? Han Sen wondered to himself. He planned to go to the 6-star xenogenic space to see for himself. But Han Sen wasn't interested in looking for the traitor of the Destroyed. Many factions were already looking for him, and even many marquises and dukes that belonged to Narrow Moon were out in search of him. If Han Sen went in alone, the chances of finding the traitor before everyone else were practically zero. Han Sen was going to the 6-star xenogenic space because it was now open. Even the xenogenics that populated that space were up for grabs. So, Han Sen fancied hunting down some duke xenogenics to collect their genes. Han Sen messaged Zero, Han Munger, Little Angel, Bauer, Little Invisible, Little Silver, and Little Star, asking them all to meet at the 6-star xenogenic space. When Han Sen arrived, however, things quickly appeared to be worse than he initially thought. Moonwheel King and the other kings were there, and they were controlling the traffic of the elites that were allowed in. The 6-star xenogenic space's interior was a bit of a mess, too, as many of the marquises and dukes that were looking for the Destroyed traitor began to fight. Many of them died in the clashes. Han Sen, this situation is too complex. You should not go, in case something bad happens to you. Black Moon King, who was guarding the exit, tried to convince Han Sen. Although many king-class elites were blocking the way in, there were still many powerful dukes in there. They were a whole level higher than Han Sen, which would make things very dangerous for a marquise. Han Sen appreciated Black Moon King's concern, but he still took Zero, Little Angel, and the others in with him. He had his demon bug by Sima, so not even a king-class enemy was going to scare him. And if they didn't scare him, the dukes certainly wouldn't. He had 4 demon bug by Semas, and Han Sen chose to hold one of them himself. The other 3 were given to Han Munger, Zero, and Little Angel. Bauer and Little Silver were always with Han Sen, so they could share his. The 6-star xenogenic space, in terms of size, was pretty average. That being said, the landscape was very complicated. Aside from the 6 planets that existed there were many asteroids. Finding a marquise inside the asteroid belts would be very difficult. The stories of the traitor marquise said he was very good when it came to living in space. He could last in space for a few years without needing to eat or drink. So, many of the races compartmentalized their search radiuses and slowly locked down each area in which the traitor might have been hiding. Han Sen did not search amidst the asteroids, though. He brought his companions to one of the planets. The one selected was called Planet Sodi. It had many xenogenics, and many of them were dukes. That was why Han Sen wanted to go there in the first place. People were used to paying large sums of money to hunt xenogenics on Planet Sodi, but with the mess going on right now, the rebate couldn't enforce the tolls and so anyone could come and go. Han Sen took his companions there, too, saving a lot of money in the process. Han Sen had only just entered Planet Sodi when he was given a shock. Many people had been planning to do the same thing as him. People had spread all over the planet as they hunted xenogenics. This is obscene. How can they take advantage of a situation like this? Han Sen demanded angrily. He had totally forgotten he was there for the same reason. Chapter 2174. A born destroyer. Han Sen and company walked across Sodi for several hundred miles, and in that distance, he was unable to kill a single xenogenic. There were too many dukes and marquises already taking advantage of the planet's offerings. Han Sen saw many dukes and marquises fighting and killing xenogenics before he could reach them. No one was leaving Han Sen a single xenogenic to fight himself. And if Han Sen drew close to the others, they'd stare him down as if they were ready to start a fight if he took another step. Han Sen walked forward, hoping to head deeper into the mountains. Han Sen was at the foot of the rise when Qing Li and a number of other rebates approached. Han Sen, are you here to kill xenogenics? Well, I don't think you'll be able to. I'm just taking a look around. Han Sen coughed. Qing Li lifted her lips. We have been walking across these mountains for over half the day, and we haven't been able to locate a single xenogenic. Those B***stars down there are going to kill them all before we get a chance to. The few rebates of Duke and Marquise class looked tired. Everyone was using the excuse of finding the traitor to exploit the 6-star xenogenic space. And because of that, the rebate were losing so much. But they had to relent and allow this due to the pressure that the destroyed were putting on them. If that powerful race hadn't been leaning on them so heavily, the rebate would have never let them in. As the two were speaking, however, someone else approached. It was a group of the destroyed. Most of them were marquises, but the leader of the bunch was a duke. That team of destroyed were out in pursuit of the traitor. But when they saw Han Sen, they immediately looked hostile. That was because in Metal World, Han Sen had taken the effort to protect the other races. The destroyed there, however, had been completely wiped out. And after those events, no other race was very fond of the destroyed. Their reputation had taken a tumble, and they had paid a high price. That was why they were not fond of Han Sen. But still, they did not actually try to attack him. They just looked at him with distaste. They were still in territory that belonged to the rebate, after all, and they weren't arrogant enough to fight him there. Just as the destroyed were about to leave, the face of the Duke leader changed. He shouted at the mountains, "Bar!" Han Sen and the others looked in the direction that he had called. They saw a man with bone armor. He was carrying a bone knife that was around 2 meters long on his shoulder. "That is one of the destroyed?" Han Sen asked, looking at Bar with a quizzical expression. Bar had 3 faces, but he did not have the traditional 6 arms. His 3 faces were different than those of the destroyed, as well. The 3 faces were all masculine. Qing Li's face changed, and she quietly said, do not provoke him. He is, for lack of a better word, abnormal amongst the destroyed. What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen quietly asked. Qing Li quickly explained, he is a mix between one of the destroyed and someone of another race. He is very talented, but also very cruel. The destroyed love violence, but even they call him by the name of Born Destroyer. See how scary he is. A rebate duke quickly told Han Sen, let's go. We cannot provoke him. He is also a part-time hitman, and he's killed geniuses that belong to all races. Many powerful people have died by his hand. To me, it sounds like you might be in danger. Han Sen frowned, but he did not move. He had noticed that Bar was already coming after him. Bar's energy had already locked onto him, and he couldn't run. Han Munger felt Bar's focus on Han Sen, as well. She stepped in front of Han Sen and summoned her death goddess bow. She pulled its string, and a black beam arrow manifested. The arrow tip was trained on Bar. Are you crazy? Put the bow down. Seeing Han Munger lift a bow and aim it at Bar, Qing Li and the others started to freak out. A person like Bar would merrily murder someone if they were only suffering a bad mood. Han Munger was now pointing her loaded bow at him, so they imagined it to be something of a death wish. The group of destroyed were coldly smiling at them, but even though they were of the same race as Bar, there was an element of fear in their faces. They didn't want much contact with Bar, either. And now, one of Han Sen's people was aiming a bow at him. The few destroyed started to backtrack a little, so they could comfortably watch the show that was about to unfold. It seemed as if a killing fest was about to begin. Han Munger did not put the bow down. She coldly watched Bar approach, and as she did, her bow gathered up more power. She was only a marquise, and Bar was a duke. But Bar was hostile to Han Sen, and so she wouldn't back down. Han Sen, tell her to stand down, a rebate duke next to Qing Li said. There is no need, Han Sen said coldly. The bow in Han Munger's hand was fully charged. Without a moment of hesitation, she fired at Bar. The arrow had been created from a formless swirl of black smoke, and it became almost impossible to see as it flashed towards Bar. It flew near him, ready to perforate his heart. Everyone was shocked. They thought Han Munger was incredibly brave to take the first shot at Bar. The rebate dukes didn't dare say a single word, though. They were afraid Bar would go crazy on them all. So, the duke pulled on Qing Li and the others to leave. They wanted to get as far away from Han Munger and Han Sen as possible, so they could avoid getting involved in their dispute. The destroyed stepped back even more, as well. They were still smiling coldly. They looked at Han Munger as if she was a dead woman. Bar was not only a cruel fellow. The others did not know much about him, but the destroyed most certainly did. He had been given the title of Born Destroyer by the leader of the destroyed himself. He was the strongest out of all of the destroyed. If Bar had been a pure-blood destroyed, his talent would have most certainly given him the opportunity to become the next leader of the whole destroyed race. Although Bar had not received much support from the destroyed, he still did far better than most others of the destroyed. Especially those of the same level as he was. And because he loved killing, his name was deeply associated with cruelty. He was also more famous than most kings of the destroyed. Because of all this, too, Bar had once slain a dragon duke. Dragon 1 pursued him across a dozen systems in retaliation, but he managed to get away. While he was running away, he killed many dragon dukes and marquises, too. That made the dragon look really bad, and it gave Bar's notoriety an enormous boost. Dragon 1 was a king, but he failed to chase down a duke. And Bar had killed many of the dragon. That was why he became famous. Bar saw Han Munger's arrow come right for him, but the speed he used to approach had not changed. He did not use the bone knife slung behind his shoulder. Instead, he reached out his hand to grab the arrow. Chapter 2175 Shocking destroyed power. Bar's hand came into contact with the tip of the arrow, and the expressions on Bar's faces hardened. A black light that looked indestructible cloaked his hand, and it looked like the arrow would shatter against it. That black arrow seemed to be sharper than expected, though, and when the black arrow came against the black light, it did not break. Bar's power was unable to deflect it. The arrow flashed into Bar's hand like black lightning, and it spun as fast as a drill head. The black light broke, sending a flurry of sparks everywhere. Everyone watched as the arrowhead drilled into his hand, tearing through skin and bone. Blood spurted from the entry wound. The arrow had pierced right through Bar's hand, much to the utter disbelief of Qing Li, the destroyed, and the rebate that were watching. They stared as the arrow proceeded towards his heart. Dong! Bar fell backward and struck out with his bone knife. It hit the arrow and made a very loud noise. Finally, however, he had managed to break the arrow. Just as everyone thought that was the end of the matter, they heard an explosion. The broken arrow exploded, becoming a black sun that swallowed Bar's body. When that scary power faded away, the black light went with it. Qing Li and the others could see that the bone armor Bar had worn was now all gone. His big body was exposed. But his body was heavily injured, too. Blood was everywhere, and his bones and organs were clearly visible through his wounds. No one could believe a Marquise's arrow had just damaged Bar like that, oh so simply. How is that possible? This is Bar. The destroyed dukes were all in complete shock. Not even most dukes could have hurt Bar in that way. Qing Li and the rebate were in shock, as well. They didn't expect this sort of result. They never thought Han Sen's faithful Marquise ally could wield such wicked strength. Han Sen was just as surprised as the others, though. He hadn't expected Han Munger to be that strong, but he knew that was her talent and ability. Power like that at Marquise level was definitely competition with what Break Six Skies offered. Pure and utter devastation, when wrought like that, was incredibly scary. If Munger learned Break Six Skies, combining her power with the explosive abilities of that Geno art, how strong could she possibly get? Han Sen got excited as he thought about the prospect. This is amazing. The injured Bar looked very excited. He was still gripping his bone knife, and he now looked like a wolf that had found some prey. He began to shine red. Bar's wounds, as grievous as they were healing extremely quickly. The gashes on his body closed as they watched, and his power and presence were starting to erupt like a volcano. His black shadow loomed like a black beast. It was like the whole of the earth had been covered in the shadow of something terrifying. A roiling power was swallowing up the whole region. Han Munger did not move when faced with that presence, though. She simply drew the string of her bow. Immediately after, a black arrow went soaring through the skies and headed for Bar. It was like a black thunderbolt going right for him. Bar's unnerving excitement hadn't diminished, and he started to dance as he swung his bone knife. His faces were filled with demonic joy as he tried to strike the arrow. But when the bone knife almost came into contact with the arrow behaved like magic. It vanished into thin air, and when it appeared once more, it was already at his chest. The diamond-like arrow tip started to shred the flesh of his torso. The black arrow pierced through his chest and punctured his heart. Shtoom, shtoom, shtoom. An entire murder of black arrows soared through the skies at him, fast as lightning. Bar kept swinging his bone knife, but he was unable to break a single arrow. All of those arrows were like magic. Whenever Bar's bone knife was about to come into contact with an arrow, it would just disappear. And by the time it reappeared, it would already be digging into Bar's flesh. In a split second, Bar's body had been riddled with at least a dozen arrows. It was like he had been pierced by black thunderbolts. Qing Li and the others were all frozen. They couldn't believe the sight that their eyes were relaying to them. The destroyed marquises and dukes were all thinking to themselves, how is this possible? That is Bar, boom. Han Munger, still holding her bow, fired another arrow at Bar. And when this one plunged into him, it exploded. It split into a number of black suns that quickly worked to ravage and shatter Bar's body. Dong! When that scary bone knife fell from the hands that clutched them, it struck a rock. It quivered in the rock at an angle, the hilt rising over Bar's shattered body. You couldn't find a single complete muscle from the messy slop that remained. This was a very shocking turn of events. Qing Li and the other rebates all stopped. They looked at Han Munger, who was standing in front of Han Sen. Her cold but pretty face would forever be branded into their minds. Han Munger didn't rejoice, though. She frowned and looked at Bar's bone knife. Suddenly, the scraps of flesh that remained began to move. The bits and pieces were all drawing together. Not long after, the flesh started to assemble itself and come together. The tom muscles and bones recomposed and rebuilt themselves. The figure of Bar was wholly reassembled. He looked like a doll that had been ripped apart, then sewn back together. There was still a number of seams across his body, of course, they looked like centipedes writhing over him. The scars disappeared quickly, and a living Bar stood before them once again. He picked up his bone knife, looked at Han Munger merrily, and said, I haven't enjoyed a delicious fight such as this in a very long while. My stomach's already rumbling, you know. Feeling hungry is a wonderful feeling. Now, however, you are my prey. Tell me your name, so that I may remember and record the dish that you will become." The onlookers stared with open mouths. His body had been ripped apart, but then it had reassembled itself really quickly. Bar's power seemed to be stronger now, too. "Impossible, impossible, the destroyed cannot heal themselves, can they?" And no, that was far too incredible to be referred to simply as healing. "It is as if he can actually revive himself." Qing Li looked at Bar in sudden fear. "That is why Bar is Bar. And this is only the beginning." The destroyed dukes laughed. Although Han Munger's power had been a surprise, they were still quite confident that Bar would be the victor. Bar might not have been a pure blood destroyed, but he was most certainly the strongest among them. Chapter 2176 Born Killer Han Sen looked at Bar with surprise. Han Munger's power was undoubtedly the best out of all marquises. She was just as powerful as Han Sen when he used Break Six Skies. But even after being subjected to that massive amount of power, Bar was able to heal at an alarming speed. And on top of that, the life force inside his body became stronger. That had to be something more than a simple healing ability. It was obvious that Bar had a powerful body, and that must have been how he was able to survive Dragon One's pursuit as a duke. The guy's eyes looked menacing, as if killing was his only desire. What Bar saw now wasn't just prey. Han Sen knew the man before him loved nothing more than the pleasure of taking a life. A born killing machine, Han Sen thought. Bar's ugly face looked very excited. It was a rather twisted sight. He licked his lips while he stared at Han Munger. Slowly, he started to approach her. The blood air of the bone knife spread out like a tide and then rose up like black fire. It was wholly demonic. The scary presence of it began to spread and suffuse his body. Han Munger was going to raise her bow once again, but Han Sen stopped her with a hand. He smiled and said, "Let me do it. His body is weird, and I think we'll need something more than simple damage output to deal with him." Han Munger's strongest ability was the destructive arrow, but it had now been rendered useless against Bar. Han Sen didn't want her to take any more risks. When Han Munger relaxed her fingers, the bow disappeared. Then, she moved to position herself behind Han Sen. When Bar saw Han Sen step between Han Munger and himself, his face darkened. The bone knife in his hand lurched toward Han Sen, the knife's red power spreading like the abyss. "Get lost!" he screamed. Bar's original target was supposed to be Han Sen, but he had now decided that Han Munger would be his prey. He wasn't interested in Han Sen anymore, and all he wanted to do now was slay Han Munger. He looked as if he had spent the last 3 days and nights hungry, deprived of food. And now, he had stumbled across a feast that was being taken away from him. There was no hitman more stubborn than Bar. Han Sen looked calm as he pulled out his ghost teeth knife and slashed in his opponent's direction. Dong! When the knives came against each other, the black blood and the purple air shattered. The blades hit each other with enough force to tear the fabric of space. And indeed, space really did break, cracks spreading from the impact like a spider web. The dark red and purple colors were lost in the chaos. Die! Bar's ugly faces looked more and more excited. The fire in his eyes was almost becoming something real. He looked at Han Sen and quickly waved his bone knife again. The dark beast's shadow appeared behind the oncoming strike. Bar's knife skills were very rough. There was no finesse or technique to his movements. There was nothing amazing about his skills, and he was a very different fighter than someone like Lone Bamboo. His knife skills were very rough, wild, violent, and flawed. He didn't care about the more granular details. His efforts were focused into brute force. Now, Han Sen knew why Bar was not born as a bona fide destroyed. It was like he was only there to destroy things. It was as if he didn't have any care for himself, and all he wished to do was wreck whatever got in his way. While knife skills like his were riddled with flaws, Bar did not care. He did not even try to fix them. He just wanted to kill whatever opponent he encountered. Kill, kill, kill. The ugly face kept screaming, and it looked more and more creepy as time progressed. The bone knife was swinging wildly with the aim of consuming Han Sen's body. Kacha! Han Sen's ghost teeth knife slashed across Bar's chest. A deep red cut appeared, and blood and purple air began to leak from the seam. But Bar did not care. The wound did not slow down his assault. If anything, it made him look more excited than ever. Although the wound could not heal because it had been infused with teeth power, the attack wasn't strong enough to spread and tear up his body. The purple gash just remained where it was. Han Sen went on to deal another 10 of those attacks. They did not work well, and it seemed like Bar was getting as strong as the devil. And all he wanted was to see Han Sen dead. Dong. Ghost teeth knife and the bone knife struck each other again. This time, though, Han Sen felt a powerful force come against him. He was sent flying 50 meters back through the air. In a few minutes, Bar's power had doubled. And furthermore, it was continuing to grow. The wounds weren't making him weaker. They were actually making him stronger. Han Sen is strong. He cannot be any weaker than Lone Bamboo. Ordinary dukes definitely couldn't beat him. It is just a shame that he has picked on the wrong enemy. Bar is a genuine killing machine. During a fight, he continues getting stronger until he can destroy his enemy. Even a king-like Dragon One was unable to kill him. A destroyed duke looked at Han Sen and smiled confidently. Qing Li observed Han Sen's situation, and she acknowledged that it wasn't going very well. She felt nervous and wondered out loud, what is Bar's body actually like? Why can teeth power not spread across him? Han Sen was also beginning to understand just how powerful Bar was. He knew that if he was to deal with an enemy such as that, straight-up violence wouldn't be enough to take him down. Even teeth powers couldn't rip up Bar's body, and that spoke volumes about the man's talents. The more he fought, the stronger he was going to get. Seeing Bar holding his bone knife in front of him like some demon, Han Sen thought of something. Then, he made a move. He dodged Bar's bone knife and put his ghost teeth knife away. A pair of pistols then appeared in his hands. Pang, pang. 2 bullets thudded into Bar's chest, but at this point, the muscles had become too strong to penetrate. The bullets shattered the moment they came against the steel-like bands of Bar's chest. But those 2 bullets each left behind an image of a turtle. Bar tumbled to the ground, leaving a deep crater. Now, he was many times slower. His body is strong, but he is not good at resisting debilitative effects. Turtle worked on him perfectly, Han Sen thought to himself. Seeing Bar's reduced speed, Qing Li was very happy. She exclaimed, "It works. That must be the trick called Turtle, which Han Sen himself created. It is so strong that it has actually managed to suppress Bar. If he thinks a ceiling power is enough to defeat Bar, then he is very wrong." One of the Duke destroyed snorted in disdain. "This is good. I am so excited. So much food for me." Bar's ugly faces devolved further and further into insanity. The cold face in the middle was suddenly starting to move. The eyes turned black and began to shine. Then Bar's body began to turn black. He was turning into dark steel. He was like a demon statue that had been forged from some ancient metal. The turtle spell, which had previously slowed him down, suddenly lost all effect. Bar's body was freed, and he flew up high. He slashed towards Han Sen with the power of a devil. Chapter 2177. Bar Han Sen moved like a shadow, and Bar's slashing bone knife was unable to strike him. Han Sen couldn't counter Bar's strength directly, so he had to remain fleet of foot. Even blocking one of those blows with his ghost teeth knife would damage him a great deal. Bar is getting stronger. Qing Li had finally seen the problem that Han Sen was having. Bar's increase in strength was becoming obvious to all of the onlookers, and Han Sen's power remained what it was, not increasing at all. After the power increase, Han Sen was suppressed. All he could do was keep dodging. He couldn't fight Bar anymore. Qing Li became very worried that there might not be a ceiling to Bar's increase of strength. Even if Han Sen used all of his power, if he couldn't avoid Bar's strikes, he could be killed in one shot. A destroyed duke laughed and said, "Bar is invincible against those who are of the same level as him. And Han Sen is only a marquise. He might be strong, but a marquise is just a marquise. He's offended Bar, so death is his fate." Now, Han Munger, Zero, and Little Angel were watching intently. They hadn't said a word thus far. It was usually a noisy affair when women got together, but the 3 of them weren't the fondest of speaking. So, none of them said a word as they watched. Little Silver and Little Star were standing with them. They, too, watched quietly. Up, Han Sen suddenly leapt upwards and used his knife tip to press forward. A purple knife silk appeared in the air, thinner than a strand of hair. Bar was trapped and tangled up inside the knife silk. He was no longer able to move. Bar's fire was still growing. He looked at Han Sen with eyes full of rage. His motionless body began to expand, but he couldn't sever the incredibly soft yet durable knife silks. The knife silks dug into his flesh, making the man bleed profusely all over. Bar laughed. He cared nothing for the wounds he was incurring. He fought back with all his strength, laughing the entire time. And then, there was Akacha. He exerted too much strength, and the knife silks cut him to pieces. But, a second later, those broken limbs were reconnected once more. Bar was standing again, and his body looked even scarier now. This guy is pretty hard to deal with. I could totally annihilate his body with super spank, but I really shouldn't use it with so many people watching. Han Sen frowned. His mind raced for a way to get rid of Bar. Bar was powerful, and the destroyed said Bar was the strongest duke. Han Sen did not believe the man was invincible, though. Perhaps Bar was the best out of the destroyed, but Han Sen did not believe that any random genius in the Geno universe could overwhelm his power. Especially not someone who was a duke. The bodies of the dragon were strong and powerful. This was especially true of the king class ones. Bar's body might have been powerful, but not to a degree that elicited fear. His power was limited, and that was why he had been forced to escape from Dragon 1. There was nothing to suggest he was actually invincible. Thank you, Bar crooned. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me enjoy such a delicious fight. The moment I kill you will be the best moment of my life. Bar was crazy. Every strike carried an endless murderous presence. Many black and red knife flames rose in the air, crossing over each other. Every scrape across the ground left behind a large knife mark. Bar's power and speed were better than any others of the same level. It was likely only a small handful of dukes that had what it took to fight him now. So strong. Han Sen complimented his enemy. He also had to admit that if he did not make use of super spank, defeating his opponent would be impossible until he was a duke. Blowing him into pieces via break 6 skies would be a futile endeavor, as well. The enemy would survive, and end up even stronger. By the way Bar was getting stronger, Han Sen could guess that Bar was using his own injuries for power. The harder Han Sen struck him, the stronger he became. But he could also tell that the power Bar had absorbed from him wasn't permanent. If it was permanent, Bar wouldn't have been damaged so easily. Upon their first encounter, when he first saw Bar, Han Sen noticed that his power was not all that higher than the average duke. He was nothing special amongst them. But right now, Bar was ranking amongst the best of the dukes. To continue fighting this way would only give him even more strength. It is useless. No matter how hard he tries, Han Sen is going to die. Many of the destroyed were smiling. If Bar could kill Han Sen, it'd be a notable boost for the destroyed. Han Sen could not kill his enemy, and neither could he risk injuring him. He was getting pretty desperate. Die. Bar's bone knife kept on swinging. The power it carried was enough to sunder mountains. It struck Han Sen's head. The bone knife met no resistance, and it went clean through Han Sen's head. Then, Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon. It was another one of his moon doppelgangers. The real Han Sen was now standing right next to Bar. His hair was close enough to touch Bar's face. Han Sen smiled at Bar, and he said, "You are strong. Unreasonably strong. I cannot kill you, but of course, I am going to kill you." Bar swung his knife with the aim of cutting Han Sen in half. Han Sen moved as smoothly as the wind, while Bar's bone knife whistled through the air after him. But there was still a distance between the knife and Han Sen. It felt as if some invisible waves were enabling Han Sen to evade the bone knife. "I cannot kill you, but I can still beat you." Han Sen laughed. "I think he is crazy. If he cannot kill Bar, then how can he defeat him?" A destroyed duke grunted repeatedly. As this was happening, Han Sen raised a pistol with the word, "spell," scrawled across it. He aimed it at Bar's body and pulled the trigger. Pang! A bullet whizzed out of the gun and struck Bar's forehead. The bullet hit Bar's forehead and disintegrated into dust. It left a red mark and a spell behind. This skill again, I have told you already, and I can tell you again, your sealing powers won't work on me while I have my chaos powers. Bar looked at his foe with disdain and roared. He used his knife to try to attack Han Sen again. But after he brought his knife up, his faces went blank. A light sheet of ice began to seep from his forehead, and it started to spread across his entire body. Before he could wipe it away, his body was completely frozen. He looked like an ice statue, sculpted into the shape of a person about to strike. Chapter 2178 Frozen Bar. The destroyed dukes saw Han Sen use an icy force to freeze Bar on the spot. One of the dukes looked on Han Sen with a sneer. Ice powers are worthless against the real might of Bar. His power is evil. He has a body of chaos and a spirit of disaster. An ordinary destroyed has 3 special talents: we can wield light, dark, and chaos powers. Bar's power is different, however, due to the mixed blood in his veins. He has 3 amazing talents. He can use the evil power to kill. He can use the body of chaos to disturb things. And he can use his spirit of disaster, which is a mysterious power even to us. Each of them possesses incredible power, and together, they make Bar practically invincible. The destroyed Duke coldly laughed and said, "Cold powers will not work on Bar. They will only end up making him even stronger. Let's see what happens, shall we? Bar will break the ice very soon." It looked as if Bar was answering his words, for a squeaking noise began to come from his frozen form. It sounded like glass cracking under pressure. Huh, that is a powerful body. Even my upgraded cold powers from Jadeskin can't freeze him effectively, Han Sen complimented his enemy. But Han Sen was aware that if he had used his Jadeskin God Light in the beginning, Bar would have been unable to escape. Bar was now bursting with power because of their long, protracted fight. It had allowed Bar's power gain to build up a ton of momentum. If Han Sen had tried this sooner, Bar wouldn't have been able to break free from the Jadeskin Godlight's freezing power. Luckily, Han Sen wasn't depending on the Jadeskin God Light to freeze Bar. His other hand was holding a pistol. He lifted it and fired at Bar. A bullet with an ice light was fired. It hit Bar's frozen body, and the Jadeskin God Light froze Bar once again. But this bullet was different from the one with the earlier Jadeskin God Light. This bullet was equipped with a strange and hidden symbol. When spell reached Marquise, a weird symbol began to appear on her ammunition. Its design reflected the symbol on Spell's forehead. It was imbued with the power Spell obtained when she became a Marquise. It is useless. No matter how much he tries to freeze Bar, it is all for naught. Doing this will only boost Bar's resistance to the ice powers. Does Han Sen have a death wish? The destroyed Duke grinned haughtily. After firing, Han Sen blew across the barrel of the pistol. He put the pistol away and turned around to look at Han Munger. With a shrug of his shoulders, he said, "Let's go. This guy is too difficult to fight. I am unable to kill him." Han Munger and Zero had no opinion of their own, so they were swift to follow Han Sen's decision. A destroyed Duke loudly said, "Han Sen, there is no point in running. Bar is going to break that ice power. You cannot run. Once Bar has made you his target, there is no escape." Pang! Han Sen didn't turn around. He simply drew his gun and fired a bullet at that Duke. The destroyed Duke's face went white, and it was too late for him to dodge. The 3 heads shouted, while the 6 arms wielded 3 different orbs of light in a bid to deflect that incoming bullet. Pang! The tricolored God Light hit the bullet, and the bullet exploded. A mushroom cloud rose from that spot, turning the place where the destroyed Duke had stood into a small crater. The entire team was blown up into a bloody mess that painted the region. The destroyed Duke up front was nothing but bits. There were 2 destroyed Dukes a little away from the group. They weren't killed in an instant, but they were left to bleed out. Death would come for them soon enough. They lay writhing on the ground, looking up at Han Sen in horror. "You guys aren't Bar, so don't talk crap to me." Han Sen put his pistol away and left the area with his companions. Qing Li and the other rebate were paralyzed on the spot. They knew Han Sen was strong, but they did not know he was that strong. He was only a Marquise, but in a split second, he had wiped out an entire group of Dukes with a single attack. That level of power was scary to behold. No wonder he shared the same name as Lone Bamboo. That is way too frightening. Qing Li's pretty eyes looked upon him with complete admiration. In her heart, she was thinking, should I keep begging him to be my teacher? Perhaps he should be my teacher instead of Knife Queen. But he already rejected me once before. Now he definitely won't accept me. "Bar will kill you," wheezed the 2 dying destroyed. Blood was drooling out of their mouths. They knew they weren't going to live long, so they put their hopes of vengeance on Bar. They hoped Bar would be able to break the ice and kill Han Sen. They looked upon the frozen Bar with excitement, hoping to see Bar burst free before they passed. They imagined Han Sen then being killed by Bar. It made their dying bodies grasp a smidgen of power to stay alive just a little bit longer. But Han Sen and the others were already leaving, and the frozen Bar had yet to move. He was still holding the bone knife, and he was facing down like a frozen statue. Impossible. How can that ice freeze chaos power? Impossible. Bar must be able to break the ice, he just needs a bit of time, the destroyed thought desperately. Han Sen and the others left the area. Bar was still frozen on the spot, not moving. At first, the destroyed were optimistic. Then, they were disappointed. And lastly, They looked to be drained of all hope. Their final breaths were spent staring at the frozen bar. They did not close their eyes, but even so, Bar remained frozen. He did not move. Other elites soon came walking by, and when they saw the frozen Bar, they were stunned. When they realized Bar had been frozen by Han Sen, they were even more shocked. Bar was an infamous duke, so it was hard to imagine how a marquise had managed to trap him like that. The destroyed nobles eventually came and took the frozen Bar away, but it was several hours before they arrived. This was the first time Han Sen had used spell while it operated with the power of a marquise. He did not know what the new power was called, but that symbol had a strange power that would not fade away. So, Han Sen called it eternity. Han Sen only wanted to freeze his foe for a while, so he could buy them enough time to vacate the area. Han Sen did not expect the eternity effects to be so strong. A few hours later, Bar was still frozen. Chapter 2179. I'll eat you. Han Sen and his group traveled across a number of mountains and swamps. He was able to find a few xenogenic corpses, but he couldn't find a single one that was still alive. They couldn't find any Duke xenogenics, and not even any low-level ones, either. Why are there so many people taking advantage of a time like this? Han Sen felt depressed, but with the way things were going, he realized there was nothing he'd be able to do about it. He decided to leave planet Sodi. But suddenly, many Duke elites began to descend from space. Seeing the skies fill with spaceships and elites coming to planet Sodi, Han Sen raised his eyebrows. Had they not been flying in a number of different directions, Han Sen might have believed they were coming for him. Planet Sodi is under lockdown. Please do not try to leave the surface. An announcement was aired through the skies. Battleships and airships all sat in a gridlock over planet Sodi. Even space fortresses were kept in the orbit of the planet. Weapons were aimed at planet Sodi from every direction, as well. If they all fired their weapons, planet Sodi would have been reduced to space rubble 10 times over. Many small aircraft flew out of the greater battleships, and they all seemed to be heading down towards planet Sodi. Han Sen was shocked, and he wished to know what was going on. That destroyed traitor cannot be on planet Sodi, can he? If he is, then he must be a very brave fellow. He might have been hiding in plain sight, but it appears someone has exposed him. Han Sen could not think of any more potential explanations for the current scenario. But still, he was just guessing. Nothing was confirmed yet. Han Sen would know soon enough if the traitor was there, though. That much he was sure of. The whole of planet Sodi was locked down. It was impossible for Han Sen and the others to leave the planet now. All the battleships and space fortresses were put into combat mode. If Han Sen's group forced their way out, they'd surely be attacked. This was a territory belonging to the rebate, so at least Han Sen was a part of them. There was no need for him to try to run. So, Han Sen took Han Munger and the others to the only city that existed on planet Sodi. It was called Steel City. Han Sen was something of a VIP amongst the rebate. When he entered Steel City, the workers there gave him a glowing reception. They heartily invited him in and gave him a room at the most luxurious hotel in town. I hope the lockdown doesn't last too long. I don't want to be late when I am supposed to guard the door. Han Sen didn't think it would take too long, though. They had locked down the planet with a large host of dukes and marquises. It would be impossible for the marquise they sought to escape them. But 2 days went by, and those enforcing the lockdown still hadn't found the traitor. Han Sen frowned. There were so many dukes and marquises there, the entirety of planet Sodi had to have been searched from top to bottom by now. Despite their exploration of every nook and cranny, the destroyed traitor had eluded capture. There were only 2 possible explanations for this. Firstly, they might have been working on incorrect intel. Perhaps the traitor wasn't even on planet Sodi, and that was why they were having trouble locating him. The second possibility was that the destroyed traitor wasn't actually hiding. Perhaps he really was walking around in plain sight, but he had changed his appearance. And as a result, nobody recognized him. Han Sen didn't think the first possibility was correct. If they hadn't been able to confirm that this was precisely where the destroyed traitor was, there was no way they would have blanketed the sky with such a dramatic show of force. Apparently, the authorities were confident in their intel. The traitor was most likely there. If he really has disguised his identity, that is very bad news. There are so many marquises here on this planet. They cannot check everyone, and so if that is the case, they will be unable to find him. Han Sen was worried that it might take too long for him to return to Cold Palace in time. Han Sen and Han Munger and the others were all merrily eating in the hotel lobby. Eventually, Han Sen detected a certain presence that was familiar to him. He lifted his head to take a look, and there he saw that same extreme king woman he had encountered before. She hadn't left the territory of the rebate yet, and on top of that, she had come to the 6-star xenogenic space. She must have also been looking for the stolen treasure of the destroyed. What could he have stolen, I wonder? It has even prompted the people of Extreme King to come out in search of it. Han Sen was shocked. The Extreme King woman saw Han Sen, but she pretended that she hadn't. She walked right past Han Sen and sat near the window. Han Sen didn't concern himself with her too much. If she wanted to ignore him, then he figured there was little point in him approaching her. He might find himself asking for trouble. Not long after, Han Sen saw many different races coming into the restaurant. Many of the elites that were out in search of the traitor had come to Steel City. They realized the problem now. The destroyed traitor was no longer hiding. The traitor had changed their identity, and now no one knew who it might have been. A few Buddha came into the restaurant. One Marquise in particular came up to Han Sen and bowed before him. Amitabha, Mr. Han, thank you for saving me. Han Sen remembered that Buddha as one of the Marquises he saved in Metal World. He hadn't learned the man's name, however. You are welcome, but I was just trying to save myself, Han Sen responded quietly. When Han Sen and that Marquise Buddha spoke, many Marquises and dukes heard them and approached. Khan was amongst them. When he saw Han Sen, he smiled and sat Dovum next to him. Brother Han, how much of a coincidence is this? We have met once again. I have heard that you froze Bar. That is very scary. You becoming a Marquise was a little late, wasn't it? If you were Marquise a little earlier, I bet that Dollar would have met his match against you. You should have been. The first name on the Geno being scroll. Khan had turned into a rather obnoxious bootlicker. All of the elites looked over to Han Sen, with a mixture of complicated expressions. Han Sen ignored Khan's praise. That guy was like a cockroach, and he never died. Although Khan was just a Marquise, Han Sen had tried to kill his giant golem body twice and failed. Khan was still alive, and everywhere Han Sen went, he kept bumping into the annoying man. Huh, Khan grunted, and his face went a little pale. That was because a large man had walked into the establishment, clutching a bone knife. Han Sen turned his head. Bar stood there, holding his bone knife. The freeze effect had vanished. Bar's appearance made the whole lobby stop. That cruel man would kill anyone, anywhere. He had no concern for law or morals. Khan saw Bar approach, and so he stood up. He forced a smile at Han Sen and said, "Talk soon." After that, Khan returned to the table he was at earlier with the rest of his demon fellows. Bar came in front of Han Sen and said coldly, "I'll eat you." After that, he did not wait for Han Sen's response. He walked to another table and thrust the bone knife into the ground. He sat there and looked at Han Sen without blinking. Han Sen knew Bar hadn't found a way to defrost fully. If he had, the monster would have struck Han Sen without speaking. No one knew what was going on, but there were many dukes and marquises there. Droves of them filled the lobby. "Can I sit here?" asked a voice near Han Sen. Chapter 2180. Gathering up in the lobby, Han Sen raised his head and saw a feather woman standing beside him. She had blue eyes and blonde hair. Her snow-white wings were very attractive, and the gorgeous curves of her body were difficult to look away from. Han Sen looked around and noticed that all the tables were taken. There weren't many empty seats in the establishment. Bar was occupying a table all by his lonesome, but no one wished to sit with him. "As you please," Han Sen said casually. Then he proceeded to ignore the feather woman's presence as he went back to scoffing down his meal. Something seemed to be very wrong. The atmosphere of the place held a subtle tension, and he had the sneaking suspicion that something awry was on the verge of happening. He planned to stay there and watch whatever event was about to unfold. The feather woman ordered something to eat, but she didn't talk much. She just sat where she was quietly, and when the meal came, she began eating without making a sound. Many creatures came into the restaurant, but there were no more tables for them. They filtered through the building, looking for a spot to sit near someone else of the same race. When someone couldn't find a seat, they stood by the wall instead of leaving. Finally, a duke with the head of a bull arrived. He and a few of his kind moved over to the extreme king woman's table. They didn't say anything, and they just reached for chairs. Han Sen knew that what happened next would be entertaining. "Get lost," the extreme king woman barked before the bull-headed men had settled themselves. Young one, don't be so cocky. That won't turn out well for you. The bull-headed duke looked on her coldly. He had no intention of heeding the extreme king's warning. He smiled as he pulled out a seat for himself. D*mn it, Han Sen sighed. He knew those bull-headed people were brainless. Even if the duke didn't know that she belonged to extreme king, he should have known something was off when he saw one woman sitting by herself while every other table was packed to the gills with other people. And on top of asking for a seat, he dared to provoke her with harsh words. As the bull-headed duke sat down, the woman moved her arm. Before the bull-headed man realized what had happened, he had been sent flying. Pang! The duke's airborne flight sent him crashing through a wall. He flew out of the hotel's restaurant and skidded across the ground. He struggled to get back to his feet, and blood spilled out of his mouth. Everyone looked at the extreme king woman in shock. The other bull-headed men in her proximity lurched back in fright, then started to run off. They picked up the injured bull-headed duke and fled without saying a word. Although the bull-headed duke was not a real elite, a minor slap from the woman had almost killed him. She obviously possessed a disturbing amount of power. Qing Li sat down and quietly told Han Sen, right now, every race is thinking that the traitor is hiding someplace in Steel City. They are checking around everywhere in the hopes of finding him. The bullheads and the destroyed seem to have a connection, too. If I am guessing correctly, they were sent here to test that woman. No one expected the woman to be so strong, and so they're wondering if she is the traitor. Do you know where the traitor comes from? Han Sen asked. Qing Li thought for a moment. The one that betrayed the destroyed isn't actually one of the destroyed himself. He was an outsider that joined them. The destroyed did not say which race the person belongs to, so we have no clue who it might be. According to our investigation, the traitor's race has yet to be determined. And there's a good chance that the traitor can shapeshift into any race. After that, Qing Li looked at the feather woman. Her eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion. Han Sen nodded and asked, do you know what treasure the traitor stole? Qing Li nodded and said, there is some news, but I'm not sure whether or not it is the truth. It looks like the traitor stole a deified treasure called the Destroyed Bible. That is why the destroyed are so on edge. They really need to find the traitor and reclaim the Destroyed Bible. All the races are looking for the treasure as well. That is why the situation has become so complicated. Where did this nugget of information come from? Han Sen looked at her queerly. No one knows the original source, but the topic is being discussed everywhere. Qing Li looked confused, and then she went on to ask Han Sen, do you think it isn't true? Han Sen shrugged. I'm just wondering. Maybe the traitor released the news himself, hoping to stir up all this chaos. That might be the way he has managed to survive. Otherwise, something so secretive wouldn't have spread so quickly. This is just a guess, of course. I don't really know much of anything. Han Sen paused, and then went on to ask, what is the Destroyed Bible? It sounds like a Geno art. Why is it considered a treasure, instead? Qing Li looked at Han Sen in surprise. You've never heard of the Destroyed Bible? It's a destroyed treasure. The story goes that when the destroyed Alpha died, his xenogenic gene became a deified treasure. And it also contains the destroyed Alpha's powers. Inheriting that power is very difficult, however. No one can really understand it, so they can't make use of the Destroyed Bible's power. Even so, the Destroyed Bible is still their most important treasure. They cherish it because it represents their race as a whole. So, the destroyed really want the Destroyed Bible back. They won't allow any other race to take it. Han Sen didn't speak, but to himself, he was thinking, a deified treasure sounds valuable indeed. Especially if it carries the power of a destroyed Alpha. It is no wonder that everyone seems to be after it. Even I fancy poking around for it now. But with that being said, anyone who takes it would find much ire directed at them by the destroyed. Han Sen noticed that the destroyed marquises and dukes were staring at Zero, Han Munger, Little Angel, and the Feather Woman. Their eyes were intent. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he thought to himself, did they find out that the traitor that stole the destroyed Bible was not a man, but in fact, a woman? And then, Han Sen looked at the Feather Woman. If the traitor was a woman, then the Feather Woman really did seem suspicious. She was all alone, after all. As he looked at her, Han Sen became more and more intrigued. The woman's presence seemed like an ordinary feather marquise on the surface, but when Han Sen scanned her with his Dongshuan aura, her aura seemed like nothing more than a disguise. That woman's presence actually ran really deep. It possessed a depth Han Sen's Dongshuan aura could not even reach. Is she the real traitor of the destroyed? Han Sen guessed. Chapter 2181 Who is the traitor? The woman seemed to know what Han Sen was thinking. She smiled at Han Sen, but she did not say anything. Quietly, she continued eating her meal. Han Sen thought that the woman was definitely a suspicious character, but he could not be sure if she was the traitor of the destroyed or not. Han Sen thought of something, but a dragon man was already approaching his table. He sat down next to Han Sen, then looked at Zero and the rest of the girls. Marquise Han, I have heard that one of your female marquises used one arrow to almost completely obliterate Bar. That is a most impressive feat. I must wonder which of your companions were able to do such a thing. Could you tell me? When the dragon man spoke, the whole restaurant became deathly quiet. Everyone turned to look at their table. Han Sen looked at the dragon man with a quizzical expression. He had obviously been sent to verify and confirm the identity of Han Sen's companions. Han Sen wasn't surprised by this, but it was strange how a connection was drawn via the attack on Bar. When Bar heard the dragon man speak, he did not move. Obviously, Bar had to be afraid of the figure. If the man next to Han Sen was able to stay Bar's hand through fear, though, then he had to be someone of profound notoriety. Han Sen kept his gaze on the dragon man. This is my daughter Han Munger. Those two are my sisters. And this is Flower King's daughter from Narrow Moon. Her name is Qing Li. As for this feather friend, I must admit I do not know her. Han Sen introduced the rest on his table, but he didn't mention Little Silver or Little Star. After the dragon man heard what he said, he turned his eyes to the feather woman. He looked at her and asked, "Where have you come from? What business brings you here?" The dragon man's behavior made Han Sen certain that the destroyed traitor was in fact a woman. Either that, or the traitor at least had the ability to present themselves as a woman. If this was not the case, then the dragon man would have been sure to ask for the identity of Little Silver and Little Star. His interest remained fixed on the women, though. His sudden focus on the feather woman made it very obvious. Han Sen didn't think he was even bothering to hide it. The feather woman smiled and looked at the dragon man. I know of you, Dragon 6. Your title is Toxic Dragon Old 6. And while you are a Dragon Duke, I don't have to answer your questions. This place does not belong to the dragon. Toxic Dragon Old 6 froze. He looked at the feather woman and smiled. If you know who I am, then you must be aware of what I can do. You should spare yourself the trouble and cooperate. I would not like to destroy a woman. But that feather paid no mind to Toxic Dragon Old 6 a threat. She smiled and said, if I am the person you are looking for, killing me wouldn't get you what you want. And if I am not the correct person, and you did kill me, you won't get what you want and people will become suspicious. They will think that perhaps you were the one that took it. I don't think there is any sound reason for you to kill me here. So, why should I cooperate with you? I might be mistaken, of course. Are you cruel enough to slay me right here? If that is the case, then so be it. After that, the feather woman elegantly returned to eating her dish. She totally ignored the simmering anger of Toxic Dragon Old 6. The muscles in the dragon's jaw tightened, and he laughed darkly. I won't kill you. There are 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. That is what I am going to do to you. After that, Toxic Dragon Old 6 a dragon hand clutched a dragon knife. He slowly moved to grab the woman's head. But the feather woman kept eating as if she hadn't seen it coming. Either that, or she was willing to concede. She ignored Toxic Dragon Old 6 a hand completely. Dragon 6, this is where you eat. This isn't where you sh*t. Even if she was the traitor of the destroyed, you should allow us, the destroyed, to do this ourselves. This is none of your business, a destroyed duke said coldly. When Dragon 6 heard that intrusion, his hand stilled. He looked at the destroyed duke and grinned. You want to get me mad and goad me into killing her, just so everyone turns their attention to me. Good idea, but I'm not that stupid. After that, Toxic Dragon Old 6 returned his gaze to the feather woman. He lowered his hand, got up, and returned to sit with the rest of the dragon. Han Sen was entertained. Whether or not the woman was the destroyed traitor, she was a powerful character. If she wasn't, she couldn't have remained so chill. Han Sen could see that Dragon 6 wasn't going to kill her right there, but she was very calm. And it only took her a few sentences to talk down suspicions of her identity. She made people uncertain of what to do with her. She seemed rather dangerous, but it brought an air of balance to her character. There were not many people that were able to do such a thing. There were too many suspicious things about her, though. Even if she didn't say anything more, she was still attracting every eye in the establishment. But no one would do anything to her before they figured this out. There were too many factions present with too much at stake. I am full. I appreciate you allowing me to sit here. I believe we will meet again. The feather woman smiled at Han Sen, then she got up and went upstairs. She was living there. Powerful woman. Might she really be the traitor? Qing Li pursed her lips. Who knows? Maybe she is. Maybe she isn't. Han Sen looked around him, and he noticed all the other races were staring at them. That woman had established a connection between him and her. And because they were suspicious about her, the association made them suspicious about him and his own companions. After eating, Han Sen took his companions outside. He noticed that every elite was now gathered in Steel City. The whole town was locked down. You could only get in, and you could not get out. Apparently, the authorities believed that the traitor was indeed located somewhere in Steel City. That was a fairly sensible conclusion, or at least, Han Sen thought so. The only place to hide on planet Sodi was in its Soul City, and finding the traitor amongst the hordes of marquises there would be a very trying task. But Han Sen had to wonder why the traitor had selected planet Sodi. And he pondered what the traitor's escape plan might be. If the traitor was really there, the person might be very difficult to locate. Of course, it was only a matter of time. They would find the traitor, sooner or later. And if the traitor came here, she had to have been prepared. And if the traitor was prepared, then she had to have an escape plan. Han Sen could not think of a way in which he might manage that, though. Han Sen was giving the matter a lot of thought because he now wanted the destroyed Bible for himself. If he was able to find the traitor before everyone else, he could take it without anyone noticing. He could throw it back into the sanctuaries, and that way, no one would ever find it. It would remain hidden even if people thought he was the culprit. But right now, not even Han Sen knew who the traitor was. He did not know if the traitor had brought the destroyed Bible with them, either. Chapter 2182 Messy Fi. The whole of Steel City was a chaotic mess. All the dukes and marquises had been gathered in the city, and the tension was electric. The different races all suspected one another, which led to many conflicts and brawls that served no purpose. Ultimately, the traitor stayed hidden. And above all, that meant Han Sen had no choice but to remain where he was. He was not allowed to leave. Although the rebate had been trying to negotiate, the destroyed were adamant about not permitting anyone to leave planet Sodi until the traitor was found. Those of the other races were not allowed to leave, and that included the rebate themselves. Han Sen believed there to be other individuals mixed up in this, people who were aiding the traitor in her escape. He thought much of the current chaos and anarchy was a deliberate concoction to help the true traitor get away. It was difficult to determine the truth of this, though. There were no more leads or clues, so whether the traitor was alone or working with others was impossible to confirm. And that was the reason that all the races were suspicious of each other. The next day, after Han Sen left his room, the restaurant was jam-packed with elites again. This time, however, he was unable to find a seat. Just as he was going to take his meal back to his room, though, the feather woman from the day before called him over and said, "Why don't we sit together?" Han Sen glanced over at her empty table. Although others were keen to watch her, no one dared to actually sit next to her. Han Sen knew this was because she was a very suspicious individual. No one wanted to sit with her and risk drawing attention and trouble to themselves. Their fear was more about the other elites than the woman herself. Han Sen did not care about that, though. He had already interacted with her the day before, so sitting with her again wouldn't make a difference. The suspicion wasn't going to rinse off that easily. Han Sen and his companions had just sat down when the Extreme King lady entered the restaurant. People did not know she was of the Extreme King, but her slap had made people afraid of her. The Extreme King woman, having just entered the establishment, was unable to find a seat for herself. So, she walked to the table she had used the day before. There were a few dragons sitting there that day, though, and amongst them was Dragon 6. Everyone saw the woman approach Toxic Dragon Old 6, and everyone knew immediately that they'd be in for some mid-meal entertainment. The Extreme King marched right up to the table and informed them directly, "I will allow you guys the chance to leave now." No one expected that woman to be so brash. After all, no one spoke to Toxic Dragon Old 6 like that. Everyone was very interested in seeing how he'd react to her. Toxic Dragon Old 6 rolled his eyes and then looked at the woman with flat eyes. Why? The woman did not speak. Instead, she just punched him. Toxic Dragon Old Six hummed. His fist suddenly glared with a green Evilbreaker power, and he lifted it against the woman's mighty fist. The two powers thrummed against each other. But because the two people hadn't released all their powers, they both pulled back before they created a restaurant-destroying explosion. It looked like a tie, though, and neither of the two seemed willing to back off. But Toxic Dragon Old Six's eyes widened. He stood up and said, "Let's go." Then, he and his friends quickly left. He allowed the woman to occupy the table all by herself. Everyone watched in silence as the woman ordered her meal. No one could understand why Dragon 6 had been so willing to back off and give her his table. This also raised a few suspicions in regards to the identity of the woman. Han Sen knew that the woman hailed from Extreme King, so he knew why Dragon 6 was so willing to walk away. And furthermore, Dragon 6 had deliberately chosen that seat to test her. After that punch, Dragon 6 seemed to fully acknowledge who she was. And so, he relented. He knew he shouldn't bother her anymore. While Han Sen was still in thought, Bar lifted his bone knife and ran at Han Sen, shouting, "You will die today. Either in here or out there." Han Sen frowned. If Bar had come looking for him, that meant the man had found a way to resist the cold. Han Sen was not afraid of him, but he did find this a bit of a nuisance. Steel City was locked down, so it wasn't as if he could run away or escape. "Bar, do not be so cocky. This place belongs to the rebate." The rebate manager frowned. So, after Bar said that, he lost all of his patience. He lifted his knife toward Han Sen while a red and black light amassed on the blade. When he unleashed that strike, it was sure to slice the entire hotel in half. The entire lobby descended into chaos. Everyone in the knife-light's path tried to run away. No one wanted to get involved with whatever was about to happen. Han Sen kept his seat, though. He didn't move away, but he did draw a pistol and fire a shot at Bar. Bar looked murderous. The bone knife struck the incoming bullet, though. The bullet was stopped, and Bar was saved from the gunshot. That knife light had been so strong, however, that the strike kept coming. It sliced through the lobby, causing enough instability in the building to bring the whole place crumbling down. Han Sen dodged Bar's knife light, and as he did, his pistol swept smoothly up to point at Bar. He began firing without reprieve. Bar was not very good when it came to defense. He didn't even bother defending himself, and so the bullets fell on him easily. The ice light of those bullets began to spread across him, too. But this time, the ice light was unable to freeze him. A silver necklace with a gold jewel hung from Bar's neck. After the ice light exploded, the gold jewel on Bar's necklace began to glow with a lava-looking, gold flame. It melted the icy force and kept it from doing anything. A light fireseed necklace. Someone screamed, recognizing the necklace Bar was now wearing. When Bar saw that the necklace worked and that Han Sen's freezing power no longer posed a threat, he smiled. Then he looked at Han Sen with rage. He waved his knife and screamed, "I am going to eat you." Han Sen's heart jumped. He summoned his dragon wings, his dragon ear wings, and petrified his skin. He flapped his wings, and his red body teleported away from the incoming strike. Bar roared. He lifted his knife and ran after Han Sen. His eyes looked like they were on fire with the desire to kill Han Sen. The restaurant had been thrown into turmoil. No one knew who started this all, but everyone was now fighting. And as everyone fought against each other in a massive brawl, the hotel was rapidly reduced to splinters. No one knew where Toxic Dragon Old Six came from, but he was back, and he threw a punch towards the feather woman that was near Han Sen. The woman flapped her wings and avoided the strike, though. Toxic Dragon Old Six was unable to catch up with her. It was possible that he deliberately didn't go after the feather woman, because Toxic Dragon Old Six seemed fine with allowing the green light shrouding his fist to come down towards Little Angel and the others. Little Angel and Zero were able to avoid the strike, but another few Xenogeniacs came forward to attack them. Han Sen had stumbled outside to fight Bar, and he finally realized what was going on. People were suspicious of the girls around him, and they wanted to test out his companions. Han Sen couldn't believe it. Neither Han Munger, Little Angel, or Zero was the traitor they were looking for. But even so, it mattered little. If Han Sen's companions could be killed, that's all that mattered to the others. Somehow, they had just gained a horde of new enemies. Chapter 2183 Siege. Han Sen wanted to go back, but Bar was hounding him. He wasn't going to let Han Sen return to his friends. Toxic Dragon Old 6 missed his attack, but he did not stop. He ran towards the Feather Woman, with a toxic light leaking from his fist. He really was like a toxic dragon. The Feather Woman kept dodging, though. She maneuvered as gracefully as a dancer. She was just a marquise, and yet she was acquitting herself well against the Duke Dragon 6. He was unable to land a single blow on her. A few of the destroyed dukes were headed for Little Angel. They looked murderous and cruel, and it was clear that they planned to destroy her. As those attacks came down on Han Sen's group, a blue light suddenly shone from Han Munger. It shielded Little Angel, Zero, Little Silver, and Little Star. Pang! The destroyed dukes hit the blue shield, but none of their attacks were able to do anything. She's using Han Sen's defense treasure. One of the destroyed dukes frowned. They knew Han Sen's shield was impervious to damage, even from something that was king class in power. So, they knew right away that they'd be unable to hack their way through the shield. Good, if they have the defense treasure, then that means Han Sen has nothing to protect himself. We finally have an excuse for killing Han Sen. The destroyed duke that spoke looked cruel. He headed for Han Sen, who was leaping through the air, still engaged in combat with Bar. Stay back, he is mine, Bar shouted and swung his knife at the approaching dukes. Those destroyed dukes were almost struck by Bar. They all had to scramble and leap away, which left them angry and shocked. Bar, what are you doing? A destroyed duke shouted at Bar. I told you that he's mine, didn't I? Bar grunted as he moved in to attack Han Sen. Those destroyed dukes came to a standstill in midair, their faces turning green from Bar's rude refusal to accept their help. Ignore him, find the traitor first, commanded a destroyed duke with hard eyes. Yes, Mr. Dia Robber. That group of destroyed dukes complied immediately, and so they all descended on the city and the women in it. The destroyed weren't the only ones doing this, though. Everyone started to attack the women who were of a different kind to themselves. They were all desperate to find the traitor. Just as Han Sen expected, everyone believed that the traitor was indeed a woman. But they did not know which race she belonged to, and so every woman became a target. Everyone started to attack without a second thought. It was absolute chaos in every direction. Their fight had cascaded until the entire city turned into a battleground. Fortunately, Han Munger and the others had the protection of the demon bug by Sima, so they were able to avoid being hit. There were no king-class elites around, so no one present could break the Bai Sima. The Feather Woman kept coming under attack by the Furious Dragon 6, and everyone else had their eyes on her. She really did seem to be the most likely suspect. Bar attacked Han Sen in a fury. Han Sen relied on his dragon wings and break space flash to avoid him. He didn't attack Bar, though. He did not want to risk making the crazy man any stronger. Ice no longer worked on Bar. Han Sen fired volley after volley, but it wouldn't freeze him. Spells' freezing powers would only work if they hit the enemy. But now, the necklace was keeping the ice from making contact every single time. The freezing powers weren't going to work. The light fireseed necklace is one of the deified treasures of the destroyed, right? I cannot believe the destroyed let Bar use it. How much do they want me dead? Han Sen chuckled darkly, then squinted at the necklace. Han Sen knew that the most famous treasures of the destroyed were the light fireseed necklace, the dark eye ring, and the chaos statue. Bar's neck looked to be adorned by that same light fireseed necklace. Life starts with fire, and it ends with fire. The legendary light fireseed necklace had the light of fire. It was one of the strongest fire element treasures, even possessing light powers. The legend said that a deified destroyed once owned that necklace. He used it to incinerate an entire system. It was quite a scary item, if the story was true. But Bar was only a duke. He could not use the might of the necklace in full. Even so, it was more than adequate to protect its bearer from any cold powers that came against him. Unless Han Sen was king class, there was no chance of him being able to freeze Bar this time. Han Sen flapped his wings. He flew 100 meters away and fired his gun, shooting a few of the destroyed dukes that were nearby. Pang, pang, the explosive sounds were everywhere, and the destroyed dukes were reduced to ash. Han Sen moved quickly, and he evaded each and every one of Bar's attacks. He kept shooting at the destroyed as he went, raising their death toll higher and higher. Han Sen, fight me! Bar roared, but there was nothing he could do to stop Han Sen. Dia Robber saw a duke get wasted by Han Sen, and it made him frown. Then, he went after Han Sen with his fist raised. The male face that represented light started to glow resplendently. His fist was like an actual sun, holding a candescent god light. Han Sen flapped his wings and disappeared. He avoided the punch and fired his gun at Dia Robber. The female face of Dia Robber represented darkness. She released a dark light. The 10 fingers were like daggers that shredded the hail of bullets Han Sen fired at them. The bullets exploded on contact, but the black power formed a bottomless black hole in the air that sucked in the bullets and swallowed their effects. They were removed from play. Dia Robber, he is mine, Bar proclaimed angrily. Then kill him before I can, Dia Robber said coldly. The bird face of the middle represented chaos, and it began to produce light. A turbulent power leaked out of him to cover a radius of 1,000 meters, and when Han Sen tried to use break space flash, he realized he was unable to teleport anymore. Bar roared. He swung his bone knife through another flurry of attacks to smite Han Sen. He didn't try to force Dia Robber to leave as he had all the other destroyed dukes. Dia Robber was coming for Han Sen now, too. The 6 arms released a trio of powers to damage Han Sen. Dia Robber continually released a chaotic power into the air around him. Break space flash did not work anymore, so Han Sen was unable to teleport away to safety. Facing the attacks of 2 dukes, Han Sen was now at a disadvantage. Han Sen relied on his movements and speed, and he had to operate at max capacity to stay ahead. But even so, it ultimately insufficient to avoid the attacks of both Bar and Dia Robber. If I was a duke, I wouldn't have to be afraid of fighting them. But I am just a marquise, and my power is far inferior to dukes like Dia Robber. Han Sen thought about how he might deal with his current enemies. There were still things he wanted to gain from this situation. Traitor, she is the traitor. Suddenly, a deafening shout came from behind them. Everyone stopped to pay attention. Chapter 2184 The Real Traitor. Everyone's attention was drawn to the shout, even Han Sen's. The voice had come from Toxic Dragon Old 6. He was flecked with blood, and a black shape had been seared into his chest that looked like a woman's hand. The handprint had burned through Toxic Dragon Old 6's dragon scales, branding his chest with its black mark. Destroyed power. Someone shouted. Then everyone was jumping toward the Feather Woman. Even Dia Robber abandoned his attack on Han Sen to deal with her. Aside from the destroyed, the only person that could use destroyed power to damage Dragon 6 in such a way had to be the destroyed traitor. Toxic Dragon Old 6 had kept pursuing that Feather Woman, and she had finally hurt him. Everyone was running for the Feather Woman now. Only Bar, who was completely obsessed with Han Sen, remained to finish what he had started. Han Sen felt glum about this, of course. But when Dia Robber left, he took his disruptive powers with him. Han Sen could suddenly use break space flash again, thankfully. Han Sen moved fast, activating break space flash as he went. Before Bar caught up with him, Han Sen rushed into a building. When Bar ripped the building apart to locate Han Sen, he couldn't find him anywhere. Han Sen, get out here. Bar struck out furiously with his bone knife, reducing the building to smaller and smaller pieces, but he still couldn't find Han Sen. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to deal with the immortal madman. After Little Invisible cast a power on him, he became completely transparent. And furthermore, he used his Dongshuan aura to mask his presence. Then he slipped out from under Bar's nose. Everyone was intent on hunting down the destroyed traitor now. Many scary powers were being hurled towards the Feather Woman, but the Feather Woman slipped by them with unbelievable grace. Despite being only a marquise, she was teleporting straight through the dukes and marquises hunting her. Even Dia Robber was unable to stop her. Dia Robber's bird head flashed. That same field of chaos was opened, and the woman fell into it. But shockingly, the woman's movement abilities weren't affected by the power. She could still teleport, and no one was able to do her any harm. You stupid people, do you really think I am the destroyed traitor? Dragon 6 used that palm strike himself. He hit himself. It has nothing to do with me, the woman exclaimed after another successful evasion. Liar, do you honestly expect us to believe that? A destroyed duke roared back. His desire to kill her was greater than ever. If I was the traitor, why would I make it so obvious? The woman smiled and spread her arms cockily. She did not dodge. Instead, she brought a light to the tip of her finger, and she aimed it at the destroyed duke. The destroyed duke moved his 6 arms and fired 3 separate powers. He used a tricolored god light to counter her attack, but her god light broke through the tricolored god light. It branded the destroyed duke with a weird mark. The destroyed Duke was suddenly turned into a miniature version of himself. His flesh and bones were all compressed and condensed together. The 3-meter-tall body was turned into little more than a sugar cube. A mark of the very high. You are of the very high. Everyone's faces went white. Those who had been going for the woman now stopped. They quickly began to scramble backward. Dia Robber seemed to realize something. He looked towards where Toxic Dragon Old 6 had been, but the dragon was nowhere to be seen. Where is Toxic Dragon Old 6? Dia Robber asked one of the other dragons. I don't know, he was here, though. The dragons felt that something was very amiss. Now, all the races started to realize that the woman was associated with the very high. They knew of her marking ability. It was a very high skill. The very high certainly couldn't have been the traitor. But Toxic Dragon Old 6 had definitely been hit by a destroyed power. If the power hadn't come from the woman, then he really must have used it on himself. Toxic Dragon Old 6 was a dragon, though. He couldn't have used a destroyed power on his own, which meant he had to have been the traitor. He had stolen the destroyed Bible. But now, he was gone. He had vanished amidst the chaos, and no one knew where he had gone. Perhaps he had even fled Steel City. Dia Robber looked at the feather woman and bowed. Excuse our most impolite rudeness. We will issue a proper and formal apology at a later date. Can you please tell us which direction the traitor went? The fake Toxic Dragon Old 6 had framed her. She must have seen where he went. When you guys attacked me, he escaped that way. The woman coldly pointed towards the Steel City gate. Without a moment of hesitation, everyone ran in that direction. He had left a trail as he ran, and they tracked him into some mountains. The woman watched impassively as everyone left. They wanted to find the traitor, but they also wanted to escape her wrath with all haste. The thought that they had all attacked one of the very high had given them massive chills. They sincerely hoped she'd be forgiving. The woman did not seek revenge, though. Instead, she flew up into the skies. What happened in Steel City was watched by the ships. They saw when the woman revealed herself as one of the very high, and so no one stopped her from leaving planet Sodi. The universe's #1 race, the mysterious very high. They were the strongest and most mysterious race. Even the extreme king and ancient god races were afraid of them. When the very high mark appeared, bad things tended to follow. This had happened many times through the ages, and many races had been destroyed by the very high, wiped from the annals of history. Dia Robber and his followers searched the mountains up and down, and eventually, they found the fake Dragon 6 and engaged him. Are you guys blind? Why would I be the traitor? Don't you know that the fox race is only comprised of women? They become weaker if they turn into males. Do I look like *C King Woman? Toxic Dragon Old 6 shouted as he fought back. Dia Robber saw that the man's Toxic Dragon Evilbreaker powers were real. As he fought, he asked, what are you doing, then? Why are you running if you aren't the traitor? I'm not running, I'm *C King injured, and I'm looking for a place to heal. Toxic Dragon Old 6 shouted angrily. You say you are Toxic Dragon Old 6, yes. How can you prove your identity? Khan asked. Something seemed wrong about this whole situation. Toxic Dragon Old 6's body then seemed to turn inside out. His body was covered with toxic scales, and he looked like a humanoid but toxic dragon. He breathed out toxic gas and said, no matter how strong a fox lady might be, she wouldn't be able to imitate a xenogenic toxic dragon body. Oh no, Dia Robber looked horrified. When he returned to Steel City, the very high woman was gone. Chapter 2185 Taking the Bible. A small business ship was flying through the expanse of space, following a designated route. Suddenly, the crew saw a woman approaching. Their vessel. The ship came to a stop and opened its doors to let her in. The woman quickly entered the ship, and not long after, she was given a private room. Inside that room, the feather woman began to change her form. Her feather features started to fade away. A white tail grew from her backside, and her body became curvier than ever. Her face underwent a change, too, becoming sharp and refined. The beautiful woman then pulled a cubic object out of her pocket. It was the very high mark that had manifested when she made it look like she had condensed a destroyed. The woman threw the very high mark on the floor, and the very high mark started to shake. It rattled around for a while until a pang noise sounded. A fox-like woman with fox ears emerged. She looked exactly the same as the other beautiful woman, save for the fact that she was quite a bit younger. The fox woman scratched her bum and then got up. She snickered happily. Sister, we made it. We managed to fool all of those people. If Dia Robber had been there, he would have been very angry. Killing the destroyed Duke with a very high mark had been merely a ruse. The shape-shifting foxes had outwitted everyone with their illusions. It was a shame that the king-class elites had been stuck outside the 6-star xenogenic space. If they had been able to observe the foxes' tricks with their own eyes, they'd have known what was up. But the king-class elites were forced to watch from a distance. The two Fox sisters had counted on that, putting on a show that would only fool dukes and marquises. I told you, all those races might pretend to be tough sh*t around us, but they grovel like worms before the very high. Seeing the very high mark nearly scared them to death. They didn't dare stay long enough to find out the truth. Big sister Bai Lin smiled. Little sister Bai Fu pulled out her pink tongue and said, "Luckily, those guys were restricting each other and thought it best not to allow the king-class sorts to enter the 6-star xenogenic space. Had this not been the case, we wouldn't have been able to fool them. So, what do we do next? Let's become Ipo. We can head to planet Ipo, then visit the dragon after that." Bai Lin trailed off and her eyes widened. There was a punch headed for them. It shot their way like a laser, destroying the ship in the process. White light covered the two sisters as they escaped from the ship. A proud-looking woman hovered in space near the wreckage, looking at them coldly. When the Fox sisters saw the woman, they looked even more frightened. It was the powerful woman they had seen inside the Steel City restaurant. They had never expected that the woman would manage to escape the locked-down planet, pursue them, and catch up with them before they got too far away from the system. "Give me the destroyed Bible," the woman said flatly, staring at the sisters. "I don't have a clue what you are talking about. How could we have the destroyed Bible?" Bai Lin laughed. The woman's expression did not change. She just remained where she was, staring at them. Slowly, she said, "You and Toxic Dragon Old 6 performed well. But now I've caught you, and I won't allow you to deliver the destroyed Bible to the dragon. I will give you one last chance to hand it over." That woman then raised her fist. An overbearing power began to gather around it. "You are strong, but you are alone. There's no guarantee you can catch up with us, either." Bai Lin frowned. "Why don't you test that theory?" The woman launched her fist right at Bai Lin. Bai Lin and Bai Fu moved, and their bodies seemed to disappear in the black of space. They soon realized that no matter how they attempted to evade that strike, they wouldn't be able to escape the punch. It was as if the woman's fist was coming from every direction at once. They were locked in, and while they could often survive dangerous situations by changing their race to hide in plain sight, that skill wouldn't help them in this situation. This punch wasn't something they could avoid. Pang! Bai Lin and Bai Fu amassed and combined their power to fight back against that incoming punch, but they both ended up being hit. They were launched through space, with trails of blood drifting away from them. They crashed into an asteroid, and the asteroid broke into fragments. Their amazing talents had allowed them to survive many attacks from a wide array of dukes, but they weren't dukes themselves. They had the power of marquises. Bai Lin recovered from the blow and gritted her teeth. Her chest began to flicker with a formation of black light. The black light swept down to her fist, and she flashed forward to punch the enigmatic woman. If the destroyed had been there, they would have identified the black light as a power of the destroyed Bible. No one could have guessed how Bai Lin was using her shapeshifting to cast the destroyed Bible's power, though. Pang! Despite the power of her attack, Bai Lin was sent flying away again. She curled slightly in pain after using the Bible, and her expression seemed stunned. Did you just throw an extreme king punch?" The woman was not inclined to answer, and so she raised her fist once more. Bai Lin clenched her jaw again, then coughed from deep in her chest. She spat out a black light, which floated through space near her enemy. "That's for you," Bai Lin sneered. She started pulling Bai Fu away from the area. "Let's go." The Extreme King woman frowned as the two flew off. Their power was only average, but they were very quick. The Extreme King woman seemed hesitant, but she moved over to examine the black light. The black light before her was actually a black stone book. It looked old, and the cover was adorned with a triangular symbol. There was nothing else remarkable about it. It was crude and worn, and it looked like the work of an older race. Most people wouldn't have known that the old stone book was actually the prestigious destroyed Bible. The Extreme King woman knew what the object was the moment she saw it, though. Although her race was one of the most important and powerful in the universe, the Extreme King's resources were actually quite limited. Deified treasures like the destroyed Bible were difficult to come by. Securing the destroyed Bible was the woman's first priority. After that, she would go and finish off the two Fox sisters. The woman had almost touched the destroyed Bible when she stopped. She frowned and looked at the Bible. It wasn't actually floating in space as she had originally thought. "Come out." The woman stared at the Bible coldly. In response to her shout, a shadow appeared right next to the Bible. Then a gold-armored hand reached out and grabbed the book. Chapter 2186. A punch and a punch, $. The woman recognized the person hovering in front of her. The Extreme King were quite full of themselves, and since they always thought themselves superior to others, they didn't participate in the Geno being scroll. They did, however, keenly watch the fights that unfolded there. That was especially true of the Marquis's fights. The woman had watched each and every one of them. She recognized the gold armor Han Sen was wearing. "I will be keeping this. You can go now," Han Sen stated, turning the destroyed Bible over in his hands. He had used Little Invisible to hide himself so he could follow Bai Lin, but he had waited until now to make a move. He hadn't wanted to take action while they were inside 6-star xenogenic space, but as he followed the Fox sisters, he noticed the Extreme King woman was pursuing them as well. This would probably be his best opportunity to steal the destroyed Bible while pinning the crime on the Extreme King woman. Since the Fox sisters had made their escape, everyone would soon learn that the destroyed Bible had been stolen by the Extreme King. No one would believe that someone had actually confronted one of the Extreme King and stolen it back, so Han Sen would likely be safe from accusations. Even if people believed that Dollar ultimately claimed it, that wouldn't matter. No one had a clue who Dollar really was. So, Han Sen was safe. He originally planned to launch a sneak attack, but the woman had discovered his presence before he had the chance to. That surprised him. In the eyes of the Extreme King, achieving first place in the Marquis's Geno being scroll is nothing more than a joke, the woman said cockily, with a snarky tilt of her head. With no hesitation, she threw a punch towards Han Sen. The incoming strike was far harder than the one he had seen before. The space around him seemed to get compressed by the overwhelming force of that punch. Spacetime itself looked like it was going to freeze and shatter. Although she pretended that Dollar was beneath her notice, after seeing Dollar fighting Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo, she knew he wasn't a foe to be underestimated. She was well aware that he would be a difficult foe, so she poured all of her strength and power into that punch. Seeing the woman's punch coming for him, Han Sen used Super Spank with his left hand. Pang! When their fists collided, the force of the Extreme King's punch disintegrated into little more than dust and echoes. The woman's face paled, and she retreated with haste. But it was still too late. Her gauntlet had shattered, and the disintegrating power continued up into the rest of her armor. All she wore was turned to dust. She was left completely naked. The Extreme King woman's implacable face heated with embarrassment. She summoned another set of armor to clothe herself, but by the time she turned back to look for her opponent, Dollar was gone. "Dollar, I'm going to kill you." The Extreme King woman was very angry, and her teeth gnashed. Try as she might, though, she was not going to find Dollar that day. Han Sen had returned the punch he was owed. She had sent Han Sen sprawling on Planet Blade, and he had destroyed her armor. He was only getting what he was due, they were even now. Han Sen headed to the 6-star xenogenic space. He needed to return and let everyone know that the real Han Sen was still there. That way, he could eventually leave without raising any more suspicions. And in regards to the Extreme King woman, he had no interest in killing her. He headed back to the 6-star system immediately to avoid wasting any more time with her. After all, as long as she was left alive, Han Sen could frame her for the theft. If she was killed, that would be more difficult. The destroyed wouldn't be the only ones investigating her death. The rest of the Extreme King would also want to know what had happened. Having them descend on the investigation would be bad. Han Sen returned to 6-star xenogenic space and met up with Little Angel. All of the races participating in the search had confirmed that the escaped woman was a shapeshifting fox. There was still hope, however. The lockdown on the 6-star xenogenic space was yet to be lifted, so kings finally went in to look around for themselves. But they quickly came to the conclusion that the shapeshifting fox had managed to escape successfully. 2 days later, when all was done, the lockdown on the 6-star xenogenic space was lifted. Han Sen then took his companions back to Narrow Moon. In the base on planet Eclipse, in a secret room, Han Sen happily ran his finger along the spine of the destroyed Bible. A deified treasure. That was a pretty good gain. After a while, though, Han Sen's joy turned to frustration. No matter what he tried, he couldn't unlock the Bible or make use of its power. Han Sen combined his light and dark powers, but even so, he made no progress in casting the powers of the Bible. Han Sen couldn't even open the D*MNED book or get a glimpse of its contents. Han Sen tried a myriad of different elements, but nothing seemed to work. So, Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura and purple eye butterfly to inspect the Bible. After a time of careful observation, Han Sen noticed that it was actually created through a combination of light, dark, and chaos powers. Genes are insufficient, cannot absorb deified gene. Han Sen kept hearing that announcement, telling him he was unable to absorb it. The destroyed Bible was a deified xenogenic gene, so he couldn't absorb it since he was still just a marquise. It was the same as with the sun gold bird. I can't eat it, and neither can I make use of it. It's useless in my hands, even though it is deified. Unless I make it up to the class of deified, it can only be cast with light, dark, and chaos powers. Light and dark powers are already hard enough to simulate, and I can't simulate chaos powers at all. Unless I learn all three and combine them well, I won't be able to tap into its power. After thinking about it for a while, Han Sen decided to give it up. Han Munger pushed open the secret door and stuck her head in, then pointed at the book. "Father, can I have this book? You want to have a look?" Han Sen turned to Han Munger with some surprise. She had never asked for anything before. Han Munger nodded. She looked at the destroyed Bible and said, "That book seems to resonate with a power that is familiar to me somehow." Han Sen handed Han Munger the destroyed Bible and thought to himself, "It is possible, I suppose. Munger's blood is complicated, but I do remember the sacred leader possessing a light power. Her mother had the power of death, and my blood." As Han Sen mulled all of this over, Han Munger took the destroyed Bible. The book had shown no response while Han Sen held it, but it suddenly caught fire when she touched it. Flames wreathed the stone book, then spread to consume Han Munger's entire body. 3 different lights began to shine from the stone book's triangle. The white was light power, the black was dark power, and the gray was clearly chaos power. Each color correlated with a specific element. Chapter 2187. Watching the destroyed inheritance. The 3 lights of the triangle merged to become a swirling gray color. When you looked at the symbol from one side, the gray color shifted to black, and if you looked from the other side, the gray turned white. The triangle seemed to pulse with that mystic gray. The color stained Han Munger's power gray, as well. Han Sen could sense a frightening presence radiating from the power, and it seemed as if all that energy was going to explode. Han Munger held the Bible comfortably in one hand, as if she hadn't noticed any of the power surging around her. Her other hand flicked through the Bible's pages. From what Han Sen could see, there were many images and sections of text within. It was like he was watching a 3D movie flicker past on the pages. Although Han Sen couldn't open the book himself, he had no trouble seeing the book's content now that someone else had opened it. The images were so impressive that they made Han Sen feel like he was watching a supernova. The universe began, the universe was destroyed. Life was started, life was ended. Born from the destroyed, live for the destroyed, survival is the destroyed. Han Sen examined the first line of the destroyed Bible. The destroyed Bible was a deified treasure, a holy book of the destroyed race. It recorded the practices of their alphas' Geno arts, his experiences, and the understandings he had come to throughout his entire lifetime. As Han Sen read the destroyed Bible, it was like he could hear the destroyed alpha explaining Geno arts. He could see the true meaning of it all. Han Sen was delighted. Destroyed Geno arts required the user to possess all 3 powers, but Han Sen did not have chaos power. Because of this, he lacked the ability to cast destroyed powers. But the destroyed alpha's explanations clarified a whole host of things and filled Han Sen with inspiration. He was able to understand Break 6 skies much more deeply because of it. The destroyed were a part of the Breakskis, and they even claimed to be the royalty of that ancient race. No matter what the case might have been, the Geno arts the destroyed alpha left behind had a connection with Break 6 skies. The things Han Sen had learned from the destroyed Geno arts gave him a vat of additional knowledge that he could apply to Break 6 skies. Han Sen had been stuck in the first tier of Break 6 skies. Now he was able to understand more. Proficiency with the Geno art allowed access to the second tier. And as he learned more, he would be able to keep climbing. Break 6 skies was not a technique that could be practiced to gain greater strength. It forced a student to teach themselves to utilize their powers more effectively. However, progressing with the art required a lot of understanding and knowledge. As he studied Break Six Skies, Han Sen sometimes felt like an ancient swordsman trying to understand how bombs were made. The Geno art required understanding rather than raw strength. If a student understood how the Geno art's powers worked, then they could control the power and unleash its full potential. And that was more than enough. Whether the practitioner was a baron or a deified elite, they could still access all tiers of Break Six Skies. The level of power output would be the only difference between the skill being used by someone weak and someone strong. The techniques themselves would remain unchanged. Low-level nobles did not really understand that power, though. It was difficult for them to make use of Break Six Skies. Han Sen was still in the beginning phases of learning these techniques. Or at least, he had been. By reading the Destroyed Bible, he was able to understand more about how its power worked. Break Six Skies improved greatly in a short amount of time. By merely watching as Han Munger flipped through the Destroyed Bible, Han Sen's Break Six Skies was able to progress and reach the third tier. As the content of the Destroyed Bible was revealed, the gray power seeped into Han Munger's body. She stared at the Destroyed Bible with an unreadable expression. The Destroyed Bible began to morph in her hands. Not long after, the Destroyed Bible had transformed into a gray arrow. The gray destroyed power sank into her hands and subsided. If Han Sen hadn't actually watched it happen, he never would have believed that the stone arrow she now possessed was actually the Destroyed Bible. He couldn't detect even a trace of destroyed power radiating from it. Han Munger lifted the Destroyed Bible and looked at Han Sen. "Father, thank you very much for this arrow." "Oh, I'm glad you like it," Han Sen stumbled. Luckily, Han Munger was rather naive, so she didn't notice his awkwardness over the whole affair. Han Sen was on the third tier of Break Six Skies, and as he realized that, he quickly tried to recall everything he had seen from the Destroyed Bible. If he had any more breakthroughs, that would be the greatest reward. Aside from Super Spank, Break Six Skies was the strongest Geno art Han Sen had in his arsenal. When he wasn't using his dollar identity, Break Six Skies was effective enough as a killing power to be depended on. It was a shame that Break Six Skies was so powerful, though. If he used it in close-quarter combat, there was every chance he could blow himself up. It was fortunate that Spell provided him with 3 different weapons. Their range meant that they were the perfect tools to pair with Break Six Skies. "Munger, stay with me for a little while. I have a Geno art I would like to teach you." If Han Sen could teach her Break Six Skies, then she could have those destructive powers as well. Although many problems could not be solved through violence, they still needed to be able to unleash violence and overwhelm any force that happened to be aimed at them. So, Han Sen spent some time teaching his daughter. When he was done, he went to Cold Palace to accept the benefits of being the guardian. Jadeskin leveled up quickly. It would definitely reach Duke in 2 years. It was difficult to level up any Geno art from Marquise to Duke. Even if there was an abundance of resources available, it would still take a while. Higher races could usually become dukes within the space often years. If a race was of poor quality, though, they could end up taking an entire century. Han Sen was only progressing so quickly because he could absorb the deified toad's force of ice. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Han Sen wasn't too worried about his Jadeskin, but he was concerned about how things would go with the story of genes. There were no special resources for him to consume, so all he could do was slowly practice it by himself. And despite his efforts, he couldn't feel the story of genes improving. Han Sen paid attention to what happened after the Destroyed Bible incident. And just as he thought, the searching races eventually found those shapeshifting foxes and confirmed that the Destroyed Bible had been taken by one of the Extreme King. After learning that, no one dared to continue the investigation. Even the Destroyed weren't brave enough to ask the Extreme King for the Bible. Han Sen thought there might be some trouble, but the entire matter just came to an end. It was as if the Destroyed came to terms with the loss of their deified artifact, and that was that. "It looks like I underestimated the effect the Extreme King have on people. They don't even dare bark." Han Sen rolled his eyes. It looked like that unlucky Extreme King woman had become the perfect scapegoat for the affair. But Han Sen knew he had to be extra careful to avoid giving the Extreme King any hint that Han Sen was actually dollar. Chapter 2188 Dive Heart Practice. A year passed. Over the course of that year, Han Sen spent a lot of time practicing Jadeskin. He wanted to get that up to the rank of Duke first and foremost. At that point, he would be able to absorb Duke genes. With 100 Duke genes for a base, he'd be able to level up his other Geno arts a little faster. As the year went by, Han Sen also came up with excuses to enlist more companions from the sanctuaries. From the humans, he brought over Ning Yu, Lin Feng, Tang Junliu, Qin Zan, Wang Fujing, Ji Qing, and Han Yan. There were also many super creatures and spirits that made the jump. Planet Eclipse did not have much in the way of high-class resources, but there were many xenogenics. After he brought people to the Geno universe, raising them to marquis was fairly easy. Everyone's super god body was different, so Han Sen's personal experience might not translate well to each of them. They all had to discover their own paths. Han Sen only gave them the opportunity to do so. Han Sen brought such large numbers of people because he knew how powerful the many races were. There was a multitude of powerful forces in the Geno universe. Groups such as Sky Palace, the Dragon, and the Destroyed were not to be taken lightly. They were all very strong factions. Even the deified Kong Fei had to pay a high price to knock the Feathers down a few pegs, and they weren't even in the top 100. The Feathers didn't have anyone deified either. Han Sen would require as many elites as he could enlist if he wished to light his own lantern in the future. There was no doubting their loyalties, either. In the alliance, they were all allies. And Han Sen knew them personally. Even the spirits and creatures he brought over wouldn't want to sell out humans. Even so, Han Sen took a few precautionary measures so that, in the event someone actually did try to betray him, he could deal with the situation quickly. Han Sen's sister Han Yan was very talented. She was like Han Sen in many ways, but the development of her powers was still quite different. That was because she practiced with the falsified Sky Sutra and the Asura Sutra. She was on a different path than he was. Han Sen knew her super god body was called King Release Sky. It was different from Han Sen's own Super King Spirit body. Not many people had the same super god body as each other. People practiced differently than one another based on their super god bodies. Some of the differences were obvious, and some might take years to be revealed. Super god bodies were usually secret, though, and Han Sen only asked Han Yan about hers because she was his sister. He hadn't asked for the names or details of anyone else's body. Every human he brought over was a genius of their race, though. With their super god bodies, their talents wouldn't be far off those of the higher races. That meant they would gain rank quickly. With the resources available on Planet Eclipse, many of the people he had brought over managed to reach the rank of Earl within that single year. Aside from Ji Qing and Han Yan, the others were keen to explore and see more of what lay beyond that entry point to the Geno universe. And this was something Han Sen agreed to. They all wanted different things for their lives, and it wasn't as if they needed to be babysat. Planet Eclipse was only going to limit their development. They would have to explore and obtain their own resources if they really wished to grow. Han Sen didn't want to allow Han Yan to explore, however. She repeatedly asked him to let her travel, but he kept preventing her from leaving. If something happened to her, his parents would murder him. But Han Yan wasn't the sort to give up easily, and eventually, Han Sen conceded and said he'd give her a recommendation at Sky Palace. She agreed to that happily enough, at least. Ji Qing was Ji Yanren's cousin. By extension, she was Han Sen's little cousin-in-law, and the Ji family had focused quite a bit of their time and attention on her. Ji Yanren told him to take good care of her, as well, and not permit her to take any unnecessary risks. Fortunately, Ji Qing wasn't too keen on the prospect of exploring. When Han Sen brought up the subject, she smiled at him. "I have to stay next to you and keep an eye on you for Yanren. Otherwise, who knows what you'll get up to, all alone here in this Geno universe. If it was something bad, I'd feel bad for Yanren. I have Bauer as a spy. Why would I dare to do anything inappropriate?" Han Sen touched Bauer's face. "You wouldn't dare. That must mean you thought about it, but you didn't." Ji Qing smiled at Han Sen. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. "You'll be here, and you can't go back. Even if I have such thoughts, you won't be able to tell her." Ji Qing looked surprised, and Han Sen left. Han Sen went to Cold Palace. By guarding the door, he was able to watch the tadpoles slowly become little toads. They absorbed the powers of the moons released by the deified toad, which made Han Sen quite jealous. The deified toad could use its power to produce moons to level up its babies, but Han Sen couldn't. Little Angel and Little Silver were already marquises. If they were unable to locate high-class resources, it would be much harder for them to level up. In the Geno universe, if you were not king class, you weren't really considered strong. That was why Shi Qing King and Ning Yu went exploring often. King class elites were the true powers of the Geno universe. As the moonlight shone down on the baby toads, Han Sen put down the cold palace guardian tablet and left the stone porch so he could soak in the power of the moonlight and the ice. After a year of absorbing icy powers and refining moonlight, Jedeskin might not have reached Duke, but he did understand a lot more about the ice powers and the moon powers. He was also more familiar with the deified toad's strength now. Even without the protection of the cold palace guardian tablet, Han Sen wasn't frozen by the deified toad's cold powers anymore. It was very cold, of course, but he could endure it. Ordinary marquises and dukes couldn't have withstood that level of cold. Han Sen absorbed much of the deified toad's ice powers and moon powers over time, and that was how he was able to build up his resistance to the ice. His body was very strong, and his Jedeskin power was connected to the deified toad. They were very closely aligned. The deified toad spat out a moon atop the waterfall, and then looked at Han Sen. Its sudden attention made Han Sen jump, but the toad did not look hostile. In fact, it looked surprised. After a while, the toad turned around and continued spitting out moon powers. The toad didn't seem to mind his presence, and that made Han Sen happy. He walked closer to the waterfall. He did not follow the little toads up it, but even that proximity was enough for him to absorb more moon powers and cold powers. The deified toad showed no desire to kick Han Sen away, either. And when the moon powers were gone, the deified toad took the little toads down to the pool. The little toads left the water and went up the banks, and then they all proceeded to enter the cave in the side of the stone house. They saw Han Sen standing off to the side. Perhaps it was because he did not have the guardian tablet, but the little toad sensed him and approached him. Chapter 2189 Bad news. The little toads gathered around him, and they seemed to think he was one of them. The thought made Han Sen's heart sink, though, and he found himself thinking, I'm not some dirty toad. After that day, Han Sen continued coming back to absorb cold and moon powers twice every month. He didn't need the cold palace guardian tablet anymore, and the big toad allowed him to follow the toad family to the waterfall. He was able to absorb the moon powers right next to the deified toad. Han Sen's Jedeskin grew stronger far faster. Han Sen initially thought it might need another year to reach Duke rank, but it was on the precipice of that change already. He believed that if he continued this steady absorption of cold and moon powers, he'd make it to Duke in 3 months. When Jedeskin did become Duke, though, he'd have to track down a source of high-quality resources for himself. He couldn't rely solely on Planet Eclipse. It was a good place for early practice, but he couldn't develop fully if he remained stuck there. On that 15th of the month, when Han Sen was done guarding the door, he planned to leave Planet Blade and return to Planet Eclipse. But when he reached Yisha's palace, 2 rebate butlers approached, alongside Snowbird Duke. Han Sen, Moon Wheel King is looking for you. Please follow us to Full Moon Hall, said a butler, his face expressionless. Why is Moon Wheel King looking for me? Han Sen asked with a frown. Full Moon Palace was a place to hold discussions. Only the kings of Narrow Moon were allowed to debate there. It was very rare for Moon Wheel King to summon a marquise for an audience in Full Moon Hall. You will know when you get there, won't you? Another butler said coldly. Han Sen looked at Snowbird Duke. She was behaving strangely, holding herself a little more rigidly than usual. He did not say anything, but he just nodded to her. Moon Wheel King and the other kings are waiting for you. Let's go, the butler told him, apparently in a rush. Han Sen followed them to Full Moon Hall. On the ship there, Han Sen got to thinking, something bad must have happened to Yisha. Otherwise, there's no way I'd be called to the Full Moon office. If something has happened to her, then my days here will be over. Things might be coming to an end. Han Sen knew that the only other person of rank in Narrow Moon who liked him was Black Moon King. The other kings were not very keen on him, despite being Yisha's student. After all, Han Sen was not one of the rebate, and he had consumed many of their resources. He was just fortunate that the rebate didn't flat out hate him. If Han Sen had been able to practice really quickly, perhaps the kings would have viewed him differently. However, leveling up took Han Sen an excruciatingly long time. They did not think Han Sen would ever reach king, let alone become deified. This was one of the primary reasons they didn't think too highly of him. To them, his guardianship was just another example of his deficiency. If the post had been given to another talented marquise, that person would definitely have become a duke after so much time. No change had been observed with Han Sen, though. No change for him meant no gain for them. Han Sen was backed by Yisha, but if she was gone, then the rebate wouldn't waste more resources on an outsider like him. The rebate is too small of a faction. It is a higher race that used to be a slave race. They aren't selfless, either. Only Yisha was willing to help me. What a shame this is. Han Sen vented silently. He knew what was going to happen on this trip. When Han Sen reached the full moon office, everyone was sitting around a large table within. Almost all of the Narrow Moon Kings were present. Moon Wheel King was in the middle. Black Moon King, Shadow King, Flower King, Night River King, and the other kings sat next to him. The table resembled a half moon, and as Han Sen walked in, they all turned their attention to him. Greetings to all the kings. After Han Sen bowed to each of them, he stood where he was without displaying any emotions. Moon Wheel King sighed and told Han Sen, "Yesterday, the Extreme King delivered some news to us. Your teacher, on her venture into the chaos system, was killed. Not even her bones remain. We are going to build a mausoleum in her honor. You were her only student, and so there are many things we must now do together. I will do whatever I am able to. May I ask how my master was killed?" Han Sen bowed, feeling very strange about this. In truth, Yisha was Han Sen's enemy. He had only become her student as a pretense, and Yisha seemed to have accepted him as a student for reasons of her own, not because she was being altruistic. But in all the time they had spent together, Yisha had treated him nicely. She had provided him with many opportunities. Without those opportunities, he might have spent 10 years wandering around, and he wouldn't have achieved half of what he had right now. So, his feelings towards Yisha were very conflicted. Hearing she had died, an odd pang rolled through him. He didn't really know what he was feeling. According to the Extreme King Ambassador, she joined the siege against a deified xenogeniac. She was swallowed by it, and so nothing of her remains, Moon Wheel King said with a sigh. Moon Wheel King's sigh was not fake. It wouldn't be easy for the rebate to raise a half-deified warrior. And Yisha had been their best hope of gaining a fully deified rebate. Losing Yisha was a big blow to their race. If Yisha had not gone to the Extreme King, though, she wouldn't have been able to become deified by herself. If she remained in Narrow Moon, she'd have been half-deified forever. For someone like Yisha, stopping there would have been worse than death. Han Sen stayed silent after hearing about her death. Being killed by a deified xenogeniac, without so much as a bone being left behind, was something of a clean way to go out. That was very much like her own style. When Moon Wheel King lapsed into silence, Night River spoke. "After sorting out Knife Queen's mausoleum, there will still be some things I will need you to do. You are her only student, so there are some legacy matters and items you will have to take over. I will confirm them, and later give them to you." Han Sen knew that this was the primary point. He didn't know how much of a legacy the rebate would be willing to leave him with. Han Sen was afraid he wouldn't have a say in these matters. Night River King surely didn't want to give him anything, and it was definitely going to be a one-sided decision. Han Sen had expected this, though, so he didn't say anything. He listened to what he was told, and then he left Full Moon office. He went to sort out her funeral arrangements. The Extreme King have sent the reward she was owed for the fight. It should be given to Han Sen, Black Moon King said, but before he could finish, Night River King interrupted him. Han Sen isn't one of the rebate, have you forgotten? He isn't qualified to accept it. We have discussed this already. Say no more, Night River King said firmly. Chapter 2190. Taking the legacy. Yisha had been a very special person to the rebate, so there was no need to worry about the funeral too much. Narrow Moon performed the services very well, and all Han Sen had to do was cooperate with their rituals. Yisha's death impacted the rebate a great deal. It affected them deeply, in a variety of ways. As one of the two highest-ranked individuals of the rebate, Yisha's death made them far weaker. It also altered the distribution of benefits and resources that various important rebate received. Due to these changes, the biggest negative ended up impacting Yisha's student Han Sen. When Han Sen went to Night River King to confirm what of Yisha's legacy would be left to him, he found himself frowning continually. Night River King provided Han Sen with a list, and there were very few items on that roster with any actual value. Furthermore, Yisha's home planet of Planet Blade was taken by the elders. Han Sen was only allowed to claim Yisha's personal items and belongings. Having expected this treatment, Though, Han Sen was prepared to accept the verdict in silence. Now that Yisha was gone, Han Sen was back to being a proper outsider, and the rebate wouldn't be willing to give anything of theirs to someone like him. Knife was the Cold Palace guardian, but you replaced her. And now that she is dead, it is down to us to select a new guardian for Cold Palace. A real one. Thanks for your help in the meantime, but you can now give us back the tablet. And this is the list featuring all her legacy items you may claim. You will need to sign it, Night River King said coldly, peering right at Han Sen. Night River King wanted the Cold Palace Guardian's position. This time, things were going more his way. He would indeed become the Guardian in Han Sen's stead. Han Sen met Night River King's eyes and held out the Guardian tablet. Night River King stared at the Guardian tablet as it was passed toward him, and his eyes sparkled. The Geno art he practiced was aligned quite well with the boons that the deified toad could impart. He'd be able to use the ice and moon powers of the deified toad to become half-deified in only a few centuries. I can give you the tablet, and I will sign the form as you asked, but I have one request to make. Han Sen did not pass the tablet to Night River King just yet. As he spoke, he held it tightly. This is a decision from the Full Moon office. You aren't out shopping, kid. You can't haggle with me for a better deal, Night River King said emotionlessly. Han Sen ignored Night River King's jab, and while fiddling with the tablet, he said, Planet Blade is where my master used to live. I hope I will be able to visit Planet Blade during the times that I miss her. I would like permission to access Planet Blade whenever I fancy. I cannot permit this. Planet Blade belongs to the elders, and this is known to the public of Narrow Moon. People cannot just go there willy-nilly. Not even I can go there without proper permission, Night River King said seriously. Night River King certainly could have provided Han Sen access to the planet, but he didn't want to help Han Sen in any way. Han Sen did not speak. He merely continued to play with the tablet. He didn't sign the paper, either. All he did was smile at Night River King. Night River King frowned and retreated into thought for a moment. Okay, fine, I will help. I will go and talk to the elders on your behalf, and I will see if I can get you permission. I don't need you to talk. I need you to add that permission onto this list. Han Sen stared at Night River King icily as he spoke. That is impossible. Don't push me too far now, Night River King growled. Without that permission added to this list, you can find someone else to sign it. But you won't see my name on it, Han Sen said simply. Night River King looked gloomy, but he didn't look mad just yet. He turned to Han Sen and said, You can only enter Planet Blade. You cannot touch anything there, then. Night River King didn't want to cause any trouble for himself. After all, he and the elders had already taken many things that, by all rights, should have now belonged to Han Sen. If Han Sen didn't sign the agreement, that unfairness would get way too much exposure. I only miss her. I do not want to take anything from there, Han Sen said. Night River King amended the list for Han Sen without saying a word. He provided Han Sen with permission to access Planet Blade freely. When he was finished, Han Sen signed it. He confirmed his acceptance of the measly legacy, and then he passed the tablet to Night River King. Han Sen didn't look at the list. Night River King would only have given him whatever the rebate were willing to part with. They had taken everything they wanted, and they had left what they didn't. There was no point in looking at the stuff. Seeing Han Sen packing up Yisha's things, Night River King laughed inside and thought to himself, what is the point to get permission to go to Planet Blade? You will never receive any more resources from the rebate. Han Sen took Yisha's legacy items back to Planet Eclipse with him. He had gained many treasures, but not a single one of them was king class. The highest were 2 Duke treasures that weren't even useful to him. The other things were worth nothing, and they would not benefit him in the least, either. Is that all she possessed as a half-deified being? Han Sen laughed darkly. He thought the whole of Narrow Moon must have looted Yisha's warehouse already. They had only left him with the meaningless scrap. Even so, there was nothing Han Sen could do about it. The only person that could back him up was gone, so there was no way he'd ever get his hands on those things. Yisha seemed to have known that, though, and that was why she told Han Sen to let go. I will let go, only if I should. But I will not let go of anything that belongs to me by right. Han Sen smiled. Han Sen put the items in storage in his warehouse on Planet Eclipse. He took out the few useful items, some of which were things Yisha always made use of. Yisha's death had crushed the rebate, but people like Night River King had benefited a great deal from her passing. They were probably happy about what had happened. Brother-in-law, are we staying here in Narrow Moon? Ji Qing asked Han Sen. Of course we are. Planet Eclipse has a fair amount of resources, and if we were to leave, we'd be allowing others to benefit. Han Sen smiled, but Night River King and the others keep trying to undermine you. The coming days on Planet Eclipse won't go well for you, Ji Qing said. It is hard to say who will have a difficult time and who will not, Han Sen murmured, squinting his eyes in thought. Han Sen did not plan on leaving Narrow Moon. He didn't like the idea of being kicked out, he'd leave on his own terms. The 15th day of the month rolled around, and Night River King went to Cold Palace for the first time since accepting the position of Cold Palace Guardian. He merrily trekked up to the stone house and settled himself on the porch as the Cold Palace Guardian. With this Cold Palace Guardian position, I might become half-deified in a mere 2 centuries. I will be able to replace Knife in Narrow Moon. Night River King grinned at the thought. He held the Cold Palace Guardian tablet so tightly that his hands began to shake. He had waited for this opportunity for so long. Time passed, and midnight came. Night River King looked at the stone door, waiting for the deified toad to emerge. Suddenly, Night River King saw a shadow walking across the mountain. He was shocked. Planet Blade was taken, so no one should have been wandering around. And on top of that, it was a restricted area. Chapter 2191. In front of Cold Palace, Night River King quickly recognized that shadow. He frowned and said, "What is Han Sen doing here?" Han Sen had journeyed over the range of mountains to arrive near Cold Palace. He looked at the time and found that he still had 5 minutes to go. This was perfect. Han Sen, what are you doing? You are not the Cold Palace Guardian anymore. Don't you know that this place is restricted? Night River King shouted at Han Sen. Han Sen smiled and said, Night River King, are you too old to remember things correctly? Don't you remember that I was given permission to access any location on Planet Blade? You allowed this yourself. Night River King looked glum at first, but then he laughed. He looked up at Han Sen with disdain and said, "This is why you wanted access to Planet Blade. That's fine. If you would like to watch me absorb moonlight, then feel free to watch. But don't blame me for not saving you when you freeze to death because you don't have access to the tablet and its protection." Night River King believed Han Sen must have had a death wish. He was only a marquise, after all. Not even Night River King would remain there without the tablet's protection. If the deified toad was some distance away from him, Night River King could fight back against the cold power it created with his own power. But he would absorb less moonlight in the process. Without the tablet, the deified toad wouldn't allow him close. And if he made the toad mad, he'd likely lose his life. Han Sen wouldn't be there for long. Han Sen wouldn't stay if the deified toad emerged. Night River King believed that Han Sen was about to run off, but then, Han Sen approached. He was in front of the stone house now, standing on the other side of the door. Han Sen saw Night River King smile at him, and so he said, "Night River King, you are so weird. You could be a king, but instead, you have come to guard this door." Night River King's chuckle was brittle. "Yeah, well, one of us doesn't even have permission to guard the door." Night River King raised his head. "Don't say I haven't warned you. There is less than a minute to go until the Jade Toad comes out. If you don't run off now, it will be too late for you by the time it emerges. And I will be unable to save you. Thank you very much for reminding me, but I'll go when I feel like it," Han Sen responded flatly. Night River King hummed to himself and did not speak. He thought Han Sen was there to play some sort of prank on him. Without the Guardian Tablet, though, it was only a matter of time before the annoying Marquise gave up and left. Time ticked by, and the Jade Toad was on the verge of coming out. But even so, Han Sen gave no sign of wanting to leave the area. "Whatever happens next, you had it coming. If you die, you die. If you honestly think I will make an effort to save you, you are gravely mistaken. When Knife was still around, I wouldn't have allowed you to die in my proximity, but now that she's gone," Night River King's smile was full of teeth. Boom! The door of the stone house opened, and a gust of frosty air came out. It washed out like a tide, freezing the whole area around the house. It turned the basin of water into an iced-over lake. A green toad started to emerge from the stone cave. The waterfall in the river quickly froze as well. This is definitely a deified creature. Even the power surrounding it is so strong. The icy power it commands is shocking to witness, Night River King thought in awe. He turned to look at Han Sen. There was no way Han Sen could repel the frosty air, so Night River King figured that he'd swiftly turn to ice. But when he looked, he found Han Sen standing casually in his original position. His body was like jade, and he looked normal. It didn't seem as if he was freezing, at all. Night River King stared, and he thought to himself, what is this? Although the frosty air is a passive effect that the toad gives off, not even a duke should be able to block it at this proximity. If I did not have the guardian tablet with me, even I would have to be careful at this range. Why is Han Sen not freezing? As Night River King wondered this, the deified toad emerged. Its green eyes looked at Night River King. Even when it saw the tablet in his hands, the beast ignored him. It turned its head to look at Han Sen. Night River King laughed. I don't know what you have done to keep your body from freezing, but the guardian tablet is an agreement between the Jade Toad and my race. Without the tablet, the Jade Toad won't stand for you being here. He will eat you. You were too cocky to come here, and you will now pay for this by dying. The Jade Toad looked at Han Sen on the other side of the door, but it didn't do anything to him. It merely meandered onwards to the pool. Night River King wondered, has the Jade Toad not killed in so long that it is no longer interested in meat? When the Jade Toad made it to the pool, 20 or 30 small Jade Toads came out of the water. They all looked about the same size as a football. They shimmered like jade, too. They were all so beautiful. When the small Jade Toads climbed out, they saw Han Sen standing near the door. Some of them ran towards Han Sen. Seeing this, Night River King was made very happy. Good, good, good. Although these small Jade Toads haven't reached their adult strength, if they attack Han Sen and he resists, he will be killed by the deified Jade Toad. Night River King grinned at the prospect. But the scene that followed made Night River King freeze. The small Jade Toads weren't coming to attack Han Sen. When they clambered around him, he crouched and started to pat their heads. Then, he picked up too. What the hell? Night River King couldn't think straight, and he was starting to look as cold as the ice itself. The Jade Toad was thought to be very cruel. Because the rebate had a deal with it, people with the Guardian Tablet were allowed near it. No one would dare come to where it lived without the tablet, though. The fact that the Jade Toad hadn't eaten Han Sen had surprised Night River King. But seeing Han Sen happily playing with the deified creatures young was bizarre. Night River King was starting to think that some sort of glamour had been placed on him. The small Jade Toads weren't following. The deified Jade Toad stopped and looked at Han Sen. He dares to touch the small Jade Toads. The deified Jade Toad will surely be angry about this, Night River King thought desperately. But the deified Jade Toad only made a noise. It turned around and kept going up towards the frozen lake. Han Sen was still holding one little Jade Toad, and he followed the crowd across the lake and up the waterfall. How? The deified toad is allowing an outsider to sit next to it. Night River King froze. His expression turned very foul. Chapter 2192 Fighting Han Sen stood atop the waterfall, absorbing the moon and cold powers alongside the smaller Jade Toads. When Night River King saw this, his face hardened. Inside, he was thinking to himself, this must have been set up before Knife left or something. That must have been why she allowed him to become the Cold Palace Guardian. How could Knife treat an outsider so well without sparing a second thought to her own kind, the rebate? Night River King thought this must have been a scheme concocted by Yisha. That was the only explanation he could think of for Han Sen's immunity to the cold powers and his friendship with the Jade Toad. He had no idea that, in reality, Yisha hadn't been able to get that close to the Jade Toad either. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do to Han Sen. He most certainly regretted giving Han Sen permission to access Planet Blade. If he hadn't caved in, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to do anything. Night River King forced himself to ignore Han Sen's presence for the moment. He cast his Geno art and readied himself to absorb the moonlight. But just as he prepared to absorb the moonlight, Han Sen stepped forward atop the waterfall and went before the moonlight that the Jade Toad was spitting out. By doing that, he completely blocked it from Night River King. Night River King's parcel of land was left completely dark. He was wholly inside Han Sen's shadow, and he couldn't see the moonlight he wished to absorb. D*MN it. Night River King thought furiously. But in the presence of the Jade Toad, he wouldn't dare make a disturbing noise. He didn't want to interrupt the Jade Toad, which was still in the process of unleashing moonlight. Night River King didn't think the Jade Toad was all that nice of a creature. The Jade Toad used to be very infamous for its cruelty. It had once swallowed a planet and killed countless people. Its true self couldn't have been as friendly as it seemed to be with Han Sen. The Jade Toad wasn't in Narrow Moon as a subordinate of the rebate. It was a joint partnership. The Jade Toad had to spit out moonlight to practice its Geno arts. Narrow Moon had many moons, so it was the perfect place for it to practice. The Jade Toad had intended to enter Narrow Moon by brute force. It would have begun a war, and during that war, it probably would have extinguished the lantern of the rebate. Luckily, the Extreme King had intervened. They stopped the deified creature and established the working deal between the Toad and the rebate. The Jade Toad was permitted to live in Narrow Moon, and in the meantime, the rebate would look after it. The rebate would send one person with the Guardian Tablet, and the Toad would also allow that individual to absorb the moonlight powers. And if Narrow Moon even faced a crisis, the Jade Toad would have to chip in and help. Over the many years since, the Jade Toad had been taken care of by the rebate. And always, one of the rebate was elected to absorb the moonlight. It was a peaceful thing. And kings like Night River King, who was very old, still remembered the time when the Jade Toad wished to force its way into the Narrow Moon system. The fear had been constant in those days, and the old king knew better than to attempt provoking it. Now Han Sen was there, blocking the moonlight, and it was prohibiting him from absorbing the moon powers. A dour look etched itself into Night River King's face. His forehead was green, and the blood vessels in his eyes looked like they were about to burst. There was nothing he could do about it, either. Night River King gritted his teeth, looked around, and thought to himself, if Han Sen is allowed to go up there, then I should be able to select a different spot to sit. Night River King wanted to move to a different position, but he didn't dare go close to the waterfall. He just wanted to place himself at a different angle to absorb the moonlight powers from an area that wasn't cloaked by Han Sen's shadow. Night River King wasn't sure if that would work or not. The agreement with the Toad stated that the Guardian must always remain on the porch. If he wasn't permitted to go anywhere else, then he had no way of keeping Han Sen from blocking the moonlight. Not a single ray of light would be able to reach him, and he'd be unable to practice. But of course, that wasn't something he'd be willing to let happen. Night River King mustered the courage necessary to risk moving. While looking at the Jade Toad, he raised one leg with the intent of putting it down off the porch. But the moment his leg rose, the Jade Toad atop the waterfall moved its eyeball and looked his way. A chill rolled over Night River King's heart. He stopped, as if he had been stricken with petrification. Cold sweat covered his brow, and he didn't dare complete the move. He pulled his leg back. The Jade Toad returned to looking at the sky. It was as if nothing had happened. Why, how could things turn out this way? Night River King stood in place, his forehead glistening with sweat. His face had gone ashen, robbed of color and fixed with a contorted expression. It had been a long struggle for him to gain the position of Guardian, but now that he had finally achieved his goal, he was unable to see any of the moonlight the Jade Toad was spitting out. He could only sit there uselessly and enjoy the cool breeze, like a run-of-the-mill security guard. Han Sen, I will kill you," Night River King hissed. He stared up at the back of the man standing atop the waterfall, and a capillary pulsed in his forehead. Of course, while the Toad was still there, Night River King could only remain where he was. He had almost ground his teeth to dust. Han Sen hadn't spared Night River King a single glance the entire time, though. He stood in front of the moonlight, absorbing as much of the power as he could, all alone. He knew Night River King despised him, but so what? If Han Sen just gave up without fighting, that was exactly what would make Night River King happy, and it would only halt Han Sen's progress in leveling up. Humanity was born to compete. Even from the time each individual was a sperm amongst billions of others, everything was a race. In a family, fighting siblings for resources was common. Fighting against classmates for opportunities, or fighting against your workmates for chances of advancement. Fighting off creatures for the claim of food. Fighting for the chance to be the one who would evolve first. If someone refused to fight, they'd never become better. They'd never reach the top. If Han Sen had been afraid to fight, he wouldn't be traveling the road he was currently on. Instead of coming to the Geno universe, he'd have stayed at home to make babies. Anyone who crossed over to the Geno universe, whether they were Han Sen or Ning Yu, they all knew what they would face, a fight. They would do anything to proceed, and falling back wasn't an option. Night River King had cut off Han Sen's resources. That meant he had put a stop to Han Sen's chances of evolving. That was as bad as killing Han Sen's parents. And that meant Han Sen couldn't settle for peace with him. The moment Han Sen accepted the legacy items, he knew right away that only one of them would end up hurting. Night River King stood on the stone porch, and he stared at the shadow falling from atop the waterfall. He wanted to kill Han Sen, but he could only stand and watch as the man absorbed the moon power. Han Sen looked so cold and proud. In his mind, he swore that if anyone fought against him for resources, they'd be the ones left chewing dust. The shadow was like a mountain's, and it left Night River King gasping. He really wanted to kill Han Sen, and he began to scheme for a way in which he could make Han Sen dead. Chapter 2193 You don't know my eye. The moonlight was bright, and Han Sen still stood near the jade toad. He quietly absorbed all the moon and cold powers he could draw in. The jade toad was treating him well, partially because he had proficiency in the practice of Jadeskin. After he absorbed the moon and cold power, his power and aura became closer to the jade toad's. That was why the jade toad was okay with him being there. But still, that wasn't enough for the jade toad to treat him so specially. The toad's kindness was mostly because of another important reason: Han Sen had the title Son of Moon. Wherever Han Sen went, the moon presented him with moonlight. The moonlight was very strong, and since the jade toad had to spit out moons to practice its own Geno arts, Han Sen's presence benefited them all. It was good for the deified toad, and it was good for the smaller toads. So, the jade toad was happy to allow Han Sen to do whatever he wished. Han Sen knew that the toad's goodwill depended on his reciprocation. He was useful to the jade toad, and that was why he was being treated nicely. Otherwise, the deified Xenogeniac would have forced him to remain on the porch. Han Sen didn't think he was prettier than others. Even if he was handsome, he didn't think the jade toad knew how to determine the beauty of humans for favoritism. Han Sen only figured that out after sitting down and having a good think. Han Sen had paid close attention to his relationship with the toad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared fight against Night River King for the moonlight, especially without having the tablet. It was just that the jade toad needed him, and Han Sen had realized it. The toad wouldn't be angry because he didn't have the guardian tablet. When the reflection of the moon was on the water, Han Sen's image seemed to grow crisper and clearer. The moon power and the cold power drifted inside of Han Sen. They made his genes quietly evolve to a better level. 22 hours later, Night River King was still moving around on the stone porch. Han Sen's body was wholly blocking the moon. Try as he might, Night River King couldn't absorb an ounce of that moonlight. It didn't matter how angry Night River King was, all he could do was sit there. He was unable to leave. He had to wait until the jade toad returned to Cold Palace. Once it had fully vanished through the door, only then could he leave. But Night River King wasn't planning on going anywhere. He was waiting for the jade toad to enter Cold Palace. Han Sen was just a marquise, and he had humiliated Night River King a lot. This was something Night River King wasn't willing to accept. He had to wait until the jade toad returned to Cold Palace. And when it was gone, he'd kill Han Sen. Even though Yisha was dead, killing Han Sen would still damage his reputation. But no one would offend Night River King in order to protect the soon-to-be deceased Han Sen. Night River King was very confident. He knew his limits. He knew what he could and couldn't do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so calm in the days when Yisha was alive and well. He had never brought harm to Han Sen. Over the course of time, though, Night River King had become calmer and calmer. He paid attention to the time, and he knew each tick of the clock brought Han Sen 1 second closer to the doom that awaited him. Eventually, the jade toad brought the little jade toads down the frozen waterfall. They went back into the stone cave as they always did. Night River King stood where he was, not daring to make a move just yet. He stared at Han Sen, his eyes intent. Night River King knew that to kill someone, you had to remain calm. Blinding yourself with anger would only make you lose control. Mistakes usually arose from careless anger. Even though Han Sen was just a marquise, Night River King did not want to leave too much in the way of evidence. Night River King wasn't the most famous character in the rebate. His talents were only considered fair. It was rather unique that he had survived and made it to king class, because the geniuses of his generation were all dead. When the jade toads all retreated back into the stone cave, the stone door closed. Then, Night River King went over to Han Sen. He walked with a straight back, as calm as the water in a well. Han Sen, you are still too young. You don't know your place, in that you don't know what you should do and what you shouldn't do, Night River King said as he approached Han Sen. He didn't plan to strike just yet. He just followed the path that would take him to Han Sen. His black robe waved in the breeze of the night. It wasn't as if he couldn't kill Han Sen. He just didn't want to do it there, in the event that what he did disturbed the Jade Toad. Although Night River King didn't think the Jade Toad would avenge Han Sen's death, if he planned to kill Han Sen, he'd have to kill him in one hit. He couldn't afford Han Sen the chance of a getaway. He'd only have one shot. Oh, I don't. Then tell me, what is it that I should do? Han Sen asked with a laugh. Wait, you have to endure the heaviness and strike in one fell swoop. A mature fighter would have this thought in mind when facing an enemy that is stronger than he, Night River King said coldly. A black ribbon began to swirl around his hands. It was like a snake that was coiling and slithering around a branch. You are right, Han Sen nodded. He agreed with what he was told. Night River King laughed and said, then it looks like you can still be saved. Let me give you one more opportunity. Leave now and never set foot on Planet Blade ever again. Han Sen stopped. He looked at Night River King with disdain. What you say might be right, but you don't know my eye. What about your eye? Night River King asked, calmly. Han Sen laughed. In my eyes, you are not strong. Why must I wait? Good point. You must be prepared to accept the wrath of a king. Night River King had started calmly, but he ground out the final words between clenched teeth. And then, his hand that was surrounded with black water rose. The black water became an enormous beast that looked ready to consume Han Sen. Even a mountain could find itself swallowed by the black water beast. The sight of that river was unnerving. Night River King was using his strongest Geno art. He wasn't holding back in the least. As Han Sen seemed about to be consumed by the black water, a blue light suddenly encased his body. His form was wrapped up by a translucent blue shield. Boom! The terrifying black water beast bit down on it. It swallowed a chunk of the ground Han Sen was standing near. A hole was torn into the soil, as if the planet's surface was an apple. I know you have the power to block a king-class attack, but my Night River Beast God is different. Its power may not be the strongest out of king-class attacks, but it might very well be the longest-lasting. No matter how strong your treasure is, no one can withstand this attack if they are not of the same level as this strike. Night River King sounded cold, and his murderous tone seemed like it could freeze all who heard him. The black water beast was wrapped around Han Sen's shield, and it didn't fall back. Its power was corrosive, and it suffused the blue shield in its energy. Suddenly, Night River King frowned. The black water was moving, but something was rumbling. Chapter 2194. Nothing out of the ordinary. The highly corrosive power of that black water was something like a whetstone. It looked like a grinder that could wear a diamond down into dust. It whirled continuously just outside the blue shield. Night River King was confident in his Night River Beast God. The Geno art didn't have overwhelming strike power like Yisha's teeth powers, which could one-hit kill almost any enemy. But this corrosive and grinding power could destroy king-class weapons. Even a deified item could be reduced to dust if Night River's attack bore down on it for long enough. Night River King didn't believe Han Sen's shield was deified. And even if he did, with Han Sen's Marquis power, he wouldn't be able to use it at max capacity. Whatever the blue shield was, it wouldn't last long if Han Sen's rank was below the items. This was the rule that applied to all treasures. Night River King believed his power would be able to break Han Sen's shield and kill him. All he required was time. Night River King only hoped that no other Narrow Moon elite took notice of his actions before Han Sen was dead. If someone interrupted, that would ruin his night. Sadly, Night River King was woefully uninformed about the differences between a beast soul and a treasure. A marquis could not make use of all the power of a treasure, that was true. But that did not apply to a beast soul. A treasure required the power of its user to support its usage, but a user's power wasn't needed when it came to a beast soul. Beneath the black water wheel that was like a countless number of gears all spinning together, the demon bug Bysema was not incurring a single point of damage. The half-deified demon bug Bysema, when it shrank far enough to only shield one person, provided a defense that could only be defined as insane. No opponent could break through it unless they were half-deified themselves. Only dust could be scraped off its surface. To those with king-class power, its resilience was mind-boggling. Night River King's power is quite interesting. His attack power isn't the strongest, but it holds a strong corrosive ability. And it's shaped to create a grinding action, well, it's a pretty smart technique. Han Sen observed the black water that was spinning like a wheel, and as he did, he walked forward. The Bysema followed Han Sen's movement, breaking away from the black water as it went. Night River King could see the mass of black water moving, and the blue shield was becoming lighter and lighter as it emerged from within. Han Sen was forcing his way out of the Night River Beast God. What a powerful treasure! Night River King's face turned dim. He watched as Han Sen broke away from the water with his blue shield and walked away. But Night River King seemed to expect this would happen. Unhurriedly, he put his hand to his waist and brought out a black blade. It was serrated, and its shape was like a crescent moon. He lifted it and slashed towards Han Sen. The spinning crescent blade carried Night River Beast God power with it, too, and it was headed right for Han Sen's demon bug by Sima. The wheel power came against the surface of the demon bug by Sima hard, and a flurry of sparks flew at the contact. A loud screeching noise accompanied it. "Let's see how much force you can really repel," Night River King murmured. The crescent blade sent out an unbroken series of slashes, and the black water wheel came down on the blue shield again. Han Sen ignored it, though. He just kept walking across Planet Blade. Night River King had been very confident at one point. He would break Han Sen's shield before anyone else noticed, and when that was done, Night River King would kill him. That way, the matter would be finished. Even if it wasn't looked upon fondly, no one would bother raising an issue with Night River King's deed. Plus, Han Sen wasn't one of the rebate. He was an outsider. If everybody hadn't agreed with this fact, then they wouldn't have agreed to split Yish's legacy items up amongst themselves. But the black water wheel that kept pounding the small blue shield was not proving effective. It was like a fairy wheel, grinding uselessly against the water. Night River King created many of those black water wheels. A lot of destructive power was now focused on the shield, but the blue shield's appearance hadn't changed. Han Sen didn't seem exhausted, either. It was as if he didn't have to use his own strength to keep the shield up. Impossible. No matter what the treasure is, it has to be feeding off his power. Night River King's face looked very gloomy. But still, he kept attacking the shield. And try as he might, nothing seemed to work. Many giant black water wheels hit the shield, making the shield look tiny beneath their mass and weight. After a countless number of them were used, the shield was still there. It was unfathomable, because that amount of corrosive power would have reduced the planet itself to space dust. But the shield still gave off the same blue light, unhindered and unharmed. Night River King was causing such a ruckus that it was only a matter of time before Moon Wheel King and the others took notice. And they did. What is Night River King doing? Knife has only just passed away, and already he seeks to kill her only student. What would Night River King's own student feel? Moon Wheel King looked grim. When Black Moon King saw this, he himself looked very dim. Then, he smiled and said, "Night River King, you have abandoned your own honor and tried to kill a student. But look at you. You have failed. You are a complete and utter embarrassment." The few other kings of Narrow Moon, witnessing the situation, looked on with confused expressions. They were all well acquainted with Night River King's power. They knew he wasn't the strongest, but if he had time, he should have been able to grind down a king-class weapon. Han Sen's blue shield was not even quivering beneath Night River King's unrelenting attack. The kings had never seen anything like it. What kind of treasure is that, though? It has that sort of defense even in the hands of a marquise. Everyone wondered. Han Sen stepped off the surface of Planet Blade. Night River King kept trying to kill him, but all his attempts were useless. He couldn't stop Han Sen from proceeding. Rage and embarrassment warred across Night River King's face. Despite sacrificing his reputation in front of the other kings, he hadn't even managed to mess up Han Sen's hair. Shame washed through him. Night River King roared to the sky, and more black water rose from him. His power exploded. His serrated crescent flashed towards Han Sen, who was still rising from Planet Blade. A flying crescent headed toward Han Sen, carrying the power of the black water behind it. It struck the blue shield with all force. The king-class weapon kept spinning against the blue shield. It ground harshly against the shield, emitting many sparks and sounds. It lit up the entire sky. Planet Blade was overtaken by the noise and lights, and all the creatures fled as far away as they could. Only the king-class elites stayed to watch. Now, many of them saw the sparks in the sky. The elites stared at the light show in the sky, which centered on Han Sen encased in his blue shield. Their eyes traced the lines of the crescent with its black water power. They stood in silence for a long moment. Isn't that Night River King's king-class weapon? Isn't that the crescent blade? How? What did Han Sen do to provoke Night River King? What would inspire Night River to attack with the serrated crescent? The sky erupted with sparks like there was an ongoing fireworks show. The serrated crescent kept grinding. But the kings could see that Han Sen's shield had yet to crack, and the jagged teeth of the crescent blade were beginning to the toothy crescent blade was going to lose its teeth. And even so, it was unable to break Han Sen's shield. River Knight Beast God is failing already. It's really nothing out of the ordinary, huh? Han Sen's voice bellowed all across Narrow Moon. He ignored the crescent blade and kept flying with the wind. Night River King's eyes were bulging with fury, but he couldn't stop Han Sen from moving. He saw Han Sen leaving slowly, and as he did, he felt a mixture of hopelessness, shame, and anger. A fire burned in Night River King's chest, making his blood pulse savagely. Chapter 2195 Jade Drum. Night River King wanted to kill Han Sen. He even used his crescent blade, but try as he might, he couldn't lay so much as a finger on Han Sen. When Han Sen left the planet unharmed, Night River's failure made him a laughingstock to all the nobles inside Narrow Moon. Although ordinary nobles wouldn't mock Night River King to his face, they were more than happy to discuss it while his back was turned. They were all surprised that Han Sen's shield was so powerful, and that Night River King had performed so poorly. A while ago, Han Sen handed out his spare Bisemas to Zero, Little Angel, and Han Munger. He kept the gold one for himself. Han Sen did this because he wanted them to guard the base. If King-class elites ever attacked the base, his companions could use the tricolor Bisema to protect it. By combining the three shields of different colors, the defensive properties could then protect the entire base from an assault. King-class elites wouldn't be able to punch through that easily. If Night River King decided to go all the way, Han Sen had to ensure that his base was protected. He couldn't afford to be ambushed unprepared. And as for Han Yan, Han Sen had contacted Sky Palace in the hopes he could secure a place for her there. When they accepted her, he'd give her the gold Bisema so that her own safety was assured. It would be great if I was able to obtain a few more Bisema beast souls. Han Sen already had 4, but he was of the mind that it wasn't enough. He imagined finding and killing a few more of those demon bug kings. At this stage, Han Sen didn't need to be afraid of anything. He went to Cold Palace to absorb moon and cold powers on every 1st and every 15th day of the month. Every single time, he also blocked all the moonlight that might otherwise fall on Night River King. He received nothing. Night River King had finally gotten the guardian position, but all he could ever do was sit around and watch Han Sen get all the goodies he had wanted for himself. The refreshing breeze was all he could enjoy. He hated Han Sen to the depths of his soul, but he now knew there was nothing he could do to him. He looked for another elite who might be willing to stop Han Sen from visiting Planet Blade, but even the other kings that were friends with him like Shadow King did not agree with him. The Narrow Moon Assembly had cooperated against Han Sen when Yisha died because they wished to share Yisha's legacy items. Even the nobles that followed Yisha did not want to give Han Sen all her things. He was an outsider, and they all wanted some of her stuff for themselves. That's why no one had objected when Han Sen was given almost nothing. Now, things were different. The items were distributed and Night River King had become the guardian, so there was no longer a reason for anyone to help him take Han Sen out. Yisha had only just died, and they had already stolen what Han Sen deserved. What would people think of them if they went after Han Sen again? Plus, Han Sen had that powerful Bisema. He'd be very difficult to take down, and there was no guarantee they could. Night River King had already tried to overcome the shield, and it had only led to a soured reputation. The other kings did not want to do something that wouldn't benefit them. It was none of their business. Night River King couldn't stop Han Sen alone. So, 2 nights a month, Night River King was forced to watch as Han Sen absorbed that moonlight. He hated the fact that Han Sen had weaseled permission to access the planet out of him. But now, it was too late. Han Sen never missed a day, and eventually, Night River King lost all interest in going to Planet Blade. Han Sen kept practicing with his cold and moon powers, hoping to become a duke soon. And then, he'd be able to absorb duke genes. Night River King wasn't crazy enough to go to Planet Eclipse, although he wanted to very much. Part of him wanted to go and crush the planet in every way. But even causing an issue with the delivery of supplies didn't seem likely. There weren't many people in the base, and on top of that, there were many resources around. So they wouldn't run out of food anytime soon. And in regards to everything else, they were well supplied there as well. Black Moon King gave Han Sen some additional help, which ensured that Planet Eclipse wasn't an isolated community. Isolation did not mean anything to Han Sen, but he appreciated the aid he was given. Time passed, and Han Sen's Jadeskin neared Duke level. But before he could break through and reach the rank of Duke, he received a message from Wang Fujing. That surprised Han Sen. Wang Fujing was a very independent woman. Her title in the alliance was Queen, and her personality fit that title very well. If she was contacting Han Sen out of the blue, then something must have happened. What happened? Han Sen asked immediately. There was no need for formalities with her. Wang Fujing answered just as directly. I am on planet Jade Drum. There's trouble. Tell me clearly. Han Sen scanned through an overview of planet Jade Drum as he walked and talked. Planet Jade Drum was a planet that belonged to Thousand Treasures. There was a xenogeniac there that was named Jade Drum. It was the namesake of the planet. Stone Drum, Steel Drum, Bronze Drum, Silver Drum, Gold Drum, Jade Drum. Those 6 xenogeniacs were ordinarily Duke class. And all of them lived exclusively on planet Jade Drum. According to the information he dug up, Jade Drums could become King class, but the King class Jade Drums were usually taken away from planet Jade Drum. The Jade Drums were highly sought after because they were very unique. The creatures couldn't move, and they required other races to help them travel around the universe. Normally, drums would follow a stronger race. If someone wished to take a drum away, they would have to receive drum's approval. If this was given, the drum would allow itself to be removed from planet Jade Drum. Jade Drum xenogeniacs were musical xenogeniacs. They could go anywhere in the universe and absorb sound to level up. The powers they wielded were sonic, as well. If someone kept a Jade Drum next to them, and they were attacked with sonic power, the Jade Drum would shield them and fight back with sonic powers of its own. Wang Fujing was off exploring. When she went by planet Jade Drum, she wanted to try her luck at catching a silver drum. Surprisingly, Wang Fujing received the approval of a Jade Drum. But after that, things started to go poorly. The Jade Drums belonged to Thousand Treasures. Thousand Treasures kept the creatures there as free treasures. Anyone who bought a ticket from Thousand Treasures could go to planet Jade Drum and find a drum that might wish to accept them. As far as how one went about finding a drum and gaining their approval, Thousand Treasures did not care. They would just register the drums that were taken away. Wang Fujing was just an earl, but she had gained the approval of a Jade Drum. Thousand Treasures might still allow her to take it, but if she registered it, everyone would learn that an earl had taken a Jade Drum. She would be safe on planet Jade Drum, but many people would seek to take it away from her if she left. So, Wang Fujing hadn't registered it yet. Instead, she called Han Sen. Chapter 2196. Sound. As he spoke to Wang Fujing, Han Sen had a look at the route and estimated the travel time it would take for him to get there. Don't register it just yet. Wait for me on planet Jade Drum. I'll be there in 4 days. Can you wait that long? Since the entry pass for planet Jade Drum was only valid for 10 days, visitors would be forced out if their allotted time expired. That was why Han Sen had to confirm that he would make it in time. Yes, I am still eligible to be here for another 6 days, Wang Fujing answered. Okay, then, wait for me. Han Sen sighed with relief. Han Sen hung up the phone and readied himself to go to planet Jade Drum. With Wang Fujing's ability level and intelligence, he wouldn't worry too much for her safety there. But bringing the Jade Drum back safely would be difficult. Planet Jade Drum was named after the Jade Drums, but Jade Drums were rare. Many Sonic Kings wished to locate a Jade Drum in order to grow their powers. It would be rather magnificent if they managed to get a King-class Jade Drum for themselves. But Wang Fujing, who was only an earl, had managed to secure a Jade Drum for herself. It was going to be hard to get it away from there without attracting unwanted attention. Han Sen had his demon bug shield, so he wasn't afraid of any King-class enemies. All he feared was the prospect of more than one king on the lookout for him. That could go badly. Han Sen packed up his things and told Han Yan and the others not to leave the base while he was away. He took Bauer with him as he left Narrow Moon, and they used a wormhole to get to planet Jade Drum. Han Sen had only just left Narrow Moon when Night River King received word of his departure. Han Sen, you know what? It's fine if I can't kill you. I can still make you suffer a fate worse than death. Night River King's face was all twisted, and his eyes shone with a malevolent hatred. A duke came and bowed to Night River King. My king, I have done everything you asked me to. Good, very good. Night River King waved his hand to excuse the duke. He then turned his attention to the screen that displayed Planet Eclipse. With a twisted smile, he said, Han Sen, I can't wait to see the look on your face when you come back and realize all your friends are dead. I will be looking forward to that. The day after Han Sen's departure, a fleet of ships entered Narrow Moon. They were cargo ships that delivered produce. They were outsiders to Narrow Moon, so they had to pay taxes to enter. There were many resources aboard, with many hailing from a variety of different planets. There were many xenogenics, which made for their primary load of cargo. When the ship went by planet Eclipse, one of the ships broke down. Many of the xenogenics escaped from the ship and scattered across Narrow Moon. The people of Narrow Moon attempted to capture them again. As this occurred, someone snuck into planet Eclipse and placed one of those xenogenics atop a mountain there. It was a xenogenic that looked like a queen bee. Instead of the expected yellow and black, however, its body was dark red. When that xenogenic regained its freedom, it killed a whole host of xenogenics all across that mountain. Then, it placed eggs inside the bodies of the slain. The eggs were red, as well. Those eggs incubated quickly, and as this happened, the corpses dried and shriveled into husks. It was like the eggs were absorbing all the nutrients that the bodies had to offer. Not long after, the bees began to hatch and journey to a single mountain amidst a vast range. Together, they hollowed it out. There were many entrances all across the mountain slopes. It was like a huge beehive, and many of those red bees came in and out. As all this occurred, no one in the base took notice. Han Sen had told everyone to stay inside the base when he left, so his people did as they were instructed. No one went hunting and no one left. This situation made the murderous Night River King frown deeply. He quickly said, Han Sen is evil. After he left, he told all of his friends to hide in the base. But hiding away won't do them any good. They're all going to die. We just need to lure the Shadow Queen Bee their way with an incense she likes. If we guide her toward the base, she is sure to kill all of them. Han Sen, when you come back and see all your friends and family have been implanted by the eggs of the Queen Bee, I wonder what the look on your face will be like. Han Sen followed the designated route and arrived at planet Jade Drum in time. 4 days wasn't a long time, but to Han Sen, the delay was quite worrying. He was afraid Queen and the Jade Drum might have been discovered by this point. Luckily, all that he feared had not come to pass. He paid the 1,000 treasures some cash, then entered planet Jade Drum. When flying over planet Jade Drum, the planet was visibly covered in gray mountains. No life was visible, there was no countryside, and there were no xenogenics. But that was just the surface of the planet. Inside a large mountain on planet Jade Drum, there was a slew of mines. The Drum xenogenics lived there. To look for them, people had to explore the mines and dig. The level of creature they found, however, was determined by a combination of luck and their own abilities. Even King-class elites might only be able to locate a low-level bronze drum or silver drum. Jade drums were incredibly rare. The rate of finding them was often below 1 per year. Han Sen used his phone to give Queen a call, but the call didn't go through. She had turned her communicator off, and that made Han Sen frown. Before entering planet Jade Drum, he had been talking to Queen. But now, the phones weren't working. It suggested to him that something must have happened. Fortunately, Han Sen already knew her last location. So, he summoned his red cloud and went right for her with Bauer. Inside a specific mountain on planet Jade Drum, there was a Taurus Marquis clutching a strange treasure weapon. He looked murderous. He looked at Wang Fu Jing and laughed. I was just coming here to search for a jade drum and see if I could steal it. Thanks to you, I have found it right here. Give it to me, and I will let you leave here alive. Wang Fu Jing didn't move, and she calmly looked at the Taurus Marquis. She was confused, unsure how he knew she had managed to find a jade drum. When Wang Fu Jing spoke to Han Sen, they used their human language. It was very different from the common tongue of the Geno universe. Even if they were overheard, no one should have been able to understand what they were saying. The Taurus slowly neared her. He grinned proudly and said, "You must think it is weird that I understand your language. But I think it's the most natural thing in the universe, because I study sound. No sound can escape my ears. It is a power that allows me to understand any language I hear, even if I have never heard it before. Nothing you say can escape my ears." Chapter 2197 Killer Queen, where is the jade drum? Give it to me, and I will permit you to live. The Taurus began to approach Wang Fu Jing, lifting his creepy weapon to point it at her threateningly. The weapon looked very strange. It was roughly the shape of a greatsword, but the back of the greatsword had a rectangular slot. Inside of that slot, there was something that looked like a string. Wang Fujing gave no response, so the Taurus Marquise looked at her murderously. He unleashed a strike in her direction. That strike was strong. The string in the slot moved and made a sharp sound. Wang Fujing dodged it. She immediately flowed into her heavenly go and phoenix movements, the latter of which she had learned from Han Sen. Just as she was about to evade that sword strike, she suddenly realized that a sonic attack was coming for her, as well. It struck her, and it made her body shake. Her brain felt as if it had been prodded with a number of prickly needles. Kacha. The disorientation allowed the sword to hit Wang Fujing's body, and the blow sent her flying away. Blood trailed behind her through the air. Fortunately, Wang Fujing was incredibly capable at evasive maneuvers. She had a strong will, too, so after that sonic attack, she immediately returned to dodging. If she hadn't done this, her arm would have been hacked off. If you don't want me to cut your limbs off one by one, then give me the jade drum. The Taurus Marquise's eyes looked to be on fire. His forelegs sprinted towards Wang Fujing, and his arms lifted the greatsword above his head. And then, the shadow of a red beast appeared behind him. It roared as the greatsword moved. And as this occurred, the sonic powers surged angrily into her brain. Wang Fujing wiped the blood off of her face and slipped back into her heavenly go movements to avoid her foe. Bzzzt. Wang Fujing felt as if her brain was being stabbed by knives. It almost left her paralyzed. Still, she managed to dodge the strike and avoid getting hit. The Taurus Marquise saw Wang Fujing evade his greatsword, and he frowned. He looked angrier than ever, following that. It is useless. He barked. With my sonic sword, you will not live. Your only hope is to give me the jade drum. After that, the greatsword came swinging at Wang Fujing with even more speed. The sound emitted by the string grew louder and louder. Wang Fujing's expression didn't change at all, though. She calmly looked at the Taurus Marquise, and then her body began to change. Wang Fujing had a Geno armament, which had come after she initially obtained a Geno armor. Just like Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra, it provided her with an entire set of armor. The gold Geno armament clad her entire body. Although it was just an Earl set, it was still very powerful. It was no weaker than the armors possessed by the very top Earls. But that wasn't the scariest thing about her. A strange power started to brew within the gold armor. It changed her actual body. A gold light began to shine from her armor, and the armor itself began to look like red steel. She looked as if she had just emerged from a pool of lava. There was no heat coming off of her, though, and the growing power remained contained by the armor. It made her shine gold. Dong. The greatsword slashed, but this time, Wang Fujing did not dodge. She raised her arm and grabbed the falling blade. That slashing power was brought to a dead halt by Wang Fujing's hand. The blade came to a standstill, and despite the force the Taurus was using, the blade refused to descend any further. The gold-looking hand was glowing, and a flurry of sparks spewed out from the point of contact. The Taurus stared with wide eyes. He could not believe an Earl had managed to block his sword. He was so angry that he couldn't help but roar. As he held his greatsword, he began to apply even more force in a bid to drive it downwards. Wang Fujing's eyes shone, and the gold light radiated powerfully from her form. Her other hand was like a blade then, and it came across her body to slash the assaulting greatsword. Pang! The greatsword string snapped under Wang Fujing's strike, and the sharp noises were at last brought to an end. But the force drove Wang Fujing to her knees on the ground. Even without sonic powers, killing you will be a satisfying endeavor, the Taurus thundered. His muscles were bulging, and his shadow looked furious. The greatsword came slashing down at the half-kneeling Wang Fujing. Even as the greatsword came bearing down on her, Wang Fujing remained absolutely calm. And then, she moved. She ignored the incoming strike of the greatsword as her gold fist punched up towards the Taurus. D*MN. The Taurus Marquise looked upset, but he was still greedy. He had only aimed for her hand. He didn't want to kill her just yet. He needed her to locate the jade drum for him, after all. Just as the greatsword was just about to hit Wang Fujing, her body suddenly disappeared. She teleported behind him, and her fist was driven into the back of his head. Pang! That brightly lit fist hit the back of the Taurus, head like a hammer. It broke through his protection and wrecked his helmet. The Sagittarius was both shocked and enraged, and so he hastily swung his sword behind him. But the greatsword found no target. It couldn't touch her, as her body teleported to his left side. A powerful leg swung toward his neck with the ferocity and speed of a hunting cat. Kacha. The glowing leg was like an axe as it came forward to strike his neck. The leg broke the armor of his neck and drew blood from his flesh. Wang Fujing did not stop, though. She appeared all around him, striking like a killing machine. She attacked him with her fists, fingers, elbows, legs, and knees. She left the Taurus in abundance of wounds. His armor kept breaking further and further with each hit. The Taurus Marquis looked as shocked as some stupid bear. No matter how much he struggled now, he wasn't able to attack Wang Fujing, and every attempted counterattack just ended with him getting hit again. The Taurus was covered in his own blood. Anger, fear, and hopelessness were painted all across his face. It made him scream in pain. Boom! Amidst those crazy attacks, the rest of the Taurus armor broke. Wang Fujing ripped his head off completely, and the headless body slumped to the floor, squirting blood. Wang Fujing settled herself back down on the floor. Her face hadn't changed at all. The light glowing from her faded gradually, until she looked like her usual self again. Han Sen had arrived in time to witness Wang Fujing make use of her super god body. Her performance really impressed him. Killer Queen's super god body is real. The unlimited teleporting ability will be more than enough to carry her through this universe. Chapter 2198 Digging up the Jade Drum. This was the first time Han Sen had been able to see Wang Fujing's super god body up close. Although her level was low, her teleportation skill was still a league better than his own Break Space Flash. Break Space Flash only let him move in a direct line. It appeared as if Wang Fujing's teleportation ability had no such limitations. She could appear at any location she wished to. And when she used her Geno Art attacks, her powers teleported along with them. It was quite sick. Luckily, Wang Fujing's level was still low. The teleportation ranges were quite low. If they were any bigger, it'd be something quite frightening. It was a marquise of a lesser race. It's no big deal, Wang Fujing said simply. If someone had said that, they would have been bragging. But Wang Fujing meant exactly what she said. Han Sen just shrugged without speaking. Just as Wang Fujing said, it was an enemy of a lesser race, so the fight hadn't really been too serious. Wang Fujing turned and silently guided Han Sen and Bauer to the mine in which she had located the jade drum. Because she didn't want the jade drum to be found, she hadn't hauled it around with her. She had kept it securely in the mine she had first located it in. Han Sen followed her into the mine and immediately saw one of the legendary drums. But it was not the jade drum that met his eyes first. It was a steel drum protruding from the stone. It was about a foot long. It was black like steel, and it looked like a drum that you would hang around your waist. A searcher had to dig a steel drum from the rock and then hit it. If the drum made a noise when it was struck, that would be the sign that the person had earned its approval. Then they could take the drum away from Planet Jade Drum with them. But each ticket only gave a visitor the right to take one creature out with them. So, no matter how many drums a person found, they could only take one away with them. The steel drum was quite common on Planet Jade Drum, so there was no need to spend time locating them. And because of this, not many people actually went looking for them. Han Sen followed Wang Fujing down a very complicated, winding mine shaft. But all they saw along the way were steel drums. They did not even see a single bronze drum. It looked as if it was a very large mine shaft dedicated exclusively to steel drums. Normally, a steel drum would rarely have a bronze drum or silver drum in its general vicinity. There was even less chance of finding a rare drum. Wang Fujing finding a jade drum there had been most fortuitous. They had been walking down that complicated mine shaft for over a day when they finally found the place she had spoken about. There were lots of steel drums along the way to that place, and rarely would they spot a bronze drum. It didn't seem likely they'd find a jade drum there, but there was indeed a jade drum in the stone. The drum looked white, and its surface was transparent. It was a very pretty thing to behold. Wang Fujing struck the drum gently, and it responded with a booming noise. To Han Sen, that noise was like an explosion taking place inside his head. And that was what it produced when she only gave it a slight tap. If all of its powers were triggered, it would likely leave Dukes bleeding profusely. If they could level the thing up to King class, it could be even stronger. But leveling up the jade drum to King class wouldn't be an easy feat. With Wang Fujing's power, she would still depend heavily on the jade drum's strength while exploring. Why didn't you dig it up? Han Sen asked. The rock around it is too hard. I spent some time trying to dig it up earlier, but I didn't make any progress, Wang Fujing admitted. Han Sen noticed the rocks around the drum had been corroded by the jade drum. The solvent looked like ink. Han Sen pressed his hand into the stone, but he was only able to collect and remove a small amount. It was indeed very hard. Han Sen drew out his ghost teeth knife, though, and he dug the drum out of the stone in a matter of minutes. He tried to tap the drum himself, but it didn't work. So, he had no qualms about giving it to Queen. Han Sen was planning to leave the planet alongside Queen right then and there. But all of a sudden, curiosity shone in Bauer's eyes. She leapt off of Han Sen's shoulders and went down a specific path. She yelled over her shoulder to Han Sen, "Dad, let's go here." "Bauer, what have you found?" With curiosity, Han Sen took off after her. Wang Fujing, while carrying the jade drum, followed after Han Sen. Bauer was still leading, and she eventually reached a crevice and crawled into it. The crevice was so small that even Bauer had a hard time squeezing into it. Han Sen and Queen had to compress their bones to fit and squirm their way through. A little while later, Bauer shouted and leapt towards a rock. "Dad, dig here." Bauer pointed at a stone wall. There were steel drums all around, so it didn't look as if there would be anything good in the vicinity. But still, Han Sen trusted Bauer. So, he drew out his ghost teeth knife again and began hacking at the black rocks. Beneath the ghost teeth knife's razor edge, the stone was like tofu. The surface of the wall came apart quickly, but his progress soon slowed a little. And the further he went, the harder it became to dig. The stone soon went from the color of steel to various jade colors. Eventually, he reached a black crystal surface. It became so difficult to dig that he began to sweat with the effort. After digging 7 meters, he still hadn't found anything. But then suddenly, there was the dinging noise of his knife striking crystal. The knife hit something, and it couldn't dig any further. Han Sen chopped away the rocks all around, and before long, he found a white jade drum inside the wall he had been working on. A jade drum, Han Sen exulted. He swung the ghost teeth knife faster to fully reveal the drum. After Han Sen dug it up, he kissed Bauer and said, "Bauer, you are such a good daughter." If he had a jade drum to practice with, there was now a chance Han Sen could become king. It was like he was carrying a king-class fighter with him. It was something truly awesome. Bauer blinked and looked at the broken surface of the mountain. She pointed at it and spoke again. "Dad, keep digging. There are even more jade drums." Han Sen was surprised. He followed Bauer's directions and kept on digging. Usually, there couldn't be more than one jade drum inside a single mine. It was similar to the way one area rarely had 2 predators. Even though the mine was big, there were already 2 jade drums. It seemed incredibly unlikely for there to be a third one around. But Bauer must have had her reasons for wanting to continue, and so Han Sen kept going. The rock there was even harder than what they had gone through earlier. Han Sen kept giving it his full power, but he could only peel away thin layers of the stone at a time. After half a day, the black rocks began to gleam with red light. Han Sen was even happier than before. The constant digging had soaked him with sweat, but a short time later, he had hacked away enough of the black crystal. The surface of a drum became visible. It was indeed a jade drum, but it looked different from the usual ones. This jade drum was built from jade, but it had red marks across it. The mixed white and red formed a remarkable design. Chapter 2199 Blood Scorpion Jade Drum. Han Sen carefully examined the red patterns that adorned the jade drum and realized that they formed the shape of a scorpion. In all, it was around the size of a man's hand. It was red like jade, and it contrasted sharply with the white surface of the drum. The pattern didn't look as if it had been engraved into the item, though. It looked as if an actual scorpion lived beneath the drum's surface. Wang Fujing looked at the blood scorpion jade drum. She blurted in surprise, "I have heard that the jade drum is the best drum you can find. But this one has a scorpion pattern on it. Maybe this is even better. It could be a king-class jade drum that just so happens to be born this way." Han Sen nodded. He was very happy about this find. Normal jade drums could reach the class of king. But if this one was born a king, it might eventually reach a deified status. Even if that wasn't possible, it could surely become half-deified. There were many races that were considered to be higher races. Usually, that claim depended on having one half-deified elite to maintain their position. Han Sen stopped talking. He gripped his ghost teeth knife and returned to digging out the blood scorpion jade drum. He had only gone there to help out Wang Fujing, and he never expected to get something so nice for himself. Good people receive good rewards. I need to do more nice things, then, Han Sen mumbled as he kept digging through the stone. The rock was too hard, though. Han Sen had to exhaust a lot of his energy, and he was breaking his hands in his attempt to dig out the blood scorpion jade drum. This drum was a little smaller than the other jade drums they had collected. It was only the size of 2 adult fists. Both of its sides showed that red scorpion symbol, and it looked as if there was a red scorpion alive inside it. The side of the drum was inscribed with a number of additional red symbols. Again, they were different than anything that might appear on an ordinary jade drum. Han Sen lifted it in his hands, and he was delighted. He gathered up power and hit the jade drum. Pat! What was emitted was not the sound of a drum. Han Sen hit the drum, and the drum actually ricocheted the power back towards Han Sen. It put him in immediate pain. It doesn't work. Han Sen wasn't about to give up that easily, though. To gain the drum's approval, Han Sen had to display his power for it. Han Sen gathered up his Jadescan power and struck the surface of the drum again. Pat! The drum didn't move or release any real sound. There was just the dull thud of Han Sen's hand striking something solid. Han Sen did not want to give up. He used all his power to hit the jade drum. He tried to hit it, poke it, and slap it. But that jade drum seemed like it was muted. It wouldn't work for him, no matter what he tried. Now Han Sen was feeling depressed. If he wanted to take the jade drum back with him, he'd need to gain its approval. If he didn't earn its approval, the 1,000 treasures wouldn't let him take it away with him. Pang! A big explosion sounded in Han Sen's ear. It almost made him collapse. He turned around to see Bauer laying into the jade drum. Dong, 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 dong. Bauer was having a lot of fun playing with it. She even played a song called General. She might have been having a lot of fun, but Han Sen and Wang Fujing weren't. They were struggling not to vomit. Han Sen quickly picked up Bauer and put the drum away. Bauer, play this one, as well. Han Sen moved Bauer the blood scorpion jade drum, while he himself moved to the white jade drum to see if he could play that. The blood scorpion jade drum might be too high level. This jade drum looks good, at least. It could be a duke. And there's always the chance it might be king class, Han Sen thought. He doubted that Bauer would succeed. But if she did, that would be fine. Han Sen had confidence. When he patted the drum, though, he felt a pain. Pat! After that little sound, the white jade drum made no more noise. He gathered up more and more power, and he kept hitting it. And despite his continued pounding, the white jade drum made no noise for him no matter what he did. Han Sen was left clutching the white jade drum with feelings of depression. Then, he thought to himself, Bauer played the general song. Does claiming the drum require you to use a sonic power? The theory intrigued him. He tried to remember a particular song, and then he used his fist like a hammer and followed the melody of that song while he hit the drum. Dong, 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 dong. He repeated the general, which Bauer had played earlier, but not to the same quality. Han Sen played it so badly that his hands ended up getting swollen. But again, the white jade drum made no additional sound. All that was heard was the pounding of his fists. Do I have bad rhythm? There is no way I cannot earn its approval. Especially since this is my luck I'm talking about it. Let me try another song. Han Sen quickly tried a different song. And then, he focused all his power back into his fists. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of striking steel was heard. After a few more tries, Han Sen's hands felt like they were on the verge of breaking. If that happened, he'd be disabled. Han Sen was rubbing his fists in a bout of fierce depression. But all of a sudden, he heard the sound of a drum. As the noise rolled over him, it felt as if a steel rod had been shoved down through the top of his head and out his butthole. Pang! Han Sen fell down onto the ground, coughing up blood. His head was buzzing as if something was grinding it. His organs were all damaged. His body was stronger than a pure dragon's, but not even he could stand the strength of that drum sound. Wang Fujing wasn't doing much better. Blood was leaking past her lips in thin trails. Bauer was shocked, and she immediately let go of the jade drum she was holding. She went over to Han Sen and held his head. She shouted at him. She had just randomly struck the blood scorpion jade drum because she was bored. She never expected it to injure Han Sen and Wang Fujing. Bauer, are you trying to kill your daddy? Han Sen pulled himself off the ground with immense pain in his head. He couldn't think straight. Sorry, Dad, I just randomly hit it. Bauer said innocently. Luckily, your strike was light. If you had used more strength, we'd be dead right now. Han Sen said, while picking up Wang Fujing. It was fortunate their injuries weren't lasting. They recovered with their Geno arts, but they had realized just how scary that blood scorpion jade drum was. I'll take you guys back for now, then return here myself. There has to be some way that I can make a noise with this thing. Han Sen reached out his hand and pointed at the blood scorpion jade drum. Han Sen summoned his Destiny's Tower from his Sea of Soul and tried putting the drum in there for future investigation. Because each person could only take one drum out, and only Wang Fujing and Bauer having been accepted by a drum, there was one left over. So, Han Sen had to hide it. But when Destiny's Tower covered the drum suddenly made a noise and flashed brightly. A sonic force pressed against Destiny's Tower, pushing it back into Han Sen's Sea of Soul. D*MN. It won't go in. Han Sen's face changed, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the blood scorpion jade drum in shock. Chapter 2200 Violent Approval. Han Sen frowned. He had tried using his Destiny's Tower to try to claim the other jade drum, but it did not work. This is bad. If I am unable to make a sound with the jade drum, I will have no choice but to leave it here. Han Sen felt bad about this, but he was short on time. Queen had less than a day. If she didn't register her own drum in time, she wouldn't be able to take it with her, even if she did have one willing to follow her. Han Sen had a tight deadline for earning the approval of the jade drum. It doesn't matter which jade drum accepts me. As long as one of them will make a sound, we can figure the rest out later, Han Sen thought to himself. He picked up the white jade drum duke. Then, he gave Bauer to Wang Fujing. Take Bauer away from me. I am going to hit this drum. If it works, I don't want to bring you two any harm. Wang Fujing nodded. Then, she took Bauer towards the exit. When Wang Fujing left, Han Sen brought out his demon bug by Sima. He looked at the white jade drum, then straightened his middle finger and his thumb. A gold light appeared. Han Sen couldn't rely on using luck to get the drum to obey, so he would have to rely on brute force. He actually wanted Wang Fujing to take Bauer away because he didn't want to be seen in his dollar persona. A coin appeared in his hand. On its surface was the number 1. As time passed, the number increased in singular ticks. 2, 3, 4, 5, saving money was working, and the number went up. With every jump in number, the force that gathered on the coin was multiplied. The white jade drum was a duke. So, Han Sen brought the coin's power up to the number 10. When that was done, he fired it at the jade drum. The coin was unleashed with the force of a meteor, and it hit the drum hard. Dong! A strong power made a very loud noise atop the white jade drum. The sound washed out of the drum like a tsunami. When it hit the gold demon bug by Sima, however, it bounced back. The sonic force inside the by Sima kept bouncing and rolling around with the echo. It was getting stronger. Han Sen was inside all that sonic force, but he was not hurt. He had struck the white jade drum brutally and gotten its approval. The way he had gone about it was just a little violent, but the white jade drum's power did not hurt him because it had accepted him. But after the results of the blow surprised Han Sen. The sonic power inside the demon bug by Sima was increasing. It reminded Han Sen of White Real's echo ability. He had once joked that if he had a big bell to trap his enemies, he could use echo to increase sonic powers in the confined space. The demon bug by Sima might not have been a bell, but it had been proven to be able to trap an enemy. On top of that, echo seemed to work inside it. I have only been thinking about the demon bug by Sima's ability to protect me, and so I've been overlooking an incredible opportunity. I should really go back to Sky Palace and learn echo from White Real. Using echo and the jade drum in combination could work very well, Han Sen thought to himself. The white jade drum, after that manic and violent display, gave its approval to Han Sen. When Han Sen tried to confirm this and hit it again, it was a much simpler affair. By just hitting it lightly, the drum now made a sound and emitted sonic powers. Sometimes, violence really does work more than reason. Han Sen chuckled as he put away the white jade drum. Then he looked at the blood scorpion jade drum. Let's see if I can take this one with me. Han Sen brought out a coin and began gathering up power again. When the number ticked its way up to 10, he fired the coin at the drum. Dong! The coin hit the drum's surface. A metal noise sounded. He wasn't able to make it respond with a proper drum sound. The coin was stuck to the blood scorpion jade drum, but it wasn't having any amazing effects. The drum wasn't being crushed, not that he wanted that. Han Sen didn't want the drum to get damaged, of course. Reaching the number 10 with saving money is all I can do. Even if I can take it further, that won't be much of an increase. It looks like this thing really is king class. My power isn't enough to make a sound. Despite his failure, Han Sen wasn't disappointed. He only wanted to take the blood scorpion jade drum away with him so he could have the time to claim it in the future. Han Sen thought for a moment, then cut his finger. He melted his crystal blood and dropped a little onto the blood scorpion jade drum. He saw the blood slowly melted into the scorpion symbol, but still, it took a while to absorb. But it actually was absorbing. Although it hadn't melted completely into the symbol just yet, there was a weird red spot on the scorpion's back. It didn't match with the image. If blood is able to melt into it, then I'm sure I will be able to infect it. That would make gaining the drum's approval far easier, Han Sen thought to himself. He took the 2 jade drums with him as he left the cave. He went looking for Bauer and Wangfu Jing. Now that Han Sen had the white jade drum's approval, the 3 of them could each take a drum and leave. After Han Sen found them, they all headed for the 1,000 Treasures base that was located on the planet. He wanted to leave with the jade drums as soon as he could. Han Sen knew that it was exceedingly rare for 3 people to appear with jade drums all at once, and that made him certain that the trip home wouldn't be a safe one. Han Sen was not afraid of trouble, of course. If he had been, he wouldn't have come in the first place. But this wasn't just any trouble. This had the potential to be big trouble. 3 jade drums might entice many Sonic practicing elites into coming after them. Any enemies that started hunting them would have to be dealt with. In the planet Jade Drum's base, a half-humanoid and half-snake Ghana king was in the middle of registering his claim on a gold drum. All the elites standing around were looking jealous of the Ghana king, who was registering the highly coveted gold drum. The Ghana king wasn't happy with his prize, however. In fact, he looked rather glum. His target had been a jade drum, but after 10 days of searching, he had only managed to find a gold drum. That wasn't what he wanted, and it made him ill. A beautiful man with butterfly wings walked in front of the Ghana and laughed. "Steven, I see that you found a gold drum. Sonic Butterfly King, didn't you just get a gold drum, as well?" Steven looked at his gold drum and smiled. Sonic Butterfly King sighed and said, "This planet still has jade drums, but too many people are digging for them. They are being taken faster than they are being birthed. They aren't easy to find anymore." Chapter 2201 3 Jade Drums. Steven and Sonic Butterfly King kept talking as they completed their registration. Even kings had to follow the rules of the 1,000 Treasures. The 1,000 Treasures rarely had any conflict with those of other races, but their powers most certainly positioned them in the top 10 races of the universe. Many suspected they could easily land a spot in the top 5. Steven and Sonic Butterfly King readied themselves to leave, when suddenly a man and a woman entered the base. With them was a little girl. The 2 kings frowned upon seeing them. They hadn't noticed that the man was Han Sen, but they felt the presence of the jade drum that Wangfu Jing was carrying. They frowned at her sternly. Since they had to register their drums, there was no point in trying to hide what they had found. And in regards to the 1,000 Treasures, they wouldn't help a customer hide their jade drum, either. The 1,000 Treasures wanted the universe to know every time someone found a jade drum on planet Jade Drum. It would be very good for their business. So Han Sen and Wangfu Jing carried their jade drums openly. Since they were going to register their drums, they didn't have to hide their identities, either. Every jade drum claimed would be advertised. So, Han Sen took Wangfu Jing to register their findings right away. Sonic Butterfly King and Steven saw Han Sen and Wangfu Jing approach the registration booth. They kept staring at Wangfu Jing's bag. They could sense the jade drum inside, but they knew they couldn't be 100% certain that's what it was until they saw it. When Wangfu Jing took her jade drum out of her bag, the king sucked in a sharp breath of air. A jade drum, that's a jade drum. Those of the other races saw Wangfu Jing reveal a jade drum, and many of them couldn't keep themselves from shouting. It has been a year since the last jade drum was found. Look at her presence. She is a marquise at the very most. I can't believe she was lucky enough to find one of those legendary jade drums. Haha, is this good luck or bad? It will be difficult to determine. Things don't always go well for a marquise who finds a jade drum. All the kings were talking quietly amongst themselves. The workers in the base were just as surprised to see the jade drum, as well. but they still registered it to her like it was nothing out of the ordinary. Doing business with the 1,000 treasures was reliable. They had even sold deified treasures before. Nothing bad ever happened in one of their places of business. They wouldn't try anything underhanded to attempt to secure a jade drum. They followed their procedures and protocol as was customary. Wang Fujing handed in her access ticket, then struck her jade drum. After the registration was complete, the jade drum was confirmed to be an official possession of hers. Stephen could not help himself from walking over to Wang Fujing and asking, "Friend, are you selling that jade drum of yours?" "Sorry, I don't plan on selling it," Wang Fujing said. She was just an earl. A duke jade drum could be very beneficial to her, and it would be much safer for her to explore with it in tow. Killing xenogenics would be much easier, as well. Wang Fujing had no intention of selling it. Of course, that was also because no king planned on attacking her just yet. Stephen frowned, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. He went on to say, "Do not reject my request just yet. I am Stephen from the Naga. Give me your sum, name any price, I won't try to haggle you for a bargain." "Sorry." Wang Fujing did not move a muscle, save to give him her quick answer of no. Stephen's face looked dire. So, Sonic Butterfly King came forward and said, "Kid, it won't be easy to look after a jade drum. I can trade you my Duke Class 8 Sonic Butterfly for it. And on top of that, I will keep you safe. What do you say to that?" "Sorry." Wang Fujing's answer was still the same cold response. "If you do not sell it right now, you will regret it the moment you set foot off of planet Jade Drum. But by then, it will be too late. If you want to sell it, now is your chance." Sonic Butterfly King's face did not change during his speech. He smiled. Wang Fujing ignored him and stepped away. Sonic Butterfly King started to step closer to tell her something else, but Han Sen walked in front of him and said, "My friend told you she isn't interested in selling it. Please ask someone else." Sonic Butterfly King's expression turned to stone. "How dare you interrupt my talk with her?" Han Sen shrugged silently. He moved to the registry booth and revealed his own jade drum. Another jade drum. Everyone in the base was shocked. No one could have expected that 2 jade drums would be found on the same day. Sonic Butterfly King was flabbergasted. He did not expect Han Sen to have a white jade drum, as well. The workers looked very surprised. They completed the registration for Han Sen, indicating it now officially belonged to him. "Are you selling your jade drum? What I promised her will still apply to you, if you are willing to engage in such a transaction." Sonic Butterfly King looked right at Han Sen when he spoke. Han Sen ignored him, which prompted Stephen to follow up. He said, "Friend, if you are selling the jade drum, I will pay a high price and keep you safe. You can name your price. Anything you wish." "Sorry, but I have made no plans to sell it," Han Sen answered, rejecting his offer. Sonic Butterfly King looked gloomy, but before he said anything further, his eyes opened wide. He saw Han Sen bring out another jade drum. This jade drum looked very strange. There were some red symbols across it, and it looked very different from the average jade drum. "It's another jade drum, how is that possible?" D*MN. "It looks like they are together. They found 3 jade drums. Did they find a special jade drum mine? This luck is truly crazy. They have managed to obtain 3 jade drums. That 3rd jade drum looks wrong, though. It's different than a normal one. It cannot be a mutant one, can it? If it is a mutant jade drum, then it will be worth a lot. We know that normal jade drums can become king class, but a mutant jade drum might go even higher. That is extremely lucky. It is too lucky. I'm sure such luck will result in a disaster for them shortly. They look low level, but they have each earned a jade drum. Oof. They are very dead. That is not luck. That is pure danger." As everyone discussed this, Stephen and Sonic Butterfly King stared at the blood scorpion jade drum, seething with greed. They didn't even blink. The mutant jade drum was so exceptionally rare that it wasn't seen more than once every 10,000 years. They could have been items that were higher than king class. Even king class people treated them like treasures. "I am sorry, sir. According to the rules of the 1,000 treasures, every creature can only take 1 drum with them. You have already registered 1, the worker said to Han Sen. "I know. This drum isn't mine. It belongs to my daughter." Han Sen pointed at Bauer, and then he passed her the blood scorpion jade drum. "Then, we will have to see her play it," the worker said, clearly not believing Han Sen. The worker looked back and forth between Bauer and the jade drum. "Does she have to hit the drum here?" Han Sen asked. Yes, those are the rules. The worker nodded with absolute certainty. Chapter 2202 The Power of a Drum. My daughter cannot control the strength she uses on the drum. Will that be okay? Han Sen double-checked with them. The worker laughed, pointed to the base around them, and said, the base has the appropriate equipment to absorb and sustain the sonic power. Even if a king whacked a jade drum, the excessive force would be dampened by the technology. Only a small bit of the shockwave will ultimately spread. Do not worry, and if there are any issues here at the registration booth, we will claim full responsibility. That's good. Han Sen nodded. He had been afraid something terrible might happen, and he would end up being responsible for it. He had heard the blood scorpion jade drum's noise before, and he knew it was quite different from the average jade drum. An ordinary jade drum expelled its sonic powers in a wide radius without much of a focus. The blood scorpion jade drum's behavior was unique. The force lashed out in the manner of a scorpion's stinging tail. When the drum was struck, the sound was sharp and focused. It pierced right through a person. It was very difficult to describe. Bauer had struck it lackadaisically earlier, and that small blow was enough to bring Han Sen and Wang Fujing to the brink of death. If Bauer hit it any harder, there was every chance someone in that establishment could die. Friends, my daughter doesn't know how to measure the strength she exerts. How about you all take a step back, in case something happens? It's so you can avoid injury. Han Sen looked at the elites in the lobby. People of all different races were assembled there. If the drum killed them all, it would mean Han Sen had caused a grievous offense to each of the races. It's a drum. Just hit it. Why must you keep talking? All the people present were very skilled at sonic powers already, so they were all very eager to see the blood scorpion jade drum's power. They weren't willing to just leave on a whim. If you guys don't want to leave, then you may want to take some measure to protect yourselves. Don't take it out on us if you end up getting hurt after a fair warning, Han Sen said. Who will take it out on you for this? We might take something else out on you for talking constant crap and not getting a move on. Hit it now or put the jade drum down and get lost. Many of the elites were growing annoyed with the delays. Well, I warned you. All I can say is, look after yourselves. Han Sen set Bauer down by the drum and then retreated. He summoned his Bai Sima around himself, Wang Fujing, the worker, and the registry booth. Then, he blinked to Bauer who was still outside of the Bai Sima. Bauer, hit it, but don't hit it too hard. Han Sen shielded the worker because he was genuinely afraid that the man wouldn't be able to withstand the hit. The drum couldn't be registered if the person who was supposed to register it died. Everyone saw Han Sen taking this so seriously, and they started to appear a little confused. The worker said that there was equipment in place to ventilate excess sonic powers. They were designed to deal exclusively with the power of the drums. Even if a king-class elite struck a drum, nothing much would happen. The blood scorpion jade drum was a mutant jade drum, yes, but if a mere child was going to strike it, that shouldn't have posed much of an issue. That was what the onlookers were thinking, anyway, as they saw Bauer standing over the jade drum. Then, she hit it. Pang! The small hand came down on the drum, and a very low boom sounded. Before anyone could react, they all felt as if steel rods had been driven down into their heads. Bzzzt. Everyone's head buzzed, and their bodies felt like they were being impaled. No one present could keep their bodies composed, and they collapsed to writhe and convulse on the ground. It was like they were having a stroke. They began to froth at the mouth, and many of their bladders let loose. The entire lobby began to stink, as a whole bunch of nobles began rolling around on the ground and soiling themselves. Sonic Butterfly King and Steven believed themselves to be sonic elites, and there was sonic absorption equipment installed there. They hadn't taken any measures to protect themselves. They had no idea that the blood scorpion jade drum would pose that big of a threat when compared to the average jade drum. When the strange drum sounded, they didn't even see the sonic ripples assault them. The sonic needles didn't give them time to block. Their brains no longer functioned correctly, and they collapsed to wriggle and roll across the floor. Although they weren't in as bad shape as the dukes and marquises, they still felt as if their heads were about to explode. They couldn't think straight, and they couldn't even lift themselves up off the floor. Han Sen thought he'd end up killing someone, but it looked as if no one had actually died. Their heads had been hit fiercely, though, so he did not think anyone would be recovering for quite some time. It looked like the blood scorpion jade drum's power didn't actually kill those it affected. It just messed with their brains and left them incredibly dazed. Han Sen kept thinking that such a weapon was perfect for him. And while all those people were still disoriented, Han Sen could take Wang Fujing and Bauer to leave safely. You guys said the 1,000 treasures would bear the responsibility for anything bad that might happen. Can we register this item now? Han Sen shook the worker to rouse him and get his attention. The man was still frozen in disbelief. The worker looked very surprised by the events that had just transpired. He watched the nobles rolling around on the floor. While they might have looked very elegant only moments before, they now looked filthy with all the bodily deposits they were rolling in. Their prior cockiness had quickly evaporated. Even Sonic Butterfly King and Steven. They were mumbling something about being dizzy and needing to sit on the floor, but they couldn't help but touch the waste unleashed by the other nobles. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get this thing registered. Han Sen stared down at the worker. The worker snapped out of his daze as if he had just woken from a dream. Then, he went to register the Blood Scorpion Jade Drum. After that, Han Sen took his companions and departed. The Blood Scorpion Jade Drum was strong, but that was because Sonic Butterfly King and the others hadn't bothered to prepare any defenses. Now that they knew what to expect, it would be harder to use the Blood Scorpion Jade Drum on them again. Clients weren't permitted to kill anyone on planet Jade Drum. Being wanted by the 1,000 treasures would be bad. Han Sen needed to put as much distance as he could between himself and the people who had just been dazed while they were still unable to follow. Han Sen took Bauer away from planet Jade Drum and thought to himself, the Blood Scorpion Jade Drum's dazing powers are strong. Even the kings were affected by it. I really need to get its approval so I can use it for myself in the universe. If I use that on an enemy, I can do whatever I want to them. 10 minutes after leaving planet Jade Drum, Sonic Butterfly King and Steven started to regain their senses. Their heads, however, were in agony. Sonic Butterfly King ignored his own discomfort. He stood up, with his hand clutching his head. He asked the worker, which way did they go? They have now left planet Jade Drum. Where exactly they went, I do not know, the worker said. Sonic Butterfly King wouldn't dare attack the people of the 1,000 treasures. While holding their heads, they left planet Jade Drum in the hope of finding their escapees. After 10 minutes of searching, they were unable to find Han Sen, and they had no clue in which direction he might have fled. Sonic Butterfly King flew out of planet Jade Drum, his body still shivering. He had a pounding headache that was worse than a heavy hangover. Steven followed. He was in the same state, and he didn't find any trace of Han Sen's group either. They were lucky that their king-class bodies could withstand what they had just endured. The dukes and marquises were sure to be out of commission for another few days. Their heads felt as if they were going to explode. Chapter 2203 Shadow Toxic B Enclave. Han Sen took Wang Fujing back with him to Planet Eclipse. She had just earned her own jade drum, and since she was worried about being ambushed while out and about, she wanted to stay there for some time. She would wait until things settled down before moving on. Sonic Butterfly King had learned where Han Sen came from, but it would be pointless to go after Han Sen when he was already so far behind. He managed to get in touch with people to block Han Sen's way, but they were unable to find him, either. So, eventually, Sonic Butterfly King decided to give up. After all, they couldn't go into Narrow Moon to find him. They couldn't risk offending the rebate. On his way back, Han Sen dropped a few droplets of his own blood onto the Blood Scorpion Jade Drum. He hoped to earn the Jade Drum's approval gradually. In Planet Eclipse's base, people were in the middle of practice when a sudden report was received. Someone came running in, telling them of an army of xenogenics converging on their position. Han Munger, Zero, Little Angel, and Han Yan went out to take a look. There, they found a mountain that was swarmed with what appeared to be red clouds. The clouds were heading toward the base so quickly that they'd arrive in only a little while. The red clouds weren't clouds, of course. They were swarms of red bees that were each the size of a dog. They were very powerful, and the sight made Han Yan frown. When did Planet Eclipse come to possess xenogenics such as this? I have never seen them before. As this occurred, Night River King was watching Planet Eclipse's base. His expression looked venomous, and he said, Shadow Queen Bees are special xenogenics that come from Planet Queen Bee. They are only dukes, but they sure breed quickly. If there's enough food, she can make lower-level Shadow Bees. But that primary Shadow Queen a mutant Duke xenogenic. Aside from being able to produce Shadow Bees like the rest, the mutant Shadow Queen Bee can also produce Duke Shadow Bees. The queen didn't have much time, and it has only produced 2 thus far, but that should be enough to deal with Han Sen's base. Shadow queen bees eat the flesh of enemies and place their eggs inside the carcasses. Ah, when Han Sen returns and sees all this, the look on his face will be so sweet. Night River King gritted his teeth. Night River King wasn't worried about the consequences. A Shadow Queen Bee was one of the xenogeniacs that escaped from the cargo ship. It would look like an accident, and no one would know that it was his fault. Even if Han Sen believed it was him, there was nothing he could do but make wild accusations. Night River King wanted this, though. He wanted Han Sen to hate him. It would be painful for Han Sen to know he couldn't do anything about that seething hatred. This is the beginning of making me your enemy, Night River King spat. He really loathed Han Sen. The shadow bees appeared like wisps of red clouds under the command of the 2 dukes in charge of the army. They raced towards the base. Night River King was prepared to enjoy the fight, but a blue shield suddenly appeared. It enveloped the entire base and shielded it. The red clouds of shadow bees came down like a barrage against the blue shields, but a mere touch sent them blasting back. Even the 2 Duke shadow bees up front were unable to get through. Night River King's jaw tightened. He felt a little frustrated about the result, as he hadn't expected Han Sen to leave his blue shield treasure in the base. Night River King thought Han Sen would carry a defensive item such as that everywhere he went. If he knew Han Sen hadn't taken it with him, he wouldn't have concocted the grand scheme to attack Planet Eclipse. If Han Sen didn't have the shield, fighting him one-on-one would be far easier. There was no point in wasting time on regret, though. The shadow bees were unable to break the shield. The shadow bees fired a toxic substance from their nasty stingers. They were like red lights as they splashed across the blue shield. They did nothing to harm the composition of the shield, though. Although the shield was weakened by the fact that it had to protect the entire base, it would still be very difficult for marquises and dukes to break it down. As Night River King wrestled with various ideas, the blue shield suddenly disappeared. The bees outside came racing in. Did it fail because the shield's user didn't have enough strength? Night River King wondered, could the user not keep the shield raised? Soon after, Night River King realized that his assumption hadn't been quite right. When a fair number of those shadow bees came racing in, the shield was raised once more. Most of the shadow bees were still on the outside, but a decent chunk had made it in. Whoosh, 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 black arrows began flying beneath the shield. Not long after, a dozen of the shadow bees on the inside were slain. And then, a group of Kate appeared. They began gathering the bodies of the shadow bees inside the base. Night River King's eyes began to twitch. His plan hadn't worked, and he had just given Planet Eclipse a massive number of free xenogeniacs. He wished he could go in there himself and destroy what Han Sen had built. When the Kate kids brought the shadow bee bodies back into the base, the shield disappeared again. It reappeared a millisecond later, shutting off another section of the shadow bee army. Night River King laughed. One of the shadow bees inside was a duke. The others were just marquises. No matter how strong they were, no wonder could slay a duke shadow bee. Night River King was already imagining how the duke shadow bee would slaughter them all when suddenly, a black arrow came at the duke shadow bee. The duke shadow bee reacted quickly, far more quickly than any marquise shadow bee could have managed. As the black arrow rose toward it, the bee's stinger lit up and fired a toxic squirt at the arrow. The toxic juice sprayed toward the arrow, and the arrow suddenly sank. It adjusted its course to duck under the toxic juice, then it rose against and punched through Duke Shadow Bee's body with great speed. The shadow bee was shining red. When the arrow pierced its body, the arrow came to a stop. It isn't easy to kill a Duke Shadow Bee. Night River King laughed mockingly. Boom! When the arrow entered the shadow bee's body, it was trapped inside. But then, a scary explosion occurred within the Duke Shadow Bee's body. The red light shattered, and a gaping hole was torn in its side. It was heavily injured, and it fell to struggle on the ground. Boom! Another arrow was fired at it. It pierced through the shadow bee via the already dealt wound. The creature's head then blew up, bringing a swift end to the Duke Shadow Bee. While that happened, the rest of the Marquise Shadow Bees were dealt with by Han Yan. How is this possible? That woman is just a Marquise, and yet she can so simply kill a Duke Shadow Bee. This is impossible. She is Han Sen's blood, but since when have crystallizers ever been that strong? Night River King was incredibly angry, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 2204 Black Moon King Visi Han Munger and the others finished off the remainder of the shadow bees effortlessly. They managed to collect a lot of xenogenic genes through the effort, and many of them earned shadow bee beast souls. The beast souls were arrows that wielded a toxic fire. When Han Munger killed the second Duke Shadow Bee, she earned a Duke Toxic Arrow Beast Soul. When he saw the last of the Shadow Bees get destroyed, Night River King knew his plan had failed. In his rage, he smashed the screen he had been watching to pieces. After Han Sen returned to Planet Eclipse and learned of what had unfolded with the Shadow Bees, he guessed that Night River King had been behind it. Planet Eclipse did not have any Shadow Bees that were native to the place. Thank God I left the demon bug by Sima behind. Otherwise, even though Han Munger and the others would probably have survived the assault, many of my other nobles would have been killed, Han Sen thought, relieved at how things had turned out. Han Sen knew the Bee Queen was still around, though. So, he assembled expeditions to go out in search of it. The Shadow Queen Bee's nest was not difficult to find. She made her home in a large mountain, and the entrances that the bees had carved were clearly visible. Many Shadow Bees had been slain only a few days prior, and the Shadow Queen Bee didn't produce Shadow Bee eggs fast enough to have replaced them yet. So, Han Sen entered the beehive easily to locate the ruby-looking Shadow Queen Bee. Han Sen perused the information he had compiled on her, and he knew exactly where she had come from. Seeing the Shadow Queen Bee now made him a happy fellow. He recognized instantly that it was a mutant Shadow Queen Bee, which was a very rare being to procure. That being said, Han Sen had already guessed that the queen would be a mutant after hearing about the dukes that had assaulted his base. But still, seeing the mutant Shadow Queen Bee in the flesh made him super happy. Dong, dong, dong. The Shadow Queen Bee moved incredibly quickly. It flew around like a solidified shadow, leaving behind trailing shadows of its own. Her wings flapped so quickly, Han Sen could hardly keep track of her. Many toxic lights shone on her back, and they launched themselves at Han Sen. But each strike just landed on his Sima and was rendered moot. A Duke mutant xenogenic, so strong. This Duke's speed and the toxic light attacks, in combination with the crazy breeding speed, this would be very difficult to kill without the Demon Bug King shield, Han Sen thought to himself. The Shadow Queen Bee kept flying around Han Sen, firing her toxic darts. But against the Demon Bug Sima, it was nothing. Han Sen didn't attack the creature, though. He figured it would be a shame to kill the mutant Shadow Queen Bee. Han Sen wanted to keep it alive so it could produce more Duke and Marquis offspring. That way, some of the scarcity of high-level resources offered by Planet Eclipse could be alleviated. So, Han Sen hadn't gone there with the intent of killing the mutant Shadow Queen Bee. Instead, he wanted to take it and use it for himself. If Han Sen had been a Duke, it would have been far easier for him to claim her. But he was just a Marquis, and his speed and power weren't as good as hers. It would take much effort to collect her. The Shadow Queen Bee launched attacks at Han Sen furiously, but they slid harmlessly off his shield. After a while, the creature exhausted itself. Her attacks became far weaker and far slower. The Shadow Queen Bee wasn't an intelligent creature, and it was a very territorial being. Although it was exhausted, he was still in her nest, and she would never consider fleeing. She still tried to fight Han Sen. Seeing her growing frustration, Han Sen decided to put away his demon bug Sima. The Shadow Queen Bee, upon seeing the Sima disappear, flapped her wings to resume attacking Han Sen. She was much slower now, though. Han Sen brought out his white jade drum and hit it. A very deep boom of sonic power ripped out of the drum. It clipped the tired Shadow Queen Bee and brought her down. The Duke Jade drum's sound shouldn't have affected a mutant Duke like her very strongly, but she was too tired by this point, so she couldn't withstand the force of that sonic shockwave. The Shadow Queen Bee dragged herself off the floor, intent on going after Han Sen. Han Sen was still holding the jade drum. He hit it another 2 times. The shockwaves made her roll and writhe around on the ground again. It looked as if she was in pain. "If you listen to my commands, I will spare your life," Han Sen told the Shadow Queen Bee that was now on the ground. The Shadow Queen Bee lacked intelligence. When the drum stopped, she tried to attack Han Sen again, the intruder that had invaded her space. Han Sen didn't know what to do except continue pounding the jade drum, which made her roll around on the ground over and over. Some of her bee blood began to pour from her mouth. But Han Sen didn't want to kill her. Killing her would be pointless. Seeing that the Shadow Queen Bee was about to die under his repeated torture, he decided to exit the hive. A xenogeniac without proper brains had to be broken in by slow torture over time. Han Sen stationed people to keep an eye on that beehive. If the queen bee made bees, they would go and kill them. That would teach her a lesson. They hoped that after a while, she might actually listen to Han Sen and obey his commands. We will never be safe for as long as Night River King exists, Han Sen thought grimly. He considered how he might dispose of Night River King. With the current limits of his power, Han Sen couldn't go after Night River King just yet. He needed to become a duke, and he needed to own a lot more treasures. It would have been best if he could use the Blood Scorpion Jade Drum. That would be the only weapon he'd need to take down someone that was a higher level than he was. But even if he was able to kill Night River King, he wouldn't be able to do it while he was in Narrow Moon. If they fought, the rebate would rally behind Night River King. An outsider would never earn their favor. It looks like I need to become a duke quickly and find a way to take him out elsewhere. Han Sen calmed himself down and tried to think things through rationally. Allowing his anger to make him rush wouldn't solve anything. If anything, it would just reveal weaknesses for his enemies to exploit. He needed to be calm if he was going to do this. Night River King, I am going to kill you. Han Sen kept practicing. The 1st and 15th day of each month, he went to Cold Palace to absorb moon and cold powers, hastening his ascension to the rank of duke. Han Sen dropped his blood onto the Blood Scorpion Jade Drum every day, too, slowly letting his essence sink into it. He wanted his blood to become one with the scorpion. Han Sen felt that he was slowly building a connection with the Blood Scorpion Jade Drum. Claiming it would only be a matter of time. One day, Black Moon King dropped in on Han Sen unexpectedly. Han Sen, the Extreme King will be hiring knights from Narrow Moon. Are you interested in going? Extreme King recruits elites. I don't think they'd want a small marquise like me, Han Sen answered, confused. He thought they were only interested in elites like Yisha. That would require him to be at least a king. The Extreme King will only grow and care for future elites that are showing great potential. We have a good relationship with them. When the Extreme King hire knights, they offer a few slots to us. If you would like to join them, I can get you in, Black Moon King said. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.